Statistics are harsh. In Japan, there are only 2.4 doctors per 1,000 people. Tenkai analyzes this data and notes, his country is fifth from the bottom among OECD countries. But he understands this is still a luxury compared to places like Tanzania, where the rate drops to an astonishing 0.06 doctors per thousand. His thoughts descend into an even more terrible reality. He imagines a lonely doctor standing against a giant monster colossus in a storm of fire and debris. The creature looms huge. Its scales glisten, its eyes burn with ancient power, and silently, existentially, it questions the true essence of the healer's duty. He shakes off these heavy thoughts as soon as he enters a brightly lit izakaya in the very heart of the city, and on the go quickly apologizes to his friends for being late. Inside, Okuzawa and Yamagishi, rising from their drinks, warmly greet them and ask if the shift at the outpatient clinic ran late. The three friends fall into a familiar rhythm, recalling how long it has been since they sat together with drinks, like in the old days when they were still residents. Okuzawa and Yamagishi joke about the relentless pace of work and how rarely they manage to leave on time. And Tenkai still keeps somewhat apart. His thoughts seem stuck somewhere between the everyday world and his own inner reflections. The light atmosphere sharply changes when Yamagishi leans forward with a serious expression and reveals he will soon become a father of a revelation, which makes the companions freeze silently for a moment. He accepts the loud congratulations of his friends. The news that he is about to become a father raises a wave of excitement at the table. The expectant father suggests celebrating in style, but the mood sharply changes as soon as the conversation turns to a possible farewell. One of the friends wonders if this meeting has some hidden meaning, but attention focuses on the quietest in the company. He seems to carry something very heavy on his heart. Pressing back with his gaze at their curious looks, he drops a real bombshell and the comrades are stunned, not believing what they heard. The sharp silence is broken only by his own confusion at their wild reaction, as if he himself did not realize the weight of what he said. He offers a restrained apology for the trouble caused, but the friends, stunned by the news of his sudden transfer, cannot accept it. They question him in detail, unable to understand why he decided to leave right now, especially when his career seems firmly in place. The endpoint is a remote island clinic in a village desperately in need of medical help, and the departure was scheduled for the very next day. Such a sudden change and complete isolation of the place leave his friends speechless. He explains his decision with a resolute smile, all because of a simple fact: people suffer and they need help. While friends worry about the impact on his career and the prestige of his current position, they cannot help but notice how much he has changed. He gave up ambitions for the sake of a sense of duty. When the word career is still hanging in the air, his phone starts vibrating, a call from the university hospital. He apologizes to the table. Professional duties weigh on his shoulders and pull him out of this personal moment. His face hardens into a cold medical focus as an urgent message arrives from the hospital. Without wasting a moment, he begins issuing orders for blood units and emergency procedure rests, mind already shifting from the farewell dinner to the harsh truth of the operating room. Life or death. He explains the urgency. A patient with liver cirrhosis is vomiting blood due to suspected rupture of esophageal varices. Although he is about to leave, he insists on taking the case himself because the patient is still under his care. His friend gives a sincere farewell greeting and he rushes to the crisis. He rushed to the taxi waiting ahead, leaving his comrades behind on the sidewalk. Okuzawa aloud wonders if his friend was pushed out of the hospital due to political games, but Yamagishi clarifies the transfer was entirely voluntary. He had heard about the island's trouble and decided to go there himself where the need was greatest. Again inside the quiet restaurant, two friends who remained are pondering the sudden escape. The elder worries that their honored guest did not stay even for one drink, while his companion recalls he used to love such outings, so now everything has changed, whether due to new priorities or personal discipline. They believe that he always sought to prevent any future reproaches for his patients, and that his selfless nature seems to define his entire career. His life is a continuous, almost complete focus on the well-being of others, often at the expense of his own time. He was already fully immersed in emergency work. Standing under the sterile light of the procedure room, his face partially covered by a surgical mask, calmly announcing the start of the hemostasis procedure and ordering the preparation of endoscopic equipment for the varicose ligation procedure. His gaze sharpened by concentration. When night deepens, the hospital still glows with lights. The windows shine against the dark silhouette of the surrounding trees. All urgent crises are resolved right here, within these walls, while the rest of the city sleeps in silence. At dawn, the hospital grounds are flooded with sunlight. The wild energy of the previous night and the emergency hustle disappear, replaced by the steady, professional rhythm of the new day. In the consultation room, the specialist points to a set of X-ray images and explains the complex diagnosis: a mutation in the PHEX gene. This genetic anomaly caused a condition called hypophosphatemic rickets, and the listener is left to digest the full weight of this medical discovery. The doctor sits opposite his young patient and her mother. His face softens as he delivers good news. The medication is already showing results, so finally one can breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling is clearly reflected on the grateful face of the mother. While he continues to perform his duties, colleagues lurk in the corridor, whispering about his unwavering dedication even on his last day at the hospital. They whisper how he took full responsibility for his patients until the very end and finally managed to find the root cause of the girl's repeated fractures, which no one else could discern. Suddenly, the silence is broken by the girl's burst of joyful energy. She smiles at him, exclaims a sincere thank you, and addresses him as uncle. The mother immediately intervenes, gently reminding her daughter to address him properly as a doctor. In response, he shows a broad, genuine smile exactly like the child's, with her gaps between the teeth. Observing this warm interaction, other medical staff reflect with mild melancholy on his departure. One regrets that such a talented and kind-hearted doctor is leaving the university. Her companion notes that truly good people often find it difficult to stay long within the rigid confines of such a large institution. Finally, he stands up to see them off and gives a last reminder not to forget the medication. He confirms that today is his last day. His voice carries both professional determination and a touch of sadness as he says goodbye. The young girl, now wearing a sun hat, turns around one last time and waves energetically in farewell. She calls out another goodbye to her. Uncleaned, her mood has completely changed after the painful fate she endured earlier. Left alone, he silently watches them go with a thoughtful, measured gaze. He fully realizes that working in the doctorless village is considered a professional dead end by his colleagues, but that does not stop him. He finally sets off on his way. In the noisy hospital corridors, the staff bustle about, almost colliding in their haste as they complete the last tasks of the shift. Entering the office for the last time, the young doctor makes a modest bow and thanks his colleagues for their guidance and support. The workers break away from their desks. The sudden finality of his farewell catches them by surprise. With a soft, hopeful smile, he expresses a sincere desire to return here in the future. In his ISEKAI'D determination and nostalgia not yet let go. Soon, a small vessel cuts through the wild waves of the open sea and carries him away from the city, and the farewell cry still echoes over the water. On the deck, the burly Captain Baloo's overpowers the roar of the engine, mocking the traveler who has already bent over the side twice, his face pale from the merciless rocking of the boat. He could barely respond between bouts of illness, weakly explaining that the medicine he took turned out to be completely useless against the raging waves of the ocean. The boat continues to fly through the dark, stormy water toward the distant shore, hidden under the rain, and the captain mutters that the sea is storming too fiercely today. After long wanderings, he finally reached the shore under a heavy downpour, and there he was met by a local man with a rough, unfamiliar dialect. The man left him standing still, in silence and complete confusion, until he realized how far he had gone from the familiar urban world. He stands before the group, his voice steady despite the pouring rain, and explains that he understands. This village has long been without a doctor. He immediately offers his help and asks if anyone present needs urgent medical assistance. In response, the elder speaks, but his words weave into a dense, impenetrable tangle of the local dialect, completely confusing the young doctor. The old man's face is kind, however, but his speech is a complete mystery, and it becomes clear. Understanding will be the first great obstacle. He sharply bows his head, showers apologies, and feels deep shame for not being able to comprehend those who came out to greet him. He stammers and insists that he will learn their language and be ready to understand them even before his clinical duties officially begin. The gathering of weary men silently watches him. On their faces is the hard labor of the coast. They examine the newcomer with curiosity and restrained, quiet expectations. Despite the language barrier, the warmth of their reception is unmistakable. They gather around him, shake his hand, and sincerely express deep gratitude for his arrival. The village elder says how much his presence means to them. And the elder adds, in a country with so many remote places cut off from doctors, they are truly happy that he is here. The reality of this situation hits sharply. Across the country, hundreds of villages still lack medical care. People welcome any support, but appeals often go unanswered by the central authorities. Aware of the full burden, he reaffirms his commitment to bridging this gap, understanding that learning their language is not a courtesy but a condition for survival. As the meeting comes to an end, the men begin to disperse into the darkness, advise him to rest, and promise to return the next day as soon as the storm finally subsides. He watches them leave, calls out one last time and bows. He emphasizes, let them come to him without hesitation if any of them suddenly fall ill. His determination strengthens as he embraces his new life. He releases a long, tired sigh that cuts through the merciless drizzle on the clinic walls, and finally allows the exhaustion of the day to overwhelm him. Falling onto the thin mattress in his new rooms, he stared at the ceiling and realized. His first task is to overcome the terrible language barrier of the local dialect. Seeking clarity for a moment, he suddenly sits up and reaches for the small refrigerator, pulling out a cold bottle of water. The cold plastic cuts the skin, a sharp contrast to the moist night air. Suddenly, the dark sky is torn by a dazzling flash. A huge lightning bolt strikes with a deafening roar, and the entire clinic is illuminated by a ghostly white light. The pure power of the heavenly discharge burst through the building, jerking him with such brutal intensity that it shattered the silence of his first night. A heavy carriage clatters through the dense forest, wheels biting into the ground and raising dust and leaves. On the wooden frame stands a guard's hand resting near the blade. Behind, in the carriage's wake, a young girl with cat ears struggling desperately not to fall behind, her movements shackled by heavy iron chains. The beasts ordered to pull this burden are gigantic, tusked creatures. Their breath bursts out in ragged exhales as they strain in the harness. Their mighty jaws are clenched in grimaces of tension, and their foam-moistened muzzles glisten from the effort. Leading these monsters are two men in protective goggles and hoods. They hold whips ready to strike. They shout commands. Their voices are barely audible through the forest's roar and the screech of the carriage wheels. The source of the girl's suffering is a thick, rusty chain fastened around her neck and locked with a padlock. Each jolt of the carriage jerks the metal sharply, pulling her body through it, scraping her skin and forcing her to lunge forward. She twitches and grimaces, her fox-like ears trembling and twitching as she tries to endure the humiliation and physical pain. Her eyes are heavy with fatigue, and from her painfully bitten lip a thin trickle of blood quietly flows a silent challenge. Suddenly, one of the riders shouted a question back to the guard on the roof, demanding to know the cause of the delay. The man above roared back sharply and impatiently. He was ordering the caravan to move on without stops, to complain no more and just keep going. Next to her is another Captivian elf with long pointed ears, gasping for air and stumbling, and the weight of their shared chains is about to pull them both to the ground. The shadow of the guard looms above. His presence is a constant reminder of lost freedom. The caravan slows down near the clearing. The lead guard growls, ordering the captives not to stop and to stay on their feet. Any stop means punishment. He singles out one of them, Crane, and orders him to keep his back straight and keep walking regardless of their fatigue. The noble merchant lord looks out from the carriage. His voice is cold as he gives the merciless command. The guard, stunned by the sudden order, asks for clarification, but the lord is indifferent. Blowing smoke from his pipe, he explains, they do not need defective goods and they will not let them go just like that. Despite the guard's protest saying how much effort it took to capture this prisoner, the lord's decision is final. Reciting the order, the guard approaches the trembling girl beast lying tied up and crying in the mud. He tells his master to wait a minute, wants to make sure the execution won't create a dirty spectacle that others will see. Raising his weapon, he prepares to strike and orders the girl to curse her own failure and weakness. The chains rattle heavily as she runs and awaits the end. And just as the blow is about to land, a giant chimera bursts out from the underbrush with a roar that pierces the ears. The sudden appearance of the winged beast confuses the guard, is completely unprepared. The beast tears forward, its large figure casts a shadow over the frightened man. He screams madly in fear, calls for help, while the realization that a chimera is near him dulls and settles. Her eyes shine with a predatory intent. She looms over the stage. Her fangs are bared and a fierce growling snarl bursts from her. Nearby, the best girl can only watch into the spot, her body convulses with spasmodic tremors. The forest explodes with chaos. Birds soar into the sky and flee from the roar of battle. Among ancient trees, the predator has turned the performance into a desperate fight for survival. Tinkai stands amid thick foliage, scratching the back of his head, unable to comprehend what is happening as he surveys unfamiliar landscapes. He calls out uncertainly, his voice scattering through the trees, asking if anyone is nearby, but only the rustle of leaves answers. Suddenly, his attention is caught by a rhythmic dull knock and he freezes in place. His eyes widen, his gaze sticks to the source of the sound, and his breath catches in anticipation. Near his feet in the tall grass lies a discarded plastic water bottle. Something small and transparent touches its edge and the bottle quietly clinks as he heard. He froze his gaze on a strange spectacle. His silhouette cast a shadow on the sun-dappled forest floor. Right under his nose sat a bizarre jelly-like creature's body covered on top by a small wooden bucket, which seemed to serve as a makeshift helmet. The impossibility of the existence of this creature takes his breath away. His face flashes with shock and wonder. He finds it hard to believe what his eyes see. Trying not to get stuck in a vivid dream, he reaches out and sharply pinches his own palm from behind. The burning pain flares up instantly and leaves no doubt the sensations are working, and what is happening is truly real. He squats down to get a better look, and an admiring smile spreads across his face as he compares this creature to a being from a fantasy game. He marvels at its semi-transparent body, asks about the biological mechanisms of such a life form, and wonders whether the sports drink she is trying to drink is safe at all. Noticing that the creature was interested, he extends the bottle and gently asks if it wants a drink. Offering it without coercion, his first fear disappears, giving way to increasing curiosity about this strange new companion. As long as the little creature stays nearby, he sits on the clearing and gazes into the space as if examining everything around. He immediately understands. This is definitely not Nishijima. The surrounding environment is utterly alien as if he stepped into another world. Suddenly he notices a young girl with cat ears. Her wrists are bound with heavy chains. She gasps hoarsely for air, her body trembling laying on the grass in clear despair. Noticing her ragged, heavy breathing, he understands. This does not resemble a medical emergency. He knows he must act quickly and immediately assess the condition. He lunges at her abruptly, his eyes wide open in shock as he sees her animalistic features. She looks up at him, pain and confusion mixed on her face, and she continues to gasp convulsively for breath. He tries to start a conversation with her, apologizes saying he cannot understand her words but still insists that he must examine her. She responds with an indistinct scream of pain. Her eyes become glazed as if from fever or exhaustion. Before he manages to start the inspection, a small slimy creature he met earlier suddenly jumps through the air with incredible force. She lands right on his face with a wet squelch and completely blocks his vision, catching him off guard. He sharply exclaims in surprise, momentarily blinded by the jelly-like mass. While he struggles to remove that creature, the girl remains on the ground. Her breathing is still heavy and Tensesh endures her mysterious ailment as if unaware of the chaos unfolding nearby. He stumbles through thick thickets, and a voice cuts through the silence between the trees as he tries to make sense of the strange, mixed words reaching his ears. The realization that he cannot understand the local language only fuels the panic in his desperate escape. Lifting the unconscious prisoner, he finds himself face to face with a nightmare in flesh, a gigantic chimera with a lion's head and curved horns. The beast watches him intently with a predatory intent, and a low growl vibrates through the forest floor as it prepares to strike. For a moment he freeze sweat stings his eyes, and the weight of the girl and the impossibility of what is happening begin to press down. In a rush of adrenaline, he lunged forward, pressing the girl to his chest just as the chimera launched its attack. Its huge claws sliced the air where he had stood moments before. He barely managed not to misstep, and his heart pounded in his chest like a hammer. The shadow of the beast looms over him as it closes the distance, forcing him to fall to the ground to shield the girl from the inevitable blow. He grits his teeth, and his thoughts frantically search for any way to escape this inevitable death. When the creature lands with a bone-rattling thud, it twitches, searching for its medical flashlight penlight, only tool left. In a whisper, it frantically begs the girl to be silent before pulling her deeper into the safety of the thicket. He breaks through to the clearing and shouts at the top of his lungs to draw the predator's gaze away from the girl who was hiding. The chimera's golden eyes fixate on him and all attention focuses on the lone man running through the thicket. He dodges the giant, sweeping cloud, it shatters nearby trees, and its breath bursts out in ragged hoarse gasps. Behind him, the girl watches with wide, frightened eyes as he risks everything to draw the monster away from her. He barely avoids the beast's strike. A huge cloud of white powder bursts out between them, hiding the forest floor and confusing the predator. Due to the sudden eruption, the creature slows the chase. Its predatory gaze changes to agitated, confused rage as soon as fine dust clogs its nostrils. In a moment, the chimera is driven into a humiliating retreat. It roars with a series of fierce sneezes and runs further and further away, unable to endure the irritating clouds. When the threat disappears, he shifts his gaze to the small, slippery creature and expresses deep gratitude for its timely intervention. He marvels at its bravery, calls it amazing, and wonders if it truly understood his plight when it released the powder. Turning to the girl's side, he sees her condition has sharply worsened. When he examines the severe rash spreading like a continuous wave over the skin, realization hits him like a physical shock. This is not a magical curse nor an ordinary fever. This is a fierce allergic reaction. A young girl beast gasps for air, her breath breaking into fragments and choking, her skin breaking out in hives, and her eyes rolling back as consciousness begins to flee under the weight of a sudden harsh reaction. Seeing her despair, Tenkai immediately grabs her wrist, but his face pales when he finds no pulse on the radial artery. He already knows the terrible truth. If the pulse disappears here, blood pressure drops to a critically low level, a clear sign that the body is entering a state of shock, which can lead to death within minutes. He is pierced by fear. This is anaphylaxis, a life-threatening allergic reaction that destroys her from within. Even if this world is strange and full of bizarre creatures, biological symptoms cannot be mistaken, and he understands. If he does not intervene immediately, the heart will stop in a moment. Desperate to save her, he frantically rummages through his things until his hands close on a familiar device. It is an adrenaline auto-injector, a vital tool from his own world meant to stop the progression of such a severe reaction. Without hesitating for a second, he drives the needle into her thigh and injects the life-saving dose. The girl gasps sharply and painfully as the medicine begins to counteract the constriction of her airways. When he leans down to her, a shadow falls on theme and a rough voice demands an explanation of what the person is doing. From the surrounding forests emerges a group of beastmen. Their presence is oppressive, and their gaze at the scene is full of distrust. He raises his gaze, surprised by their sudden appearance, and his small transparent companion consistently stays nearby. Around them are peasants from a nearby settlement, and while they greet the arrivals, a tension of attention is palpable in the air. Among the beast folk, the elder steps forward. His eyes widen in shock and anger as he recognizes the girl as his granddaughter. He demands explanations for the human's actions. The guards are ready to intervene while the young man looks back, his resolve unshaken despite the looming threat. He did not retreat, standing among the giant trees. He spoke evenly, explaining that he was providing medical assistance. Sensing the urgency, he ordered to immediately take her to a clean, securely protected place because the girl's life still hung by a thread. The elder's eyes flashed with distrust as soon as the mention of treatment was heard, a word he seemed unfamiliar with. But seeing the young man's darker resolve and his granddaughter's suffering, the suspicion broke, turning into a desperate plea for help. They quickly rushed through the damp forest, reaching a sturdy wooden structure, a temporary infirmary. Entering, he did not waste time. He laid the girl on a wooden table and began preparing his equipment, while the beastmen watched, frozen between reverence and anxiety. A small luminous device was clamped on her finger. Its screen twitched and came to life to monitor the oxygen flow in her blood. When the readings stabilized at 98, a wave of relief washed over him. He knew the immediate danger of suffocation had passed, but he still did not relax his concentration, calculating the necessary steroid dosage and planning the insertion of an intravenous line to ensure her full recovery. The old man silently observed. His worn face was carved with a complex mixture of hope and ancient doubt. He had seen many die from this mysterious disease. The skin swells and breathing stops. It was often dismissed as a divine curse, and the old man did not know if this stranger could truly reverse it. When the young doctor hung the bag with the clear liquid and connected it to the girl's arm, the elder could only silently watch his presence, as if it were a testament to the fragile trust now placed in the hands of a stranger. He stands before the beastman, his face focused and unwavering. The elder watches him, mixing surprise and suspicion, and decides, this man is a true mage since he is capable of such tricks. Returning to the patient, the young doctor watches her steady breathing and feels a wave of relief. The immediate threat is already behind, so she is finally stable. The elder's gaze does not leave the scene, his eyes wide open as he contemplates the miraculous recovery unfolding right before him. While the medicine drips evenly from the suspended vial, the young girl's eyes twitch and open wide. Her pupils dilate in confusion as she returns to consciousness. Awakening, she and he responds with a warm, sincere smile, glad that her awareness has noticeably returned. She looks at him in response, her breathing shortens as soon as she realizes a person is standing over her. Words escape her lips in a frightened whisper. Panic suddenly overwhelms her and she sharply jumps away from him, not noticing that the medical tubes are still connected to her arm. He calls for her to wait, but it's too late. She is already climbing over the wooden floor, desperately trying to escape. Chaotic movements break into the German's silence. She presses against the wall, curled up. He remains kneeling at a distance, a calm, non-threatening posture while trying to soothe the frightened girl. She remains motionless as he leans closer, and his voice softly asks about the persistent pain still in her leg. After her silence, he continues quietly asking permission to examine her even more carefully to make sure the recovery is complete. From his friendly smile and sincere request, she suddenly finds herself immersed in a warm, densely boiling bath, her eyes widening in shock and complete incomprehension of this unfamiliar human tradition. A sudden plunge into the tub makes her wildly splash in the foamy water, spraying in all directions. Her animal instincts fiercely clash with the strange, cozy calmness of the water. When the first panic subsides, he calmly waits nearby and gives her a chancing. She finally breaks the silence, hesitantly uttering a quiet, barely audible word. Raising her gaze with modest courage, she flushes with a deep blush and her cheeks are colored. Finally, she surrenders, whispering a plea for his continued care. Meanwhile, far from the quiet village, the sun sets over the sprawling, majestic city towering above Alit's heart, a massive, ornate cathedral. And it seems as if the very airwaves carry fragments of an ancient tale about the poisoned apple and the life that was cut short. In this distant armchair of power, a slender figure with loose hair and precious ornaments gazes forward. The face is inscrutable, while the prophecy continues and speaks of the one who wanted to enter the house but will never return. She stretches out her hand, and the palm gently rests on the forehead of the trembling man. She stands as a beacon of heavenly lither presence, fills the room with ethereal radiance as the ritual of restoration begins. And the strength of the current flows into him, and the terrible wounds that disfigured the body begin to heal. The skin grows back as if those injuries had never existed. The man gasps sharply, eyes wide open, shock mixed with deep relief as the unbearable weight of his wounds finally lifts. He bows low in the luxurious hall, his voice trembling with emotion as he thanks the high priestess for saving his life after the clash with the deadly beast. She remains unmoved and insists that it was not her power but the divine guidance of the gods that led to this miraculous outcome. She shifts her gaze to the gifts of gold and says that his recovery is a direct gift for his unwavering devotion. But as soon as she mentions the fallen companion, her voice becomes sad. If only they had arrived earlier. Perhaps one more life could have been saved. She lowers her gaze, beautiful and eerie, and coldly notes that perhaps the faith of that companion was simply not enough to justify such a miracle. Outside the city, the silence of twilight covers everything in quiet shadows, and the city indifferently does not know what cold verdicts are touched upon within the temple walls. He finishes his work with a satisfied smile and declares the treatment complete. The girl with cat ears looks at her body in complete disbelief and wonders how there is no pain at all. He reassures her that the painkiller is doing its job and her youth will ensure a quick recovery. Relief washes over him as he puts away the instruments, and she quietly, sincerely thanks him. In the silence within the cozy wooden walls of the hut, she watches him intently, and curiosity finally breaks through the shell of restraint. She directly asks if he is a mage, her voice trembling with admiration and uncertainty. The fire in the hearth flickers, casting long shadows across the room, and he freezes for a moment. The weight of her question hangs in the still air. He meets her gaze with a soft, self-ironic smile and immediately denies any magical intervention. He explains, if he really had magic, he wouldn't have to trim her nails, carefully monitor her pulse, and he wouldn't be helplessly able to remove the heavy iron collar from her neck. He insists he is simply a doctor, a family doctor, although she still harbors doubts. After all, such advanced medical techniques were never designed for her kind. He spoke gently to the captive girl, explaining that medicine is not magic allowed only to the chosen, but a skill anyone can master if they dedicate themselves to the work. She looked up at him. Her eyes were wide open in their combination of weightlessness and hope just beginning to sprout, as she processed the thought that such knowledge could become her own. It was clear she was truly interested, so he offered help if she really wanted to learn, prompting her shyly to introduce herself, Koron. He smiled warmly in response and gave his name Tenkai, thus forging a fragile bridge of trust between them. As the conversation continued, he said he was glad to meet her, unaware of the grim figure watching them from the darkness. For a moment, the air felt lighter, a brief respite from the harsh reality of her situation. The moment of silence was broken by the village elder, who suddenly appeared. His face, covered with wrinkles, was full of anxiety. He was told that his grandson's health had noticeably improved, proof that the treatment he had just seen really works. Despite the good news, his face remained grim as he explained that after the boy's recovery they could finally return the girl to the slave traders. The admission hit like a physical shove. The young man froze in icy shock while the elder placed the village's safety above her freedom. The young doctor watched as the elder gestured to call armed guards, emphasizing, "Stealing slaves is strictly forbidden and will bring only destruction to the people." The elder insisted, "Returning her is the only way to honor the agreement and prevent the authorities from targeting the village." His voice became stern as he reminded that any medical treatment outside the church's jurisdiction is a grave crime. He would not allow the village to pay the price for such ignorance. His resolve only grew stronger despite the moral burden of this choice. In despair, Cornet shouted to her grandfather, but he coldly cut her off with his voice, reminding her of her status, a miserable slave. The young doctor could only watch in shock as the girl he had just befriended prepared to return to a life in bondage. He stands firm, not averting his gaze, and declares that he cannot simply turn away when someone right in front of him needs help. In response, the elder's eyes flash, reflecting a cold, harsh truth as he cuts off. In this world, magic is a commodity far more valuable than a single lie. Stunned by such a cruel worldview, the young healer denies the senselessness of what was said. But the old man does not flinch, coldly stating that he has become a burden that must be erased. Suddenly the ground shakes and a massive chimera beast, a revered forest god, descends upon the village in a whirlwind of fury and dust. Panic erupts among the beast people. They scramble, seeking salvation, and cries of despair scatter through the air. They cannot understand why their guardian has turned against them, and they believe this is the end of their home. In the midst of the ruins, the elder glances at the stranger, and his suspicion, like spoiled ice, turns into accusation. He aloud wonders whether the human presence caused this sudden catastrophe. The stranger raises his gaze as a gigantic creature looms over him. Hot breath blows, and the presence presses so hard there is no air to breathe. But the beast suddenly freezes. Its many heads fixate on him, and in that attention nothing can be read. He froze, stunned by the hesitation of the creature, and does not understand why it has not attacked yet, while a young girl beside him screams a warning in despair for him to step away from the deadly predator. He stands still as a massive being looms over him, but his gaze is not from fear. It is from tense observation. Nearby, a small slime trembles, its eyes fixed on the same object, and they both understand. The beast is not just attacking, it is reacting to something. Approaching closer, he examines the source of the creature's agony. A thick, torn wooden stake driven deep into its side. And suddenly it becomes clear. The beast is not attacking out of malice, it is thrashing in blind, frantic rage from a rotten wound that is driving it mad. He turns to the gathered man-creature, raising his voice, demanding attention, and offers a desperate deal. He says he has already identified the cause of the forest god's suffering and claims he can fix everything, but only if they allow him and the captive girl to safely leave the village in exchange for his medical help. The elder, a face wrinkled and stern, weighs the offer for a long time before finally nodding, accepting it. He warns, if the man truly can provide a solution and pay the price of their freedom with this act, then the deal will be honored. After the deal is sealed, the doctor steels his resolve, his gaze tightens, and he fully aims at what lies ahead. There will be no mistakes. The lives of the village and his own freedom depend on the steady hand and sharp mind he must apply right now. He cautiously approaches the giant beast, whispering softly as if trying to calm its spirit while examining the wound. He understands, a precise incision is needed to remove the stake without causing further internal damage. The skin is thick but yields. As he moves closer to the giant roaring head of the creature, the elder watches with distrust and admiration. The beast emits a low, rumbling growl. Its eyes cloud with pain as the man reaches out to the torn, jagged object protruding from its side. He turns to Coron and calmly explains that he will remove the foreign object to ease the forest deity's suffering. When he asks her for help, she responds with a bright, determined smile, ready to help save their god, risking herself. Meanwhile, he focuses on his duty to never refuse a patient in need of help. He prepares supplies, squeezing a bottle of saline solution, and talks about his unwavering rule. Regardless of who the patient is, a thief or a deity, he will never refuse treatment to those who seek it from him. With a calm, resolute gaze, the young man reaffirms, this vow is the very essence of being a doctor. Because of this decision, he immediately begins the exhausting work of cleaning the giant wound, and the creature sharply whines in pain as fluid drips onto the exposed flesh. The beast wildly thrashed in response to the burning prick. The lion's head roared, and the tail with a snake's head wildly twitched and snapped in its jaws as it struggled with the pain. As the chaos escalates, he asks his companion to help her tense that creature. He thanks her for her efforts, and the little slime also tries not to move the massive body. To further subdue the creature's agony, he administers lidocaine, a local anesthetic designed to dull the nerves and block motor function in the affected area. After a few moments, he finishes with metazolum, a powerful sedative, and it finally takes effect. The feverish movements of the forest god quiet down as the creature falls into a deep, chemically induced sleep. When the patient's condition stabilizes, he takes out a razor to shave the thick fur around the wound, admitting, this increases the risk of infection, but without it, he cannot clearly see where to make the necessary incision. He carefully examines the wound, letting out a thoughtful hum as he notices how torn pieces of wood have deeply embedded themselves in the creature's thick skin. Returning to his young assistant and their little jelly-like companion, he tells them about the grim reality. The tip likely has a barb like a fishhook, so pulling it out simply won't work. Though he complains about the lack of a proper operating room, he understands they'll have to work with what they have. To prevent infection, he prepares povidone, a powerful antiseptic with a characteristic smell and dark tint. He carefully treats the area around the puncture with the solution, aiming to make the site as sterile as possible. Once the area is prepared, he covers the beast with a sterile cloth, leaving only the wound exposed through a central opening. He calls the girl, signaling that it's time for her to help him directly. He pulls out a small sealed packet containing a surgical blade and explains the next step. He instructs her to use metal tweezers to attach the blade to the handle, emphasizing that she must not touch the sharp edge with bare hands. The girl's eyes widen, fear mixed with determination as she takes the tools. He gives a final warning about the blade's lethality and she firmly nods, ready to play her part. Steadily holding her hands, she maneuvers the tweezers, carefully aligning the blade's notch with the handle. Following his precise instructions, she slides the metal into place until it clicks and locks securely. Gathering the instrument, she triumphantly raises it and shines. She hands him the ready scalpel, and the fear that was at the beginning changes to pride in a job well done. She looks up in surprise when Tenkai announces that he will go with the treatment alone. When she asks what her role should be, he gives her a vital task: to care for the other wounded beast folk. He orders to wash their wounds with clean water and apply pressure with fresh cloth, promising to examine them himself as soon as he finishes here. The young beast girl looks down, and her face reveals nothing as she processes his request. Tenkai silently watches her and decides, after that trauma, he will not force her to see the terrible truth of the operation if she is not ready for it. Her eyes, wide open and shining with a newly resolved intention, reflect a sudden change in her soul. The former hesitation that clouded her gaze has vanished, replaced by sharp, focused tension. She runs at full speed for supplies, leaving the young doctor alone with his huge patient. With a steady hand and grimly clenched jaws, he turns back to the creature and announces the start of the operation to remove the foreign object. His voice sounds professional and authoritative. Corona's eyes sharply widened in disbelief, and she whispered the forest god's name. Her voice trembled, mixed with reverence and concern. Next to her, the elder explained, their very existence here is a blessing granted by the protection of the deity, sustained by their relentless prayers and respectful worship. He told how the great beast used its formidable claws and fangs to drive away anyone who dared to harm their people, like a divine guardian of the forest. But the doctor saw it differently. He heard a warning: a curse will befall anyone who dares to touch the wounded creature. This is exactly what he intended to disprove with science. The massive chimera froze in place, a silent testament to the gravity of what was happening, while the order remained clear. No one under any circumstances was allowed to approach the forest god. He and his colleague dismantled the cruel weapon mechanism embedded in B's side, noting that its barbed tip works like a fishhook, so removing it by ordinary means is impossible without causing fatal damage. They concluded that the only way to extract the spear without causing further internal rupture is to make a precise incision to bypass the barbed grip, effectively performing surgery on the ghost. Breaking his resolve, the surgeon pressed his fingers to the creature's skin to fix the area before carefully lowering the blade and beginning the delicate operation. He carefully guides the scalpel, noting with relief that the creature's skin density is within manageable limits. Despite the tension, the first cut is clean and he can begin the delicate extraction. His eyes widen as he encounters a barely noticeable resistance. The blade catches on a hard alien tissue. For a moment he hesitates, adjusting his grip to keep the cut precise. He further widens the opening around the embedded spear, keeping his hand steady. The metal of the instrument gleams on the dark, ruffled fur as he cuts enough space to bypass those cruel thorns. He focuses intently on the work, sweat streaming down his forehead, quietly praying for the spear to remain still. Any sudden movement and the barbs will tear deeper, ripping the vital organs of the forest god. High above, two moons cast a pale, ghostly glow on the quiet forest, and time on earth remains visible. He makes his way to the other side of the huge beast and repeats the careful process so the wound is fully accessible. Nearby, the beast watches, holding its breath. On their faces, hope mixed with deadly intent. One guard whispers a sinister oath: kill the stranger if he fails. And the elder looks grimly and says, even if the operation succeeds, a divine curse will likely still fall on the man. The tense silence is broken by a familiar voice. A young captive girl approaches, carrying a basket of supplies. She calls the elder. Her appearance is a sudden spark of normal life amid the struggle where every moment decides life or death. She looks at her grandfather resolutely and declares, she will treat the wounds of all her people. The old man can only silently freeze in wordless amazement while the fate of their god hangs by a thread. She freezes, not lowering her eyes, as the spear tip remains deeply embedded in the flesh, a grim reminder of the first wound. Tenkai, now fully immersed in his role as surgeon, examines his meager instruments and mutters about the need to suture the incision later, though he knows every second is worth gold. He regrets that in this primitive place there is no proper operating table and all his attention is fixed solely on the work. He reaches for the wooden shaft of the weapon, his hand steady despite the incredible pressure of the circumstances. Nearby, the cold steel of his surgical instruments glints, ready for the next stage of the procedure. Firmly gripping the spear, he plants his feet on the ground and feels the weapon barely budge. Realizing that the time to act has come, he declares, "Finally, it is moving." His gaze narrows from sharp concentration, equally tense, anxious look of his comrade reflects in his eye, and both fixate on this stick. The single thought of retrieving the foreign object consumes him. When he pulls with all his might, the forest god lets out a ragged, steaming breath, and his gigantic body trembles under the strain. The spear begins to slowly, painfully emerge from the deep wound inch by inch. He finally takes the bloodied spear in his hands, exhales shortly and abruptly through the haze of exhaustion. He looks at the weapon and, with a heavy heart, understands. The creature was struck when it was defenseless and asleep. He grips the handle tighter, and his resolve hardens as he prepares for the next step. He knows, the hardest part of the healing process is still ahead, but this time he stubbornly decided to cope. He acts with maximum caution, his hand is steady, as he prepares to draw a weapon from the creature's side. With a slow, measured jerk, the torn metal slides off the flesh behind it, trails a disgusting squelch and heavy powder of blood falling to the ground. Despite the successful extraction, one of the beast folk growls defiantly, refusing any further treatment and mocking the very idea that a slave could inherit the mother of magical arts. He spits venom at the young girl, reminding her of her worthless status. Hearing the harsh words, the young captive girl lowers her gaze, acknowledging her status as a slave, yet a spark of determination still flickers in her eyes as she prepares to speak. She raises her gaze full of compassion, pleading, "Let her help, for she knows too well the torment of a wound left unattended." She says that slavery does not erase the truth, the pain is unbearable, and she cannot watch as someone else suffers the same. Under the glow of 2 moons, the tension begins to subside as soon as the guard notices how the treatment works. With surprise, they see that the bleeding has already started to decrease. The group shifts their gaze to the elder. The burden of what is happening settles on them as they wait for his instructions in the quiet night. Finally, the bloody spear is set aside. The danger that threatened a deadly puncture has passed, but the air is still thick with the metallic smell of the clash. He exhales, he did not know. He held on until the torn metal finally slipped out of the flesh. Relief for a moment, a short pause and a fight on the edge to save the boy from forest. But this relief is instantly shattered by a fierce, rhythmic downpour of dark liquid from the newly opened cavities. The werewolves around shudder in horror. Their voices break into a panicked chorus as they see a sea of vital blood pouring onto the forest floor. One shouts that the spear surely severed the main artery, while others fear the consequences of such a fatal wound. They say that touching the sacred blood will bring a terrible curse. In the spray he holds firm. His surgical clothes quickly soak with warm, metallic-smelling liquid as he plunges his hands back into the thick to stop the flow. He narrows his eyes and intently gazes at the hidden trauma, searching for the point where the bleeding began, focusedly snorting and pressing, while a list of steps needed to save this huge creature races through his mind. While the werebeasts incessantly shout warnings about curses and divine punishment, he calmly soothes the trembling Koroni. Although his inner monologue is much gloomier, he understands with a convulsive flash of anxiety. The surrounding light is rapidly fading, making it almost impossible to discern the delicate work needed inside the wow. The blood that is drying begins to cover everything around a dark, viscous lake that threatens to swallow his efforts. He knows, if the bleeding is not stopped within the next few minutes, Force God will be lost. Turning his head slightly, he jumps up and calls Korn, urgently asking for a light source to pierce the growing darkness. He admits to himself, no matter how skilled he is, he cannot handle this alone. He needs her help to pass through the gloom and save the dying deity. He looks at the young beast girl and gives her a warm, supportive smile, explaining, medical knowledge can be learned and mastered by anyone. Inspired by his words, Koroni straightens up, keeps her eyes on the task ahead, and declares that she is ready to work alongside him. She turns for a moment to the surprised elder and quietly apologizes for disobeying the traditions that forbid approaching the forced god. The old beastman can only stare in shock as the girl he once protected chooses her own path. Without uttering a word, she dashes across the clearing to the huge, wounded deity. Her figure flickers in the torchlight held by hesitant guards. Behind, the beastmen watch, filled with both awe and fear, as she steps over the threshold into the sacred space. The surgeon, already in protective gear, acknowledges her arrival with a nod of gratitude for the torch she carries. He speaks calmly, asks her not to be nervous, and explains that she will have to assist him at critical steps ahead. He begins the procedure by asking her to find a specific tool among his supplies, a pair of hemostatic forceps. He carefully describes the instrument, the curved tip, and how it resembles another tool she has already seen and used. She listens very intently, scanning the set with her eyes. She quickly recognizes the metal instrument, picks it up, and clarifies if it is really the curved PN forceps he requested. Impressed by her cleverness, he confirms the choice and marvels at how easily she understood his technical description. Taking the tweezers from her, he points to a small cylindrical object on the tray and asks to get the next penlight. His movements are precise and spartial, focused on the struggle for life and death unfolding under his hands. She hands him the radiant device, recognizing it as the same magical thing he had already used in the forest. When the beam of light pierces the shadows of the deep wound, he understands. As soon as he removes the temporary gauze, arterial blood will gush out, so he will have only a memento clamp the vessel. He exhales with relief as the metal clamps bite in and stop the flow. The blood-red stream finally ceases. Nearby, the young beastman fixes his gaze on him and widens his eyes at the sudden halt of the deadly spray. Although she worries that the blood stains his clothes, he remains focused, assuring that the initial crisis is already under control and that they need to move on to the next phase of the operation. He looks down at the massive, sleeping figure of the forest god. He acknowledges the harsh reality of his surroundings. Although the environment is far from the sterile standards of a real infirmary, the need of the moment outweighs the risk of infection. To abandon the procedure now means to condemn the great beast to death. With a resolute gleam in his eyes, he declares, "A true healer never turns away from a patient in need of help, no matter the circumstances." His unwavering conviction seems to lift the girl's spirit as he nods, signaling them to continue their desperate work. Then he shifts his attention to the special threads needed for this work and selects a stitch of precise cross-section. The choice is crucial. The numbering of these threads determines their strength and suitability to close such an important case. While he begins the delicate process of sewing a torn vessel, he is concerned about the nature of the materials at hand. For internal repairs where nothing can be removed, he uses stitches designed to dissolve over time in the body. And for areas requiring long-term structural strength, he uses more permanent threads. The first series of knots are tightly tightened, securing the repair against the internal pressure of the monster's pulse. He carefully examines the site. The bleeding has stopped for a moment, but the entire procedure still hangs by a thread. One single failed stitch is enough and the hemorrhage could flare up again. His hands move with practical precision. He threads the needle through the thick body of the forest god. Every movement is a measured, silent dance of steel and thread under the dim light of the cave. He pulls the last loop firmly and a silk thread hums from the tension as it closes the wound. The titanic creature remains stable. Only its measured breathing is heard in the tense silence as the operation nears its end. He carefully performs the vascular ligature. His hands are steady as he removes the hemostatic clamps. When the immediate threat of bleeding has passed, he focuses on the surrounding tissues, meticulously removing contaminated layers. He explains the need for a Penrose drain to prevent fluid accumulation, a critically important step, despite the inherent risks of closing such a wound in these non-sterile conditions. Turning to the gathered beastmen, he asks the young girl if she can stay a little longer to help with the final steps. She promptly and sincerely agrees. The relief from how well his operation is going is palpable in the air. A neat row of stitches holds firmly next to it sticks out a rubber tube of the Penrose drain, a device named after the American gynecologist Charles Bingham Penrose. The tube barely protrudes to ensure proper drainage of bodily fluids. He understands how important it is to monitor recovery and silently mourns the impossibility of staying in the village and personally overseeing the healing process. When the first light of dawn begins to break through the dense canopy, the birdsong makes it clear. The long, exhausting night is over. He raises his gaze and frees. The sun is already rising above the horizon. Marking time with ticks, he completely lost track during the operation. Exhausted but with a truly sincere smile, he looks between resting force god and the young girl. He thanks her for her courage, then praises the great being for incredible endurance through all the trials, acknowledging that they both fought hard to reach this moment. High above, a flock of birds rises into the air and soars into the morning sky, putting a full stop to the desperate struggle. The silence of the forest envelops everything Aginand, with it comes the feeling of hard-won peace when the medical procedure is declared complete. The god of the forest finally opens his eyes wide, looking clearly and steadily as he begins to recover. Blood drained by the colossal physical and mental toll of the night, the exhausted doctor falls onto the grass, and the coronet, stunned, rushes to him just as the successful surgical removal of the foreign object finally comes to an end. The young doctor stood by the turbulent river. The water was cold, just touching his skin as he wiped off the remnants of the procedure. When his companion offered to take on the laundry, he quietly declined, explaining that he was already drawing blood from himself, and it posed no difficulties. He fell silent for a moment, and seriousness appeared in his gaze as he spoke about the invisible dangers hiding in the blood. The fear of viral infection pressed constantly a weight he could not ignore in this strange world. She glanced sideways and tilted her head. The word virus sounded foreign and strange on her tongue. The very idea of an invisible enemy hiding in the blood was completely alien to her, a mystery she could never fully comprehend. Approaching closer, he reached out his hand to her and said quietly but firmly, "Her eyes need to be rinsed too." It was a necessary warning, and it threw her off balance, making her momentarily stunned. Carefully washing her face with river water, he explained the necessity of this step. He warned, "Viruses can enter the body through the eyes, so they must be thoroughly rinsed even if she has to feel some pain." Nearby, their little slug watched everything attentively with a curious gaze. The process dragged on in silence, a sharp reminder of the protocols he once followed. In his world, medics made great efforts to protect themselves from blood-borne pathogens like hepatitis C, which is easily contracted through the mucous membranes of the eyes. Without the goggles he usually wore, this primitive washing remained his only protection. Soon, when they caught up again with the beastfolk inhabitants, his thoughts were occupied by a simple thing. There was a lack of proper conditions here. The river did its job, but he longed for the comfort of a real bathhouse. Although he suspected that such luxuries were only available to the human nobility of this land far from the simple rural fate. A sudden intuition struck him as he pondered the social hierarchy. The mention of nobility seemed to trigger something in his mind, sparking a new train of thought. He paused briefly in contemplation while his companion watched him silently and attentively, sensing a shift in mood. He is confused when the young beast girl with playful wild energy rushes forward and jumps onto him. He tries to warn her about the blood still sticking to his clothes, insisting they must stay clean to avoid infection. Meanwhile, while he is dealing with the child, the village elder sits outside near a modest wooden hut and silently contemplates. The old man voices a difficult decision. He wants the girl to leave the village and set out on the road together with the guest. The elder's words weigh heavily on his shoulders as he squats in his new clothes, listening intently. Old Vivchitsia fears that the people who captured her will eventually return and finish what they started. Listening to the old man continue his grim tale, he learns. The girl's mother died shortly after childbirth, and the father was taken by wounds he sustained during a hunt. He is struck by the realization in this world even the simplest steps of survival are intertwined with deadly danger. He compares this harsh reality with the medical history of his world, where progress sharply reduced maternal mortality. He realizes that without the intervention of a healing mage, life in this village is a continuous struggle against the inevitable. While he contemplates these numbers, the elder looks at the small cluster of huts and bitterly laments the fate of his people. The forest god is wounded, and the youth are fading. He fears it is only a matter of time before people seize the very land itself. He suggests maybe it is simply the girl's fate to seek life beyond these borders. From the doorway, the young man silently looks at the quiet village, weighing the price the elder's request will have. Suddenly the girl stirs, calls to her grandfather in a sleepy voice. The old man only looks sorrow and determination in his chest. He feels that he has exhausted all options to protect his home and its future. She watches the traveler as he contemplates the faces of those he once knew. His mind holds to the principle, no one should be truly abandoned or left behind. He holds his gaze intently, calmly, and persistently, certain that there must be a way forward for all of them, even in this broken world. A young girl breaks the heavy silence and says to her grandfather, he no longer has to bear the burdens of the entire village alone. After this, she makes a stunning statement that leaves the old man speechless, swearing that he will later return to the village, her eternal home. She unfolds her goal, says she wants to help the peasants and their guardian deity, and explains the intention to serve the one who saved her to repay the debt. She swears to return as soon as she masters the art of healingable to cure any wound and disease, and asks where she can get the knowledge and tools to achieve this goal. He admits in the human kingdoms of this land he feels like a stranger, and the sense of belonging is as distant as the world he left behind. He proposes another way, to find a place where she will be safe and where she can flourish, placing her well-being above returning to human society. He raises his gaze, and his voice remains steady as he asks about a refuge where different races could live together in harmony, seeking a way forward for himself and his companion. This search leads to a captivating spectacle of the world tree's hollowed heart of the Elven Kingdom. A gigantic greenish pillar rises into the sky, surrounded by soaring birds. In the giant trunk, a whole life has spread out. Civilization is expanding, and bizarre buildings and bridges are woven directly into the living wood and suspended on twisting vines, a city perfectly merged with nature. Bustling crossings teem with life, a society that thrived in isolation for generations. far from the conflicts of human worlds. In the depths of this wooden fortress city, the official announcement is made about sending two experienced mages to assist with an urgent matter. Their uniforms indicate that they are elite fighters of the elven forces. Nearby stand the ready chosen representatives. A stern-looking man gripping a staff, and a woman in sharp military gear, both composed and prepared for what lies ahead, with unbreakable determination. Queen Melina, her gaze sharp and focused, acknowledges the full seriousness of what has happened, and prepares to personally oversee the necessary medical intervention. She stands beside Princess Juno and explains the strange boundary of their world. Elves possess great power, but the art of healing magic is a gift granted only to humans. She slightly inclines her head, formally requesting the Queen's cooperation and acknowledging the depth of their shared faith. Queen Melina accepts this gesture with a calm, all-knowing look, closing her eyes for a moment to quietly concentrate. Her face sharply shifts to skepticism as she questions the true meaning of faith, since healing magic has been turned into a commodity heavily taxed and used as a tool of political control. Melina remains silent, lowering her gaze as if acknowledging the burden of these harsh realities. This internal conflict in the palace sharply contrasts with what is happening outside, where magic restrictions are felt most acutely. Despite the elves' power, there is too much trauma and illness in this world that magic alone cannot reach. So many suffer in silence. Birds soar into the sky above the landscape, a quiet reminder of the world's vastness, where the power to heal flesh and bone is a rare and priceless gift, often not reaching those who need it most. Somewhere there, Tenkai and Koron are making their way to the bustling settlement of Best Folk, immediately greeted by a group of curious and weary inhabitants. One of Thima's senior man with a thick bandage on his head looks at Tenkai with hope and doubt, asking if he is truly a master of the healing art. He responds with a gentle, reassuring smile, has already managed to meet their needs. The beast folk are stunned by his modesty and the effectiveness of his methods. They find it strange how a human can be so skilled, especially in how carefully he cleaned their wounds, a technique that seems to have truly produced tangible results. As they leave the settlement behind, the two follow a winding forest path that leads ever deeper into the western lands. Tenkai looks back. The landscape has changed. They have entered a place where there are no more humans, but a complex community has grown, among which numerous other races live side by side. Before setting off further, they pause for a final word with the beast elder. Tenkai thanks him for the hospitality. The elder shifts his gaze to Koron, acknowledging her presence as they prepare to continue their journey through the wild lands ahead. He listens attentively while his companion explains the need for their new roles. To protect them during travels through these lances, a human, and as a beastkinch, insists that he call her master. She says this is a vital safeguard to prevent curious eyes from asking about the nature of their relationship or his presence in the Western territories. The young man finds such a proposal painfully awkward. His face flushes, he stammers and squeezes discomfort through himself. Instead, she shines boldly with fangs in her smile and clearly enjoys his embarrassment, because this playful power is now on her side in their journey. When their new dynamic alliance was established, the pair moved on, leaving behind the safety of the village. He carried heavy supplies, lagging slightly, while she led forward with a light, confident step along a path pierced by sunspots until the trail ended in wild expanses. Behind them gathers the community they helped to see off. The elder, leaning on his staff, looks with respect and still unhidden curiosity. Nearby stand the strong guards, who at first met the person with such hostility, but now just quietly watch. The peasants raised their voices in a chorus of farewells. Their old suspicions melted away under the weight of genuine gratitude. Such things rarely happen in these lands. A whole group of beastfolk sees off a person so warmly and kindly, a testament to how his medical aid resonated with the people. Delving deeper into the surrounding forests, he admits that he is still troubled by the enormous creature they encountered earlier. He had hoped to check how the forest god's wound was healing, but the massive beast disappeared into the thickets, not allowing him to make a final inspection. His mind drifts to the medical risks of such a severe trauma, specifically the danger of dead space forming under the skin. He knows well, if fluid or pus accumulates in those hidden pockets, an infection capable of killing may flare up, and the thought of a majestic being suffering silently weighs heavily on his conscience. As the alarm reaches its peak, a low rustle breaks out somewhere in the foliage and a massive presence appears. The forest god himself emerges from the darkness of ancient trees. His golden eyes are fixed on the frightened couple, as if he had been waiting for the healer to return and finish his work. The giant creature lay in wait in the clearing. It was a silent guardian. Tenkai rushed forward, and his voice trembled with wonder and insight as he asked whether the beast had been staying here just for his return. His body recovered at an astonishing speed. deep torn wounds fully closed, and new fur began to break through the skin that moments ago was raw. He explained that he would like to continue monitoring the healing process, but his journey forces him to leave this place immediately. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the creature's nose, softly apologizing for the abrupt departure. He ordered the guard to be vigilant and prevent any further harm, yet he himself regretted that such an exciting medical case would never be described in any formal treatise. As soon as they and Corona turned to continue their path through the dense thickets, heavy thudding of paws echoed behind, resonating in the silence. The forest god rose, and now his gigantic figure stretched very close, not retreating into the shadow of the trees. He looked back, his eyes widened as he just realized. The creature had no intention of staying behind. He asked aloud if it really wanted to walk alongside them on their uncertain path. To the response, the monster leaned closer and gently pressed its nose to him, so warm that the young man could not hold back a genuine laugh. The bond forged by its healing touches had clearly gone beyond the usual doctor-patient relationship. He weighed the burden of this friendship. The locals revered this creature as a deity, but it stubbornly clung only to the ordinary traveler. Corona could not take his eyes off their exchange and froze in complete incomprehension, did not know what to do with the new divine escort. In the end, he decided, such a powerful ally could turn out to be the best, especially to protect the creature from the malice of other people. He ran his hand over the thick, soft fur once more, accepting the forest god into their group for the journey ahead. He gently strokes the fur of the forest god and suddenly realizes he has completely neglected his other little companion. He smiles awkwardly, reaches out to pet the very one who also wears a bucket and is covered in slime, and apologizes for overlooking him. His touch is still gentle, and he shifts his attention to the young beast girl Coron, who is resting. He lightly runs his hand through her hair, a silent promise of protection in his tender gesture. When everyone is ready, the group begins the journey into the wild lands. The previous path is shrouded in mystery, and the rules of this world are still a puzzle, but he feels calm. He does not have to travel alone. As they set out on the road far from the forest, the elven commander voices his concerns to Queen Melini. He warns, this is not just a rumor. Among the long-lived races, there are those with great wisdom who may already know about the changing currents. Melini responds coldly and without hesitation. If there is even a hint that their healing magic is being imitated, it must be stopped immediately. She reflects on the history of their people and notes. People achieve prosperity and the respect of others only thanks to the unique healing arts granted to them. It is this very power that allowed them to take everything they have now. When the commander presses her with a question about the consequences of their magic leaking to other states, her face hardens. She explains, this monopoly is the key to their survival. Without it, the kingdom will be wiped off the map in an instant. This power she speaks of originates from an ancient legend from a time when the world was filled with suffering, and the gods took to heart the plight of mortals. It is said that a deity bestowed upon people a fragment of divine wonder, the art of healing, to ease their pain and allow them to flourish. But this gift came with a hidden purpose, because God did not want humanity to perish. The miracle was also meant to warn them against excessive power and arrogance. It was a force to preserve life, but one that could turn into the world's destruction if not used with proper wisdom. In the depths of the ancient forest, the boundary between the natural and the otherworldly begins to fade. A snake silently glides through the thickets, passing beneath the massive, shaggy leg of a creature that defies all logic. Making their way through this domain of higher magic, a small group of travelers carves a path for themselves. Tenkai carries the tools of his trade, a calm focus on his face as he leads Coron and their jelly friend through the greenish glow, while a great forest god rises in the distance. Hei, the man who underwent training in the precise arts of general medicine, pauses and examines the local flora with the curiosity of a scientist. His companion looks at him, beaming with a smile. Her chains finally become a memory of the past as they set out on a path where science will shed light on the shadows of this magical world. The commander addresses the princess and asks if this course of action is really permissible, gloomily surveying what is happening. Neither magic nor medicine yields any result, and finally admits the task is simply impossible. At his grim summary, her eyes widen in shock as the weight of what happened sinks in. The one sent to their lands to heal chose the wrong target, abandoned everything and fled. It is bitter to swallow. Observing her reaction, he continues his warning. His voice is dull and heavy, a threat of impending conflict. He warns, if they return now, they will most likely be accused of having started the fire. In the worst case, this could escalate into a full-scale war with the people. He gazes into the distance where a giant tree stands, a silent witness. He urges, act immediately. He insists that they must honestly acknowledge the impossibility of treatment and leave this area right now before the situation becomes deadly. Meanwhile, far away in the royal chambers, the queen sits on her luxurious throne-ish is surrounded by the ghostly glow of the elven palace. Two maidservants approach her along a narrow ceremonial path, and their very appearance indicates the news is urgent. Her daughter rushes into the room, her breath breaks into short, convulsive gasps, and she calls for her mother. Her face is full of despair, but she delivers shocking news. The human doctor they relied on has fled. Watching her daughter's torment, the queen raises her hand or furrows her brow as if the weight of her crown has become even heavier. For a moment, she closes her eyes, letting the dire consequences of the doctor's disappearance for her people pass through her. She listens while her daughter decides to act and realizes, if they do not take it up immediately, others will most likely notice the situation very soon. Considering the gravity of the moment, the ruler decides. She herself must say it personally, and anxiety froze on her face. Barely beyond the threshold stand two mighty figures. Their horns and stern faces immediately reveal them as powerful leaders of their kind. Approaching them with her daughter in tow, she offers modest apologies before the report begins, and the bearded gentleman notes, without her arrival, they would have been caught off guard. With an unyielding command, she orders the path to be cleared so the meeting can take place. Tension in the room rises as a third appears. An even more predatory gaze ignites a desire to learn how the elves intend to manage this defeat. Sharp teeth revealed in a threatening smile. Far from the stuffy atmosphere of the palace, the peaceful forest remains untouched. Birds peacefully take flight above the ancient canopy. In this green sanctuary, the blade carefully trims the frozen fur, performing delicate work with honed precision. Having finished the work, the young healer announces that the great beast is finally receiving in response a grateful, slobbery lick from the huge creature, while its companions watch and he says that for her, her recovery seems natural, but the speed and effectiveness of his treatment are truly impressive. Coron listens, eyes wide with amazement, and does not understand why he would so casually reveal such an important secret of his abilities. Before she could press to ask for more details, a huge scaled limb from the forest deity looms over her from the woods and slowly sweeps her down, gently pushing. She lets out a frightened scream completely unexpected because the great beast suddenly moved. The forest god lowers his head, and his large eyes convey a sense of guilt for accidentally injuring her leg. But very quickly it becomes clear. The creature expresses deep gratitude for the removal of the heavy magical collar that had held it for so long. She chills from the deity's gentleness and the realization of their shared freedom. Her face lights up with a radiant, joyful smile. She suddenly lunges forward to embrace the moment of silence, and thanks the enormous being with her own gratitude, while nearby a small slimy creature perched on the healer's head begins to pour a stream of cold liquid directly onto him. He flinches and blinks as the liquid drenches his hair and face, trying to understand what made his translucent companion suddenly show such wet and friendly affection. Meanwhile, in a much more dangerous part of the region, the cloaked traveler finds herself trapped at a pack of hissing, dark-furred beasts closes in on her from all sides. She raises her hands, summoning glowing magical circles to scare off the predators as they circle around. She struggles to hold the defense. She gasps sharply as soon as she realizes, at the worst moment she has encountered a pack of cursed black wolves. Even with her skill, such a number of attackers can break through her magical barriers. She was already on the verge of being torn apart when a huge shadow covered the wolves. The forest god descended like a thunder arrow, and his mighty limbs scattered the predators in a whirlwind of dust and rage. When the beast landed, Tenkai, settled on its back, immediately noticed a figure that had fallen. He shouted in alarm, realized the stranger was wounded and urgently needed help. Majinya raised her head, her eyes widened in disbelief at the impossible sight. The legendary deity carried in its arms both a human child and a beast child. The entire absurdity of this union momentarily drowned out her pain. Her strength finally gave out, her head fell limply to the side, and blood flowed from the deep wound near her temple. The world began to dim, turning into a dark, blurred, dreamlike space. He rushed forward and managed to catch her fragile figure just before she hit the hard ground. A heavy sigh of relief escaped him. He had made it in time to prevent the worst. Koroni rushed to him, her voice trembling as she asked for instructions. He replied calmly and authoritatively, treatment will begin immediately, and ordered her to help safely settle the woman. Suddenly, a small, slimy creature curled up and jumped forward, stretching out its semi-transparent body like a source of pure liquid. He looked at her and froze. Surprise and gratitude mingled, for it became clear that she understood the full sharpness of the moment. He took the offered liquid, one found in the familiar vessel, and carefully began washing the dirt and blood from the mage's wounds, first focusing on the most severe injuries. His hands did not tremble, though the tension of the moment squeezed his chest. He works with practical precision. pressing a clean square of gauze to the wound on the mage's head while Koron watches with wide, anxious eyes. He lifts the fabric, sees that the blood is still flowing, and realizes an ordinary bandage will not suffice. Then he asks his young assistant for a specific medical vial. She quickly prepares the needed bottle, and while he takes it, she explains, "This anesthetic contains a vasoconstrictor." He clarifies that by adding epinephrine to lidocaine, they can significantly reduce bleeding and simultaneously numb the area before the upcoming procedure. He pierces the rubber stopper with a steady hand and draws the clear liquid into a sterile syringe. He carefully inserts the needle and plans to inject the solution directly into the tissue around the torn wound, not just apply it to the surface. Carefully inserts the needle into the flesh and slowly presses the plunger to release the medicine while the werewolf girl watches holding her breath in anticipation. He confirms the bleeding has finally stopped and on the young girl's face. As she watches the wound stabilize, a look of boundless relief and wonder flashes. Then he reaches for the next instrument, a surgical skin stapler, and notes that it will close the wound more effectively than traditional stitches without impairing blood flow in the skin. He carefully aims the surgical stapler at the wound and notes, "It significantly reduces the procedure time, but it must be used with caution near bones, nerves, or blood vessels if they are located within 5 millimeters of the skin." With a precise click, the metal staple is driven into the flesh, pulling the edges of the tear together. Next to him, Kuroni with eyes wide open in amazement watches how the wound is closed so easily, while he modestly explains, "A clean, shallow cut, that's why everything went smoothly." Having completed the initial treatment, he steps aside to review his work. But when he sees the medical supplies dwindling, a shadow of concern briefly appears on his face and he wonders how he will handle future emergencies. Suddenly the eyes of the rapt mage open wide, the eyelids tremble. The gaze is foggy and confused, and she begins to regain consciousness. She gasps sharply for air and sits down abruptly, her hand instantly flying to her head in complete confusion, while trying to understand where she is and feeling a strange tingling from the paperclips. A sharp, convulsive scream of pain stops her movements and the whole group involuntarily pays attention. Coronet and others breathe a sigh of relief and immediately become anxious when the mage finally realizes she is no longer alone. He quickly warns her not to touch the wound, explaining, "The bleeding has stopped, but the injury is still far from fully healed and needs rest." He carefully watches as she distrustfully touches her head and marvels. The bleeding has completely stopped, although the wound was terrible. Calmly explains that he secured the injury with staples, quietly apologizes for a possible scar, and adds that her hair will easily hide it. After his explanation, she looks up at him with wide, inquisitive eyes asking if he also possesses healing magic. The question catches him by surprise. For a moment he is speechless, trying to comprehend the unfamiliar term. She continues to look intently, and hope and despair mingle on her face. Sensing his hesitation, the young creature girl jumps forward, defending him, and loudly declares that her master is the most skilled healing mage in the human world. He can only awkwardly object, saying he never intended to compare his medical skills with anyone's. Despite his own confusion, he decides he will do everything he can to help. His face hardens with determination. Looking at him, the mage wonders if his appearance is a matter of the church or rather a manifestation of divine intervention by forest gods. Wasting no time, she bows her head and pleadingly asks, "Save her people." Her voice trembles under the weight of the request. He agrees without a second's hesitation, and an astonished breath escapes her lips. Then he simply asks where they need to go. Her eyes flash with tears from that instant and selfless kindness. He seems to have ignited something in her, and tears are already streaming down her cheeks. She quickly tries to brush it off, but relief and gratitude overwhelm her, and she, silently crying, emerges into the soft light. She earnestly begs him to go to her native land. Her voice presses with the heaviness of the request to heal a terrible disease, and she names the illness, the disease that tears out blood. He repeats the name of this ailment, and in his medical mind, everything begins to whirl as he comprehends how serious her request is. When they sit together in a clearing, she tells about the terrible symptoms. The victims first suffer from unbearable abdominal pain, then they convulse and cough up blood. Their strength fades due to dark, sticky, tar-like discharges until they eventually die. He listens attentively, standing between the young beast girl and the inquisitive slime, digesting the grim details of the epidemic that devastated her village. He does not ponder long over the clinical consequences. The combination of hematemesis and melena directly indicates severe bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract. Despite weighing the limitations of his medical supplies, a stubbornness flashes in his eyes. He knows he cannot turn away from those who need it. Since the situation is extremely difficult, he gets up and declares that they must leave immediately to see the wounded in person. While he prepares to go, A mental map of the human digestive system flashes through his mind from the esophagus down to the lower intestines, because every moment is worth its weight in gold. Turns to the giant winged guardian of the forest. He asks if it agrees to carry them through the skies once more. The creature responds with a low, guttural rumble. Its sharp eyes are fixed on the horizon as if sensing the urgency of their mission. In an instant, the whole team swiftly climbs onto the broad back of the beast, and holding onto its thick fur, clings to the spot as it tenses its mighty muscles. With a thunderous leap, clouds of dust rise into the air. The forest god takes flight, and its enormous wings beat against the wind. When the ground slips from beneath their feet, they swiftly soar high above the lush canopy of ancient trees and jagged mountain peaks. A cry of pure delight cuts through the air and echoes across the sunlit wild expanse as they leave the forest behind. Above the world, the wind whips their hair as they look down at the vast landscape unfolding beneath them. Their journey to the homeland of the mage has truly begun in the wings of legend, heading toward an unknown medical crisis. In the dark hall, demon lords gathered to discuss the plan that was already unfolding. One of the subordinates doubted whether their target would really return here as they expected. Only the bearded leader remained unshaken. His gaze was fixed on the path ahead. She stood nearby, bound by heavy iron chains and held on a leash like an ordinary animal. Her tormentor tightened his grip and cold-bloodedly declared, the man they were looking for would inevitably return, crawling from despair, because the alternative was too terrible to endure. He leaned forward, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes, calmly chewing as he laid out the terrible stakes of their game. With a twisted smile, he promised, if their demands were not met, he would personally undertake complete extermination, wiping the entire nation and even the queen's own family off the face of the earth without any hesitation. Her eyes widened sharply, a pure, paralyzing horror as the weight of his words finally sank in. In the oppressive silence of her captivity, only one voice echoed in her thoughts, a silent, desperate plea, for the safety of her daughter, Juno. He drifted again in his thoughts back to the time before the world changed, to the memory of sterile corridors where he once worked. His colleague Okuzawa was nearby and reminded him, don't overexert yourself fishing the next day. Tenkoa simply replied that there was no point incurring a hangover with an even bigger shot, and his friend realized that he was taking advantage of this. Another man laughed heartily, admitting that the thought of being scolded by Senior Dr. Okazuva was frightening. They exchanged a brief, light moment, a sharp contrast to the full weight of his current duties. When memory began to dissolve, some voice ordered him to take care of himself. He replied with a quiet, drawn-out yes, and then his gaze fixed on the familiar cityscape so distant, as if a whole lifetime. The vision of the past suddenly broke off. It was replaced by the towering spires of the capital of the Elf Kingdom. Melina gestured towards the grand structure and explained that it was a castle where those suffering from a mysterious disease with blood erupting from vomiting were isolated. Nearby, Koron stood frozen, silently marveling at the gigantic scale of the fortress. She stopped, and her majestic composure wavered when a shadow of guilt flashed across her face. Lowering her gaze, she admitted there was something she needed to confess. The queen offered a sincere apology and explained that at first she planned to keep the whole truth hidden so they would not get involved in such a dangerous matter. But later she realized, continuing the deception was a grave insult to the healer's kindness. Koron bowed her head, and her eyebrows knitted in confusion when she heard the queen call her companion by such lofty titles. They continued moving toward the huge, masterfully carved gates of the royal residence. The young beastwoman found it hard to believe her eyes. The grandeur of elven architecture far surpassed anything she had ever imagined. She was part of a group approaching the demon lords, who stood in a taut line, while the messenger warned of their arrival and called for caution. They watched as the group finally reached the clearing, and Princess Juno immediately dashed forward. In despair, she begged the leader, Alex, to keep his promise and release her mother as soon as the promised mage was brought. She watched as the formidable demon lord with sharp teeth mocked the very idea of a trap, asking if they really believed that some strange creature could threaten his soul, and brushed off their attempts as foolish lies. He pointed a finger as if accusing, and coldly, unequivocally declared that it was the elves who truly broke their sacred covenant. He and the queen exchanged glances in heavy silence. The air thickened with mutual distrust and the threat of inevitable violence. His face twisted into a terrible, wide-open smile as he growled that his kin had indeed risked their lives for the elves, and if they now intended to forsake their honor, then death was the only path left for them. Princess Juno met this with fierce defiance. Her face burned with anger as she declared that they were grateful for the protection and military might of the demons, but it was the demons who first broke the pact. She insisted that the elves had done everything possible to help them, but in return received the kidnapping and torment of her mother. She continues to hold defiant, shouting that he must understand the torment to see the father suffer, and that he has no right to speak of honor when holding someone's life as ransom. But the demon lord, upon hearing the word life, merely gives a cold, predatory smile in response. He sneers disgustedly at the princess and snaps at the question, where does she get such sudden audacity to speak as if she understands the depth of their suffering? He points to the hypocrisy of their so-called agreement. Demons were assigned the role of lower beings, their power was extracted, but they were deprived even of the basic dignity of life. Tenkai watches the exchange. The demon's anger hangs heavily in the air. Continuing his tirade, he outlines the bitter truth of their existence. Healing magic is a luxury they cannot afford, while elves accumulate wealth and comforts. He declares, since they were given only pain and death, he will return this gift to them, promising to make them feel the same agony without any payment. Suddenly, the tense negotiations are shattered by a furious, energetic flare. Shockwaves roll across the clearing. Tenkai and Juno watch in horror as the very earth seems to scream. A pillar of dark power tears through the atmosphere, and everything around vanishes in a blinding flash of light and debris. Grabbing the medical bag amid clouds of dust, he freezes and looks at the shocked devastation. Behind him, the demon lords hold their positions, but even they look stunned as a gigantic manifest appears in the smoke with a slit-like pupil and looks down, filled with ancient, predatory determination. The smoke disperses and a gigantic dragon with obsidian scales emerges. It is coiled in a ring that radiates a malevolent aura and chills the very air. It stands like a monument to total destruction. Its posture crushes all present and signifies a terrible shift in the balance of power. Crushed by fear, the young doctor can barely gather his thoughts as a nightmare unfolds before him. The monster flashes a golden gaze into his eyes. The dragon breaks the silence with a deafening roar, one that resonates in his bones, and challenges the people. Try to heal the ruin he is about to unleash. Without warning, the creature releases a barrage of blindingly scorching energy beams from its maw, slicing the landscape with surgical precision. The intensity of the attack is such that the meeting place, which moments ago was calm, turns into a scorched wasteland within seconds. When the beams strike, the enormous chimeric beast known as the forest god leaps straight into the fray. Its own formidable presence collides with the dark power of the intruder. Two titans face each other. Their duel promises a battle that will reshape the very foundations of the world. He resists as a sudden, fierce surge of energy explodes over the battlefield and it dissolves into utter chaos. Tenkai freezes with wide-open eyes, unable to believe what he sees. The small slime sitting nearby is equally shocked. It is struck by the force of the blow that shakes the very ground beneath them. He shudders as a gigantic ball of water suddenly materializes, and completely confusing the obsidian dragon, catches it off guard. The flow washes everyone away, and the forest god along with the gathered group stands wet and bewildered by this unexpected elemental attack. Moments ago, Tenkai disappears from sight as he finds himself among wet debris, and the faithful slime still clings to his head and he thanks it for its constant support. Beyond them, the titanic struggle continues. The forest god and the dragon growl at each other, and their deadly dance briefly pauses. Aleka is met with an angry growl of pure contempt, and his fury at human interference only intensifies. Meanwhile, two giants clash again. Their claws and teeth seek grip in a brutal display of raw power, threatening to tear the forest apart. He freezes in shock when Tenkai raises his hand demanding attention. His voice cuts through the battle roar with unexpected authority, the calm silence of which contradicts the madness around. The young man asks where the patient suffering from the disease that causes him to vomit blood is held, and insists that he be examined immediately. He stands firm, his gaze ignited with unbreakable determination, and declares his duty has not changed. He will save his patient no matter who stands in his way. His comrades silently watch nearby, with burning admiration and anxiety. The words hanging in the air feel heavy. His audacious statement is interrupted by a sudden change in atmosphere. A majestic, formidable figure emerges from the flickering light. This is the king of the dragon tribe, a mad dragon-toothed wormling, in an exquisite light kimono with a crown of enormous feathered horns. She stands surrounded by impassive attendants in dark suits, and from her presence waves the pressure of ancient power. Seeing her arrival, the elven royals exchange glances, pure shock and anxiety. They realize how immense a force has just entered the battle and what deadly threat it poses to everyone present. Their fears are justified. The Dragon King fixes his gaze on her, the young healer. With a cold and mocking tone, she questions his motives, asking why he tried to kill her while offering treatment. She challenges him to understand the true nature of the creature he has encountered. While she faces the healer, nearby the demon lord watches the colossal beast Chimera. His face reveals nothing as he speaks about how timely her arrival was. He says he will not be confused by such a creature even when it looms in the background like mute proof of the chaotic forces that control him. Watching him, she ignores the tension around and begins to walk forward with a steady, confident step, and her escort does not fall behind. She smiles coldly and says she is glad she decided to come. Her gaze does not waver from the goal for a moment. Her eyes, with strange, crossed pupils, narrow as she directs her persistent force. The very air seems to crackle under the weight of her gaze, revealing a depth of power ancient and terrible. She finally stands right in front of the group, looming over Tenkai and the others like the supreme authority herself. With a predatory, self-satisfied smile from above, she presses on them with a merciless presence. The young healer, along with his comrades, freezes, stunned into silent silence. Her hand reaches forward, the dark painted nails grip the soft, semi-transparent body of the bucket, and it sloshes with a rumble. She greets the creature with eerie confidence, addressing it as an elder, and recalls how long it has been since they last met, while Tenkai stands nearby, choking on sweat under the weight of her all-encompassing presence. A cruel smile flashes on her lips as she continues to play with that slime. Her merriment sharply contrasts with the growing fear in those around her. At this moment, the gigantic chimera creature collapses before her voice soaked with remorse. She takes full responsibility for the current crisis and begs for forgiveness, insisting that everything happened because of her. The focus returns again to the Dragon King. She demands that Demon Lord Alec immediately release Queen Melina, but he does not move, only replies that he has neither reason to apologize nor grounds to obey her orders. Suddenly the air thickens with the smell of iron. She violently starts coughing and spits out a stream of blood, and her royal majesty crumbles in a moment of physical pain. Tenkai instantly grasps the medical truth. She is the very patient he was supposed to find. She shouts to Princess Juno to help carry her to a safe place for treatment until Koron growls at him, warning the man he must not touch her leader. He stands like a pillar, eyes fixed on the fallen monarch, his gaze firm, unwavering to fulfill his duty as a healer. He watches the Dragon King's eyes tremble. The cross-shaped pupil holds focus with all its might as her strength fades. Feeling the window of opportunity closing, he roars at the top of his lungs, demanding haste, his gaze sharp as a knife. For on the scales hangs life, balanced on a hair. In a moment, the group carries the unconscious monarch to a luxurious canopy bed, and he begins to examine her frantically, yet methodically, under the watchful, tense eyes of the gathered leaders. He carefully pulls back her eyelid, and a stark, bloodless whiteness appears, proof of his worst fears about her internal condition. Turning back to the others, he explains. He cannot say for certain that their physiology mirrors his own world's, but the signs are clear: severe anemia, and transfusion may be the only hope. When the young beast girl, embarrassed, tilts her head, confused by the unfamiliar term, he explains. They need to take blood from another and introduce it into the queen's body, which is already very weak. The proposal hung in the air, and it was met with a wave of shock and distrust from those who had never heard of such a radical procedure. The elven queen steps forward, her voice laced with distrust as she asks whether such a transition of life essence was ever truly performed in their history. He continues the explanation, detailing how deadly dangerous blood transfusions can be, from hygiene problems to fatal reactions caused by incompatible blood groups. And he says that in his world, this method was once banned because back then people died by the dozens in agony. In response to his grim warning, Queen Melina shows a bright leaf and explains that it comes directly from the world tree. With a heavy heart, she admits, even these sacred leaves, which usually heal all fevers and pain, this time proved powerless against the current ailment of the Dragon King. She tells the story of her people who built their entire country around the world tree precisely for its miraculous healing properties. As she speaks, a memory of the great forest god looms over them, a testament to ancient magic that usually keeps their world in balance. Examining the sample closely, he inquires about their preparation methods. When the queen explains that they usually brew the leaves into tea, he suggests otherwise, asking if a decoction from the tree bark might provide a more concentrated essence. A sudden insight strikes him as he compares their natural remedy with the synthetic wonders of his world, citing examples like aspirin and quinine. While he weighs these foreign concepts in his mind, his companions look at him, unable to grasp what he means, yet watching with curiosity. Reaching into his supplies, he takes out a small silvery strip of tablets with folded edges, a sight that makes the Dragon King cast a sharp, inquisitive glance. She freezes, staring at the strange, crafted object, her eyes wide with amazement, an artifact from another world. He explains, this medicine, known as aspirin, is incredibly powerful when it comes to taming both fever and pain. The queen acknowledges that it resembles the leaves of their world tree, but he emphasizes, this purified substance might be exactly what they need to stabilize the patient. But he immediately adds an important warning. The medicine can have dangerous side effects given the king's current condition. They irritate the stomach, and worse, they significantly thin the blood, increasing the risk of internal bleeding. He continues the explanation, recounting how even ancient physicians like Hippocrates used willow bark, but modern aspirin, despite its effectiveness, carries the risk of stomach irritation and internal bleeding. Queen Melina listens attentively, her anxiety growing as she realizes this could have a reverse counterproductive effect on the Dragon King. Because of these risks, he firmly insists they must immediately stop the current treatment. He says that continuing further could do more harm than good, and these words plunge the room into heavy silence, while Lindworm watches him intently, as if seeing through him. She remains skeptical and questions the truthfulness of his words, while he honestly admits to himself, without proper diagnostic tools, it is difficult to prove his theory with absolute certainty, although the symptoms match his fears exactly. Beneath her words despair and a commanding tone, she leans forward and demands where necessary, to find out exactly what the person proposes to do if the current medicine is too dangerous to use. He explains that the ideal solution would be endoscopic treatment, to find the source and stop the bleeding in the upper part of the digestive tract. Nearby, demon lords and Koron look on with incomprehension as if he is talking about some unknown magical device. To clarify his thought, he shows a specialized medical instrument that allows one to look inside the body. He explains that it can not only find the source of the blood but also stop it. An idea that seems completely foreign and at the same time fascinating to Queen Melina, while King Dragon silently observes. When the weight of his proposal finally settles, she freezes and looks at him from the bed. Something new appears in her gaze. She recognizes in him a person who knows much more than they themselves do. Then she notices a small slippery creature lying nearby and realizes even an ancient elder accompanies this stranger. The gaze barely perceptible, intelligent, and she concludes that he is truly a rare person, a guest from another world who may become the key to her survival. She lies motionless, and the strength melts away under heavy silence while others watch. Tenkai closely watches her, his face without any signs as he assesses the seriousness of what is happening. Next to her, Alex's face contorts. He does not believe and at the same time is overwhelmed by barely restrained pain. He calls her, his voice trembling with despair and hope, but she only meets his gaze calmly and wearily, accepting the inevitable. He watches as she speaks quietly and admits she can no longer go on. The finality in her voice hits him like a physical blow, and he freezes with eyes wide open and breath caught as the truth of her condition reaches him. He barely manages to comprehend her words as she continues, confessing. She cannot say she is fully ready for the end, but she has already come to terms when all options are exhausted, one must yield to fate. With a barely perceptible, regret-turned gaze, she throws her last apologies to the elven delegation for her presence. In a desperate gesture of connection, he reaches out and firmly squeezes her hand, as if only his strength can keep her in the world of the living and prevent her from slipping away. He watches as she closes her eyes. A single transparent tear traces a path down her cheek, and she releases a long farewell sigh. The body freezes, and only then does she finally find peace. Silence after this absolute, broken only by the soft, ragged breathing of those gathered around the bed. Tenkai watches the room intently, his gaze fixed on the fallen Dragon King, while Koron calls her master with a small, broken voice. She asks him in a pleading tone, her eyes shining with tears as she looks at the doctor, and asks if there really is nothing that can be done to save her master. She watches him closely, her plea still hanging in the air as he shifts his gaze to the medical supplies at hand. He looks long at a pack of onapracin, weighing the options. The medicine can suppress stomach acid production to treat ulcers and reflux, but he knows the limits. Performing surgery blindly without the necessary tools is a risk he is not ready to take, although the circumstances demand a solution beyond simple pharmacology. Suddenly understanding flashes across his face, sharply cutting through the gloomy silence of the chamber. He raises his eyes. They open wide, and clarity appears in them as the pieces of a desperate plan finally come together. Even the giant chimera beast seems to sense the change in him. It looks quietly and attentively, as if waiting. The sudden change and such an expression involuntarily draw the attention of the young beast girl. She watches, combining fear with hope that is just beginning to emerge. Nearby, the Dragon King remains motionless. Her figure has collapsed forward in a state of deep exhaustion or something worse, as if she has already resigned herself to the inevitable. She is the reason he does not give up and with unwavering determination declares, the path to salvation may still exist. Even if the patient herself has already lost the will to fight, he is not going to abandon her. His voice rings with surgical confidence. The time for mourning has passed, and the time for a miracle has come. Tenkai stood before the Dragon King, and he had a calm expression despite her sharp distrust. She doubted his humanity, but he did not lower his gaze and pointed to a small, fresh wound on her hand, asking if she would confirm where it came from. Noticing her reaction, he watched as she glanced sideways at the scratch and indifferently confirmed. It happened while she was in her dragon form. That was what he had been missing. A spark of determination flared in his eyes. She began to explain that her body's reaction to that particular injury opened a new path for treatment. Nearby, the young beast girl watched him intently. Her sharp teeth were bared curiosity and impatience mixed in her gaze as she urged him, "Explain faster." Smiling confidently, he explained. Even without his usual medical instruments to look inside the patient, the giant scale of the dragon is enough to get a special chance. If the patient is large enough, he does not need an inspection device to see the problem. After this, he made a stunning statement. He intended to enter her body while she was in dragon form and manually stop the internal bleeding. The incredible audacity of this plan left both the Dragon King and the young girl speechless. Both stood with eyes wide open in shock. When the weight of his proposal settled on the forest village, he addressed the gathered crowd, explaining, "For the procedure to work, the cooperation of everyone present here would be needed." That proposal immediately met with fury from the demon lord Alec. He spat out his refusal. He would not trust a human with such a plan. The Dragon King was silent, and her gaze hardened as she weighed the risks of this impossible human plan. He clenches his fist in a white iron grip, and his voice breaks into a sharp, ragged protest. The very thought of some ordinary mortal rummaging through the insides of their king, he calls an insult that cannot be digested, and declares this proposal absolutely impossible. Not moving an inch from his outburst, the young doctor remains remarkably composed and offers a compromise. He says, if his words about healing have no power, then the demon should simply become a guardian and watch his every move. And if at any point it seems like a deception, Tenkai invites any punishment that the interlocutor deems appropriate. Carefully watching him, the Dragon King measures the exchange with tired but piercing eyes and questions his adequacy. Aloud she wonders, could it be that he truly has not a drop of fear given the stakes and whom he is dealing with? Meeting her cross-shaped pupils, he firmly admits, he really has no fear. But he is not frightened by the monsters before his eyes, he is terrified by the ghostly possibility of losing the patient if he does not act. Caught up in his conviction, she falls silent, her gaze slides, her eyes narrow, and she absorbs the weight of his words. Leaving her alone with her thoughts, the group begins the exhausting ascent of massive stone stairs carved directly into the mountainside. Cornet pants heavily from the strain, her beastly ears twitch as she grumbles about this seemingly endless climb. As soon as they reach the summit, they are greeted by the sight of a colossal circular plateau stretching to the very horizon. The scale of the arena is overwhelming, an endless expanse of open land high above the clouds. Standing at the edge of the great vast gap, he raises his hands and shouts, his voice carried by the wind. Behind him are lined Worm and Alec follow. Their human forms sharply contrast with the immense power they embody in this sacred place at altitude. She looks at the boundless space and wonders if such a huge area is really necessary for the procedure. The Dragon King confirms this with a simple, firm nod, her gaze fixed on the work ahead. Preparing, the Elven Queen and Princess step forward, presenting a large, tightly woven basket. He accepts the gift with a grateful nod and assures that he will manage the weight as he squeezes the coarse material. Nearby, the Demon Lord of Biting Threat silently watches the exchange, his sharp eyes narrowed as if weighing the full weight of the moment to come. Turning back to the group, the young doctor realizes that he lacks a vital instrument and asks if they expect him to proceed without it. Alec, standing straight with a confident smile, seems to have anticipated this very problem. He leans closer to the Demon Lord and explains, he needs a large, extremely sharp knife to perform internal surgery. Alec locks eyes with him and swears he will bring exactly what is needed. The Demon Lord's face sharply changes to cold concentration, and he orders the doctor to watch carefully. His predatory eyes fixate on the Manon, a moment of eerie intimacy. Without hesitation, the Demon Lord raises his hand and with furious strength tears out one of his massive horns from the root. Dark blood spurts from the wound. Such cruelty of action, and the doctor freezes, stunned beyond reason. When the severed horn falls to the ground, it begins to shift, stretch and transforms into a long black blade in a sheath. He can only stare motionless at the weapon now lying before him, forged from the very flesh of the Demon Lord. He stares motionless at the object presented to him, his breath faltering as the weight of the sacrifice overwhelms him. The Demon Lord explains, this weapon is forged essentially from his own blood, a tool born of magic and pain, and demands it be put into use immediately. The intensity in the Demon Lord's gaze does not fade despite the fresh blood running down his hand, and the exposed wound where his horn once stood. He nods briefly as if understanding everything, and his gaze immediately shifts to the horizon. where the Dragon King approaches like. When the group gathers again, the young doctor's anxiety immediately focuses on the bloody wound on his comrade's hand offers to provide aid. The demon lord only snorts mockingly, with the pride of a man who has seen far worse, dismissing the injury. The conversation shifts to the very essence of the power they are about to wield. When asked what magic is, the queen explains, it is the art of transforming the mana that permeates the world around them. She clarifies that the method of such transformation varies for each people, and each individual a complex interplay of spirit and atmosphere that the young man cannot fully grasp yet. Realizing that theoretical understanding must be postponed for a calmer time, he grips the hilt of the gift tightly. He knows. He must believe in this strange power even if its depths remain a mystery to him. Without trembling, he begins to draw the blade. As soon as the metal touches the air, it ignites. A surge of magical energy rises along the entire blade, and the flare becomes a bright, dancing flame. He screamed in fright and almost dropped his weapon when it turned into a roaring torch of ethereal fire. The sudden burst of power stunned everyone. They froze in breath, not taking their eyes off. He gazes spellbound at the pillar of flame bursting from the hilt, his eyes wide open as he exclaims that it looks incredible. Princess Juno compares the spectacle to a fire dragon, but Queen Melina remains practical. She notes that the flame seems to have already settled within the metal itself, so she suggests at least temporarily treating it like an ordinary sword. He confidently pulls the blade back into the sheath. The metal clicks pleasantly into place once and for all. He believes that this unique saber may indeed be better than any standard sword he has dealt with before, while Princess Juno watches him and declares that all their preparations are finally complete. Far from others, in the very heart of a desolate, sun-scorched wasteland, two figures stand apart. Silence presses in the air, and the rustle of planes is filled with tension. Lindworm gives a sharp, unequivocal nod. Her gaze hardens as she prepares to unleash the power she has been holding back. Suddenly she is enveloped by a shimmering veil of celestial light. Her eyes flash with incredible, otherworldly brightness, and mana begins to overflow her body. She makes the earth tremble as soon as she releases a catastrophic burst of energy, a shockwave of pure force that tears through the air and hurls debris in all directions. The world disappears into a blinding white void. As the explosion reaches its peak, the roar of absolute power devours the horizon. Tenkai raises his gaze upward, stunned by the scale of the creature emerging from the radiant mana explosion. The air sparkles with power as the gigantic, scaly creature coils in the sky, its presence filling the entire horizon. His head a masterpiece of draconic grandeur hovers very close. His eyes blaze with an intensity befitting his status as the lord of the dragon tribe. Every scale and every horn trembles with the primal energy of transformation, as if this is the true beginning of the trial. A massive obsidian dragon soars high in the sky, its wings casting a wide shadow over the rugged terrain below. A close-up reveals the precise stone-like texture of its scales and the sharp predatory curve of its snout as it swiftly descends to the ground. Watching the descent, the young man freezes at the scale of the creature. It turns out to be much larger than he had imagined. Beside him, the werebeast silently raises its gaze, filled with quiet admiration, while the rest of their company watches the arrival of the majestic being, mixing reverence and caution in their hearts. He takes a deep breath, and a light sweat glittering specks of light runs down his face. The weight of the task creeps over his shoulders and presses down, but the fear of the forest god himself does not shake him. A quiet determination flashes in his gaze. Near the Dragon King in her more human form, he stands beside her, preparing for the next step of the procedure. She remains unshaken, a steady gaze fixed ahead, and she trusts the skill of the one who came to her aid. Before they start, he shifts his gaze to the young beast girl who is barely dragging a heavy container. He asks if everything is okay, but she stubbornly holds on. Her small body strains under the weight as she carries the necessary supplies. Shifting his attention to the patient, he orders the Dragon King to lie on her left side to ease the treatment. She obeys with low, rumbling Growlsher. Gigantic form moves as she settles on the ground under the watchful eyes of the entire group. His instructions are cut off as soon as the dragon's body jerks sharply and a torrent of dark, viscous liquid bursts from its jaws. It wildly splashes on the ground, raising clouds of steam and debris as it crashes into the stone with incredible force. He shudders from shock, his eyes widen as he realizes. This liquid is incredibly hot and caustic. The stone floor beneath the spill begins to hiss and corrode, so he concludes that it is an extremely powerful and dangerous stomach acid. He freezes in place, sweat runs down his forehead as he realizes how close he came to a terrible death. If that caustic liquid had reached his mouth, his life would have been deadened. He attributes his survival only to the involuntary hiccup of souring that worked just in time. His physiological reaction, concentrated at the base of the tongue and the back wall of the throat, serves as a vital protective mechanism against such dangers. This is the very involuntary sensation that makes endoscopic examination so difficult. The body rejects foreign objects or harmful substances. Watching him closely, the Dragon King with a slight hint of contempt notices that until the very last second, he seemed to have no idea about the heat. She muses aloud whether it would have been better to simply give him to the acid, and doubts whether her restraint was necessary at all given his obvious carelessness. She watches as he offers sincere apologies for that close miss, but his gaze remains steady and resolute. He insists it is too early to give up and abandon their efforts, then asks if there are any other biological traits of her species he needs to know to proceed safely. He listens attentively as she raises two fingers and talks about the deadly nature of her anatomy. First, she explains, dragons have stones in their throats. Then she warns that the stomach acid is so strong it dissolves anything instantly. Touch even one the glowing stone or this liquidan death is inevitable. While they stand next to her massive, twisted figure, suddenly a voice cuts through calling the master. Corona appears as if out of nowhere and asks where to secure the equipment, completely confusing the doctor. The young beast girl sharply and decisively gives a clear salute after he says he relies on her for the next phase of the procedure. She is eager to help, but does not yet realize how unconventional the upcoming task will be. She lowers her gaze to the medical tube in her hand, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she clarifies the plan. When he confirms that the tube really needs to go through the dragon's nose, her face instantly changes to pure shock. She climbs the massive, scale-covered lateral surface of the dragon, pulling herself up on a rope. The logic of this method is justified. Entering through the nose, they bypass the sensitive gag reflex in the back of the throat, a medical technique increasingly feasible thanks to advances in imaging technology. This allows detailed observation of conditions like early-stage cancer without the usual discomfort. Below is a young doctor holding the line steady, not lowering his eyes as she climbs to the top of the creature's snout. The scale of the task is enormous, but they stubbornly stick to the path they chose to save the beast. The dragon's nostrils are flared wide like huge caves that with each steady breath exhale hot, moist air. The size of the passage itself is frightening. It is a gateway into darkness and the unknown depths of its anatomy. He steals determination from himself and tightly grips the medical tube in his firm hand. Despite the sweat pouring down his forehead from the burning heat coming from the dragon, his gaze remains fixed and unwavering as he prepares for the next phase. By comrade's nod, the signal is given. He solemnly announces the start of upper gastrointestinal hemostasis, a complex procedure, during which it will be necessary to delve deep into the dragon's body to find and stop the source of internal bleeding. In the darkness, the damp depths of the nasal passage tunnel, he crawls forward with his gear strapped to his back. The walls are slippery, and the air is thick, a suffocating smell of the dragon's inner heat. Suddenly, a real stream of scalding liquid bursts from the depths, immediately flooding him. The heat stings his eyes. He cannot grasp what has happened and breaks free, trying to stay on his feet in this sudden flood. He shudders from shock. The hot liquid suddenly pours down, threatening to wash him away from the spot. Everything around turned hostile in an instant, and he already hesitates whether he can survive the very first step of this dangerous operation. He shudders upon seeing that the small, transparent elder followed him deep into the dragon's maw. It calmly floats inside its wooden bucket and seems completely unfazed by the scorching heat. Worrying about his safety, he warns the slime that this place is too dangerous and urges it to return to the surface. But instead of listening, the creature jumps onto his head, settles there, and with a resigned sigh freezes. He accepts the idea that they will have to go further together. As they go deeper, suddenly a glow flashes. His eyes immediately catch it, and he sees with surprise. Ahead the path becomes amazingly bright. The tunnel opens into a gigantic hollow space inside the dragon. The walls are covered with countless flickering crystalline formations. He shudders at the realization. These are the legendary glowing stones he had heard about. He examines the crystals more closely. He feels an extraordinarily strong energy from them, almost tangible to the touch. He concludes, even approaching closely is dangerous, and decides to keep away from the throat walls to avoid any contact. His gaze sharpens as he assesses the narrow passage ahead. There is only one way forward. You have to calculate every move to the second and swiftly slip into the esophagus opening. Chasing himself, he tightly grips the medical equipment, and the air around him hums with the strange light of the crystals, as he prepares for the next stage of this deadly descent. With a jerk forward, he dives deeper into the dragon's insides, and the slime sticks to his head as they continue to submerge. All the tension of the situation is on his face as he fully commits to the maneuver. He plunges into the dark, slippery depths of the esophagus, The walls rush past him at a crazy speed in a bloody mixture of heat and moisture. The mad fall stops instantly. He slides and sharply stops in place, doubled over and gasping for air with his mouth. While the Dragon King looks at him in the dim light, her face reveals nothing. His fingers slip from sweat. He fumbles for the medical flashlight on his belt, trying to catch steady breathing that is disrupted. A sharp click echoes in the spacious cave as soon as he turns on the light. A thin beam cuts through the dense, suffocating darkness and makes its way. He sweeps the beam of light over the stomach entrance and shows a series of round, angry ulcers as if they were burned by glowing heat. When he looks more closely at the surrounding tissue, the boundless extent of inflammation becomes visible and he sharply inhales. The evidence is unequivocal. The Dragon King suffers from a severe form of reflux esophagitis, a condition in which stomach acid has eroded the unprotected esophageal mucosa and reached such a severity level that in humans it would be classified as grade B. Standing in the twilight, he realizes the junction between the organs is so terribly damaged that it is no wonder the creature suffered from such violent hematemesis. He freezes and listens. From the dragon's maw from the side comes a low, rhythmic humming echoed by reverberation. The sound is deep and menacing. It vibrates, running through the fleshy walls of the enormous throat. He muses aloud that it might be coming from above and instantly tenses, sharply and keenly sensing danger. Suddenly, the walls around him begin to shake wildly and roll with sharp, rhythmic contractions. He is seized by a sharp spasm of fear. He sees peristalsis, involuntary muscular movements of the digestive tract. Huge muscular rings above him contract with colossal force to push everything in the esophagus downward, toward the stomach. When the muscular wave knocks him off his feet, he helplessly tumbles into the dark abyss below. An icy warning from medical training echoes in his mind. The stomach ahead is a cauldron of corrosive acid capable of dissolving everything it touches. He understands with chilling certainty, if he is immersed in those gastric juices, his path in life will end instantly. Tenkai tightly grips the rope, his face hardening with determination as he makes his way through the strange, organic environment inside the dragon. He is unsettled by what is happening. The walls around seem to shift and respond to his presence, and the lindworm watches him with curiosity and anxiety. Suddenly the ground collapses, and he is pulled into a dark, narrow shaft. He growls in surprise, clutching convulsively at the slippery, pulsating walls as he is sucked deeper into the creature's anatomy. He continues to fall uncontrollably downward, and the slippery buckets, overturning, thud through the air beside him. The scale of the dragon's internal spaces is staggering, an endless and terrifying cathedral of flesh and bone that seems to have no end. With a desperate jerk, he grabs the end of the rope. His body jerks, and he is abruptly stopped as he hangs over a dark, boiling abyss. Far below, the splash of liquid echoes, a reminder of what awaits him if he falls. He holds his breath for a moment. His heart pounds wildly against his ribs. He sharply looks back at his mucus companion and freezes. The creature is extraordinarily calm in their situation, and its simple eyes reflect the dim light of the cave. Despite all attempts to hold on, the rope snaps, and he is hurled downward straight into a pool of corrosive stomach acid. With horror, he realizes, falling there is fatal. His mind races to find a way to stop the fall as the burning heat of the liquid rises and catches up with him. His boot presses against the surface and sprays splashes of caustic liquid. His eyes widen sharply, panic overwhelms him as the simple truth dawns: he is mortal. The dark abyss of the dragon's stomach is already ready to swallow him whole. He dives into the very depths. The corrosive liquid splashes around, the droplets manage to scald, and he barely avoids a deadly immersion. Gasping hoarsely for air, he realizes how close he was to simply being dissolved. Jumping onto the solid ledge, he gasps for air. His heart pounds against his ribs. Only then does he realize, if his clothes were not designed for movement, he might not have survived the fall. As soon as he finds support, he immediately shifts his attention to his comrade and desperately keeps asking if the little creature is unharmed, if it has no injuries. Carefully lifts the bucket, smearing the slime, and trembling with sincere gratitude admits, they survive only thanks to her quick actions. Looking at the transparent creature, he again repeats how incredible it is, and at the same time apologizes for involving her in such a dangerous situation. A broad, sincere smile spreads across his face, as he thanks from the heart, his eyes shining with relief and gratitude for the slime's loyalty. When the adrenaline begins to subside, he suddenly feels a strange discomfort, wonders whether to continue addressing this being so ceremoniously, or if there is a better name for it. He recalls, Lindworm with a piercing gaze, as if capable of holding ancient secrets, called the Slime Elder, a title that hinted this small creature had significance and history far beyond its simple appearance. While she was busy elsewhere, he stood amid the pulsating organic walls and pondered the name she had given his companion. The Elder suggested something ancient and revered, so he decided to shorten it, affectionately calling the little slime F. For a moment he slipped into frivolity. He imagined a world where these creatures really help. There were no buckets cheerfully bouncing, but the burden of their current trouble immediately returned, and he looked at Elle in a completely different way, with a sense of true partnership and determination. Summoning his courage, the young man declared, "It is time to go further into the dark, empty depths of the beast." Inside the giant creature, the Dragon Queen suddenly shuddered. Her hand gripped the hilt of her blade, and through the fleshy corridors came a barely audible rustle, passing by. Somewhere in the shadows, something began to move. She was making her way along a shaky, narrow path through the creature's internal structures, and her patience walked delicately, too delicately, as she muttered about the unbearable uncertainty of their situation. Meanwhile, the young man looked like only a tiny speck against the backdrop of the boundless, labyrinthine network of veins and muscles, the internal anatomy of this creature. He checked against the internal map, precisely determining his location in the giant stomach chamber, then carefully examined the surrounding tissues for any signs of change or danger. His breath caught when he saw fluid was beginning to seep from the dark, viscous walls. The movement of blood confirmed he was finally approaching the heart of the matter. He cautiously made his way through the spacious, organic tunnel, and the flashlight beam cut through the darkness. He saw the fluid on the walls was not stomach acid, but it still made the ground treacherous. Careful steps were needed to avoid slipping. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the hall itself. Its force trembled in the air. He and his small companion were abruptly thrown by the unexpected blow. Eyes widened with anxiety, and the ground beneath their feet shook. Gathering his composure, he directed the beam of light at the dark viscous stain spreading across the floor. He sharply realized it was nothing more than food fluid. It was fresh, relatively new blood, and from this, the question stuck in his mind: what slaughter awaited further ahead in the darkness? His light finally fell on a massive, grotesque protrusion emerging from the organic wall. The growth was swollen, uneven in texture, a terrifying anomaly even in this strange environment. As he looked at the mass, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and medical classifications raced through his mind. He recognized the uneven surface structure, a Yamada type 4 tumor. The realization settled as a disgusting weight on his face. The burden of the situation settled on him as he stared intently at the growth. He concluded, this was not just an infection, but a malignant new organism, cancer devouring the giant from within. Meanwhile, far from the internal depths, the Dragon Queen gritted her teeth in irritation and anxiety. She stood beside the giant, dozing dragon's head on her face. Haste and horror grew increasingly evident. The silence outside shatters as a gigantic fleshy outgrowth, or structure, begins to tear apart and crumble. The scale of destruction is colossal, as if internal rot finally bursts out in an explosive collapse. In the depths of the overgrown thicket, the elf captain was making his way through dense branches, his irritation growing with every step. He grumbled about the strange place they were forced to go through, complaining that there was not even a shadow of a path, while nearby a young mage noted that the very annoying overgrowth he hated provided them with the necessary cover for movement. And although such strategic cunning was to their advantage, he still seethed with rage, cursing those who dragged a man of his size into such hiding. She paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on the path behind, and a troubling thought that had stuck in her mind surged up. Aloud, she began to ask why their spells of cleansing and rebirth, even the sacred leaves of the world tree, had proven utterly useless. The failure of their strongest healing arts lay like a heavy stone on her heart. Her eyes widened with understanding. They had encountered something incomprehensible. He didn't even turn around, brushed off her concern with a cold voice, stating that such details no longer mattered. Yet he couldn't resist and threw in one last grim remark. Under normal circumstances, a disease that causes bleeding would succumb to their magic. His words hung in the air, confirming the plague destroying the land was no ordinary ailment. Clenching his teeth, he spoke harshly and irritably, explaining that nothing worked on that man. To him, the healer was a complete anomaly, a freak, a natural order degenerate who breaks all the logic and rules of their world. While he spoke, a wave of ancient power flared nearby, the air trembled, glyphs shone, and a powerful spell was activated. Turning to his companion, he began asking about the rumors surrounding the doctor's abilities, and aloud wondered if it was even possible for some ordinary bastard to cure the terrible disease that causes bleeding. She watched him closely, her face unreadable as she absorbed his deep doubts. The image of the Elven Queen twitched in their imagination as a reminder that she was not a standard by which others could be measured. He insisted that a healer was a wonder. In their experience, those called failures never aimed to save, and even less so were they allowed to be capable of saving others. She gripped the handle tighter in her hand. A spark of determination flared inside as she thought that they too might find a way to intervene. Her thoughts were cut by a sudden alarm signal. She felt danger creeping through the thick branches. She warned the commander about the pack of black wolves tightening ahead, and he gasped convulsively. A piece of the forest seemed to have vanished. Somewhere deep in the forest, young healers stood before a grotesque, pulsating mass that had engulfed an ancient structure, wondering if human logic could even work with such a monstrous growth. He leaned even closer, and his gaze narrowed as soon as he recognized that the huge tumor was the true source of the deadly infection. After careful examination, he noted with relief that the base of the growth looked healthy, so it seemed precise removal could stop the disease without completely destroying the host. He stares into the pulsating mass, while operation protocols race through his mind. Usually, he would use special clips or a loop to constrict the base and cut off blood supply before making an incision with an electric scalpel. But now he painfully realizes he does not have the necessary equipment, and even if he did, the scale of this growth would render the usual instruments useless. Looking down at the sturdy rope in his hands, he doubts whether his own physical strength will be enough to tie the knot tightly enough for it to serve as a temporary tourniquet. The material is elastic and withstands intense heat, but the risk remains. If he cannot completely stop the blood flow, the consequences will be fatal. The gaze then falls on the heavy blade he brought with him. Initially, it was meant to be a massive scalpel in case a large incision was needed. Unlike a modern electrosurgical device that can seamlessly switch between cutting and cauterizing, this sword is a blunt weapon of war. Yet he still wonders, can the heat from its blade cauterize vessels and allow for a relatively safe removal? The fear of uncontrolled bleeding eats him from the inside. He knows, without proper hemostasis, the procedure is a lottery with life at stake. Complex settings of the medical generator flash before his eyes, a luxury he does not have now in this primitive environment. He shifts his gaze to the Dragon Queen and notices her pale skin and fragile health due to severe anemia. If tumor removal causes additional blood loss or allows corrosive stomach fluids to spill into her cavity, she is unlikely to survive the journey back. A blizzard-like concentration settles on his features as he realizes the weight of the choice before him. He knows, waiting is no longer an option. Standing before the towering, spreading disease, he understands. Lindrum's condition will only worsen with each moment, even if he retreats and looks for better tools. There is no guarantee that he will find anything useful or even manage to return to this hidden place at all. Drops of sweat appear on his forehead as he comprehends the harsh truth of the disease's progression. It threatens complete organ failure and metastases if not stopped. Taking a sharp breath, he steels his last nerves. He understands he must perform the surgery immediately or he will lose her forever. He stares motionless, ahid pupils dilated, and his gaze a mixture of terror and complete concentration. Drops of sweat run down his forehead as he prepares for the impossible trial ahead. Surrounded by the juicy, pulsating walls of the Dragon King's innards, the young doctor and his small, transparent companion work frantically, having wrapped thick ropes around the base of the massive, grotesque growth threatening the monarch's life. And even the air thickens with the sound of the creature's heavy, labored breathing. His hand, slippery from moisture, grips the rough rope with white knots as if holding onto the only point of support. His entire being is focused on this touch. He feels the rhythmic pulse of the tumor through the intertwined lines. He held firm against the organic mass. He calculated the next move. The knot had to be strong enough to constrict the vessels yet not break the rope. It was a delicate balance between brute force and surgical precision, a desperate attempt to stop the source of internal bleeding. With a sharp intake of breath, he begins to pull the rope cuts into the very flesh, into the porous tissue of the growth. He raises the blade. Once the flow is severed, only moments will remain to act. He puts all his weight into the jerkai's face, contorts with strain as he pushes the rope forward. Nearby, a small, slippery creature silently freezes, clutching anxiety in the silence, while the tension in the vast cave space reaches its limit. Despite all efforts, the tumor still twitches fiercely, and dark liquid begins to ooze from the constriction point. He grits his teeth and muscles scream in pain as he tries to tighten the knot even more, refusing to let go so the grip doesn't slip. A look of grim realization appears on his face as soon as he sees the blood continuing to spurt. The tourniquet doesn't hold. Panic seizes him. The pressure is too high, and the vessel's two larger ropes alone won't stop this. He tensed and resisted the weight of the task. His muscles strained as he pulled the ropes with all his might. The fibers in the core dug deep into the pulsating mass, but the pressure from within threatened to nullify his work. His breathing broke into ragged gasps, his hands slipped from sweat as he struggled with all his strength to hold the makeshift ligature. As his strength began to wane, suddenly something flashed in his field of vision. From the bucket on his little companion's head, a pale, sturdy, branch-like growth shot out swiftly, leaping forward and wrapping the ropes with unexpected speed and precision, leaving him frozen in shock as the sudden reinforcement clung tightly. The little slug L used the tree growing from his head to reach the necessary lever. He was overwhelmed by a wave of relief and amazement. He realized that the creature understood the criticality of the moment and decided to save the procedure. With this new support, suddenly even what seemed impossible became possible, tightly tightening the huge vessels. He whispered a short thank you to his faithful friend, and his eyes flashed with new determination. And when the slime's branch became a powerful anchor, he pushed with his whole body in one last, decisive thrust to securely tighten the knots. Taking a step back, he illuminated the area with a portable flashlight and examined the tumor, which had now narrowed. The huge growth, which had previously been a chaotic focus of bleeding, was now tightly constricted and separated from the rest of the Dragon King's circulatory system. He carefully examined the place and noted with relief. The bleeding had finally stopped. What was not held by the grip, and the obstacle to blood flow looked complete. The path was cleared for the most dangerous part of the operation. Grasping his specialized tool, he switched on the blade. It immediately hummed, filled with wild energy. Heated with a reproachful glow, the white-hot light burst from the edge, casting long shadows on the hollow interior of the great beast as he prepared to make the first cut. With a firm hand, he lowered the glowing blade onto the mass. The touch caused a fierce gasp. Sparks scattered in the air as the charged blade cut in and began carving through the dense, painfully diseased tissue. He intently gazes at the task ahead. He realizes his homemade tool is not a perfect substitute for a proper electric scalpel, but for this delicate work he will have to make do with it. With steady hands, he begins the incision, noting the amazing softness of the mass as he guides the charged blade with meticulous precision. The blade bites deep, causing a sharp, cruel reaction as the tumor begins to yield under the fierce energy. From afar, the Dragon Lord grits his teeth in frustration. Patience is wearing thin as she watchfully follows the slow steps of human efforts. Feeling the tension, the young beast girl steps forward to calm the situation and insists that her master will undoubtedly save the mother of the Dragon King. The Dragon King remains skeptical. He demands to know what this blind faith is based on, warning that failure will come at too heavy a price for all involved. Without hesitation, the girl replies with her own experience. She says her master saved her when she suffered from a similar ailment, and this brought her unconditional trust. Nearby, the Elven Queen silently observes the exchange of words, then adds her own voice expressing hope for a full recovery, as an old friend who transcends national borders. She speaks with cold, confident authority, acknowledging how increasingly enraged the Dragon King is, but gently reminds them that they have no choice but to trust the process and wait. Her words weigh like a shared burden, for the Dragon King's mother is locked in the same struggle for survival. When she finishes her plea, a mask of contradiction freezes on the Dragon King's face and deep anxiety flickers in his eyes, which even the Queen's unshakable presence cannot fully soothe. Suddenly, the silence of the operating room is shattered by a sharp, guttural groan. The massive dragons tear open wide, and a sudden, painful spasm of agony explodes in the chest. Before anyone can react, the great beast's body convulses wildly. From her jaws bursts a true stream of dark, viscous blood. It floods the stone and casts a shadow of instant, terrible defeat over the entire process. A precise strike cuts through the organic mass, a necessary incision at the peak of that moment. He sharply realizes it, the connection is severed. His eyes widen as the harsh reality fully dawns on him. The removal of the growth is violent. The mass twitches and pulses as it is forcibly torn from its host. When the procedure reaches its peak, he freezes in shock and watches as the area begins to emit a creepy pulsating light. Suddenly, the world dissolves into a chaotic whirl of darkness, and light a disorienting break that defies any logic. He suddenly finds himself alone in an endless dark wasteland. The burden of a backpack on his shoulders, only his small companion nearby, the only familiar thing in this strange place. Panic pierces him as soon as he realizes the critical situation. Arterial bleeding, a deadly complication requiring immediate action. Before he can recover, he is already knocked off his feet, and he falls into dark, acidic depths that threaten to engulf him completely. He plunges into the swirling darkness. The impact throws a harsh splash of caustic liquid into the air, and the abyss swallows him. Immersed in the burning liquid, he gasps for air that isn't there, grips the bucket tighter, and the darkness looms so close it is about to erase his senses. Above the surface, the rest break into horror as the ground trembles beneath them. Lindrum pulls Queen Melina back from the very edge, and Coronet shouts warnings as the situation spirals out of control. Suddenly, the rope they used to maintain connection jerks downward and vanishes into the murky, bubbling abyss despite all desperate attempts to hold on. A massive dragon emits a muffled rumble, and its golden eye instantly widens with sharp despair as the cry for their master spreads through the air. The acidic surface continued to wildly boil and hiss, and the only remaining line vainly stretched into the abyss where the surgeon disappeared. On the shore, Coroni strides wildly, her voice trembling. She fears he will not return. Lanevarm, kneeling nearby, touches the ground and sees the liquid is unnaturally cold. With grim concentration, he notes that the volume of blood is now significantly greater than the stomach acid. She watches as the temperature inside this giant creature continues to rapidly fall and realizes, if this continues, death is inevitable. And high above her, the obsidian dragon hovers, its body emitting a strange, frightening light. The dragon's gaze narrows with fierce, ancient determination. He declares that he will no longer remain silent while humans dictate the course of events. Below, Kuroni shudders with horror and cannot help but wonder, what exactly has he planned? With a sharp, deadly movement, the obsidian dragon descends his claws, digging into the ground beside the fallen, gigantic body of the Dragon King. A ghostly and dazzling light flashes within him, a surge of power that takes Kuroni's breath away. She freezes between amazement and confusion as the impossible unfolds before her eyes. Even the demon lords, usually so composed, fall into disbelief. Their faces contort with shock as they watch the reckless display of the dragon's power. Loud cries erupt from the crowd, fiercely begging the young lord to stop, arguing that such a sacrifice is not what his mentor would have wanted. In the midst of the chaos, Kuroni sharply widens her eyes, just noticing a change in the atmosphere. Queen Melina steps forward to explain the urgent mechanics of their kind. Usually dragons draw mana from the atmosphere through the reverse scales on their necks, but the weakened body loses the ability to absorb this vital energy. She warns, for a dragon, loss of mana is as deadly as loss of blood. This realization strikes Kuroni. She freezes silently, with wide-open eyes full of horror. She watches as the giant creature convulsively gasps for air. The obsidian scales glisten under the pressure of mana pumping. The dragon's eye is dilated with tension. Hot steam bursts from his maw as he pushes himself to the absolute limits. Seeing the agony of the creature, the demon lords shout for him to stop this madness. Alec loudly replies, they understand his devotion, but it will all be in vain if he falls beside the one he strives to save. He remains collapsed on the ground, his gigantic body trembling from exhaustion. In this silence of his own mind, he is overwhelmed by a bitter realization. Alone, he is powerless to change their fate. His claws dig into the dry soil, a physical imprint of the rage boiling inside him. He cursed his own weakness, considering these desperate attempts merely a pitiful struggle, while his queen lies broken before him. Despite the incredible cost, he refuses to give up. His gaze is fixed on the unconscious figure of the Dragon King. He growls a silent vow, this time he will not let this be the end. Determination hardens even as his strength fades. They freeze in stunned silence, all holding their breath as they see the dragon's unwavering defiance. From the Elven Queen to the Beast Girl, every witness is riveted to the very essence of the sacrifice unfolding before them. She can no longer hold back tears, her hands clenched in a desperate prayer for a miracle. Beside her, the dragon clings to the last trembling hope, giving his final trust to the one person who can still change the course of events. Suddenly, a glow flares and coalesces, giving birth to the ethereal silhouette of a youth everyone thought lost. He stands among shimmering particles, a ghostly figure silently seeming to answer the dragons. He manifests in a blinding flash of light, a spectral presence amid all the chaos. Lindworm freezes in stunned silence as a fountain of liquid splashes nearby. The pressure inside, finally breaking through, finds its release. Standing in the dark, deep depths of this beast's maw, he quietly thanks for the protection again. This time he managed to survive. Even the corrosive stomach acid could not take him. He remained intact in this bodily chamber. His form begins to shimmer. The ethereal glow of his hand shows that this vision is fleeting and cannot last long. He sharply notices that the connecting threads that once held him have vanished. Now he is free to move through the swirling mists. He shifts his gaze to the task ahead and understands he must find the main core of the malignant growth. No pause, only action. First, he must confirm the source of this corruption, otherwise his strength will not suffice. He carves a path through the treacherous innards. He realizes, due to massive bleeding, the gastric juice has been diluted, so it will not wash him away with internal currents. A harsh stroke of luck born from the creature's own torment. His face hardens with determination as soon as he approaches the target. In this chase for the dragon's life, every second counts. He finally reaches the heart of all evil, a gigantic, pulsating, organic structure looming over him like a dark monument. The ground beneath his feet is slippery with the blood of the great beast. He watches as blood slowly flows from the torn mass. He notices the pressure is dropping very fast. Realization hits with cold clarity. The dragon is going into shock and the chance to save it is disappearing. He stands amid a wave of dark liquid, his thoughts racing with the sharpness of the moment. Casting aside any hesitation, he focuses on one single goal: to stop the bleeding. As he watches the flow, he sees The strength of this flow is finally beginning to wane, and this means a critical window of time for his actions has arrived. Seizing the chance, he scans the bloody living landscape, wildly searching for the blade he lost somewhere. He knows he must immediately apply a thermal coagulant to the exposed blood vessels. But without a weapon, the dragon's life still hangs by a thread under threat. Tenkai declares that he is resuming medical treatment. His face strengthens with resolve as he prepares to take on that exhausting, terrifying workload again. He is completely focused on the task. The air around vibrates with the weight of his concentration as he enters a state of absolute flow. The young doctor rushes forward to the huge wound and carefully applies his instruments to stop the bleeding without causing further damage to the creature's vital organs from within. He works with frantic precision and anxiously notes. The dragon's blood pressure continues to fall, even though magical aid from the mucus was provided. The doctor lets out a guttural cry of strain and pours all that remains of his strength into the emergency procedure, as the situation relentlessly grows more hopeless. His actions provoke a terrible roar of agony from the dragon, a sound that sends a wave of fear over Queen Melina, Princess Juno, and Coronet as they watch the monster suffer immensely. She fights wildly against the pain. Her enormous body shakes the earth as the struggle for life reaches its limit. The beast's eye rolls into the skull, and within it reflects the scale of the experienced horror. It holds on as long as the operation enters its most critical and dangerous phase. Lindworm understands that she has reached the absolute limit of her strength. Her gaze, which until now commanded, dims and softens with tired consent as she looks at the human doctor, acknowledging the rest is now entirely in his hands. As her strength fades, the great monster lets out one last, painful scream, massive jaws wide open, and its life force flickers increasingly dangerously. Nearby demon lords panic madly, shouting that their master's mana is completely exhausted. Against the backdrop of growing chaos, the young doctor remains bent over his work, and his face is a mask of stern determination, though the pressure is already crushing. Suddenly, from the operating site, a blinding flash of energy bursts forth, a fierce discharge, shaking the very foundations inside the dragon. When the light finally recedes, he stands alone before the gigantic, pulsating mass of the dragon's heart. The next silence is heavy and irreversible, broken only by his own ragged breathing as he looks at the colossal feat he has just shortened. At last, he breaks the silence with a tired sigh, announcing that the main treatment is finally complete. Turning back to his small, transparent companion, he sees the slug has collapsed, unable to withstand pure exhaustion. The young beast-human girl looks at him with wide-open eyes, whispering in delight, "The bleeding has truly stopped." He quietly thanks the slug and promises as soon as he recovers from the ordeal, he will give it a proper drink. Searching through his things, he finally finds his penlight, small but a vital piece of comfort in this darkness. He exhales with relief. Good that after all the chaos of the procedure, he has at least such a simple thing back in his hand. Looking around, he absorbs the grim truth of what surrounds him. The beast's interior is a madhouse of corpses, blood-soaked and filled with thick metallic steam of scorched flesh. The vast scale of the slaughter is oppressive, and a deep, soul-weary longing creeps over him to return home. The situation becomes even more complicated when he realizes his equipment is lost or destroyed during the clash. He stands amid the ruins of the procedure and cannot comprehend how he will even manage to return from this nightmare. He almost falls through the dense, dark thicket, and the rustle of leaves loudly cuts the silence. From the shadows, someone calls out, asking if he is finally heading home, but he barely pauses, keeping his thoughts somewhere else. This exhaustion is no news. It brings back memories of sitting on a quiet park bench with a colleague. Then his friend joked whether he even sleeps at all, saying his eyes were almost closed and he sat slouched in his white coat. The conversation turned serious when his companion asked why he stubbornly demands such extremes from himself. He had no easy answer. His gaze slid aside as he pondered the weight carried by his chosen past. Suddenly the ground shakes as a huge black dragon begins to convulse, and a guttural roar bursts from its throat. Sharply, with a painful twist, it throws out a large dark object that swiftly flies to the ground, and the nearby spectators freeze in complete shock. The blow sends a trail of dust into the air, and while it settles, the Dragon Queen Lindworm emerges from the wreckage. She coughs, her exquisite garment now stained, and her breathing heavy from the torment endured inside the beast. When she appears on the surface, the guards and lords around wildly rush forward. They shout with relief and anxiety, immediately asking if she is okay and what condition the one who was with her is in. Behind the group, the obsidian scales of the majestic dragon shimmer in the light as it remains motionless. Its mighty figure completely dominates the landscape after the internal tremors have subsided. She is supported by subordinates. She again shifts her gaze to the gaping maw of the dragon. The next silence presses with the realization of what and who remains inside its gut. She freezes with wide eyes. a gulp stuck in her throat as the truth of the situation slowly sinks in and cold fear floods her. From the distance through the haze emerges a group of figurettes, their silhouettes sharply cut the pale earth. The observers can only whisper quietly to each other. Their voices tremble with excitement and uncertainty as they recognize the approaching shapes. Next to her, the young princess and the queen, holding their breath, look at the horizon. On their faces is a mask of majestic anxiety and quiet hope. The eyes of the young she-beast flash sharp, ears twitch when she catches a sound or scent others might have missed, and her heart starts pounding wildly. Despite the heavy silence and the queen's gloomy admission that their lord has not yet returned from the dragon's depths, the girl does not move from her place. She looks intently, almost desperately, at the huge, motionless creature. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the tension, calls her name, and breaks the spell of despair that had already begun to sweep over the whole group. From the dragon's jaws, the young man finally breaks free, spits out the shackles, tears himself from its grip, and smiling weakly, solemnly announces his return to the world of the living. Filled with relief, she suddenly bursts into tears. Her face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy, while the whole group rushes forward to meet their friend who returned from the edge of the unknown. She watched as the tension finally eased, and Alec cut off questions about the person, forcing to dig into what happened to the dragon's insides. Tenkai, still breathing heavily, pointed toward the huge, calcified mass lying nearby on the ground. When Alec asked what this strange object was, the doctor explained, it was expelled along with him, the very core of the dragon's suffering and the cause of the entire crisis. He gave a touching, reassuring smile and told the crowd that the danger had passed. Now everyone could finally breathe out and rest without fear. When the tension subsided, Alec turned his gaze to the great beast. He noticed her enormous eye had finally opened, pure and open again, full of life. At this sight, the demon lord was struck by stunned silence. He could only whisper the name and not believe the words, while his companions looked on nearby with the same relief. He could no longer hold back the wave of emotions. Tears of deep relief streamed down his face as he looked at the recovered dragon. Seeing the joy his work had brought, Tenkai beamed a victorious smile and officially declared the complex surgical procedure a complete success. It was a moment of pure, flawless victory for modern medicine, which he brought to this fantastic world, proving that even the oldest ailment can be cured. The village is once again bustling with life. Elves and beastfolk gather after colossal work. The air thickens with a sense of peace won at the cost of great effort as the community begins to recover from the tension of recent events. Queen Melina and Princess Juno watch with quiet satisfaction. The queen says it is time to summon Tenkai and his companions as the official conclusion of the surgery on the great dragon and recognition of the success of their efforts. He is abruptly torn from the moment by a low rumble. The ground trembles. Nearby, Coronet and the small slime tense up, eyes wide open as they see the huge creature stir and prepare for the next strike. Obsidian Dragon narrows its golden eye and channels its power. It releases a restrained roar, exhaling a compressed stream of white-hot flame. It illuminates the entire valley, and the inhuman heat of the blast radiates outward in a wave. He holds a steady fire stream, and the heat shimmers in the air. Tenkai does not retreat, covers his eyes, and explains to his astonished companions that this show is actually a necessary part of their medical procedure to expel all remaining threats. The dragon's breath works like a cleansing forge. It burns Yu's scalpel blades. This insane heat completely neutralizes any biological contaminants or pathogens from the operation, leaving only sterilized ash. He reflects on the pure efficiency of using dragon fire for sterilization, but cannot help but worry about the cost. The pathogens are certainly destroyed, but such heat probably knocked the tempering out of his remaining surgical instruments, and now they are useless for future operations. He stands before his companions and tries to explain the invisible world of pathogens. Coronet tilts her head in confusion, trying to understand what bacteria and viruses are, while beside her the huge dragon remains relentlessly skeptical, questioning the reality of things invisible to the naked eye. He acknowledges that everything is different in this realm and honestly says he cannot be sure, but his curiosity is ignited. He decides to find a way to prove the existence of these microscopic entities, and when he addresses the group, he speaks sincerely and focused. When the hard work procedure was completed, he gives the obsidian dragon a warm, sincere smile. He addresses the creature as Alec and openly thanks him for the cooperation throughout all this hassle. Nearby, the camera shifts to the royal elves. Princess Juno examines her bandaged hand. Nearby, Queen Melina watches everything. The tension of the operation finally subsides and a quiet time of recovery begins. Yet despite this, the young princess looks somewhat irritated by her temporary limitations. Suddenly, an extraordinarily loud shout of thanks thunders. It makes everyone around shudder. From how loudly they thank, it feels like a shockwave passes through the air, momentarily breaking the calm atmosphere of the yard. Turning to the princess, Queen Melina presents her with a set of clothes and says she prepared what could be mended. Juno looks at it impressed, eyes wide open as she realizes the royal gesture of care. She quickly tries to refuse and her face flushes with a blush from shy submissiveness and embarrassment. But the queen gently insists. Brushing off the princess's protests, she urges her to accept the gift without any worries. When the sun pours down on the gathered crowd, the air fills with a sense of renewal. The celebration in honor of the Dragon King's recovery has officially begun, a historic moment when dragons and elves stand together in peace once again. He looks surprised, but the companions stubbornly insist that he works too much. Jokingly, they urge him to put off talks about germs for today and just enjoy himself. Realizing they are right, he agrees to join and see what all the fuss is about. Taking a step into the very heart of the city, he immediately drowns in the scale of the crowd. Around, under the majestic spires of the castle, a throng of people has gathered. Celebration spreads under a rain of petals fluttering in the air like snow. Around him there is continuous noise. The air is thick with laughter and the clinking of mugs. People from different social strata sit at a common table and feast. On their faces is genuine joy as they savor the silence that has finally returned to their land after so many uncertainties. He can hardly believe his own eyes and notices. What unfolds before him is like a grand celebration encompassing the whole world. The living energy of the crowd grips him just the same. It washes away the oppressive trace of his recent labors and replaces everything with excitement and wonder. Barely smiling, the queen watches the celebration and gives free rein to her own joy. She admits that she has always loved seeing how the people of the tree share such happiness, and how everyone gathered here warms her heart more than any words. They continue to walk through the bustling streets. The whole company moves together through the festive chaos, absorbing every detail of this historic event. Eventually, he comes face to face with the Dragon Queen. As soon as he politely greets her, she acknowledges the joint efforts that created this masterpiece, and her gaze lingers on him with such focused intensity as if she knows exactly how much he contributed. His gaze slides over her striking features, and he asks if he may look into her eyes for a moment. Even amid this celebration, his dedication to his craft does not wane. He notices something that requires a closer look. He carefully examines the eye of the Dragon King, noting, the color of the conjunctiva already shows slight improvement. The redness still remains, but signs of anemia are clearly receding. She watches him closely and asks how much more time is needed to reach full recovery. He simply and confidently nods in response. Yet he admits compiling an exact timeline is too difficult. When he confesses that he honestly does not know, the revelation strikes her. She is noticeably stunned. She demands an explanation of what this means and points out, the treatment seems to have worked. In response, he raises two fingers and explains that there are two specific reasons for his doubts. First, he analyzes the initial factor, the likelihood that the dragon's healing process follows a completely different timeline than the medical standards he is accustomed to. He gestures to summon the forest god to support his words. He recalls how the creature's abdominal wound healed several times faster than any human's, and he says that if her own recovery follows the same accelerated path, his usual metrics may not apply. While he speaks, they listen with captivated attention, and the young beast girl impatiently confirms how quickly the forest god regains strength. Then the dark companion of the cloud urges him to voice the second reason for his concern. He shifts attention to a far more troubling matter, and reminds them of the mysterious tumor she had previously coughed up. He reflects on the nature of the mass. She coughs, wondering whether it was truly a malignant neoplasm devouring her or something benign. Without his modern medical equipment, he admits, right now he simply cannot make an accurate diagnosis. Turning to the Dragon Queen, he sincerely apologizes and admits his irritation. He cannot specify clear terms for her full recovery. Watching him and the queen, the surrounding company's dragon official, the young beast girl, and the elven queen remain silent. Uncertainty hangs in the air like a heavy burden. While they watch, she leans closer, barely noticeable. Soft smile touches her lips, and she assures him there is no need to apologize. She admits, all these technical details are beyond her, but now her recovery depends on her own strength and will. She continues and notes that she already feels a spark of her former life force, not just waiting silently. She asks if there is anything active she can do to help her own recovery process. In response to her words, he suggests the idea of regular medical examinations and directly asks if she would agree to these periodic checkups to monitor her condition. Listening to him, the young beast girl is confused by the unfamiliar term and asks for an explanation of what such an examination actually means and what it really includes. He answers her and clarifies. It all comes down to inspecting the treated area at established intervals to make sure no new problems have appeared. He is met with a stern reminder of the terrible journey he endured. The Lindworm speaks about the dragons inside the place she calls literal hell for any person and asks if he really intends to subject himself to this nightmare again. Beside her, the official remains frozen in silence. Words hang in the air like a weight. At her warning, the young doctor scratches the back of his head with a guilty smile. He sincerely apologizes and admits, although he regrets causing her such suffering, there was no other choice under these circumstances. Coronet stands nearby, and her gaze mixes concern with slight irritation at his reckless devotion. His straightforward honesty throws the Dragon King off balance. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise. Her majestic composure cracks for a moment as she contemplates his unwavering determination and complete lack of hesitation. Suddenly she bursts into loud laughter that echoes through the room. His audacious spirit seems to amuse Haran. The tension suddenly vanishes, giving way to unexpected amusement, from which her companion cannot recover. She laughed at his embarrassed reaction, praised him for his courage. She found his playful, eccentric nature very stylish. She perceived it as a rare and refreshing, lively approach. Wiping a tear of laughter from the corner of her eye, she looks at him warmer now, with more affection. She admits that she has actually grown attached to him and says that from now on she wants to continue working side by side with him. In the midst of the crowd, Tenkai meets a young woman named Rin. She says they seem likely to get along well because during the upcoming inspection their joint work will probably be prolonged. He gives a polite nod, accepts the acquaintance and the responsibility placed on him. Loud, rolling laughter suddenly cuts through the conversation. A huge, burly man stands nearby, and he finds it hilariously funny to tears. He roars that it is truly a rare thing when a dragon chooses a human, so Vren freezes in fear at his sudden and piercing outburst. The man, Norman, is greeted with respect by the entourage. He looks like a person of great power. He immediately dismisses any doubts about his visit and intentions, stating that in such a festive place it would be illogical to suspect him of ill intentions. Without any warning, he suddenly jumps forward and shoves a huge wooden mug of alcohol into Tenkai's mouth. The young man is completely taken by surprise. His eyes widen sharply, and the strong drink pours down his throat with unstoppable force. The young man keeps coughing and gasping for air while the loud giant with a grin watches. He explains that he was just offering a festive drink as, if he doesn't notice at all the physical toll his aggressive hospitality has already taken on his guest. His loud host sits down heavily, declaring that this is the strongest liqueur in the whole country. He urged Tenkai to drink and savor it fully, while the young man sits stunned on the ground still trying to comprehend how fierce that moment was and how strong the Watu area turned out to be. Despite the initial shock, he takes another sip and feels. The taste is rough, unrefined, yet surprisingly deep. He realizes the alcohol content does not seem excessively high, although he was told this is the second strongest drink in the entire country, and this phrase makes him wonder, what then would the first be like? Watching him recover, she approaches to apologize for the boss's rude behavior, explaining that his jokester nature often ends in such overly loud meetings. Tenkui, still sitting on the ground and catching his breath, quietly nods, accepts her apology, and they prepare to move on to the inspection matters. He suddenly feels completely crushed. A quirky gang has gathered right in front of him. In the distance, the hordes of Chimera roar and nearby rules, as if on a throne, the Dragon Lord Lindworm. Norman, the loud leader, laughs and immediately eases the tension, telling the young man not to worry, there are only scared faces around, nothing more. Among the crowd, a young guy with small horns on his forehead looks at the newcomer with pure irritation. He is indifferent to all this spectacle. Crossing his arms, he exhales a sigh, exhausted by the chaotic energy of his comrades. In the deep silence, far from the noisy gathering, a dark and bloody clash flares up in the dense forest thicket. Shadows bustle, and claws tear through the underbrush as an invisible predator delivers a deadly strike with a furious seam. Colonel Sun pushes through the thickets, gasping for breath, realizing how serious everything is. He mutters about the impossible combination of threats: wolves, dragons, and elves converging in this one cursed place. Next to him, the starry mage falls to her niche, her chest heaving heavily as she struggles to maintain composure. He turns to her, eyes wide with anxiety, and calls to her desperate Lido find out if she can still move. She convulsively squeezes his shoulder, a whisper breaks free and flees, and she begs him to use regeneration magic. He is taken by surprisingly, then does he notice that she was wounded in the fight. He immediately nods sharply and steps in to quickly stabilize her. He keeps watch over her while she rests on the forest floor. His gaze darts around the dark trees, catching any hint of their pursuers. The silence in the forest presses and oppresses, pierced only by their heavy breathing. Bending down to her with his gaze, he explains the harsh truth of their situation, both stubbornness and fear in his voice. He can heal her now, but warns, if he falls first, her healing magic will not help against the bodily injuries that await them. He realizes the true value of his strength, and decides to preserve it, not sure what the future will bring in this dangerous forest. Despite his determination, the commander is clearly trembling. His breathing falters as he bears the weight of their situation. The voice mocks his panic, reminds him he has not yet shed any blood, and accuses him of overreacting to minor scratches he himself has suffered. Next to him, Manga freezes, staring wide-eyed at what is happening, and his breath shortens as the realization of their trap overwhelms him, and the sounds of the forest grow increasingly threatening. Silence in the forest suddenly explodes with the harsh rustle of the undergrowth. It announces the rapid approach of a predatory and large creature. Reacting instantly, he grabs the mage and starts pulling her through the thick thickets, muttering curses as he realizes the wolf pack has come after them again. The chase turns deadly when a huge wolf shoots out of the darkness, its jaws snapping just a few centimeters from him. He lets out a terrified scream, stumbling in place, retreating in pure horror as the beast slashes the air with its claws. Seeing him in danger, she stretches out a trembling hand, her voice breaking as she calls his name desperately to close the distance before the monsters come closer. When hope is about to fade, a group of elves appears in the clearing. Their voices break into a collective shout as they greet the arrival of Princess Juno, hinting at a possible turning point in the battle. She politely apologizes and heads to the other girls as the celebrations begin. Tenkai, watching her leave, asks what will happen now. The bearded leader replies, time for the dance. He orders the young man to keep his gaze on the ground where the dancers gather. Expectation thickens in the air as the first rhythmic steps sound. They move in a synchronized, joyful circle, dresses fluttering as they jump on the false floor. Light steps fill the glade, composing a melody of movement. When their feet strike the ground, faint rings of light begin to pulse beneath them. With each light jump from the soil, small, shining sprouts instantly grow. He exhales sharply and freezes, eyes wide open as he points to the sudden glow. Nearby, a veteran warrior nudges him to look even closer at the rings of light, knowing the secret they hide. These shining manifestations multiply, spreading across the ground like a carpet of stars. The magic of the dance seems to breathe life directly into the deepest roots of the great tree. He finally understands the nature of the phenomenon. These are special mushrooms. His partner confirms, they react specifically to elven mana and bloom where the power touches the earth. The old warrior continues, noting, without the elves, complete darkness would reign over the inner part of the world tree. He recalls how that very light became a beacon guiding them when they once got lost and wandered endlessly. He continues the explanation, his voice rough but sincere as he addresses the young doctor. Tenkai listens silently, absorbing the weight of every elder's word. Their conversation turns to the shelter where they live, a place where elves provide housing without any discrimination. The world tree glows, a beacon of this land. Its leaves can soothe pain, and these are the two most precious treasures of this earth. Again focusing on the outsider, the elder admits his deep-rooted skeptical attitude toward humans. He believes, no matter what power one holds, it is useless if not directed to help others. And he concludes that the magic of this land is much more reliable. When he prepares to set off with his companions, a shadow of regret briefly flickers across his face. He thinks, if his people once had healing magic, their fate could have taken a much more reliable path. With a final supportive glance, he bids farewell to Tenkai. Though uncertain of the youth's fate, he sincerely wishes to see what he will achieve in the coming days. As they depart, he leaves his thoughts in the quiet haze of the void unfolding ahead. And he is overwhelmed by a deep realization. The definition and value of medicine in this world are entirely different from everything he knew before. And he admits to himself, his former understanding was only a thin mask. A new sense of purpose takes root in him as he looks at the horizon. Together with new allies, he feels for the first time a glimpse of clarity what his role is in this strange land. A moment of reflection was shattered by a frantic ice breaking apart across the clearing. Panic erupted when the scout warned of the approaching pack of black wolves, and everyone froze in a state of immediate maximum alertness. He bursts in, gasping. His sudden appearance shocks the elven princess and her companion. They demand to know what his urgent message means and ask for a detailed explanation of what exactly happened. Gasping for air, he recognizes the culprit humans. He reports, the recently escaped healing mages were ambushed in the forest by black wolves. During their desperate flight, they inadvertently brought the entire brood upon the settlement. The burden of the event falls on the gathered leaders as they listen to the grim report. While the threat looms, the veteran warrior averts his gaze from the battle and turns to the young doctor with the weight of past events and an almost magical power of his medical skills in his eyes. He proclaims that this youth is a benefactor for their people and warns, any harm done to him will be unacceptable. And he admits if not for the doctor's intervention, the world tree itself could have perished. As his statement of protection echoes, the expression of the dragon official hardens with determination in his eyes. The seasoned warrior roars with fury, vowing once and for all to end that threat. And the elves swear full support in the upcoming battle. The young doctor finds himself amid this sharp shift toward violence and only stares frozen, struck by how casually the massacre is mentioned. The fortress walls crack under siege. The claws of monsters tear the stone as defenders hold the line with their last strength. The officer shouts, "The enemy is climbing up forward," one by one, and orders his men not to retreat until reinforcements arrive. In the smoke and fire of the furious attack, he stands frozen, watching the ruins devour everything around, and grimaces. He curses the situation, blaming the chaos on the actions of others, while the battle carries him through the noise and storm. He clings desperately to a huge tree trunk, panic frozen on his face. He shouts, demanding to be let in, and reminds those inside, the festival is already in full swing, so he cannot be left outside. He takes a step forward, his face hardens, and he addresses the whole group, cautiously tries to speak. The gazes of all the gathered leaders, the princess, the demon lord, another wave of bloodshed, and prevent more lives from being lost in their conflict. He takes a step forward, his face hardens, and he addresses the whole group, cautiously tries to speak. The gazes of all the gathered leaders, the princess, the demon lord, another wave of bloodshed, and prevent more lives from being lost in their conflict. His words hang in the air, hitting exactly the nerve of those present. Lined Worm and Juno look at Jaime's wide open, their gaze mixed with surprise and hope, just beginning to sprout along with his conviction. She calls him, her voice trembling with emotion. He demands a weapon, and as soon as the blade is handed over, she thanks and with all her heart asks, "May he be safe." He watches as Princess Juno leaves. Her determination is clear as soon as she announces her departure. Nearby, the dragon official and veteran warrior Norman remains silently observing, while the young elf rushes headlong into the thick of it. Turning her attention to him, the dragon official speaks sharply, with a keen, devastating pressure. She argues, the invaders are fundamentally different from humans. They are driven by the belief in their own natural superiority. She points to the massacre unfolding and demands an answer whether he really intends to maintain his pacifist stance when faced with such ruthless monsters who inevitably see death for everyone else. He listens quietly without looking away, and, acknowledging her words, says that he fully understands the seriousness of the situation and the logic of her warnings. But his determination did not waver. He says, no matter the circumstances he finds himself in, he simply cannot turn away from those suffering right before his eyes. This unwavering morality clearly irritates her. She grits her teeth, holding back anger. He stands behind her and repeats again, his principles will not waver, no matter what enemy stands before them. Memories of past failures, or perhaps the burden of present losses, flicker in the air. The image of closed doors emerges and the light of healing magic fades. Someone's voice speaks of a healer who has already left, leaving behind only the cold truth about those who could not be saved. She is noticeably tense. Sweat drips from her forehead as she struggles with the conflict between a pragmatic worldview and his idealistic stubbornness. Despite the tension, he remains a calm presence between her and the young wild girl, Koroni. He is a bridge between their different worlds, even as the threat outside continues to stretch more and more. The Dragon King addresses him and urges, fulfill your duty. Her gaze does not waver, and when she speaks, the weight of her rank is felt in her voice. She addresses the one she calls Yudo, pushing him to do what he must. His eyes widen, a moment of determination flashes in them as the weight of her words overwhelms him, and within him awakens the awareness of his own destiny. Looking away to something else, she turned to the official nearby and advised him to study his own principles well and stick to his own path, rather than blindly following others. The official's face hardens. His brows furrow as he processes the challenge that shatters his unshakable worldview and the unexpected advice from his solvers. Suddenly from afar looms a gigantic chimera beast, and its appearance foretells a torn scream of mommy. This is how they signal that the clash here and now has changed. Against the backdrop of escalating chaos, the Dragon King notes that these words will truly save them. For a moment, they completely unsettle the officials. They fall silent and visibly tremble. Hearing the call to action, the young man stands ready beside his comrades, and his voice sounds confident and firm. He is ready to defend those who need it. Two dragon relatives watch as events unfold. On their face both anticipation and lingering doubt until the path forward becomes clear and the real battle begins. Heavy paws of the giant beast muffledly squelched along the stone path, each step struck like a steady drumbeat of inevitable doom. It burst into the sky, the fox-like snout twisted in a furious growl, and the winged creature soared above the unsuspecting city. Its serpentine tail trailed behind like a dark omen. Having watched the creature off, the Dragon King turned to his companions and ordered them to follow Princess Juna and ensure her safety. Then she looked directly at her loyal official and, heavy as a verdict, called his name so that the expectation hung in the air and pressed down. He answered with iron determination. Clenching his teeth, a dazzling light flared from deep within him, and this announced the beginning of profound changes. The brilliance grew until the man disappeared, and his place was taken by the majestic and terrible figure of the obsidian dragon, its wings unfolded amid a waterfall of sparks. Elsewhere, the battlefield raged with utter chaos. A flock of dark, bird-like monsters descended upon the elven ranks, tearing their redoubts with fury and merciless precision. Their captain struggled to maintain order, his face covered with despair as he shouted to the soldiers to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived, despite the frenzied enemy assault drawing ever closer. He froze in shock when she appeared at the head of a new battalion. Her voice rang out over all the disorder to announce their arrival and lift the spirits of the exhausted defenders. She leads the attack without hesitation or doubt. Her figure is like a beacon of hope amid the dark swarm. Her warriors line up behind her, shouts of princess, and everyone echo as they crash into the very heart of the fray to lift their weakened comrades. Suddenly, the very sky seems to collapse as the obsidian dragon crashes into the ground with a roar. The impact is catastrophic. A wave of force scatters dust and debris, tossing the horde of monsters like dry leaves in a gale. Seeing the enormous dragon, the elven warriors freeze in amazement. Their voices tremble as they recognize Alex in his transformed state. Nearby, a giant chimera beast roars defiantly, its primal instincts ignited by the appearance of such a formidable predator. Exhausted and battered, the defenders cannot believe their eyes. They whisper that they are saved. Now, with the dragon and reinforcements controlling the field, the desperate struggle turns into a coordinated counterattack. Finally, the chaotic clash with the beast ends. The air thickens with the smell of ozone and wet earth. The elven captain stands among his 100 and reports. He is unharmed, but one of his men received a terrible blow during the skirmish. Far above the urgent problem, the obsidian dragon keeps silent watch. Golden, it watches with its guiding eyes every movement of the survivors below with unfathomable focus. He watches as a young man from another world steps toward the wounded elf. His voice is calm yet firm as he asks to examine the wound to determine how badly it is damaged. The wound itself is a merciless proof of beastly fury. 3 deep gashes on the soldier's arm, oozing crimson and staining his sleeve. He carries a deadly risk of infection, and the healer explains, dirt on the claws of a wild creature can be no less, and sometimes even much more dangerous than the first strike itself. The captain listens, and anxiety grows, asking aloud whether such a torn wound can really be healed at all. He says the most prudent step is to immediately transfer the patient to the castle, as it offers the best chance to obtain a sterile and controlled environment for treatment. The captain looks away, momentarily stunned by the gravity of the situation and the proposed location. He adds a modest clarification and notes, his choice of castle is only because he does not know another place here, on this unfamiliar land, where proper care could be given. Then he joins the others as they finish their plans. The dragon officer agrees to wait in the castle, and the captain is ordered to stay close to the wounded to ensure their safe transport. He urgently asks if there are any more victims. Captain Heat reassures that for now everyone seems safe, and Princess Juno breathes out with relief that the first danger has already passed. But here the obsidian dragon Alec cuts in with a cold refusal. He declares that the trial is far from over. The group just watches. A brief moment of relief shatters against his grim warning. A sudden harsh tremor shakes the earth, and a dull explosive roar pushes debris in all directions. In the chaos, Normam laughs out loud, watching as the rest of the wolves flee in fear. He seems not to notice the true nature of the threat Alex spoke about. Alex, golden and arrows with a predatory focus, fixes his gaze on the noisy man. With a thunderous strike, the dragon bites into the ground with its massive body, and the force of the impact tears out a crater and raises a cloud of dust into the air. Tenkai and the others can only watch and freeze in silent shock as the beast asserts its dominance. He leans very close to Tenkai, and his voice sinks into a chilling low growl. He reminds the young man of his warning threat. If they do not act, the next victim will be an innocent person, and next time it will end in death. Normam, now just a few inches from the dragon's jaws, paralyzed with fear. His intention becomes clear as soon as he looms over the frightened Normam. It can only scream in senseless terror. Alex concludes, for the sake of the future, it is best to remove this nuisance here and now. He paused the predatory sight for a moment, and was stopped by Tenkai's desperate plea to wait. The young man found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of a huge golden eye. It seemed to pierce through him, right to his very soul. He narrowed his gaze, the slit pupil contracted as he silently weighed how sincere the human's interference was. The oppressive silence was broken when Hidi turned to the boy and questioned him about his nature, while Normam, still stunned, frantically begged the others to convince the beast to release him. Their frantic quarrel was interrupted when the dragon roared so loudly that the rumble made everyone freeze and give him their unconditional attention. He loomed over the trembling captive, his voice low and threatening as he demanded to know where the other person who was supposed to be here was. The question shocked the group, but Hizu still managed to regain his voice. He insisted that they had seen no one except the man he was now holding in his grip. They watched as the dragon processed this information and delivered a cold conclusion. The missing person, he said, was abandoned during the chaos of the wolf attack, a cruel act he considered typical of human behavior. He loomed over the trembling man, his voice a low rumble as he voiced a cold ultimatum. Though he desired to end another's life right here and now, he still left only one narrow path to salvation. Find the one who is missing. Golden and arrows, he restrains his gaze and in a predatory moment sharpens it as he clarifies the stakes. There will be no second chance. If the search yields no result, death will come instantly and unconditionally. The silent bald leader, bearded, is covered in cold sweat, an unthinkable demand, and he is already looking for a way out, his thoughts racing. He wonders if even that will satisfy if he brings a corpse, the dragon's fierce anger, but ultimately decides. His only hope is to buy time, find a gap, and break free in flight. As the giant creature begins to shift its weight, the man freezes with tension and watches exactly where it moves. High above the rugged terrain, a winged chimera rises into the sky. Its gigantic figure casts a long shadow on the ground. From the beast's back, a young man urges his comrades forward. He knows that every second counts. His face is pure desperation as he yells for them to move faster. He is haunted by certainty. If they do not intervene immediately, the dragon's patience will vanish and a massacre will occur. As the tension rises, the elven captain stands firm. His hand rests near his blade as he addresses the entire group, reminding them that his presence is not a choice but an order from his queen, and he has sworn to ensure their safety despite the looming threat. With a powerful flap of its wings, the monster lunges forward, vanishing into the hazy horizon and leaving behind only a trail of disturbed clouds. The creature glides over a landscape of jagged cliffs and skeletal trees, and the earth beneath it is like evidence of a recent, brutal upheaval. It lands on the ground right among the debris. Giant wings raise dust, and nearby another winged figure lands, acknowledging that they have finally caught up with their tardiness. High atop the beast back, the group surveys the ruins. The queen watches the scorched lands, realizing this was the place where young dragons grew and from Harith Mother's fury. And below, the commander prepares to repel the attack to protect his companions. Suddenly, the brush convulsively comes to life with movement. Predators burst through the thickets. The jaws snap menacingly, just barely missing the young mage who, escaping, has hidden in the underbrush. She presses herself to the ground, her breathing falters as she tries to remain unnoticed. But a cold voice cuts through the rustling leaves, announcing that she has been found. Before she can recover, a huge dark limb crashes down on Harriet's mighty grip, grabs the cloak and pulls it up in one motion. The girl is thrown back onto the forest floor. She lies motionless among the wildflowers, and it seems her soul is broken by the unbearable presence looming over her. One reptile narrows its eyelids as it sinks its gaze into its prey coldly and calculatingly. He lowers his gaze to the mage lying prone, and his gigantic body casts a long shadow over her broken state. When Tenkai suddenly breaks and stops, the dragon coldly states, "The woman is already at the brink of death." Ignoring the dragon's grim verdict, the young healer rushes to the woman, tightly clutching the medical bag. Behind him walks Coronet, her eyes wide open with worry as they approach the site of the clash. The sorceress lies on the grass, gasping for air, and on her shoulder is a distinct star-shaped mark, embossed directly on the skin. Her breathing is frequent and painful, and nearby in the mud lies a small star-shaped amulet, a silent proof of how cruelly she was captured. He leans closer, frowning in concentration, examining the visible tension on her neck and the sheen of cold sweat that has appeared on her skin. The situation is critical. Every second is worth its weight in gold as her condition rapidly deteriorates. With practiced speed, he reaches into his bag and pulls out a stethoscope. The metallic click of this instrument sharply cuts through the sudden silence in the clearing as he prepares to assess internal injuries. She presses the chest piece to her skin and carefully moves it, listening for faint signs of life or their absence. The heart beats abruptly, irregularly, and the air passing through the lungs sounds deadly quiet. The surviving onlookers are pinned to the spot, only stunned silence remains. The person's face is frozen in a mask of incomprehension at these foreign medical techniques. The dragon squints tighter, and the elven captain watches intently with distrust, unable to understand exactly what the man is trying to do. He raises his gaze and all color drains from his face as he announces, "Breath sounds on the right have disappeared." Realizing the danger looming right now, he sharply calls for Corona to bring a needle, diagnosing a deadly pressure building in the woman's chest. He does not take his eyes off his work. Kneeling beside the fallen mage, he prepares the procedure. The elven captain hissed watches with growing suspicion and demands to be told what he intends to do to the woman. The captain bursts out, his voice sharpens as if striking the air with a sharp hook. He asks whether this is truly an attempt at treatment or merely a display of racial favoritism, accusing the healer of valuing one comrade above those who truly save and sacrifice themselves. The captain roars that the star mage, who risked everything for their cause, is the one who should be saved, and demanding an explanation for these actions that seem utterly senseless. He stands firm, his gaze sharp, and declares that immediate triage is needed. The situation is critical. For the wounded, every second is worth its weight in gold, so it is necessary to quickly and decisively assess who can be saved and who will have to wait. He implements a system where the principles of medical priority are established as absolute law: black for those beyond help, red for critically wounded requiring immediate intervention, yellow for those whose care can be postponed, green for minor cases needing minimal attention. Through the swirling chaos, the obsidian dragon whines in agony, its gigantic body trembles from pain caused by wounds. It demands to be treated first. The voice is a guttural roar, full of arrogant claims, rolling across the forest glade. But the doctor sharply orders it to be silent, not intimidated by either the beast's status or size, while others suffer. Turning his back on the dragon's demands, he explains his philosophy to the onlookers. He insists, even if high officials or powerful beings must wait, priority is always given to those in the most immediate danger, regardless of their race or status. Watching this display of unbreakable ethics, the elven captain realizes the man before him is unlike any other. He recalls how the doctor saved the queen and the dragon king not out of loyalty, but for his own unfathomable reasons, treating all lives with the same cold clinical indifference. Despite persistent words that elven lives should be prioritized due to their longevity and status, the doctor remains focused on the task. He ignores the captain's protests and demands to immediately examine the next patient. He examines a hand with a small burn and quickly concludes the injury was caused by overexertion of fire magic. He continues his work with clinical efficiency, quickly gives the boat captain a green mark for minor injuries, and urges him to immediately proceed to the designated area. Looking away from the confused sailor, he nods and briefly apologizes but does not relent. He says others need more urgent and specialized care. This dismissal leaves the elf captain and the brutal sailor in complete shock. Their faces freeze in disbelief. They were simply ignored, passed over by an ordinary human healer. Nearby, a beastman roars in protest. His bared fangs protrude as he demands an answer. Is this young man some unofficial fraud who ignores his status? Heat's outrage flares. He shouts that treating a high-ranking elf should be considered a rare privilege. But he sees the healer continues to focus on the worn beast girl lying in the grass. Amid all this noise, the young man aims at the patient's chest, mentally placing a point exactly between the second and third ribs to perform a life-saving intervention. The elven captain does not stop pressing, trying to understand his system. The hierarchy of aid is measured by the severity of the injury. He notices that the beast girl is in the most critical condition. While he continues to question where the logic in this situation is, the needle is already ready for the procedure. The captain's voice sounded for the last time, demanding an explanation of why the healer started specifically with this particular prisoner. He firmly presses the needle to the girl's chest. The metal pierces her skin with sharp medical precision. The eyes of the young werewolf snap open, a sharp breath bursts from her lips, and a sudden sensation like a needle jerks her back to consciousness. On the side, the captain and his companion froze in shocked stupor, eyes wide as they watch the procedure far beyond their understanding. Immediately after the needle enters, a sharp whistle of air escaping sound. This signals the release of the deadly pressure that had already been cruelly compressing her lungs. This condition, attention, pneumothorax, occurs when air trapped in the chest cavity begins to compress the heart, and healthy lung, a life-threatening condition requiring immediate intervention. Tenkai carefully watches the girl and notices her condition was much more fragile than it appeared on the surface. Nearby, the spectators, including Captain Heath, are silent. The anticipation of the very moment and the amazing effectiveness of the healer's actions leave them speechless for a moment. Turning to the others with a reassuring smile, the young healer explains. This gave them a precious pause, but the girl's treatment must continue as soon as they reach the safety of the castle. Heath, his first skepticism changed to duty and relief. He promises to come to her immediately after arrival, sincerely apologizes for the tension his previous doubts caused. He he rarely bowed his head feigning submission and sincerely apologized for his earlier doubts. Although the procedure was successful, the captain still could not find peace. He questioned the strange laws of this magic and wondered if the young beastman would truly heal completely. While tension hung in the air, the cowardly merchant seized a moment of distraction and dashed across the clearing at full speed. But he did not get far just as a giant shadow loomed over the path. A commanding voice sounded. He called those fleeing fools. He was instantly silenced in the middle of a scream when the tail of the obsidian dragon struck like a whirlwind, coiling around the waist like a whip. The rest of the group froze in grim silence while the beast effortlessly tossed into the air the one who was struggling. The prisoner struggled in the shackles, his face twisted fear and pride frozen in a mask. He screamed for help, demanded that the fake mage save him, and reminded everyone of his supposedly incredible importance, even as the situation grew increasingly hopeless. Meanwhile, the captain looked back at the doctor, and his face sharpened again. He admitted, the only reason he even considered following Tenkai was that the young man seemed to be the only one capable of handling the current chaos. Then he gestured toward the merchant loitering nearby, and asked what exactly Tenkai intended to do with such a man. Tenkai, looking a bit exhausted, replied that he planned to take the prisoner with him and provide medical aid as soon as they reached a safe place. The captain's eyes narrowed. He was searching for logic behind such mercy. Nearby, the young doctor stubbornly met his gaze, restrained determination in his eyes, but it was clear that the decision weighed on him with the full burden. He finally voiced his dissatisfaction, directly stating that he did not understand whose side the defector was really on. For a soldier, a man who brought so much suffering did not even deserve the gift of life, let alone the care of a doctor. He watched Tenkai intently. His gaze, sharp like a young man's, stayed fixed, unwavering. Tenkai's face remained unyielding, sweat poured down his forehead as he prepared to defend his choice, to save even those considered unworthy. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Captain Tenkai, he quietly apologized, admitting that his stubbornness in saving everyone might seem selfish, yet he still stood his ground. He simply could not leave someone whose life he had the power to save. This conviction was born from seeing the young werebeast Koron lying nearby in deep despair. Her face burned with fever, and she seemed to sway on the edge of painful consciousness, her small body trembling. To cure her ailment, they prepared an effective remedy. A large cauldron was boiled over the fire, filled with a decoction from the leaves of the giant world tree that towered over the settlement. Its ancient power was preserved in the healing potion. While the medicine was being prepared, Queen Melina in the infirmary took care of the wounded captain. She urged him to hold on, pouring an infusion from the world tree, and the humble soldier felt. Such royal care was far more than he deserved. The quiet moment was broken by a rush. Tenkai burst into the room. His voice trembled with concern. He apologized for the sudden entrance and sincerely hoped that the treatment would quickly ease the pain of those recovering there. Closely behind him, the captain, already on his feet, carefully carried the unconscious cornet to the ward. He ordered the others to prepare the bed immediately, while Rin and the rest of the group stood watching with anxiety and readiness to help. They carefully laid her down on the soft blanket. All attention shifted to the recovery of the young girl as the weight of her delicate body rested on the mattress. This was the first step in what is hoped to become a successful treatment. She lies motionless while Tenkai calms the queen and Rin, assuring that if she does not move, her condition will stabilize. He acknowledges the mage who fled but insists that now she is simply a patient in need of care, asking permission to use the space, prioritizing her treatment above all. In the silence within the hospital ward, the whole group gathers around the bed where she lies. The queen and her captain watch intently as the young doctor prepares to begin work. The weight of this moment hangs in the air. When he looks down at her, he notices deep, torn lines of cuts on the skin. Although the bandages used were clean, he anxiously realizes the wounds themselves were not properly disinfected. He tightly grips the cup with the medicine, his face tensing, is already preparing for the next step. He raises the cup closer and immediately recognizes the distinct, strong aroma of world tree leaves. Such decoctions are common here to dull the pain, but he does not get distracted. He quietly asks how long she endured. She tries for a weak smile and whispers that she can endure the pain, although the sweat on her forehead tells a different story. He knows the limits of local medicine and to prevent infection decides, now he must wash the wounds. Tenkai focuses intently on his work, carefully washing dirt from the deep wound. Nearby, a young beast girl watches, her eyes filled with curiosity and anxiety as he works. Then he prepares a syringe with a local anesthetic, and calmly explains to the elven captain that the incision needs to be widened to properly treat the hidden injuries. The captain shudders at the very mention of possible further injury from distrust. The captain and his companions freeze in fear, eyes wide open. At the thought of such a paradoxical procedure, their faces turn pale. She voices his protest, defending the opinion that the wound is already severe enough there is no need to add trauma. Nearby, behind them, the queen and her maid watch this conversation with heavy hearts. The burden of what is happening weighs on everyone in the room. In response, the healer holds his position and warns, if the deeper infection is ignored, everything will end much worse. The captain still doubts, but the young woman beside him watches and hope grows on her face. Tense silence covers the room as the first delicate steps of the procedure begin. Focus tightens to the details, to the flesh, and to the instruments. The captain admits, his people do not understand this strange form of magic, but the young woman replies they clearly see the intention, a desperate, sincere attempt to save a life. The beast girl adds her voice. Her faith in her master's abilities is unshakable. He gives a brief, decisive nod as soon as the captain finally surrenders, entrusting the lives of his people to these foreign hands. The plowman, or rather, the healer, firmly takes the surgical instruments, ready to begin the operation for real. He takes on the delicate work, raising the sharp metal of the surgical scissors to the torn, blackened edges of the elf's wounds. With steady hands, the doctor carefully trims the dead, necrotic flesh, a necessary but terrible step for the body to truly heal. A barely audible metallic click echoes in the silence of the room, drawing a breath from everyone watching. Hit looks on with wide-open eyes, filled with horror, while Vren watches the work both with awe and anxiety as the last piece of damaged tissue is removed. While the procedure continues, Queen Melina and Coronet quietly enter the tent. Their faces are distorted by anxiety as a strange, bloodless ritual unfolds before them. Under the pressure of an ever-growing audience, he does not lose his rhythm. The doctor remains focused on his patient, movements precise and methodical as he tries to stabilize the wounded soldier under the watchful, skeptical gaze of Heath. As soon as the jagged scars are cleared of corruption, he exhales with relief and announces that the debridement is finally complete. Switching to the next stage, he asks for petroleum jelly to protect the open tissue. Meanwhile, he begins a thorough cleaning of the site and the elven captain watches. At first, his shock slowly recedes, giving way to an awareness of this man's skill. He utters the final word of reassurance. The wound is now stable and will begin to recover, and the witnesses are left to grapple with the wonder of his foreign medicines. He offers a comforting smile, promising to oversee the patient's recovery until the very end. This promise brings the young elf a noticeable wave of relief. He exhales as if he had been holding his breath all this time, and his face lights up with hope. Watching this exchange, Captain Hitch stands as if rooted to the spot, his eyes wide open as he tries to comprehend the miracle he has just witnessed. The captain silently wonders whether what he saw was a manifestation of the unique magic of that healer. His gaze does not leave the young man working with such calm, precise efficiency. Without lingering to bask in the captain's triumph and fear, the doctor returns to the next bed, announcing that he will begin the next procedure immediately. Hitch, still reeling from shock, asks if he really intends to continue without rest. But the healer only orders his young assistant, Coronet, to prepare the diagnostic instruments. He explains that there is a necessary sequence in everything, so the captain cannot help but marvel at a person whose zeal to save lives knows no distinctions of rank or race. The elven warrior looks at him intently. His gaze is full of deep respect, and a quiet focus slowly settles on his features as he realizes the depth of the stranger's conviction. She watches as Queen Melina stands together with Rin and her companions. Her face shows calm determination as she observes the ongoing medical efforts. Nearby, Tinkai continues to work tirelessly, explaining that a tube must be inserted to release air from the chest cavity and expand the lungs, and also mentioning pluricidus connect the membranes if the first treatment cannot cure the patient. Seeing the young doctor working devotedly with all his heart, the queen turns to Rin and announces, her decision is final. They will arrange a permanent place for him here in the shelter behind the walls of the World Tree Sanctuary. He freezes for a moment, tired, but a sincere smile touches his lips as the image of his shelter for work begins to take shape under the glow of the great tree's branches. Massive iron bars of the prison cell clang loudly in lock. With a crash, a dull, final metallic snap rolls down the cold stone corridor. Behind these bars is a man who once held power, now suffocating in a trap. The elven guard coldly informs him that his magic is useless within these walls, and any fight is a futile waste of strength. He clings to the cold iron, his face twisted with shock and rage that only intensifies as the reality of his imprisonment fully sinks in. With a desperate roar, he launches into a verbal attack, shouting that they will surely regret this and that such treatment of a man is a brazen insult to his status. Then, from behind the bars, he screams wildly, insisting that he bears no blame for the queen's mother already being beyond salvation. With contempt, he hurls insults at his torturers, claiming they are no more than fried lizards. Silently standing behind the Dragon King, the three demon lords watch the prisoners outburst with cold, unyielding faces, and their presence only pressed heavier in the air. She did not flinch at his insults. Her voice dropped to an icy, eerie tone as she explained, "The only reason he still breathes is that he is not even worth the effort to kill." Leaning closer to the iron bars, she showed a predatory smile and a wave of horror washed over the man. She made it clear, if his actions lead to war, she will greet that conflict with open arms, eagerly awaiting the fall of all he holds dear. Without a word, her fist tore forward. The air cracked as it struck the prisoner's face with furious force, the blow echoing through the stone chamber. Falling from the strike, he lay down while she loomed over him. Her voice drowned in righteous anger as she declared that he is the true failure, and his accusations are only just beginning. While no trace of rage remains in the dungeon, Rin sleeps a deep, peaceful sleep, her face clear, untouched yet by any political storm looming on the horizon. Outside, the grand architecture of the city stands silently under the moonlight, a deceptive calm that hides the tension about to tear peace to shreds. The High Priest Eccles stands atop the central stairs of the great library, a silent guardian amid the endless collections of knowledge. A messenger approaches from below. His voice echoes through the majestic hall as he prepares to deliver a report about the chief priest and his assistant, who were sent to the World Tree. He receives the news with a terrifyingly calm expression, his eyes glued to the documents before him. The report confirms a catastrophic turn of events. The delegation abandoned the medical mission and was captured. He processes this defeat with a barely noticeable, understanding smile, while the weight of the situation settles into the silence in the room. Rome, Lindworms enter the chamber in step. Her appearance immediately draws all attention. Queen Melina, surrounded by Rin and her companions, greets the arrival of the Dragon King with a refined nod. Melina thanks for the visit and suggests without delay to begin the formal ceremonial proceedings. Resuming the conversation, the queen proposes an official renewal of their ancient alliance. She directs her gaze at the guests, her face calm but resolute, emphasizing how important it is to continue cooperation between their peoples. In response, the Dragon King pauses on the recent turn of events, and through a half-smile openly shows that she is satisfied with the current state of affairs. She mentions Alec and asks if this situation truly suits all parties. Her gaze lingers on the Queen of the Elves. She continues, and in her voice appears a detached wisdom, that the trivialities of this time may fade from memory over time, but the remarkable recovery of the Queen is something she will not forget for a long time. Her gaze narrows to one piercing eye, which absorbs the full weight of the following words. She announces, she has a specific proposal that must be presented to the assembly, one that carries serious consequences for the future. While the summit continues, circle after circle surrounds the grand round table. Tenkai listens intently and the scribe notes everything that happens. The conversation sharply shifts to how the dragon people take on the protection of the elven land, and this protection directly includes Tenkai. The scribe pauses. Her pen hangs in the air as she realizes the consequence for his sake. They are effectively cutting themselves off from other states. She adjusts her glasses, and her thoughts race through the strategic intricacies of such a move. Silently she reflects. Is this an attempt to keep him caged under their protection, or is the truth much more complex? Perhaps it is he by his presence who keeps everyone in place. She listens carefully as the Dragon King addresses her directly, dispelling all remaining anxieties. This is a closed circle without end. Lindworm recalls the pivotal moment when Queen Juno brought Tenkai into their world and considers, without his appearance, their current path would be much more uncertain. While the conversation continues at the huge table, the Dragon Queen emphasizes, her proposal is for the common good of all present. She states her desire without hesitation. For the stability of their future, she wants Tenkai to remain here, integrated into their society. Hearing this, the young maid Vren immediately chimes in with inspired agreement. Hands clasped in delight, she expresses her own sincere wish for Mami-sama to stay. Her face flushes at the thought that he will continue to be among them. The Queen of the Elves acknowledges the feelings. Her daughter Juno was also among those saved by the intervention of this man. The weight of gratitude is read in her calm, majestic posture as she looks at Rich. She further strengthens her position and declares that for Om Mamadano, the only right place is to live in the sacred hollow of the World Tree. With a calm smile, she fully supports the additional conditions of the union, seeing his presence as a blessing. But still she stops writing. The quill hovers over the parchment, and a moment of hesitation strikes her chest. She begins to speak. Her voice cuts through the general agreement with professional caution. Looking at the others, she asks if they have considered Tenkai's view on this agreement. She says, before making such a huge decision, they need to find out his true feelings and suggests calling him to the chambers immediately. Besides, somewhere near a pile of glass flasks on the wooden floor, the very object of their dispute stands quietly. Its presence is a silent anchor amid the political maneuvers of kings and queens. He watches as the young werewolf presses the cold metallic membrane of the stethoscope to the patient's chest. Her animal ears twitch with concentration, and the steady heartbeat fills her senses. Reporting to him about her observations, she excitedly notes, the heartbeat is accompanied by a clear sound of breathing on the right, and Rin watches the medical lesson with quiet interest. Taking the instrument from her, he leaned closer to check the sounds himself, his face serious, as he carefully examines the internal mechanisms of the patient's recovery. He confirms her observation, praises the purity of the right lung's breath, and orders her to remember this specific sound as a standard of health. He warns, any change in this sound or its absence will require a change in treatment up to another surgical intervention. It pressures her, and she acknowledges what was said with a sharp, firm nod, just at the moment when Rin notices movement in the bed. Heavy curtains in the infirmary are drawn aside, and a horn enters the room, a figure that solemnly, demonstratively intervenes in the quiet medical space. He abruptly turns back to the bed in surprise. The patient has finally opened his eyes, and the look in them is wide-eyed and confused. With a relieved smile, he welcomes the man back to the world of awakening, gesturing towards the comrades who had been closely watching his recovery. He shows a quiet smile, calming the patient. Recovery will require more patience, but the progress is undeniable, so one can relax and rest peacefully. Realizing this, the blonde demon lord bows his head in quiet gratitude, acknowledging that he chose this difficult path to recovery and will not retreat. Nearby, Rin, sitting up in bed, looks upward, tears shining in her eyes that have not yet fallen, and she adds her quiet words of thanks to the healer. The demon mistress holds on for a moment longer beside her. The weight of their shared trial hangs in the silence of the infirmary. His face softens and a deep pensiveness remains in it, as if he is weighing the long road still ahead for both of them. The silence is broken by the appearance of Alex, and Tenkai asks if the visit is for any particular reason. Alex just shrugs. He thought the healer might be bored, so he considered inviting him for a drink. Nodding indifferently with his hand, Alex walks away along the long sunny corridor, leaving Tenkai to return to his duties with the last polite farewell. Returning to the workshop, Koron looks intently at the stethoscope with wide, uncertain eyes, and Tenkai immediately asks what troubles her. She wonders whether she truly deserves to use such a refined magical instrument. The history of the stethophone extends far back to 1816, when a French doctor first used a paper tube to listen to a patient's heart. This simple invention later evolved thanks to the work of others, including George Kamen, until it became the binaural instrument used today. It combines simple observation with advanced diagnostics. She listens attentively as Tenkai expresses a sincere desire to give her his own stethoscope. He explains that he truly wants to prepare it specifically for her, recognizing her dedication to learning. Surprised to accept the offer, she wonders if it can really be hers. He nods, recalling the promise his grandfather made to her, and explains, since they currently have only one, they will have to share it. He asks if she agrees to use it together with him for some time. With a radiant smile, she accepts the responsibility, sincerely thanks him, and marks this as a celebration. He shifts his gaze to the future and realizes, one instrument is not enough, they need to find a way to produce more medical equipment. His thoughts are interrupted by the sudden appearance of a newcomer. The woman introduces herself as MangaRecap, the Prime Minister serving under the rule of Queen Melina. He freezes for a moment, not because of her title, but because of the familiar look of the glasses on her nose, a technology he did not expect to see here at all. Hooked by the strap, the young beast girl takes the accessory closer and examines it carefully, marveling at how the lenses provide such clarity. She exclaims with delight, impressed by the quality of the glass, and realizes how much it enhances her vision. He lights up with discovery, recognizing the glasses as a sophisticated tool that opens up a whole world of possibilities for their work. But the Prime Minister, when looking at the frames, appears a little confused by his sudden burst of enthusiasm. Seeing that he might have gone too far, he barely shrugs and shyly apologizes for his excitement. She quietly asks to have the glasses returned, and her composure returns as soon as that brief moment of shared admiration passes. He enters the chamber and announces that he has brought a guest, as requested. Prime Minister MangaRecap adjusts her glasses, and a spark of curiosity flashes in her eyes. The Dragon King Lindrum watches, and surprise flashes in his gaze. Seizing the moment, the young doctor adds that he also has a matter of extraordinary importance that he wants to discuss with all the gathered leaders. At his request, the Prime Minister inquires about the essence of his consultation. He begins to speak, but politely offers to give way if she is occupied with her own affairs. Yet his main concern remains the long-term recovery of those who suffered during the recent conflict. He talks about the medical situation, says that acute physical injuries and lung damage have already been stabilized, but a far more insidious threat is growing behind that. The wounds inflicted by the wolf's claws and teeth carry a high risk of infection, and he admits, the thought of rabies weighs heavily on his heart. Gloomily looking him in the eyes, he explains, this disease, contracted through bites or scratches from wild animals, is almost certainly fatal once symptoms appear. It is a terrible truth. The virus can lie dormant for a long time, months, but once fever and hydrophobia set in, there is no treatment. The Dragon King listens with growing concern. The burden of the situation becomes clear, and there is no way to prevent the virus from awakening. Survivors remain in mortal danger. When the group gathered around the table, a heavy silence thickened in the room. Queen Melina spoke first. Her voice was calm, but there was unease in it as she noted the alarming nature of recent events, saying they looked like a bad omen for the kingdom. Under her gaze, he began to explain his medical concerns, specifically the disease known as rabies. He admitted, usually it is not transmitted between people, but he did not know if such a disease even existed in this world. But because of the many races living here, he considered it necessary to be prepared for the worst. Maillard, listening attentively, pressed him, what exactly does such preparation mean? He unfolded his plan. He wanted to keep 2 patients under observation in their current room for some more time. He also proposed to thoroughly investigate the city's history to find any past cases of similar symptoms or even old legends that might hint at a recurring scenario of the disease. Finishing his proposal, the young healer slightly lowered his head and apologized for what he felt was a selfish or overly demanding request. Despite his modesty, what he said hung heavily in the air as others pondered the consequences of his medical foresight. A delicate smile touched the queen's lips as she addressed him with respect, acknowledging his devotion. She assured him she understood his reasoning and declared that she would leave the entire matter in his skilled hands, placing full trust in his expertise. When the medical plan was agreed upon, he shifted his attention to the practical and inquired about the exact reward due for his services, which changed the tone of the meeting, and for a moment a quiet concentration hung between them at the table. She shuddered and looked at him, surprised by the sudden mention of compensation. She honestly admitted, yes, they definitely wanted to pay him for the hard work, but she did not know how to properly thank the one whose healing abilities far surpassed even the most elite mages they had ever encountered. He quickly brushed off the concern, stating that he acted solely out of his own desire to help as a doctor. He said that the hospitality he was given and the way his requests were accommodated were already enough to repay his efforts. He involuntarily gets a bit flustered when the Dragon Queen playfully attacks him with the question of whether he really thinks her life has no value. He quickly stammers a denial, trying to maintain composure amid the sharp change in tone and make it clear that his intentions are modest. Then he shifts the conversation to a historical precedent from his own world and talks about Koishikawa Sanatorium. He explains that it was founded by his fellow Dr. Agawa Shousen with the noble purpose of providing life-saving aid even to those who cannot afford it. This image of selfless service shows a memory of the man himself, a devoted healer, who spent days among the scent of medicinal herbs, and was dedicated to the well-being of all regardless of their social status. Melini listens attentively, and the feeling of his intention finally reaches her more deeply. Whether his ultimate goal is to create a refuge where medical treatment becomes a right for every living soul in this kingdom. He confirms this with a passionate outburst of emotions. He declares that he dreams of giving healing to everyone who seeks him near the world tree, but he worries that such a desire may seem presumptuous in a country where healing is rare. However, his conviction does not waver. After his statement, a heavy silence falls. The gathered leaders weigh the scale of his plan. He stands before them as a solitary figure from another world, proposing a revolution in how they care for the various peoples of their land. The tension eases as the queen gives a warm, supportive smile, and the Dragon King laughs loudly. It is clear he finds it funny and is genuinely impressed by the grand plan. Meanwhile, Maillard watches everything closely. Her analytical mind is already calculating the practical consequences. Then Maillard shifts the conversation to his young companion, Coronet, and asks if she is really his student. She in turn asks if he agrees to share his knowledge with the Elvisand. He accepts this request without any hesitation. He smiles warmly when Maillard leans in and whispers that the source of his power must naturally remain a secret. He simply agrees and unexpectedly for her, accepts such a significant thing in a usual, everyday tone. Continuing the explanation, he notes, his own hands cannot jump through time and space to help everyone, so he wants as many people as possible to master these medical arts. Offended by his selflessness, Mayar raises her hand and enthusiastically volunteers to become his first student. Queen Melina looks ahead with a determined gaze and declares that they will indeed build a refuge in this kingdom to save all who suffer from diseases. Hearing a specific term, he falters and shakes his head in confusion, asking what exactly the imperial appointment means in this land. When the outlines of future plans emerge, memories of another kind of healing come to light. A man with sharp light hair performs what many consider a miracle. In a majestic city with stone spires, he places gloved hands on a mangled limb and chants ancient, rhythmic spells that seem to hum with a power older than the city itself. His touch made the very air ripple like water. Shimmering light spread from the fingertips as soon as the magic began its work. The result appeared instantly and was undeniable. The woman screamed in disbelief when she saw the man's leg, shattered, healing again right before her eyes. Shouts of praise erupted in the hall, and the bishop's name echoed throughout the ward as a testament to his divine intervention. He remained calm amid the excitement, explaining that curses often take root in bodily wounds. Handing over a small vial, he instructed, "If the curse manifests as a fever, the holy water inside will cure it." With a final tearful expression of gratitude, the woman bowed deeply in the center of the huge sunlit cathedral, and the figure of the bishop loomed over the entire gathered crowd. He stood calmly while his subordinates marveled at his strength and saw how in a moment he healed such a terrible wound. With a humble look, he replied that there was nothing special here, only the fruit of true faith and prayer. When someone asked why a woman of such low status received divine gracia miracle and even the gift of holy water, he looked up. He spoke of a world where God created all people equal, and his voice carried the weight of dim piety. And as soon as he clarified this, a sharp predatory gleam flashed in his eyes. Equality did not extend to other races or people of mixed origin. His followers quietly whispered and laughed among themselves, mocking the very idea that the liquid they knew as ordinary juice, gathered by slaves, could truly be sacred. Yet they still went along with the performance and kept playing. A light sarcasm was cut short by a messenger who arrived with an urgent summons from Archbishop Ecclesiastes. The fact that he was immediately called to the Holy See instantly sharpened his gaze and focused the expression on his face. Having accepted the order with a brief nod of response, he glanced at the towering spires of the cathedral where the high-ranking officials of the faith were waiting. As he rushed through the luxurious, sunlit corridors of the palace, he came across a familiar face. He appealed to the man's soul, wondering if he too had been summoned to this sudden gathering. They were together with another accomplice named Comet. They stood in the grand hall, and each of them was confused due to the lack of information about their urgent summons. He stands next to his comrades and listens as Comet grumbles about being used for public relations, just like the recent slave exhibition. Soul is silent. His face reveals nothing while they discuss the sponsor's demands and the boring nature of their duties. Weighing the full seriousness of what is happening, he realizes the challenge to both the soul and the comet is no longer just an instruction. It occurs to him whether all 6 stars have been gathered together. Even the comet leaves with a sense of confidence, as if with a clearly defined intention. As they approach the massive, luxurious doors of the inner sanctuary, a voice remarks on the futility of alms that bring no profit. The heavy silence of the corridor is broken only by the echoing footsteps on the stone. In the luxurious living room they enter and find the room already occupied by those of the same rank as themselves. The air is thick with a mixture of boredom and tension as the participants of the 6 stars settle into the soft furnishings, waiting for their superior. Among those waiting is lounges casually holding a package with staff and zest, gaze sharp as a blade, posture relaxed. In this dangerous confidence lies risk. They embody the diverse and formidable power gathered within these walls, each a pillar of the church's influence. Suddenly the grand gate burst open, and a figure of incredible power stepped out, crowned with a wreath of horns and flowing robes. He greeted them with a calm, measured tone. His presence immediately drew all eyes and silenced the room. The assembled elite squad 6 star stands in a single formation before their leader. Although they are different, each with their own character and temperament, the weight of the future task at this moment of formal gathering tightly binds them into one whole. He began by exposing a terrible situation. One of their holy healers, the high priest, was captured by the world tree. The detainee turned out to be none other than the high priest colonel's son, and this revelation clearly threw Phi off track. Continuing his speech, he emphasized the need for an immediate and decisive response. The main issue was not only the life of this person, but that their sacred healing magic could be exposed and stolen by enemies. After the news, a heavy silence fell over the room. The other participants of the 6 stars were digesting it, and their faces shifted from grim determination to deep anxiety. Torn far from the safety of the hall, the captured priest gripped the cold iron bars of his cell, his face twisted with fear and defiance. He stands up and stretches with all his might heavily, wearily. The long hours of training are visible in his posture. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, Corona calls to him, addressing him as Yuta-sama. He sharply rushes to apologize for the brief lapse in focus, just realizing he is no longer alone. Soon, FIA joins them, noting that Alec was talking about a new project he is now undertaking to implement. He confirms his intentions, his gaze steady, firm, and full of purpose. He begins to tell about his plan about creating a hospital, a refuge where the sick and wounded can find relief regardless of their status. The idea fills Corona with excitement, while FIA listens more reservedly with attentive analytical interest. He illustrates his thought, showing an extremely detailed drawing of dragon anatomy. They lean closer, drawn by curiosity to the complexity of the sketch, but he admits that the scale of the work ahead is daunting and they lack time. Clearly feeling the mission, he announces his ultimate goal to compile the Kaitai Shinsho, a revolutionary new book on anatomy that will become the foundation of medical knowledge in this realm. This large-scale undertaking reflects the historical efforts of scholars who sought to combine traditional practices with rigorous study of the body through translation and observation, heralding the dawn of a new era in medicine. He explains his vision to the group, emphasizing that recording the internal structure of the dragon is vital for future medical references. Nearby, Coroni listens, eyes wide with wonder, as he tells how this knowledge could allow others to heal dragons even without him. Despite grand dreams, the young healer stays firmly grounded. He admits that his work is far from finished and that he still lacks many necessary resources. He looks down at his notes, a burden of all the difficulties ahead on his face. Nearby, Queen Melina and her companions share a light moment recalling a recent failed attempt to make soap. This memory brings a soft smile to Queen, a brief respite from serious talks about medical progress. Previous experiments of the group ended in a sharp failure, so they had to apologize for the persistent smell. Even on the dead night, their dedication to improving hygiene and daily life does not weaken, despite occasional annoying glitches. He understands the science of soap, explaining its composition, animal fats and plant ash. He knows his knowledge is still rough, but the principles of cleanliness are vital to prevent the spread of diseases in this world. The conversation sharply shifts to delight over using soap for the first time. Koron impatiently awaits the cleanliness that far surpasses ordinary water. He smiles warmly at her in response to her enthusiasm, emphasizing that prevention is the most effective medicine. When the night deepens, the scale of work becomes clearer. A proper clinic, special instruments, and a broader understanding of medicine among people are needed. The demands are endless, but the need is undeniable. He contemplates the shortage of resources and realizes his supplies are dwindling. The question of how to obtain what is needed in this unfamiliar world weighs on him as he gazes into the distance and dissolves into thought. He is suddenly swept up by the energetic flow of FIA as soon as she announces it's time to drink. Her enthusiasm leaves him almost no room for objections. She promises to listen to his stories properly once they have alcohol in their hands, and insists they must leave immediately. The team approaches a rural, well-lit establishment hidden among the trees. Warm light bursts into the night as they prepare to enter. Just entering, they come into the bartender's field of vision. He greets them and notes with interest that a young healer has joined them this evening. Inside, it is noisy, a sharp contrast to the quiet forest outside the door. She immediately takes the steering wheel in her hands and, loudly demanding that the staff bring out the most exquisite drinks and put their soul into the service, sets the tone. Others only greet her kindly, while the young man watches her with amusing surprise and fear. Turning her gaze to him, she asks if his hesitation is due to low alcohol tolerance. He embarrassedly admits he simply makes it a rule to avoid drinking. He wants to explain his position, but his words are immediately met with playful skepticism. The conversation abruptly changes when the bartender names a name that catches his ear and asks if the young werewolf is familiar with the Dragon Lord, who often frequents the upper floor. The mention of such a powerful lord in the local tavern causes a moment of shocked silence among the guests. Then their attention was drawn to a familiar, loud figure sitting at the next table. The dwarf leader had already drunk quite a lot. He seemed completely indifferent to the arrival of the newcomers, entirely lost in his own delirium. He loudly throws the empty mug on the table and, without calming down, demands a refill. They jokingly scold him for setting such a bad example for the younger generation, But despite the reprimand, his mood is still high, calls for another round. He leans back and smiles slyly, handing the young man a wooden mug. The latter looks confused and hesitant, as if trying to understand what kind of sudden hospitality this is. Continuing the persuasion, the veteran warrior warns, it is not worth being picky when it comes to a good mood, and urges the companion to take a generous, restorative gulp. After the young man finally takes a cautious sip and realizes that the liquid is surprisingly pleasant to taste, if I abruptly interrupt him and tell the old man to stop bothering their guests like. When the company settles around the table, the conversation turns to the drink itself, and Tenkai calls it kalwija, noting its pleasant fruitiness compared to the grain-based drinks he had before. The loud leader laughs melodiously, impressed by the boy's ability to distinguish shades, and confirms, the previous drink was indeed made from grain, and this one was brewed from local fruits. He listens attentively while Tenkai describes the customs of his distant land. There, drinks like ale are often served chilled to everyone at the table. This sounds both unusual and amazing. Suddenly, a man in a dark suit begins to act, directing a wave of magical energy into a wooden bucket until crystalline ice forms on it, and a cold mist rises from the vessel. Everyone freezes, eyes wide open, staring at the drink that has changed. The Beast Girl and others impatiently wait to feel the icy bite of this newly created delicacy. He takes a huge gulp of the frost-covered drink, and his eyes widen as the icy liquid hits his throat. The sensation instantly throws him off, and he forcefully slams the wooden mug on the table, making a loud crack. A loud roar rolling through the room drowns out everything. A bearded man solemnly declares that the drink is incredibly tasty, and this unsettles the woman beside him, as she twitches from such a loud sound. He leans back breathless and compares this feeling to watching the sunset over a fertile plain or to the wild joy of a golden sandstorm. He could never have imagined that there was such a way to enjoy a drink. He shifts his gaze to the young man who had cast that dreadful thought and asks if there are any other hidden truths about the art of alcohol. The young man modestly waves it off, saying that it cannot be true wisdom. The woman with the stick knows. He looks so knowledgeable, yet no matter how much he drinks. To this, he admits he once loved alcohol, especially preferring whiskey over beer. Then he proceeds to explain distillation. How the liquid is boiled and the vapors condense to separate components and create a much stronger spirit, leaving his companions in a state of shocked stupor, unable to believe it. His gaze flashes with a new, predatory interest, as he leans closer and demands to hear every detail about this mysterious, stronger brew. He growls with a loud laugh, and his voice carries as he proclaims that his people have long devoted themselves to the search for the most exquisite spirits. But FIA does not laugh at all. She grabs the talkative one and forces him to be silent, not allowing him to bother Tenkai, who increasingly chokes from the sudden outburst. Against this chaotic backdrop, the bearded demon lord tries to calm the uproar, but Tenkai physically gets stuck in the very vortex of the scuffle. He is thrown from side to side and science boils in his head. He is already calculating the possibilities of distillation and realizes that repeating the process can yield highly concentrated ethanol, even for medical use. While he is lost in thought, a large man sits down at the heavy wooden table. His face slowly shifts from drunken revelry to composure and focus. FIA settles nearby, her sharp gaze does not leave the conversation, and only now does the room finally become quieter. When the conversation turns in another direction, Tenkai shifts his gaze to Koron. She watches everything with quiet interest. He begins to talk about the subtleties of the distillation process he has been thinking about, speaking evenly, revealing his mastery to those gathered. While he speaks, the veteran warrior leans forward. His single eye reflects new respect as he names a personal favor he wants to ask. He hints that when Tenkai gets a moment of rest, he could look after his grandson, and this trouble goes far beyond ordinary matters. Startled at his request, the boy barely audibly repeats grandchild, and his eyes widen as soon as he catches the gaze of a young girl with a shy, observant look. The veteran simply nods, confirming this is exactly the child he was talking about, and their growing mutual aid suddenly takes on a personal weight. Tenkai listens while Norman describes the symptoms of his granddaughter: constipation and occasional abdominal pain. He hears the gnome brush off the seriousness and say to the young man, he will check it when he has time, and in return promises to do anything for him for his medical health. While Smith continues to speak, boasting of the legendary skill of his people in blacksmithing and the arts, he bursts out in loud indignation when the young man suggests submitting a formal request instead of a personal favor, insisting that an exceptional level of skill must come with proper payment. Later, the gnome shares a meal with the group, and FIA notes that he drinks a lot, while the doctor inquires about the presence of the dragon tribe at the workplace. She clarifies Their influence extends beyond this room all the way to a place called Ether, one floor above, known as the Fighting Den. After Smith gives a grim warning about life shattered by this place, the woman asks how it differs from his own flaws. She watches as the dwarf suddenly stands up, as if they themselves have just seen the truth of this place despite its bad reputation. He leads them through the entrance to the establishment. Heavy boots thud dully on the floorboards while a woman with elegant, curved mustache horns meets Thema practiced, friendly smile on her face. She asks if they have come to take part in the smoke, and her gaze lingers on the newcomers as they look around the strange, spacious, cave-like room. Because of his loud presence, she quickly scolds him, warning that loud voices disturb other visitors and reminds him, fire is strictly prohibited within these walls. He mumbles a muffled response. It is clear that he is uncomfortable in this cramped, controlled air of the stage. As they go deeper into the building, he notes, the whole commotion can already be heard from below. But the shopkeeper insists they are here only for a tour. The group cautiously follows her down the narrow, dark corridor. The air grows thicker with every step. The corridor opens into a spacious underground-like hall. Dim light flickers from trembling lanterns, and in their beams, figures sprawled in shadows are visible. The air hangs heavy with a sweet but sickly smell emanating from pipes held by listless visitors sprawled on the floor. Next to him, a man hunches over a large water pipe and breathes deeply, when suddenly he is pierced by a fierce, dry cough. It echoes throughout the room. Another figure lies nearby, glassy eyes staring into nowhere, engulfed in a fog of artificial bliss that conceals the physical decay around. Seeing the destruction with his own eyes, Tenkai turns to his companions. His voice trembles as he asks if this substance, this ether, really brought people to such a state. FIA confirms his fears with a grim nod, and her face hardens even more as she looks at the addicts. Then she fixes him with a sharp, uncompromising look and warns, do not dare to sprinkle either beautiful cliches or idealistic sighs about what is happening before them. Here, she says, there is no place for either fine words or false hopes. Meanwhile, the veteran warrior gazes into the worthless souls around and says, some call it a bad habit, but just look into their faces and the truth is immediately visible. He knows all too well. Those who come here seeking escape almost never find their way back to the light. Their lives are devoured by the very thing they came for: comfort. The veteran warrior retreats while the shopkeeper cuts off any need for sympathy or flowery words. She directly names the substance ether and speaks without any embellishments. Her gaze is firm and unsentimental, so she has no time for pity or empty sermons. Thanks to her sharpness, the words hardly settle in the room. She explains, ether, often called the breath of God, provides a temporary escape from suffering, and even the sacred leaves of the world tree cannot soothe it. It is a necessary mercy for those in agony, allowing them to seize a moment of peace. Tenkai listens and his eyes widen as another awareness begins to strengthen within him. Hearing this, he begins to demand confirmation. His voice trembles half from distrust, half from hope. He asks if this really allows a person to fall asleep peacefully, completely unaware of their own pain. His comrades, especially FIA and the young Courant, look at him with wide-open eyes, feeling a sharp, incredibly strong change in his mood. While others watch with mixed feelings of confusion and curiosity, reaches out to take the smoking device. The saleswoman watches him closely. Her face reveals nothing as he examines the tool of the trade with such concentration bordering on obsession. He grabs the pipe. On his face is a lightning bolt of mad inspiration illuminating him. He declares, this is not just a drug for the desperate. This is exactly what he was looking for, a vital element for a larger plan he carries in his mind. With a victorious cry, he explains, this substance is the key to creating a real hospital. He sees in it not just a drug, but the basis for general anesthesia, an idea capable of revolutionizing the way patients and the wounded are treated. In his mind flashes the history of such discoveries, from the first isolation of gases to their use in surgery, as he celebrates this unexpected find. Meanwhile, far from the dim interior of the Ether Den, the sun blazes over the sprawling capital. The city's grand domes and precise architecture testify to its wealth and power and are unaware of the medical breakthrough being contemplated here in the shadows. Inside one of these magnificent structures, a group of high-ranking officials and warriors gather around a long table. Sol, Comet, and Zess sit silently next to the Dragon King. Their faces are grim as they prepare to discuss state affairs and the shifting tides of their world. Comet announces an icy ultimatum and he clearly shows shock. The order is one, kill. Sol tries to persuade, asking if there is any way for their former comrades to survive, but the air still thickens with the grim truth of this mission. Due to the weight of this decision, the group convenes to discuss the next step. Lineworm notes that the fate of Colonel Sun and his adjutant will be determined by the circumstances that unfold next. Comet suggests sneaking onto the territory, but others quickly emphasize that his appearance would be too conspicuous, so they settle on leaving it to chance to decide who will take the risk. In response to the need for a fair selection, FIA prepares to toss 3 coins into the air while Sol watches intently and silently. She counts the number. Her face reveals nothing as the metal discs catch the light. As the coins clink and roll, the group sets the rules of their game, assigning gold, silver, and copper coins to different outcomes. FIA confidently voices her prophetic tale of 3 stories. Her voice is steady against the quiet tension hanging in the library. Following her example, other council members Zess, Comet, and Sol one after another, without pause, state their own stakes. The full weight of what this coin toss means for their future mission is frozen on their faces. In a moment, the 3 coins clinked against the cloth. Their metallic ringing echoed in the room as they settled into their final positions. Seeing the result, Zess rises from his seat with quiet, resolute grandeur. FIA exclaims in surprise, for he alone correctly predicted the outcome with triple tails, so now it is clear. His fate has been chosen for the task ahead. With the matter settled, he prepares to depart. And Sol reflects that it is only fair to entrust the work to the luckiest among them. Despite FIA's joking grumbles about being ignored again, the company sends Zess on the dangerous mission with their last words of support. He bows low as the merchant woman expresses her gratitude for his swift and decisive actions, and acknowledges the full weight of the task he has undertaken. In a moment, the driver near the city gates examines the travel permit, confirming the identity of the merchant Lon, before allowing him into the waiting transport. Then the coachman returns to the wagon harnessed to a creature, and asks where exactly they will head next while it twitches fiercely and moves restlessly. Sitting down in the soft armchair of the private carriage, the traveler only indicates the direction to the southwest, and his entire gaze is already fixed on the road ahead. With an unwavering look from under the brim of his hat, he clarifies the true goal: the cave of the world tree in the Elven Kingdom. Tinkai walks through the noisy streets together with his young companions. With relief, they have finally obtained a resource that may come in handy for their cause. The young man examines a small vial. The substance looks promising, but thorough research is needed to ensure it can be safely used as medical treatment. He explains that they need to conduct tests on various subjects to determine the correct dosage and method of application, and to find volunteers still a serious problem. He listens while FIA advises consulting SIA for more detailed information. The horned merchant stands aside as he nods in agreement, acknowledging the validity and seeking the specialist's gaze. Because of this shared goal, she reveals a hidden deep desire to support his dream to establish a hospital. He is noticeably impressed. He did not imagine how serious she was. While she considers whether she can make the necessary surgical instruments herself, since her request to the blacksmith has not yet been fulfilled. She shifts her gaze to urgent needs and asks if large blades are necessary for his work. He assures her any tools would be useful, but he will obtain the equipment himself, yet her keen look suggests that her offer does not end there. In a moment, she raises her hand fingers stained with dark residue and explains, yes, smaller instruments are convenient, but her main concern is not to let him suffer further to prevent new injuries. He can only watch, somewhat embarrassed by her straightforward care. In response to the technical difficulties of his medical research, she introduces the concept of spirit silver, a rare material that could potentially eliminate the need for blood in some magical processes. The group falls into stunned silence, digesting the weight of this revelation. She reveals a radiant smile. She admits she is not knowledgeable in the intricacies of treatment, but is determined to be helpful as soon as she can. Before he can respond, she grabs his hand with infectious energy and declares that they must set out immediately. Then the young woman with amazing strength pulls him through the thickets, laughter echoing as she promises to lead him straight to the source of spirit silver. He stumbles to avoid falling. Her sudden determined run knocks him off his feet like a trail. Above the world itself, a great obsidian dragon cuts through the sea of clouds. The mission is clear. They are searching for rare materials needed to establish a proper medical facility. He clings to the dragon's back, and his breath falters in the thin, icy air. Alec, sensing how uncomfortable his passengers are, asks if it is too cold and clarifies their specific goal. Inaros shines like gold from the dragon's scales as he scans the horizon and assures his companion, warmth is very close now. Through the fog, the flicker of their target is already visible. Below them unfolds the towering face of a mountain. A gigantic city carved directly into the rock stretches out. Tenkai freezes in awe, but Alec explains, this is Toja Mine, once a mighty kingdom of dwarves, and now it looks completely silent. After landing, they make their way through the towering, empty stone corridors of the mountain city. Alec explains, the dwarves did not just leave. They moved their entire civilization to follow another vein or left this place empty as a monument to their past. Eventually, they come upon a pocket of life in cold stone, a room where a fire crackles in a wide fireplace. The horned shopkeeper is already here, and Tenkai feels much relieved by this. Meanwhile, Alec notes that this place is still the best for searching for spirit silver and tosium, even though the dwarves have gone. Warming by the fire, Tenkai asks about the old man Normam. The shopkeeper says he was among the last to remain in the city, and Tenkai, with a heavy heart, understands they stand in the ruins of his friend's true home. The experienced blacksmith spoke with fierce determination. His single eye burned, in it lived the image of a huge hospital that would become a salvation for every soul suffering from ailments. For the sake of this ambitious plan, Queen Melina looked at him with respect, recognizing the scale of his vision as they stood together in the palace gardens, and officially requested his skill for the future of her people. He silently gazed at the quiet landscape, contemplating the end of an era for his nation, then bowed low to pledge his life and skill at the anvil, even at the cost of a heavy loss for her. While the conversation continued, she inquired about the exact nature of the institution you plan to build, and added that she would also like to consult with Tenkai, but he is not here now. FIA explained that the young man reached Tosium Mine. This discovery shocked the old dwarf, as he realized how complex the mana crafting would be that they intended to do with spirit silver. He stood in silence and looked at the desolate ruins of the land that was once his home. Meanwhile, the queen and her companions looked at him, their faces heavy with the burden of future affairs. Despite the risks, the skilled craftsmen decided to wait for the return of their group, confident that while they prepared themselves, the necessary materials would be obtained. He prepared the workshop, blacksmith's tools, anvil, and furnace, and stood silently, frozen in anticipation of the work ahead. He stood before the assembled team, and his voice thundered as he announced, a huge project, the first in quite a long time, was finally at the doorstep. He watched as they burst into an inspired roar of approval, while his granddaughter observed the conversation with a curious, somewhat detached expression. He barked orders, directing the men to head to the quarry and the black pond for materials, but signaled the young girl to stay behind. He leaned closer and, lowering his voice, directly asked if her belly was still giving her trouble. He noticed how her hands instinctively clenched over her belly, and a flash of discomfort crossed her face, revealing the pain she was trying to hide. He quickly noticed how she forced herself to smile radiantly and take a determined stance, loudly declaring that she felt great since morning and was ready for duty. He gently reminded her, true strength is knowing when to rest, not stubbornly boasting. Yet she insisted on her point. She wanted to be useful to him. She insists that she must prove her worth, will beg her grandfather to allow her to join, while announcing her departure to gather wood. Normam can only watch and freeze in silence as the energetic granddaughter takes the helm, her determination hiding a hidden ailment. In a moment, she bursts out of the workshop, her delicate figure dissolves in the distance as the morning light floods the courtyard. Seeing her enthusiasm, the old master shouts a loud cry of support, and he himself is ignited by her determination. In the forest, she works with amazing agility, swinging an axe and pulling heavy logs until she wheezes from the effort. Her dedication does not go unnoticed. Nearby, a carpenter whistles, impressed by her work habit. As the sun rises higher, other workers begin to worry. Noticing her tense movements, they advise her to take a break if her stomach still signals discomfort. She brushes off their concerns, feigns a smile, thanks them for their kindness, and insists she must continue. She tries to ease the tension with jokes, attributing her discomfort to a common digestive problem, but the veteran worker does not believe her. He points to the obvious pain carved on her face. Despite his warnings, she lets out a ringing laugh and repeats that she is fine. Suddenly, a sharp, painful, convulsive jolt pierces her body. Her eyes widen in shock and the world flows and blurs. Strength leaves her legs, she begins to stagger, and the craftsman Hugh immediately intervenes anxiously, confused and almost falling with her. She does not understand how the pain could become unbearable so quickly when just a moment ago she felt so capable. She collapses into the underbrush, her body finally betrays her under the weight of a hidden ailment. Hugh, seeing the sudden fall, shouts her name in panic, and the echo spreads through the trees. Seeing her fall, he runs headlong back to the village, his breath breaking into hoarse, ragged gasps until he finds Norman. With trembling hands and frantic gestures, he reports, the girl has fallen. His voice trembles with the urgency of the moment. As soon as the veteran warrior hears the report, his one eye widens in pure horror. The news hits him harder than any physical blow. The realization that his granddaughter is in mortal danger momentarily freezes him, paralyzing him with trembling shocks. He seems to break out of the stupor, grabs a nearby guide, and demands to be taken straight to the castle. There is so much urgency in his voice that not a moment can be wasted. They start a desperate race against time to save the girl. While he rushes to the heart of the settlement, a medical tent is hastily set up. Anxious onlookers crowd around it. The air is thick with tension. The best available healers gather to assess the girl's increasingly worsening condition. Inside, she lies on the bed, her face twisted in a grimace of unbearable pain, and she screams the name Hugh. Norman stands over her, his heart breaking as he asks the healers if there is anything they can do to ease her suffering. And Corona and Melina watch, filled with deep anxiety. She struggles to breathe. They discuss how serious everything is. The Elven Queens say their only hope is to remember the master healer Tenkai. The werewolf listens attentively, and her face reflects the despair of the moment as they realize the local remedies no longer save. Their conversation fades into darkness as they count how long it will take to reach the specialist and realize it is a two-stage journey even if they gallop at full speed. The girl screams louder from pain, and the delay weighs on them like a heavy stone, making them wonder if she will hold on until help arrives. She lies motionless, condition unchanged, until suddenly a loud sharp sound jerks those standing watch by her. Coronet and Queen turn simultaneously, their eyes wide open, a mix of anxiety and distrust at the unexpected intrusion. Emerging from the swirling vortex of fog and light, a gigantic figure of the forest god appears before them. This being towers over the small group, its presence radiating an ancient, calming power that cuts through the tension in the room. Looking up at the divine beast, the queen freezes and suddenly realization dawns on her. With a trembling voice, she asks if the Great Spirit truly intends to find Tenkai and bring him back to their side. The beast emits a loud, guttural roar that seems to vibrate through the very floors, a sign of agreement. With relief, the queen offers to become its guide, and Coroni bows low, entrusting the mission to her ruler and longtime guardian. Before leaving, she casts one last glance back at the gathered master Normam and his comrades. They stand ready, their faces set with stone determination, to do whatever is necessary while she is gone. Then her gaze softens again as it rests on the pale, sleeping face of the young girl. She reflects on the resilience of these people and marvels at the strength that allows them to endure such trials. Meanwhile, in the shadow near the carriage, the captivated official watches the unfolding events with a cold gleam in his eyes. He remains a silent witness, true intentions hidden beneath a mask of weary indifference. While the queen prepares for the journey, the Dragon King brings the linear worm to Heron exquisite attire. She insists that the queen take an extra layer in case of severe cold from the outside Ira gesture of care that leaves the elven ruler momentarily speechless. She whispers a word of gratitude as the giant beast, under her desperate pushes, bursts forward, its massive paws thundering against the ground. Every second now is worth its weight in gold, and she begs the forest god to quicken his steps so he may move toward Tenkai. Returning to the settlement, the horned merchant approaches Norma, and there is anxiety in her voice as she says that Alex has not yet returned. She sincerely apologizes for the growing tension. Her presence becomes a quiet support amid the worsening fear. He completely rejects her apology with a heavy heart. His gaze is fixed firmly on the ground, and he insists that neither she nor her child has anything to apologize for. His anger bursts out, directed only at his own, in his opinion, futility in the face of the suffering before him. Next to him, a young Onigai rides as if in agony, teeth clenched from pain that seems to be devouring him from within. Norman calculates the harsh truth of their situation. Even with the queen's divine speed, help will not come until after midnight. The guy will have to endure long hours of torment. He steps into the icy darkness of cold. The experienced warrior stands alone while the snow keeps falling and silently watches the storm raging within it. A chilling question lingers in his mind. Is he destined to lose someone's life under his watch again? His one eye reflects a deeply rooted pain of loss. Snowflakes cling to his beard as he stares into the void of his own fears. And the thought of losing something else weighs on him like a burden he can no longer bear. His resolve falters under the weight of past tragedies. In the shelter, the air thickens with despair. Crowns and molting worms watch the suffering boy, their faces frozen in helplessness. His low moans are the only sound, a constant reminder of the countdown and the distance still to be overcome. Looking up at the vaulted ceilings of the magnificent building, the voice asks if this house was designed as a hospital. Seeks hope in the architecture itself. Then a quiet plea follows, a desperate prayer for their master to return before it is too late. Life hangs in the balance. The shopkeeper leads them through stone corridors, explaining that the needed medicine has already been obtained. She adds that once they add spirit silver, they will be able to forge a whole bunch of necessary tools. Tenkai listens attentively and nods, confirming that he correctly understood their progress. He holds on to the work and does not look away from the task, understanding. Many difficulties lie ahead, but it is necessary to prioritize what can be done today in order not to lose momentum. Behind them, the merry gnome laughs loudly, hinting that all construction needs should be entrusted to the old master. He admits, the young man sometimes makes too much noise, but his skill is undeniable, impressive, and reliable. Soon the group reaches the entrance to a deep well there. Into the darkness of the underground mines, a series of metal stairs descends. A small, slippery creature peeks out from the edge and admits, the darkness is frightening, though not completely. While they begin the long descent, the shopkeeper grumbles about the incredible length of the stairs. Tenkai says they have already descended almost 20 levels, yet the bottom of the establishment still seems far away. Finally, they reach the base and enter a huge cave hall, the size of which is impressive. The underground space is so gigantic that it takes your breath away for a moment as they stand against the backdrop of ancient stone like tiny specks. Without warning, a blinding flash lightning bursts from the darkness, splitting the suffocating gloom. Tenkai covers his eyes and clenches his heart wildly. A sudden scorching height reveals something huge hiding in the very abyss. He freezes in paralyzed shock, not averting his gaze, as the gigantic mechanical creature resembling a dragon of steel and light raises its head with a deafening roar. Its jaws flare with terrifying energy. Arrives the mighty protector. She tears out a dazzling stream of energized cave space, fills with scorching white light that erases shadows without a trace. When the shine fades, a thick cloud of dust and debris hangs in the air. The echoes of the discharge still vibrate through the stone walls. Darkness instantly engulfs the tunnel, leaving the group in almost complete darkness. Tenkai clicks a small pen flashlight. Its narrow beam cuts through the darkness as he remarks on how quickly the light disappeared. He and the young guy Oni, both with slime masks on their heads for protection, are surveying the surroundings. Tenkai notes, in such a confined space, one should monitor the oxygen level using a torch or candle. Without warning, a dense, viscous mass of cobweb cuts through the space and flies straight into the boy's face, silencing his cry of surprise as he struggles in the sticky trap. A sudden attack shocks Tenkai, freezes motionless, while the boy frantically tries to pull the web belts off him. A new threat emerges from the darkness and they are completely bewildered. Realizing it was a trap, Tenkai recognizes the silk. It belongs to the spider, but he is confused by the fact that the web is in a place that should be empty. He calls Alech, feels the dragon nearby. The dragon man rushed into battle, claws slicing through thick strands, and an irritated growl bursts from his chest. He tells Tenkai to endure a moment while he clears the way from these intrusive petty meannesses. A young woman steps forward, her voice trembles but sounds clear and asks permission to treat the child. Nearby, Tenkai can only stand frozen in silent shock as she utters her desperate plea. Her eyes are filled with unwavering determination. Normam, his face hardened by years of deep, ingrained distrust, looms over her like a threat. He sharply reminds her, once people abandoned Lindworm and fled when it was time to help, and he questions why they should trust her people again at all. The woman meets his stern gaze, eyes wide open, filled with fear and unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Lindworm watches this moment with cold, indifferent curiosity. The silence between them presses with the weight of ancient betrayals. His fist clenches at his side, the glove's leather cracks under the tension of rage. With a low, dangerous growl, he warns her. If he entrusts her with this task and she fails, he will not hesitate to take her life right where she stands. Despite the deadly threat, she grips her staff tighter, the knuckles whitening from the strain. She sincerely apologizes for the cowardice of past days and declares she will no longer run. She swears to stay and help until the one they await finally returns. Lindworm shifts his gaze from the tense confrontation near the tent to the young beastkin standing nearby. She asks Koron with her eyes and aloud wonders, what would Yudo do if faced with such a difficult choice? The girl's face softens into a bright, understanding smile as she recalls her master's kind heart. She is confident. If he were here, he would simply look her in the eyes and ask for help without any doubt and without hesitation. The Dragon King finds common ground. Her stern expression finally begins to thaw as she looks at the determined human. She tells Normam that despite the dark history between their peoples, they cannot forever remain indifferent to the needs of the present. She fixed her gaze on the young human who was weighing everything and finally acknowledged. If the specialist is ready to act, that is far better than letting the child continue to suffer. She watched as the stern leader's face softened with anxiety. His usual bravado vanished into the heavy silence as soon as he heard a weak, trembling voice calling him from the bed. He looked down at his grandson Hugh, who lay sweating, his face contorted in pain. The boy admitted. The sharp pain that had first started in the center of his abdomen had now shifted, and he begged the healer to come to help. The words made the young beast girl widen her eyes in realization. She even asked herself whether the source of the boy's suffering had truly moved to another place, feeling the weight of this change. She watched as the old warrior cast everything aside and focused his full attention on the apprentice, demanding, "State your name." She replied that her name was Zhe and he remembered pride, but it was already too late. He rushed to beg her to save his grandson. She stepped forward with a tightly clenched staff, her eyes burning with a new-found determination as she prepared to face the medical crisis head-on. Zhe stands over the bed where the young patient lies. Her expression is stern as she explains the diagnosis to the gathered leaders. She calls the ailment the curse of mana stagnation, a condition where energy accumulates and hardens inside the body, causing incredible pain and physical suffering. She places a steady hand on the boy's abdomen. She feels an unnatural stony hardness beneath the skin. The manifestation of the curse is cruel. The accumulation of mana swells his chest and belly, painfully distending, a sign that the internal pressure within him is rising. Turning back to the Dragon King and leader, she requests leaves from the world tree to tame the patient's suffering. She says, "The leaves of the root alone will not heal, but they are needed to dull the pain and maintain his condition until real treatment can begin." At that moment, Coronet approaches with a smoking vessel and extends the prepared decoction, the one she had kept in reserve. Zhu accepts the aid with a grateful look. More medicine ready before the difficult procedure ahead, vital for the boy's survival. But as soon as the medicine was prepared, the youth greedily drinks the infusion to the bottom. His face contorts with strain as the onlookers hold their breath in tense silence. After he finishes, Sayer announces, "The preliminary steps are complete and the real procedure is about to begin." As she prepares the image of her mentor, Tinkai, in her mind, the memory flickers in her head. A moment from a completely different world where he stood in a sterile corridor struggling with the limits of his own healing arts. Once he lamented that saving everyone was impossible, and now that very thought fuels her determination to prove that in this world he is wrong. She looks at her patient with a gentle, all-knowing smile, the same devoted determination her teacher once showed. She tells herself, even if this is just her own selfishness, she cannot simply stand aside and watch someone suffer when she has the knowledge and power to help. She drew strength from the memory of her mentorance. He stood unwavering while mana surged around him. He already understood, avoiding his duty meant losing a part of his soul. He carried this conviction even when facing the most terrible trials. This memory of his courage comes alive in the dark tunnel. Alec, the obsidian dragon, rushes forward fiercely, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. Tinkai orders the beast to hold its ground, resolutely deciding to face the unknown threat alone as they make their way through the treacherous cave hollows. He follows the dragon's example. The creature drives the mysterious figure between jagged rocks. A sudden movement pins the target to the ground. The dragon's power overwhelms so completely that escape is impossible. Dust and debris scatter into the air. Seeing that the dragon is ready to deliver the final blow, he rushes into the thick of it and pleads for Alec to wait. He believes, even in this darkness there may still be a chance for dialogue, and he refuses to let violence be the only answer to this confrontation. When the dust settles, the true form of their enemy is revealed. A young girl with grotesque, spider-like limbs protruding from her back. She crouches in the shadows, her face a terrible mix of wild aggression and deep fear. She continues to crouch, curled up and defending herself while he stands frozen, stunned to numbness. It dawns on him, their monster is just a child who hit him with the force of an ordinary physical blow. He cannot hold back aloud what could have driven her to attack. His heart is pulled by a heavy wave of sudden care and protection. While he tries to comprehend the tragedy before him, something suddenly stirs near the ground and he notices it. Next to the bucket, in the swampy, sticky mud, tiny dark creatures begin to emerge from the girl's shadow. They rustle and scurry over the wet stone. Looking closer, he froze before the terrifying scene. Hundreds of tiny spiders crawling over each other, tangled in a mad, crackling ball. The true horror of the girl's condition began to reach him as those tiny creatures spread across the floor, filling the tunnel with a sense of hopelessness. He bows low and sincerely apologizes for scaring her with his sudden appearance and fire. Alec sits in the shadow and notices. Their flames probably caused the panic. In response, she remains crouched, explaining that her aggressive posture was only an attempt to shield the smaller creatures behind her from harm. The young man closes his eyes. His face grows heavy with reproach and regret and again repeats his apologies. It is clear that her defensive nature deeply moves him. Looking intently at him, she seems to be confused by his genuine remorse. Her large eyes catch a brief flash of uncertainty. Suddenly, a bright light flashes. A torch has just been lit. She shudders again with fear while the newcomer apologizes for the darkness. She grows to full height, her spider legs tense, and she asks herself if this kindness is a trap to lower her guard before they kill her for amusement. He quickly clarifies their intentions and explains that they are only going down into the tunnels to collect a rare material called spirit silver. He shows her a flickering sample. He assures, no harm. She looks at the glowing object and a new curiosity appears in her gaze. She shudders, suspicion flares up as soon as he voices the request. He asks her to accompany them to examine the wounded leg, and she immediately scans with her gaze and questions his intentions, fearing he might turn out to be a predator or a killer. He instantly tries to calm her down and explains. He just noticed her burn and wants to help. He gives her a soft, tired smile and a small slug is comfortably settled on his shoulder. He admits that he wants to provide her with medical help but still isn't sure if she will ever allow it. In response, she silently looks back. A thought races through his mind. Who could this strange, kind person be? There in the distance, the tension of the journey finally snaps. The group finally reunites. Princess Juno sighs with deep relief seeing the forest god again. Her eyes shine with joy. And above them looms a giant chimera, a silent guardian, while the others gather together, grateful that the boss's granddaughter is safe. But their price for the latest trials begins to show in him. He leans on his team with his whole body, his body wet with sweat, and his breath breaks into ragged hoarse gasps. Despite obvious exhaustion, he still channels all his energy into himself. The air around him trembles, flickers from the force of his efforts. Watching him closely, the Dragon King notices the dangerous price the ritual demands. She sees that he is critically exhausted of mana and sternly warns. If he continues to push himself beyond the limit, it will undoubtedly end in his death. He can hardly hear her, completely focused on what he must do. His eyes wide open, in them both determination and torment. Nearby, the veteran warrior and the Dragon Queen watch, and with each moment their anxiety grows. They already understand how serious everything is. Finally, his strength betrays him and he sinks onto the makeshift bed. His jaw clenched tight, teeth gritted in a grimace of ongoing pain, cold sweat beads on his forehead. His body trembles from pure exhaustion after his magical efforts. The young Oni cries out fearfully, his voice sinking in despair as he looks at his fallen comrade. He throws questions at those nearby, demanding to know if the treatment is really working, while others stand aside in a quiet, sorrowful watch. On their faces is worry for the man who gave so much. He watches as the young medic explains why it is so difficult to cleanse evil spirits. This causes mana blockages. She says that cleansing magic is the most grueling path for those whose mana has hardened, and apologizes for the grim truth of what is happening. Thanks to her explanation, a memory of a warm, radiant smile flashes in the mind. For a moment, the body is paralyzed. The sharp contrast between that calm image and the weight of her current duty makes the eyes open wide in shock. She quickly masks her inner turmoil with a supportive smile and convinces the group she is fine. Nearby, the companions are still gathered, their faces frozen with anxiety and fresh hope as they look at her. Just as she is about to make even more effort, the Dragon King places a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder. The ancient ruler warns, one must not collapse thoughtlessly, acknowledges her limits, and at the same time provides the calm support that the young medic so desperately needs. The eyes of the young healer open wide, shock and at the same time a vigilant, focused gaze as she confronts the full weight of what has happened. She feverishly works on the one better than a human. His body is torn by pain, and a fever burns within him. She flinches at a sudden, sharp sound, but she lifts her gaze with brief relief and says that help has finally arrived. She watches as a strong young man carefully lifts the patient onto his back to carry him to a more suitable place, keeping a watchful eye. They listen intently as she gives the group a grim conclusion and explains. A rigid abdomen and violent tremors are clear signs that an evil spirit is holding them. She listens as he stumbles over the term, prompting the Dragon Queen to explain. Such spirits are often merely invisible pathogens, bacteria, or viruses. He watches as she lays everything out clearly. Despite different races, their internal biology is similar enough, so magic works. But she immediately admits she cannot manage without them. She is interrupted just as she is about to begin the ritual. The young man stops her and insists that before they proceed, one key detail must be confirmed. He leans closer, his voice tense. Everything may depend on this question. Is the physical structure of the man really completely identical to a human's? Just suddenly shifts her gaze downward to the suffering patient. His face is contorted, he silently twitches in agony. The Dragon King interrupts, her voice calm but carrying the weight of ancient secrets. She admits she herself has not verified the truth, as such knowledge is strictly forbidden, but once a high-ranking priest from the past claimed it was so. Jo absorbs what she hears, her face hardens as she contemplates the implications for treatment. She quickly apologizes for the necessity of her next actions, and her gaze immediately locks back on the task. A small, translucent, thin mucus still lies on her shoulder and she reaches forward. Her hands remain steady despite the increasing pressure. When she presses on his abdomen, her eyes flash with anxiety. The muscles under her touch harden like stone, a reflexive defense indicating a severe internal crisis. This muscular defense is an undeniable warning. The body is losing the battle against a deep illness. The touch tears from him a sharp, guttural cry of pain and he immediately snaps his eyes open, engulfed in pure despair. She quickly withdraws her hand and quietly mutters another apologetic phrase, but the place of his torment has already provided the final, key piece of the diagnostic mosaic. She sees the pain shift from the center of his chest to a precise point on the lower right side. Koron watches from the side, her animal ears twitch with anxiety as the young medic finally realizes the cause. It is a classic case of appendicitis, a disease that can be fatal if not treated promptly. Turning to the burly leader, she states the diagnosis with clinical precision, explaining that the source of the evil spirit is actually a severe appendicitis. Norman silently looks back, one eye wide open, his gaze mixing confusion and growing fear from these strange technical terms. He imploringly asks her to find a way to save the young man, and his voice breaks with despair. It is unbearable to watch such a life full of vitality fade away. While he speaks, a complex map of the human abdomen looms behind, a reminder of the fragile balance between life and the silent internal threats that can cut it short. And he watches as Tenkai questions Seiya about how common cleansing magic is for such stomach problems, trying to understand the standard treatment in this world. The young medic clarifies, cleansing is a common response to pain, but it is often powerless when corruption in the body is too deep. Therefore, he takes out a small vial of medicine for cases where it is not yet so advanced. This news shakes Corona and her companion to trembling as they realize that the medicine their master once used to fight invisible threats is actually inseparably linked to the cleansing magic they have always known. Catching a ray of hope, the bearded leader asks if persistent cleansing can truly heal the ailment, while Tenkai silently weighs the risks, to rely on medicine or accept the high likelihood that the disease will return if the source is not removed. Turning his gaze to the others, the scientist asks Alex to call their assistant. It is necessary to use a potent substance called ether to prepare for the next stage of treatment. With a focused, sharp gaze, the Dragon King acknowledges the request and summons power as a turbulent vortex of energy begins to manifest in the air around them. The burden of the situation only grows when the healer, addressing the stunned leader, explains. Unlike previous internal procedures, this time he will have to physically cut through the body from the outside to reach the problem. Then he explains that ether is needed to induce a deep, painless sleep, and this idea clearly frightens the viewers, who consider such a state a dangerously unnatural way to ease treatment. He freezes in place as the shop owner brings a young medical apprentice, Zhou, to him. Norman's gaze presses with the weight of what he will not say. The headstrong leader talks about risks, recalling warnings about the unpredictable nature of ether. He admits his own fear of this substance. Out of fear, he grabs Zhou, demanding that she first test the anesthetic on him and ensure it is safe for his friend. With his head bowed, he pleads for Hugh's life, offering his own existence as collateral for the procedure to succeed. This act of self-sacrifice unsettles the gathered crowd, the Coroni, the shopkeeper, and the young Dorothy freeze in stunned, respectful silence. In a moment, heavy curtains part, revealing a makeshift surgical theater before their eyes. As preparations begin, he watches with a mixture of fear and hope, while the doctor adjusts his instruments to the patient's size. Feeling his torment, a calm hand rests on Hima's silent promise of gratitude and determination. He observes the giant warrior releasing a thunderous roar. His face is a mask of pure resolve as he tenses before the procedure. This sudden outburst triggers a wave of shock among the crowd, their faces, reflecting a mix of anxiety and deep concern for their leader. Despite the fierce pressure of the moment, he stands firm. Drops of sweat run down his chin as he directs every ounce of his willpower to the task. Finally, the tension eases, and he leans back, tired but genuinely chuckling. The sensations are as painful as he expected, and somehow this strangely soothes him. Seeing his strength begin to fade, the shopkeeper gently takes his hand in her palms. Her gaze warms with quiet, restrained, sorrowful respect until he finally allows his eyes to close. When the anesthesia starts to take effect, a heavy silence falls in the room. She acknowledges how serious everything is and nods to let the others know the real work is about to begin. The traveler takes a step forward and the click of his boots echoes, while the guard demands to see the travel permits. Standing before the huge arched gates, the traveler freezes while his documents are carefully checked. When the guard is convinced that everything is in order, he gestures to proceed further. One of the elven centurions, holding a staff topped with a shining crystal, looked at them intently and asked about the true purpose of their journey. He responds reservedly, his face partially hidden by a wide-brimmed hat as if to say they are here on business. Limiting himself to this explanation, the guard officially allows them entry into the city. Inside, among carefully arranged medical instruments, Everything is already waiting: sharp scalpels, various syringes, and specialized forceps neatly displayed on a sterile grip. Having finished their first case, the doctor and his young assistant rushed to the exit, thanking the horned woman for her help and promising to wait outside if needed. He pauses and examines the surgical instruments more carefully, asking if there is a tray that is fully sterilized and free of any contamination. Grasping the metal tray in his hands, he looks at it intently, and a sudden flash of insight lights up in his eyes, as if a new opportunity has just appeared. He watches intently as the shopkeeper directs energy into a small dark object. Nearby, Je freezes, staring with curiosity and anxiety, and suddenly the small workshop fills with a flash of bright light. This radiant wave pulses with magical heat, scorching the air and everything in it. It is a process of purification. It transforms raw materials, demonstrating control of power. When the glow fades, 3 shiny metal instruments appear on the tray, still trembling with a barely perceptible warmth. Je involuntarily gasps, her eyes widening at the sight: freshly forged tools. She watches as the merchant lays out 3 blades, assuring their exceptional sharpness and sterile condition. He sincerely thanks, acknowledging the skill required to make such fine medical instruments in such a short time. Having secured the instruments, he informs the group that he will stand outside to avoid interference. Cyan nods in agreement. Her face becomes stern as the weight of the upcoming work settles on her. She intently watches the instruments, her hands trembling slightly as she contemplates the procedure ahead. In her culture, using a blade to open a living body is a deep taboo. The thought chills her insides with fear, even as she prepares to save a life. Behind the stone walls of the infirmary, in dim light, a small crowd has gathered. Here are beast folk and travelers alike, all frozen in heavy, tense silence. Their gazes are fixed on the entrance, where the fate of one of their own is being decided. In the quiet room, the young patient tosses on a simple bed, the tension of his ailment etched on his face. The merchant and Je stand nearby, ready to act. The air thickens with the scent of healing herbs and the inevitability of the forbidden operation. He lies in agony as Tenkai begins the final preparations. Urging everyone to change into disposable protective suits he brought to ensure a sterile environment. Donning a surgical cap, she responds to Tenkai's check whether she is ready to proceed with the difficult trial ahead with a resolute cry. They both stand ready in sterile gowns. Tenkai apologizes for the cramped conditions but emphasizes the absolute necessity of cleanliness, noting that due to size horns in her headgear, a special adjustment was made to maintain the seal. He approaches the suffering youth and explains, before the inhaled anesthesia can take full effect, another analgesic is needed while the boy is still conscious, though it will cause brief pain. Then the doctor turns his attention to the beast girl, ordering her to firmly hold the patient in a specific curl position to properly expose the lower back. She obeys instantly, firmly holding the boy's body as Je watches, eyes wide and focused. Her face is now partially covered by a surgical mask, and the tension in the room rises. He extends his gloved hand and informs the patient that he will now touch his back to find the exact spot for the spinal injection. His fingers press on the skin, skillfully tracing along the iliac crest to find the landmark Tuffy years line, the key gateway for the spinal block. He firmly presses his thumb against the patient's lower back, feeling for the precise anatomical landmark. Without a marker to guide him, he relies solely on touch and quietly apologizes for the discomfort caused. The pressure leaves a deep dent in the flesh, a temporary mark to guide his needle. The guy on the table twitches, his body tenses, and a dull pain of searching rolls along his spine. He pauses to mentally verify the location and calculate the risks. If his assessment of the Jacobi line is correct, the spinal anesthesia will be safe, yet he still watches the patient's physical build and how the vertebrae are aligned. In his mind flashes a mental map of human anatomy focusing on the intersection of the iliac crests and the 4th lumbar vertebra. Turning to the assistant, he orders to prepare povidone in a sterile bag. Je carefully pours the dark antiseptic solution as requested, ensuring the sterile area is not contaminated. He nods and briefly thanks her, never once deviating from the task. When the site is prepared, he draws a dose of lidocaine into the syringe. He informs the patient that he is starting with a local anesthetic, warning of a sharp sting when the needle enters the skin. The needle pierces the skin, and the patient flinches again from the sudden sharp sensation. He quietly mutters another apologetic phrase, and his hands remain steady. He completes the anesthesia and prepares for the deeper injection. On the tray beside him, specialized instruments for the procedure are already laid out and ready. Among them is a long, thin spinal needle, the very instrument that will ultimately deliver the anesthetic into the space around the spinal cord. Medical student Je holds the specialized double needle with a steady hand. She whispers to Hugh, the patient, Let him immediately say if numbness or sharp pain appears in his limbs while she prepares to begin. She begins the insertion with flawless precision. The needle enters the skin with a sharp tip at the spot previously marked on his lower back. Her fingers hold a delicate but firm grip, sensing subtle changes in resistance as the needle moves through tissues beneath the surface. She slowly and carefully advances the needle, guiding it deeper toward the spine while monitoring the patient's reaction. The needle she guides successfully passes through the interspinous ligament, a crucial step, bringing the tip closer to the subarachnoid space. Although the history of this technique stretches over a century from the first successful spinal blocks in Germany and Japan, stays present and cautiously withdraws the inner stylet from the needle's core. In a moment, a clear drop of cerebrospinal fluid emerges from the hub, bead by bead, a sign of perfect placement. Her eyes flash with a wave of relief as she confirms the puncture was successful. Once the path is established and the fluid flows, she turns to her assistants and requests the catheter toe complete the administration of anesthetic for the operation. She carefully inserts the thin catheter into the needle and watches as it disappears into the spinal canal. After ensuring it has reached the required depth of 15 centimeters, she slowly withdraws the two needles, leaving the flexible catheter securely in place. To complete the preparation, she attaches a filter and connector to the external end of the tubing, then firmly secures the entire assembly to the patient's back with strips of surgical tape. When the preparations are finished, she turns her gaze to the apothecary, asks if the time has come to sedate the patient. Wincing in pain, the patient utters his unconditional words of trust to her and insists she alone must perform the procedure. She holds his gaze calmly and professionally resolute. The apothecary leans closer, reminds the young man of the promise made to his grandfather, and urges him not to be afraid and to rest while the sedative begins to take effect. The heavy burden of anesthesia soon takes its toll, driving into controlled unconsciousness. It relieves pain and relaxes all muscles completely. The patient's face, full of torment, fades as he sinks into a deep sleep. Since the patient is stable and completely unconscious, she sharply and confidently nods to her assistant, signaling that the operation is ready to begin. She froze in readiness as the lead surgeon addressed her and entrusted her with the role until the end of the operation. She acknowledged the responsibility with a quiet, resolute nod. She looks at him, her gaze sharp and focused above the mask, and formally announces the start of the laparotomy for appendectomy. The weight of this moment presses on the sterile air as he proclaims the start. Then he shifts his gaze to the young beast girl and asks her to take the instruments. He specifically calls for the round-bladed scalpel made by Alec, emphasizing that its blade is much better suited for this job. He takes the instrument exactly at the moment she quickly hands it over, nods to her with a word of thanks, and assumes a position over the patient. He locates the McBurney point and plans a 5-centimeter incision along the natural skin fold. With a steady hand, he lowers the blade, makes the first precise incision. His assistants freeze, holding their breath, and watch intently the movement that marks the true beginning of the life-saving procedure. The eyes of the medical student sharply widen, a mixture of excitement and anxiety, as the sharp blade finally touches the skin and initiates the critical procedure. She watches intently as the surgeon's hands, steady and certain, hold the course, guiding the scalpel along the precise coordinates of the McBurney's point, ensuring the incision is exactly where it should be. Everyone falls silent in rapt silence. 3 pairs of eyes are glued to the unfolding operation, and each assistant holds their breath until the first layer of tissue is pierced. The surgeon breaks the silence by asking for bandages, and his assistant moves. Instant liturning kicks in, and she hands exactly what is needed without any pause. He carefully blots the spot, wiping away the blood to reveal a clean, controlled passage, the very one that will allow access to the source of the patient's ailment. Then he reaches for the tweezers to use specialized tools and carefully push aside the subcutaneous fat, revealing the deeper layers of the abdomen. He notices the unexpected thickness of the patient's skin, assuming it is a trait of their gnome heritage, and still thanks his ally for the exceptional sharpness of the blade. He sets the tools down for a moment, exhales evenly, and as soon as the countdown finishes, the most delicate work is about to begin. He extends his hand to the next set of instruments, choosing flat retractors to hold the incision open. They are placed on the wound, pulling the skin aside to expose the superficial fascia beneath it. Raising his gaze to the young beast girl, he orders Coroni to spread the surgical field with the instruments, gently assuring her that there is no need to be nervous. When the area is cleaned and secured, he requests a round-bladed scalpel and serrated forceps to proceed to the next tissue layer. With a steady hand, he makes a precise incision. The sharp blade of the instrument cuts through dense muscle fibers. This reveals the external oblique aponeurosis, Nearby, Zhe freezes, holding her breath, her eyes wide open, filled with both reverence and focused, intense concentration as she monitors the patient's condition. He states that he will now switch to a sharpened scalpel for finer work ahead. Zhe acknowledges this step as a quiet, respectful confirmation. As the new blade catches the light, she notices the incision is already quite deep and asks him to show exactly where the source of the illness is hidden. She watches intently as Tenkai explains the way forward. While the internal oblique muscle and peritoneum still block their path, the swollen appendix should be right beneath them. Then he carefully guides the scalpel, making precise incisions through the external oblique aponeurosis, clearly following the natural direction of the fibers. To expand the surgical field, he calls for Mayo scissors and the white Lavner retractor, preparing to stretch the incision both vertically and horizontally. The metal blades cut the dense tissue with rhythmic clicks. He reveals the internal oblique muscle just reached it, and Zhe notices that they are finally approaching the appendix. Keeping a steady hand, he separates the muscle fibers, creating a clear passage deeper into the patient's abdominal cavity. Then he orders Corona to move the flat retractor to maintain exposure, and she quickly approaches to assist with the inspection. Looking closer, he recognizes the semilunar line and transverse fascia, preparing to use the peen forceps to proceed further. He carefully inserts the surgical scissors into the incision, and his movements are precise and confident as he passes through deeper layers of tissue. Having identified the peritoneum, he informs the assistants that they have almost reached the goal. He orders Coronet to move the retractor one last time and assures her, once everything is adjusted, she can rest briefly. The young beastwoman tenses her body to the limit, gasping heavily through her mouth while holding the icy, exhausting tension on the metal retractors so the surgical field does not close. Seeing her struggle, Zhe steps forward and gently wipes the sweat from Coronet's forehead. The girl quietly thanks her and is inspired by the student's words, "Endure just a little longer." Returning to the task, Tenkai shows Coronet a pair of toothless forceps. He explains that they will be used to lift the membrane. This will make it easier to make a clean central incision without damaging the organs beneath it. In the quiet, focused atmosphere of the room, the team works in perfect unison. Tinkei confirms the placement of the instruments, and the assistants quickly nod in response, adjusting their grip to his rhythm. When the membrane is already stretched to the limit, a small, deliberate incision is made. The opening is carefully widened, and under the last protective layer of the abdominal cavity, shiny structures hidden beneath it are revealed. He takes the scissors again, and his gaze becomes sharper as the target finally emerges. Just a little more through this layer and the inflamed appendix will be ready for removal. He carefully manipulates the tweezers and finally brings the inflamed appendix into clear view. The medical team assigned to him freezes, holding their breath. Their eyes wide open, they finally realize they have reached a critical moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the silence of the surrounding space. Those waiting outside shudder in fear. A young boy, Oni, immediately rushes to the place where the sound came from, and anxiety freezes on his face like. While he runs, doubts and fear cloud his mind. He cannot comprehend the logic cutting someone's body to heal it. To him, the very idea sounds like a deadly, risky adventure he should never have agreed to. He runs up to the shopkeeper, demands explanations about that scream, and insists on checking if his friend is safe. He tries to push forward, but she stands her ground firmly and without concessions. She looks him straight in the eye, her face motionless, unchanged, as she declares that she will not leave her post. Before he could object, she pulls him into a tight embrace. Her voice softens as she explains that she does not want anyone else to experience the same regrets and mistakes she had to go through. Pressing him to herself, she gently reminds, "In moments of such uncertainty, there is only one thing left: to believe and wait for the result." She asks if he truly believes there is some other way. The boy quiets down. The tension leaves his body as he leans against her. Words are hard to come by for him, and finally he feels how serious everything has become. He bowed his head and sincerely apologized for his previous outburst and for the quarrel it caused. Ailk looked at him, and her face softened as she said that in such moments, they truly have only one way forward. Thanks to her unconditional support, she looked straight at Tenkai, and a calm but fierce confidence flashed in her eyes as she quietly whispered that she placed full trust in him. Tenkai, whose face was partially hidden by a surgical mask, met her gaze focused, impeccably and purposefully in his own way. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room broke into pure panic. The patient's condition took a terrible turn, and his internal organs began to protrude from the incision due to extreme pressure in the abdomen. Saya screamed in fright, her hands trembling as she saw this gruesome scene, but Tenkai remained an unshakable bastion of calm amid the chaos, firmly stating that he knew exactly what to do and that the situation was still under his control. Acting quickly, he waved Shia to the table, ordering her to get a specific syringe with yellow liquid. She rushed to comply, eyes wide with urgency, found 3 cubic centimeters of lidocaine, and confirmed that it was the correct medicine. As soon as she took the syringe in her hands, he guided her through the next critical step, ordering her to connect it to the filter already attached to the Hugh's back. Alex stepped forward to help, carefully removing the protective cap so the connection could be made without delay. When the device was finally securely attached, he gave the order for her to press the plunger and inject the entire dose of the mysterious substance. As soon as she did, Shia couldn't hold back and asked what this new medicine was, her curiosity momentarily overcoming her fear. He explained that it was a form of spinal anesthesia, a technique different from ether, which she was already familiar with. He also revealed that his decision to prepare this particular type of treatment in advance was not only to ease the patient's pain, but also for a much more strategic purpose for the operation. After a few moments, the tension in the room began to ease. The medicine took effect, and the protruding organs miraculously retracted back into the abdominal cavity. Saya gasped in disbelief, watching the acute crisis resolve itself. Meanwhile, Tenkai prepared to continue the delicate procedure as soon as the path was clear. He explained the mechanics of the procedure and said that lidocaine, usually used for pain relief, acts as a strong muscle relaxant when introduced into the spinal space. By suppressing the movement of the abdominal muscles, it holds the internal organs in place, allowing the operation to proceed safely. Beside the medical staff, spectators and guards, and everywhere admiring glances, eyes wide open, trembling with reverence for the technique. Among them, the young apprentice Aya feels deep wonder. Although she considers herself inexperienced, the brilliance of this magic is undeniable. It takes her breath away, and the possibilities it opens make her chest burn even hotter. She does not take her eyes off the surgeon, thoughts racing in her head about the consequences of his knowledge, which she believes could fundamentally change their world. Yet her training allows her to see the danger too. This anesthesia can cause a dangerous drop in blood pressure, and the effective window for lidocaine is deadly narrow. Outside, a large radiant tree stands silently against the starry night, a beacon of life in the darkness. There is no time for further reflection. The order to quickly continue flies through the air, making it clear that the most critical stage of the operation must proceed without delay. Tenkai and the others rush to the entrance, voices full of anxiety asking about Hu's condition. When they step over the threshold, they are greeted by the shopkeeper and a young Oni boy. The shopkeeper calls Tenkai, and the boy salutes his boss, Norman. He lets out a relieved roar, and tears stream down his face as soon as he sees the shade is safe. The master sleeps soundly, breathing even, calm, a sharp contrast to the chaos that led to this moment. When he cheers loudly, the hall erupts in joyful celebration. Tenkai finds himself in a circle of friends. Their laughter fills the space as they celebrate the successful liberation and recovery of Hughes. In the whirl of merriment around him, a young medical student with wide, thoughtful eyes watches the scene. Laughter echoes in her thoughts. She observes the diverse company, beastkin, oni, and humans all together, and each thanks the man who saved them. She wonders if she could ever become like him. Her gaze sharpens, a new determination flashes within it. Seeing such genuine closeness and relief, she felt something deep inside. Unnoticed by her gaze, the old boss quickly quiets the crowd, whispering sternly but warmly, "Hughes still needs rest." Tenkai and the boy cannot hide their smiles at how sharply his tone changed. He stands before the burly leader of the craftsmen, who extends a hand full of friendship and deep respect. The scarred man speaks now with new weight, declaring that he can no longer see the healer as just a youth, and promises this moment of death and life will never be forgotten. Sealing their agreement with a firm handshake, the craftsman asked for further guidance, and nearby the young medical student beams joyfully. Her admiration for both is plainly visible. Once the immediate crisis was averted, an official announcement sounded. It put a full stop, marking the completion of the successful surgical procedure. This victory becomes the foundation for a greater plan, the creation of a true hospital atop the hill, a beacon of progress for all. The air explodes with loud shouts from the crew as they raise their glasses and pay tribute to the man now called Master Amami, celebrating the miracle accomplished for their comrades. A chorus of voices thunders a toast so loud that thunder echoes back. The clinking of wooden mugs spreads like an echo as everyone together feels the relief and triumph of this moment. In the midst of the festivities, a young student stands aside. She has replaced simple clothing with an impressive new outfit and firmly holds a staff with a gaze flashing fresh, unbreakable resolve. She stands among her comrades and receives warm praise for her efforts. Coronet, FIA, and the shopkeeper gather around. Her face shines with admiration as they acknowledge the work she put in during the recent crisis. Modestly, she declines the compliments, insisting she only did what was within her power. The coronet blooms with smiles, It is clear that her lord was sincerely pleased with the result, and FIA emphasizes that Seiya's intervention prevented a much worse situation. Without her, things would have been very bad. Nearby, Normam examines a young patient Heiyu, who is already sitting upright and smiling. The boy enthusiastically reports that his stomach no longer hurts at all, evidence that the treatment provided by the medical teams truly worked. Seeing the boy recover, the giant warrior with a heart clenched in relief returns to the group. He admits, without them he could not have saved Heiyu. And looking at those who saved the child, his voice carries the deep weight of a father's gratitude. He continues to look at them directly with one eye and declares that his gratitude extends far beyond just the chief doctor. From the bottom of his heart, he expresses sincere thanks to each of them for their vital roles in saving the boy. They accept his thanks with modest smiles, and Sai politely responds on behalf of the entire group. A shared relief fills the room, a quiet, satisfied confidence that the job is done. The tension of the past few days finally begins to ease. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounds from the entrance calling for the chief doctor. A burly man enters the room. His appearance immediately draws everyone's gaze as he looks for who is in charge here. As he approaches, Normam invites him to join the ongoing celebration, but the man politely declines. He says he wants to remain vigilant and sober, to keep a finger on the pulse regarding Heiyu's condition and be ready if complications suddenly arise, showing dedication on par with the medical team. He watches as the boisterous leader solemnly promises to build a huge hospital for the doctor. The man chuckles, imagining how incredibly tasty the celebratory drinks will be when the matter is settled. Next to it, a refined little group watches everything calmly, and attentively their gaze lingers on the unfolding events. She listens as the leader explains. He insisted that the doctor return home and rest, despite the operation being for his own grandson. He adds that the young man did not close his eyes all night to ensure the patient's safety, and this noticeably brings a relieved expression to the medical student's face. Later, she approaches the door to the doctor's quarters, intending to check on him. She freezes on the threshold, pinches her nose because a strange, sharp, suffocating smell bursts from the room. She steps over the threshold and sees. The doctor, bent over the stove, is convulsively stirring a cauldron, holding some strange ingredients. The smell from him is so strong it brings tears to her eyes. She shudders with disgust and demands, "What the hell is he doing to cook up such a stench?" Eventually, she settles into a chair and sternly orders him to stop and go to sleep. He tries to explain that he wanted to use the successful operation to start soap production, but she does not relent. She says he is too exhausted to work. She continues the lecture and emphasizes, although he has unique abilities, it is still a mistake to carry all burdens alone. She directly asks if he really trusts her and others so little that he thinks they cannot be relied upon. She watches as he lowers his gaze, finally admitting, maybe he acted out of urgency and anxiety. He confesses that during the operation he was tormented by doubt. He was not sure if he could treat the boy with the same confidence as a person, and feared that anatomical differences might cause a fatal mistake. He acknowledges his deepest insecurities, explaining that his medical knowledge belongs to a completely different world. Although the anatomy here is similar, he feels the weight of every decision. He fears that his past successes were just luck. The future failure and lives that could be cut short by his ignorance clearly haunt him. The shopkeeper silently listens before offering unexpected comfort, saying she does not mind being the object of his efforts. She watches him closely, and her face warms as soon as she sees the burden he carries. She keeps her voice steady and soothing, insisting, if he cannot find the cure, then no one in this world can. She promises that even if he fails, she will feel neither reproach nor anger toward him, and asks him to stop being so harsh on himself. This unexpected statement momentarily throws him off, his eyes wide open, shock and relief mixed in his gaze. She clarifies, she is not concerned about the medical outcome but about his own well-being. As the sun breaks through the dense foliage of the surrounding forest, he finally finds his voice quietly thanking her. The tension that gripped them begins to dissipate in the morning air. Somewhere nearby, the silence of sturdy wooden doors is broken by a series of sharp, rhythmic knocks. A wandering figure, face partially hidden under the brim of a hat, freezes before the entrance. He is asked about the motives of recent events, and he only attributes everything to the unpredictable nature of humanity. In the room, a man with sharp features and thick-framed glasses greets the guest named Ran with a predatory smile. Immediately, he turns to the matter at hand and finds out how things stand now after the recent unrest and how the moods of the locals have changed. He continues the explanation and notes that their organization does not intend to escalate the current situation or create unnecessary friction. Moving to a more secluded corner of the room, he urges his companion, briefly, and demands a report on how exactly knowledge about healing magic is being spread without permission. He takes a long drag from a cigarette and remarks on the irony. The queen apparently abandoned Colonel's son, the very one who ignited this flame, leaving him to fend for himself. This revelation leaves the traveler noticeably shaken. He asks why the crown so easily discarded such a valuable asset, and even the healing mages themselves. In response, the official advisor consults his notes, reading out new publicly available health requirements about boiling water and hygiene, which were issued to the population as a substitute for magical intervention. He concludes with a grim observation. The country is undergoing radical changes, transforming into a society that no longer needs the miraculous power of healing magic, so the old orders are becoming obsolete. She makes her way through the noisy market, almost colliding with a passerby in a narrow alley. She quickly apologizes and moves on again, her eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of trouble. Meanwhile, she crouches down and checks on a small child who got lost among the feet of bustling shoppers, asking the girl where her parents might be. The street is a chaotic tapestry of life. The hum of trade after trade and the smell of street food. People from all walks of life squeeze through the narrow, wind-cracked slum alley, where every turn tells a story of survival and daily struggle. Having found a guardian for the child, she hands over the girl, noting how easily she escapes the moment someone looks away. The man in a heavy traveling coat thanks her, his face hidden by a wide-brimmed hat. And she only says that the child spins endlessly and how hard it is to keep track of her here. He lowers his gaze to the young girl, and she aloud wonders why this place is unusually crowded today. He explains, a rare guest has arrived here. People are gathering in this corner of the city, and among the residents a commotion they are not used to such company. While they walk together, a young boy suddenly shouts in someone else's voice calling his brother. He rushes headlong towards them along the dirt path, his face shining with joy. Seeing a person in a cloak, the boy almost stumbles over his own feet, so eager to reach him. She watches the exchange of remarks with a wary face. Her skepticism is read between the lines when she asks why they ended up in such a neglected place at all. The man warns, since they owe the master boy, she should keep her mouth shut and not resort to rash actions. But she snorts disdainfully, brushing off the very thought of being lectured in her own neighborhood, and replies that she is just a poor girl trying to survive. Sudden commotion on the street draws everyone's attention as a boy stumbles and falls headfirst onto the hard ground. A small crowd gathers, murmuring, as childhood excitement turns into a painful ordeal and dust settles around his fallen body. He grimaces, clutching his leg, and lifts his gaze from the dirt ears in his eyes. She stands over him, her shadow covering his small body as he whimpers about the burning from the fall and calls for the man he considers his brother to calm him down. He writhes in pain on the ground until a hand reaches out to him. Nearby, a voice begins a rhythmic, ancient, spell-like singing, the air humming with the weight of words as the stranger commands an end to the boy's suffering. When the last syllables of the spell break from his lips, a bright warm light flares from his palm end, the narrow crowded market alley is covered by a sudden ethereal glow. Witnesses freeze in place, their faces illuminated by an unexpected and powerful magical display. FIA watches the spectacle with wide, astonished eyes, catching their breath at the light, flawless grace of the technique. Nearby, behind, children watch in awe. The fear that gripped them moments ago changes to a deep sense of admiration. The light fades in, shows a boy standing straight as if nothing happened. His scrawny knees are completely healed. Masu, known here as Masu, gives a quiet, confident smile and asks the child if the pain has disappeared. The boy bursts with joy, praising the incredible skill of his older brother, and FIA reminds him of proper gratitude. Despite the joyful result, Norman approaches grumbling, complaining about the boy's clumsiness and apologizing, while at the same time doubting whether it is worth spending such powerful healing magic on an ordinary fall that does not even bring them coins. He brushes off worry with an indifferent look, his eyes half closed as he reminds the old man, as an illegal healer he answers to no one. He does only what he wants when he wants, regardless of the cost and scale of the injury. Their conversation is interrupted by a ringing shout from afar along the Alisomion joyfully announces that the dish is finally ready. The tension instantly dissipates. The crowd shifts its attention to the warm dinner, and the group heads toward where the call came from. Soon they find themselves amid steam and clatter in the communal kitchen. Large cauldrons of broth are carried there for the starving residents. This is a moment of hard-won peace, a brief respite in the heart of the noisy slums, where everyone gathers together to catch at least one moment of food. There is no calm pause. Life boils in the thickets, the air is thick with sounds coming from people and the smell of kitchen fire. Walking through the crowded street, the experienced leader makes a remark about the lively atmosphere and explains that it is the presence of the traveler that caused the sudden change in people's moods. He is just interrupted by a group of overly passionate young men. They rush forward, extend a bowl of freshly prepared food, and shout titles of deep respect and brotherhood to him. They recall the exhausting days when the spread of the decease about which many whispered as a dark curse threatened to devour them all. And they beg him to accept their humble meal as a sign of their immense debt, finding no words to properly thank him. Cautiously tasting, the traveler feels the flavor unexpectedly rich and tasty. This thought brings relief and joy to the old man who watches him closely. Across the road, other villagers continue working by the kitchen fires. Their efforts are a testament to their shared gratitude to the man who brought them back from the brink of despair, while he notes that the recovery is progressing well. The sole survivor recalls the burning, rhythmic pain that once pierced his face, such complete torment that he was certain the end was inevitable. But the traveler prescribes purification, and the healing waters work miracles, though the healer modestly credits the sacred water, not his own power. The couple walks on, and the traveler reflects on how rarely those who work in the shadows are met with such warmth even, when the chronicler's records mercilessly expose the clinical reality of the curse, a severe bacterial skin infection known as erysipelas. He listens carefully as the peasant weaves the name of the rumor sick star into the conversation. The man says, maybe it's a different story, but the connection to a certain high-ranking official is simply impossible to ignore. The very name echoes in his head a shard of the world he thought he had left behind. 6 stars, he thinks. The term is unfamiliar, but it carries a hint. Due to his curiosity, the peasant continues to tell and explains. Under the great Bishop Icals, there are direct subordinates 6 stars who travel and heal the destitute. The man looks at him and says with sincere admiration. It reminds him of those legendary figures like. While he continues walking, he is overwhelmed by the irony of that comparison. If the rumors were true, it would be too precise a coincidence. But he knows for sure, in his time in the church ranks, he never met anyone with that name. Their peaceful procession is suddenly torn apart by a sharp, authoritative voice. An official in a tall hat, with armed guards on the side, bursts into the wilderness and announces that rumors of illegal medical practices have reached the church, and demands the immediate surrender of the unlicensed healer. He reacts to the peasant's hesitation with a distorted face twisted by fanatical zeal and shouts for them to move. He warns the crowd. Protecting a fraud is the same as challenging the will of God himself, and his eyes are wide open, full of terrible, piercing power. His threats hang over the gathered crowd, drowning out children's voices and paralyzing adults with fear. They look at their benefactor caught between gratitude and the shadow of the church's future wrath. He watches the trembling crowd, savoring the fear he has sown with a frozen, thin-lipped smile that chills. It seems he enjoys the power he holds over these people as he prepares to root out heresy among them. He leans almost face to face with a peasant, eyes wide open, and in his gaze spreads a predatory excitement, just as he notices something unusual. The man flinches, struck by the sharp and aggressive intrusion into his personal space. Turning away with complete disgust, he says that the air smells horribly, and the ascent fills him with revulsion. Behind him, his guards continue to harass the locals, pushing them away with cold indifference. He ignores the peasant's pleas as his attention shifts to a young girl named Lena. Suddenly, one of the officials snatches her. She cries out in surprise as she is pulled away from the safety of the crowd, her small hands clutching her coat in fear. Her mother tries to intervene, but the guards roughly push her back, ordering her to be silent and not to interfere with the priest's work. The official looms over the frightened child, his face twisted into a cruel, mocking smile as he muffles her screams. He and his guards roughly subdue a man named Aguro when he tries to protest. They press him to the ground, and the bishop healer watches everything with a calm, almost detached expression. Her gaze is fixed on the unfolding chaos, and the silence is more frightening than the guard's aggression. She remains a silent witness while he bursts into maniacal laughter and holds a brush as if it were a sacred relic. He claims to have felt the breath of something divine, the scent of holy water, sharply contrasting with the peasants' filth, and mocks them for being unable to recognize the church's grace. He holds trembling Lena high as if she were just evidence. He declares, her very presence is proof of the heresy they seek to eradicate, and demands that the peasants immediately hand over the false charlatan. His voice breaks into a feverish pitch as he threatens to execute the child as a rebel against God if they do not obey. The bishop enters the room. His presence immediately draws all eyes. He greets the company, notes the bond between brother and sister, while Adjir meanwhile watches, mixing surprise with caution. He takes a step closer to the young girl, his gaze frozen, precise, analytical. She flinches for a moment, eyes wide open in confusion as she tries to comprehend the sudden closeness of the high-ranking official. A barely noticeable, understanding smile stirs on his lips as he examines her condition. The air in the room thickens with the weight of his diagnosis, which he does not speak aloud. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the warrior encourages his sister let her speak frankly to the guest. He asks her to recall any changes she has noticed recently, or if she has dealt with any unusual objects. Without warning, the healer leans forward, his face only a few inches from hers. He ignores her surprised breath and insists that he intends to provide the treatment she so desperately lacks. This ancient scourge curse that haunts history is more than an ordinary disease. It stretches like an invisible shadow, claiming countless lives across distant lands and different eras. It is often mistaken for something else, and its true origin is hard to trace. As soon as he begins the examination, the girl is stunned. The inflammation on her face is already receding. Yet his tone remains grim as he explains that although the symptoms may seem painless, the curse will inevitably prove fatal if allowed to run its course. He continues the investigation, trying to determine how far the corruption has spread. He asks if she has noticed any red swellings on her palms or the soles of her feet. She hesitantly admits that similar spots have appeared on her and other parts of her body. During the discussion of the dreadful situation, they mention her. Ajiro's condition is worsening, his very appearance beginning to fade, while Ran combs the area, fearing that others have already vanished into the darkness. Nora recalls the arrival of strangers, outsiders whose presence felt like a dark omen. Only a few days have passed since they appeared, and the curse has slowly, painfully crept through the district. She admits that she still carries a bitter taste of guilt. Back then she felt something had gone wrong but chose to look away. Her voice hardens as she swears next time such invaders appear, she herself will drive them away. Ajiro's memory takes him back to times of shared calamity. He apologized to Nora, while a heavy burden settled on his mind. Without resources, they are powerless, unable to stop the curse that turns their endeavor into a place of ruin. He was met by her sharp but caring reproach. She reminded him of his sacrificial nature, always placing himself between danger and others, taking harm upon himself. And she insisted. His hard work was already an apology, even if their shared intimacy seemed somewhat unattractive to her. Pressing on the volatile reality of the present, the group freezes in heavy silence. Their shared history weighs on them, and the looming threat of the curse presses even harder. The bishop gently relieves the tension with a friendly, soothing smile. He gives a simple promise of hope and tells them everything will be fine. With a sharp jerk of confidence, he clenches his fist. With full, undeniable certainty, he declares that he himself will find a way to put an end to this crisis. He is interrupted by an official report being read out right now in the office. He watches as the document is laid out before him. The weight of the entire situation presses on his shoulders as his hand rises to his forehead, a gesture of exhausted, thoughtful contemplation. FIA watches him closely, recognizing how heavy the new information is. Together, they review the records and notice a disturbing pattern. In zones bordering the slums, runaway slaves are being caught. This is a strange phenomenon because those seeking refuge usually hide deep in the very heart of the district. He notes none of the captives will say anything about their origin. They are paralyzed by fear that they will be sent back to their masters again. To get to the truth, he decides. He must meet directly with the slave trader Basque, a man who holds a particular grudge against him. He is shocked by the very thought that someone deliberately creates the cursed to further pollute the human world, and he cannot comprehend what end could justify such malice. But FIA, on the other hand, is already beginning to notice a pattern. The time spent in the slums has given her a glimpse of the true purpose of the Inspirer. When you look at the sprawling metropolis from above, the contrast is striking. The new city is rapidly expanding with quick, wave-like surges while the slums stand still, neglected and frozen, as if done deliberately. She sits in silence amid an endless collection of knowledge, and the pieces finally come together, clicking into place. A cold realization overwhelms him as soon as he suspects. The plague is a hidden tool to reduce the population and quietly allow the land to be seized for profit. The incredible cowardly meanness of such a plan makes him boil quietly, composedly, in focused rage. She listens attentively as FIA takes command. A finger pointed confidently, and when she declares the mission to detain the one behind the plague. She reminds him that these are direct orders from their mentor, and that she is ready to act immediately to bring the guilty to justice. Because of this directive, he notes the absence of high-ranking eccles and decides to head to the Sisloop agency to coordinate their next steps. But FIA hesitates. Her face is shadowed by doubt, wondering if they really need to stubbornly stick to this plan. He checks the exact time of the order and asks why they have to wait until the day after tomorrow to move. FIA objects. If they want to catch the leader, they must act as quickly as possible. Any delay only gives the enemy more time to hide. While he looks from the high balcony at the sprawling city, he acknowledges her logic but still sticks to his decision. He insists, They must follow the teacher's instructions exactly because there is a deliberate reason for this pause, one they do not yet understand. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Merchant Lord Bascom is gripped by panic. He rushed to his partner's office and cut him off mid-sentence. He has just received news that in 2 days an ark is to arrive. A formidable investigator from 6 stars to thoroughly check their operations, and this could wipe out everything they have built. This warning seems to have come from a completely unexpected source, from Archbishop Excellency Eccles himself. The man in glasses is stunned to learn that someone so powerful in the church could turn out to be their ally, especially considering that Eccles is known as a man who values profit above all else. In response to the news, officials praise Bascom for his connections in the breathing space they have already secured for themselves. They discuss the delicate situation. The church will not allow the investigation to be completely shut down, but they have managed to win a crucial 2-day pause. Then he leans closer. A wicked gleam appears in his eyes, hinting that they could stage a distraction in the undergrowth to keep the investigators in place. But he quickly turns to the final, brutal option. Simply destroy the investigators so the problem disappears once and for all. He smiles with chilling confidence and suggests they just burn everything to the ground. By reducing the spectacle to ashes, they guarantee that no evidence or witnesses will remain who could expose them. He continues, explaining that true cleansing by fire will make any official investigation completely pointless. If there is nothing left to examine, there is nothing to uncover, no crime at all. Nearby, Merchant Lord Bascom watches his silent, masked enforcers. They are waiting for the order to start the arse. The conspirators gather to celebrate the ruthless efficiency of the plan. They admit, yes, the lack of evidence may arouse suspicion, but it is much more advantageous and faster than allowing 6 stars to continue their probe. He turns to Bascom and admits, it was the merchant's own stories that sparked the idea for this deadly plan. The shopkeeper accepts the praise with a grim nod, recalling the cursed slaves he got rid of with equal skill. He holds a twisted sense of professional pride. He never leaves defective goods to cause trouble further. When the conversation fizzles out near the floral arrangement, they decide to use the same caustic accelerator applied during the disposal of the slaves. The plan is ready, so they are going to act without delay. Somewhere else, the shop owner Alex is frozen, staring into the distance, her face heavy with a dark premonition. She understands, if the arsonists succeed, the investigation will end before it even begins. The flames must rise by tomorrow. He did not suspect the cold calculations made in the shadows. The man, marked by scars, sweat pouring from his forehead, doubted whether his own plant would really burn everything. Nearby, Nora sat silently. Her gaze was distant and the air hung heavy with the weight of future cleansing. Below, on the face of the extortionist master, a cruel wide smile spread. He savored the thought of the flames. The chronicler wondered if the price of human lives could be considered equal in a world where advanced medicine and magic had become inseparable. Tinkai stands before the women of the entire district and talks about the properties of the local flora. He reports that the fruit from one particular tree can be used to create an effective medicine, holy water, capable of lifting the curse of the Red Quarter. Hearing this, FIA's eyes flash with possibility. Excitedly, she tells the others, if they can make this medicine, her superiors will definitely buy it, solving their financial problems and allowing them to heal. She continues, urging the women to drink this decoction themselves, putting their own health first. Nora listens and freezes in silence, her heart painfully tightening at the thought that such a simple fruit could become the key to their salvation. The news quickly spreads through the crowd, igniting a shared spark of hope. One by one, the women swear support, shouting that they will work together and deliver the word to those who need it. As the plan begins to take shape, preparations truly start near the carriage that is about to arrive. They coordinate logistics and decide to pack their things while getting ready for what lies ahead. In the bustle, FIA leans toward Nora and gives her a reassuring smile. She assures, they will investigate the origins of the curse so Nora and the others can recover without fear. Nearby, Tenkai suddenly becomes the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd of women seeking his help. Calmly, he announces, he will stay with them. He vows to examine each one individually and completely remove all curses. He catches Nora's gaze and she responds to him with pure, unadulterated gratitude, a radiant smile that reaches all the way to her eyes. She lifts her gaze, the wind carries a promise of change, and the falling petals signal a new beginning for the district. In the whirl of the noisy workshop, the line between science and sorcery blurs. Women work side by side, and their joint labor transforms raw ingredients into effective medicine. The air thickens with newly gained joy. Some freeze at the shimmering results of their work, others chuckle and drag heavy boxes as if with a weight hook, while friends embrace in shared relief. Lucia, her face illuminated by a confident smile, accepts praise for her skillful handling of the delicate process while helping Tenkai with preparations. Nearby, FIA watches the progress with a satisfied smile, listening as others say. Despite the sharp smell of this brew, the thought that they are creating something truly life-saving makes every moment of hard work worthwhile. Outside, the spirit of cooperation spreads through the streets. Nora leads a group of eager residents to her home to continue the work. But the damp shadows near the alley unfold a much darker conversation. Two figures watch the events with cold, calculating eyes and whisper that if the holy water works, their control over the district's hardships will vanish. With cold determination, the pair's leader freezes, looking from under his hat. His gaze is stubbornly fixed on the workshop as he declares that they must burn the entire operation to the ground so the curse is not left broken. The saboteur leader leads his group through dark winding streets. His rage boils as a subordinate sneeze nearly breaks their silence. He sharply rebukes the man, reminding him, one mistake can ruin everything, especially if those 6-star women sense their presence. Delving deeper into the shadows, he outlines the high stakes of their mission, mutters about the worthlessness of his subordinates, and at the same time dreams of the huge payout promised by their benefactor. He imagines this act of destruction as a way to prove his loyalty to Papa and carve out a better life for himself. His eyes narrow a cold, ambitious spark. He contemplates the future. For him, the upcoming fire is not just a crime but the very foundation of his path to glory and status. While he lurked in the darkness, Lucia and Nora passed by unaware of the predator lying nearby. He signaled his people to be vigilant and silent so their prey would not suspect the trap already being set. Reaching the target building, he gives the final order to start the sabotage. He commands his team to set it on fire there, and while retreating, to keep fueling the fire so that the destruction is unconditional. They start by spraying a thick, flammable liquid on the dry leaves at the base of the structure. The acrid smell of oil fills the air as they prepare the ground for the spark. Spreading across the land, the hand reaches out to give the final, devastating touch. The tension before the coming chaos is felt even in this heavy silence. A spark ignites and suddenly the night is torn apart by a desperate explosion. The workshop is engulfed in a raging, roaring flame. The leader throws his head back and bursts into mad laughter. His face is illuminated by the dancing flames devouring his success. He watches from the darkness until the first spark gets to work. A small trembling light against the backdrop of coastal mansions. When the flames spread across the roofs, its mad laughter breaks into the sky and rolls through the night air over the burning expanses. Inferno grows into a roaring beast, throwing its form into sharp contrast, while the witness from the darkness stares wide-open eyes in horror to the bone. Despite his attempt to feign concern over the unfortunate accident, Nora and her companions stand their ground, showing that they have already arranged the evacuation of the area. Boiling with their resistance, he mocks them, calls them magicless trash, and orders his to attack. But Nora is already moving. Her determination grows stronger as she prepares to strike. The clash is instant and brutal. Nora weaves through the chaos and it becomes clear she knew well about the trap with the flammable oil he had prepared. Lucia from both sides. She explains, they were warned in advance about this betrayal and they are ready to sacrifice the building so that the criminals face trial. She stood and watched as the arsonist leader boasted, letting out a brazen laugh and completely dismissing the very idea of sin. He bragged that they could simply disappear through the flames thanks to their magic, but his pride was cut short when a dazzling beam began to shoot from his outstretched hand. He could only watch in horror as a gigantic energy blast tore through the street, scattering his people and debris everywhere. The sheer power of the explosion directly broke the arsonist's attempt to escape. This stunning display of power made the leader tremble. His mind could not comprehend how such sorcery was even possible. When the smoke cleared, Tenkai stepped forward. His voice was calm, and he asked if they really did not recognize the one standing before them. He remained composed amid the chaos, and his determination only grew stronger as he directed even more energy into his body. With a sharp, uncompromising movement, he prepared to unleash the full might of his hidden nature. His gaze was cold, and unyielding. One eye reflected the blinding gleam of magic gathering in his palm. The very air seemed to hum with the tension generated by the transformation taking place. The man they knew as a simple scientist vanished, replaced by a figure of ancient power. Crowned with horns, he radiated terrible grandeur. He stood before them as a living legend, a force of nature that the arsonist should not have dared to challenge. This divine revelation drove the arsonist leader into a spiral of hysterical, choking laughter as soon as he recognized the signs of the legendary Archbishop Ecclesiastes. And while the villain lost control over reality, his allies below gathered and looked up, trembling at the true power of the man who was their comrade. The master of merchants, Bascom, stands as if glued in place, eyes wide with horror, the reality of his situation finally sinking in. The Nernic leader looms over him, revealing the time Bascom thought he was buying was actually a trap woven for his own destruction. The betrayal is undeniable. Even his allies have turned against him, exposing his entire scheme down to the last detail. He is forced to watch as the Grand Hall is seized by a phalanx of Pinasiran master craftsmen. Their arrival signals the end of his reign. The bishop stands upright amid the chaos, his calm posture sharply contrasting with the crippled figure cowering and humiliated beneath his feet. Turning his attention to the arsonist leader, the bishop delivers a chilling message. The scheduled inspection has been postponed until tomorrow. The leader's face twists with disbelief. His plans are falling apart as he realizes the deadlines on which he built everything have mercilessly accelerated. Quietly continuing to coordinate, he explains to Lucia the window of opportunity by the window. He makes it clear. They were ready to wait, but any signal from him must be immediately seized and promptly followed by decisive action. Suddenly tension bursts into violence as the arsonist leader tries to make a desperate move, but an irresistible force knocks him down, and exhausting panic erases his confidence. Now he is no longer the predator in this game. Above the brawl, the horned shopkeeper, Alec, reveals his true, majestic form, a gaze heavy as a verdict. A list of past atrocities flows by, a harsh reminder, the heavens see all. And the time of atonement through punishment has finally come for those who thought they were untouchable. When the dust finally settles, the bishop is officially greeted by a stern general who acknowledges the swift and decisive conclusion of the matter. The church's special forces, linked together, stand silently, lined up in restrained Rosa, testament to the power just gathered in this hall. Far from political maneuvers in the cold dark night, a voice breaks out calling the teacher and friend. The names Sensei and Fi hang in the air, a desperate plea amid shadow and uncertainty. Nora stops the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Her voice is tense with worry as she asks why he still hasn't caught the one she calls Sensei. He remains calm, his face sinking into the shadow of the broad hat, and explains that things are not as she thinks, and not everything looks exactly as it seems. He continues, describing how his investigation, reinforced by the diligent work of the FIA, showed that Bayan intended to use the contaminated water supplied by Bascom. The memory of dark alleys and suspicious deals of traders still lingers in the errand. The conspiracy is fully revealed. Turning to the woman with the staff, he sincerely thanks her for her decisive role in exposing the conspiracy. She accepts the gratitude silently, with a thoughtful expression. The burden of their shared victory and the weight of what they prevented fall upon them both. Nearby others join the conversation, their faces clear with relief. Lucia, glancing among those present, cautiously asks if she should now address him formally like high priest, but he immediately rejects the idea, preferring the simple connection that already exists between them. Nora, with eyes shining with gratitude, simply thanks sincerely. Standing before his comrades under steady rain, he apologizes for the secrets he had to hide during the operation. He insists, even after the disclosure, he wants to continue being known simply as Masu the Molith, very same person they always knew and trusted. While the rain continues to lash over the sprawling, shining city, his voice rolls over the rooftops and announces, the direct threat has already been neutralized. He lets the group go for the night, promising that they will discuss the next steps and the city's future as soon as the sun rises. Later, the atmosphere changed to calm recovery. Little Lena joyfully exclaims that her skin has finally cleared, Yupa, testament to the healing power of the water she was given. Masha looks at her with a gentle smile, confirming that she diligently followed the treatment, until Jiro and Nora approach them to announce their reports. They proudly talk about their progress. Ajiro oversees the production of holy water in the new district, and Nor manages the construction of the factory in Silk Quarter. They discuss the logistics of gathering resources from the nearest forest, and Masu encourages their initiative. His gaze is fixed on the bright future they are building together. He stands next to his comrades and listens as the woman sincerely expresses deep gratitude. She admits, despite the darkness in the world, his actions lifted this heavy burden from her heart. In response, both she and scarred warrior Bo Lother is thick admiration in their voices. He quickly stands between them and stops, insisting, it is he who owes them for their vital help. In shared laughter, silence breaks. Three stand close together amid falling snow. Their bond is forged in the fire of repeated attempts. Looking at the city's skeletons, they feel the silence pressing. In the air hangs a simple question: what will be their next step on the road? FIA turns to him and asks if these events really coincide with the original plan of their mentor. He confirms, despite all the variables, they achieved their goal to distribute holy water and uproot local corruption, which was aided by the merchants' seized wealth. His gaze hardens, filled with prophetic determination. He proclaims that this district will become a Bikona city destined to illuminate the way forward for all humanity. When they leave, he reflects on the limits of magic. It is indispensable, but it could not save people without their direct intervention. FIA warns about theological risks there. Holy water challenges the established doctrine of the church. He swears to save the masses by any means, even if he has to feign loyalty to the very institutions he wants to bypass. FIA promises to continue supporting her, and the memory of their smiling teacher remains a distant guiding light. He reflects on the ancient history of his lineage, a time when people were weak. They hid, trembled before the power of demons, and fled from the shadows of dragons. It was in that era of suffering that divine mercy appeared, and those struck were given a fragment of miraculous healing magic. This gift changed everything. When the devastating plague threatened to destroy all life, those who could wield healing arts ensured that humanity not only survived but became the most numerous race on the continent. Having survived, they felt chosen. People began to believe that they were the chosen messengers of God, the rightful rulers of the land. But no one overlooked the growing self-confidence. Divine forces never conceived healing magic as a tool of human superiority. And so the power that was once a blessing vanished. At this, they became wanderers in the darkness once again. To correct the course of human history, a new decision was made. To provide a different kind of power, one that would not lead to the same pride. It was a power rooted in understanding the world as it is, knowledge accessible to everyone, and one that did not require breaking natural laws. As the group moves through the luxurious corridors of the palace, realization overwhelms them. The art of medicine, honed to such precision, takes on a completely different meaning. Walking side by side with his comrades, he sees. The truth is simple: there is no tangible difference between incredibly advanced magic and the refined science they now hold in their hands. He stands with new dignity, and his true likeness, that of a horned merchant, is revealed as soon as he speaks about the future. Without averting his gaze, he proclaims, "All the wonders they have achieved are not divine miracles, but the tangible power of medicine." After this statement, the young healer gazes into the distant horizon, barely smiling with hope. This is the dawn of a new chapter, a story destined to return light and hope to a world that has already forgotten what both mean. He stood still while the woman spoke only well of him, calling him intelligent and serious. She admitted to others that she had relied on him more than once or twice. Her voice sounded with sincere respect. Such high praise for him made the young beast girl blush a deep crimson. Her ears twitched with embarrassment, while the woman, looking at her reaction, wore a knowing, playful smile. In a moment, the group gathered in the workshop ready to start work. He laid out the materials while the others waited with tense attention. The air became thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp cotton. He began with the process, boiling corn in an ash solution, explaining that he was processing the lye he had prepared for soap making. When asked about the strength of the mixture, he let out a reassuring laugh but still admitted he was not entirely sure of the result. After that, he handed the girl an hourglass, asked her to turn it over and wait exactly 20 minutes until the first stage was complete. While the cauldron trembled on the fire, he noted, 20 minutes of boiling is enough, but if the grains are allowed to soak and absorb water overnight, the result will be even better. The audience watched in fascination at the precision of his methods, how steam rose from the boiling cauldron. The result was impressive. The corn softened and took on a bright, deep golden hue. He noted that this color was the undeniable proof that nixtamalization was complete, and the gathered crowd watched in awe. Carrying the corn in fresh water, he energetically scrubbed the grains, peeling off the husks and shells, while splashes echoed muffledly in the silence of the workshop. Finally, he laid out the processed corn on a flat stone and showed how to grind the grains into a delicate paste. Seeing how much work it required, the young girl immediately volunteered to take on the hard task. She raised her hand and did so with determined inspiration. She works diligently at the millstone. Her movements are even and focused while grinding the corn. Tenkai watches and smiles warmly, praises her skill, and urges her not to slow down. Nearby, the shopkeeper closely observes the process, noting the modesty and stubborn repetition of this work. While she continues working, he takes a portion of the freshly ground dough and places it on his palm. As if out of habit, he quickly rolls it into a small, neat ball, then presses it between his palms to get a thin disc. He places the flattened disc on a hot pan, holding it over the crackling fire. As soon as it touches the heat, it immediately sizzles. It fries on both sides, and a warm, inviting aroma spreads in the air without any repulsive smell that usually accompanies their food. He shows the group the finished result and calls these flat cakes tortillas. The saleswoman and other women take cautious first bites, and their faces instantly change. Surprise grows. She notes, "The taste is simple, but it has a barely noticeable sweetness and a wonderful aroma that is why the dish turns out truly delicious." She takes another bite more confidently than before and savors the taste, feeling the warm softness of the bread. It seems the ingredients are too simple, but it is their simplicity that hides the deep pleasure this taste gives. She looks down at the piece left in her hands, and it is clear how deeply she is moved by what happened. With sincere amazement, she whispers words of deep gratitude, calling the delicacy so exquisite that she could not have expected it. They gather together to discuss what his culinary success means. The seller aloud wonders, could such an incredible dish become the key to breaking the curse that torments their people? Tenkai stays grounded and admits, he cannot be certain, but such a possibility definitely exists. She bows low to him, her voice trembling with emotion as she thanks him once again. She believes, if they can continue producing such sustenance, people truly have a way forward to endure. He smiles warmly, overwhelmed by her reaction and glad he could give a spark of hope. She looks at the ingredients laid out by Tenkai. She fixes her gaze intently on the meat, and sharp leaves in her eyes both curiosity and hesitation. Tenkai notices the doubt and gives her a reassuring nod. He is confident in the culinary idea he is about to show. In a moment, he lays out the finished taco, explaining that he used freshly baked tortillas to wrap a variety of fillings, imitating a dish from his own world. It turns out to be a bright field lunch. He promises a complex play of textures and spices. He holds the plate and brings it to her. He explains, tortillas by themselves are the base, but the real magic begins when they are combined with these specific ingredients. She is still held back by skepticism due to the sharp smell of herbs, but he urges, take one bite and you will feel how the harmony of flavors comes together as one. Stretching for the jump, she bites into the taco and the effect is instant. Her eyes climb onto her forehead in pure surprise as the explosion of flavors covers her tongue. The cursed smell of leaves now perfectly complements the juicy meat and soft bread. The shock instantly disappears, and she is overwhelmed by pure euphoria. Screams for a cold drink to wash down that divine dish, and her sharp outbursts scare the whole company gathered. Amid laughter and surprise, Tenkai modestly offers to share the recipe with everyone who sees the joy his cooking has brought to their group. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner of the establishment, Bishop Healer, duties are interrupted. A subordinate cautiously approaches him and asks if he can spare a minute. There is an urgent, important matter to resolve. His face shows that something unusual has happened. The peaceful silence is immediately shattered by the appearance of Xiaohe picks up a frightened, wounded soldier from the night country. Tenkai and others jump forward with concern, questioning what could have brought the experienced warrior to such a state. Somewhat incredulously glancing, he explains that the soldier's injuries did not occur in battle, they were caused by a strange incident. Allegedly, the man was so overwhelmed by the incredible taste of the local cold calwizia that he lost his balance and ran headfirst into a wall. He stands upright until the young soldier bows low and pours out abundant apologies for what he considers his failure. Tenkai sits calmly and brushes off his worries, assuring him that injuries are common and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Taking a step forward with a bottle of solution, the girl beast announces that she intends to treat the soldier's scratches. She examines the man's leg and concludes cheerfully, despite the fall, the bones do not appear broken. She is preparing to start treatment. Her zeal does not fade as long as she looks at others for approval. Tenkai gives an encouraging nod and the soldier tenses, preparing to sting with the cleaning agent. When the liquid splashes on bare skin, the soldier flinches, expecting a sharp burn, but the pain he imagined does not come. Sensing his surprise, she explains, the saline solution is designed to cleanse without the usual sting of water and without harsher antiseptics. Watching the process with wide-open eyes, the shopkeeper feels her skepticism melt away. The effectiveness of beastkin medical knowledge is now undeniable. Deeply moved, she lowers her head and sincerely apologizes for her former harsh remarks. She officially recognizes the young girl not just as an assistant, but as a true apprentice of the mage, a title that carries great weight in their circle. She reflects on the rarity of such a gift, and a softness appears in her expression, a bit of envy. For a vampire like her, who is incapable of creating the restorative power of healing magic, seeing such a natural talent in another is both humiliating and inspiring. The young pupil's eyes widen as soon as she recalls the support she received. She clearly remembers being told, everyone has the opportunity to learn and grow. She shakes her head, denying her progress is not about innate talent, but about the guidance she was fortunate to have. She looks back at her past and sees only a chained prisoner, but now, thanks to her master's instructions, she learns little by little. This revelation shocks the shopkeeper, Chloe, so much that she cannot believe it. To bring healing magic back to the homeland is a dream beyond imagining. Under the influence of this possibility, the horned woman falls to her knees and implores Tenkai to take her as a pupil as well. He freezes and looks back, bewildered by the sudden and overly passionate request from someone of her rank. G. The severity of the situation is emphasized by the senior official. He reminds Chloe of her royal status, princess of the country of Night. And he says that she, above all, must understand the priceless value of the medical knowledge being offered to her. Tenkai addresses the gathered group humbly but with firm intent, rejecting any notion of exclusivity. He explains that his goal is simply to share the art of healing with as many inhabitants of this world as possible, regardless of their origin. This selfless statement momentarily throws the officials off balance. They are left speechless. His gaze fixes firmly on the young man who speaks of such wonders so casually. Tenkai turns back to KHLA, casting a gentle word of acceptance, and with this, he confirms their new leader. With a solemn bow, the princess introduces herself properly, acknowledges her lack of experience, and promises to work diligently under his mentorship. Tenkai meets her with a warm smile, and Koron shines. She cannot wait to guide the new pupil. A radiant smile of pure joy floods KHLA's face. Her eyes sparkle with new hope and a sense of purpose. Her former skepticism has vanished now. It is replaced by excitement for the journey ahead. Above the landscape, a colossal tree shines with otherworldly light. Its branches flicker against the dark sky like a beacon of knowledge already taking root in this land. Arch explains that teeth marks on the tongue are a common sign of internal imbalance. The soul listens attentively, absorbing the medical knowledge he shares. He asks the young soldier to confirm the observation, then challenges the group to name the exact condition. The soldier's heart pounds wildly as he searches for the correct answer. A young soldier sticks out his tongue, showing traces, and correctly diagnoses the disease. This is Kainen Josei. The rumor explodes with applause, and the crowd celebrates his accurate diagnosis. He is praised for his knowledge by Arch, who immediately shifts the conversation to another condition, Beard's Eye. The teacher describes symptoms of swelling and digestive disorder, and the soldier shyly admits that this had happened to him recently. The teacher continues the lecture. Such conditions cause internal stagnation and the stomach needs rest. He passionately states, magic is truly powerful, but the highest form of treatment is precise diagnosis and gathering information. While the squad makes its way through the luxurious corridors of this building, a voice calls Soul, addressing him by his high title. He is warmly welcomed, and others note his dedication to learning despite his status. The Soul remains balanced. His presence commands respect among comrades. He listens as a student poses a follow-up, a thoughtful question about how different body types can conceal symptoms. Soul acknowledges the complexity and confirms, individual differences are a key factor in every case. He stands nearby while the bishop explains the nuances of physical examination, and notes that bending the knees helps relax the abdominal muscles for a more accurate diagnosis. The young soldier listens, holding his breath. He has never heard of such specific methods for investigating spiritual ailments. The bishop encourages him to continue learning from the great bishop. Eccles, his insight is truly beyond comparison. As the lesson comes to an end, Comet approaches and says how well the role of teacher suits his companion. They reflect that their local logic might seem madness to outsiders, especially the eccentric methods of Eccles, with which he tames evil spirits. As they walk together, they thoughtfully discuss the fragile balance of power, acknowledging the cardinal likely wants to keep the bishop under close watch to prevent any future unrest. Politics weighs heavily on them. Meanwhile, Zess keeps his attention on two people he was sent to monitor. He suspects that cardinals have motives behind this. He wonders if their goal is to keep the bishop under continuous surveillance. High above the rustling trees, a quiet confidence holds. Zess is not one to make a mistake in his mission. Here the atmosphere is much lighter because the city is blooming. The streets buzz with laughter and life, a sharp contrast to the recent darkness. In the shadow of the ceremonial hall, a man with sharp glasses addresses 5 hooded figures. He confirms their readiness. He calls them dark elf mercenaries and orders their involvement to be kept strictly off the record. He unleashed a calculated disaster. A fierce explosion tears through the night and the sky flares with terrible brightness. Against the backdrop of chaos, Zess stands ready, his face partially hidden, while the teams sound the alarm, secure the target, Colonel Sun, and take control of the dangerous stranger who infiltrated their ranks. As the shockwave subsides, the Dragon King Lindrum watches the hell from afar, noting that this is not an ordinary fire from the Night Realm. Below, Normem and his companions shudder at the rumble and realize in horror. A massive fire has broken out in the settlement, and it is rapidly spreading. Because the threat only grew, Alec is ordered to take to the sky, while Lined Worm commands Tenkai to head to the castle and tend to the wounded. The Normans suspect it was not a magical sound but explosives, a warning to others that even more may be hidden across the territory. as my yard and her scribe recognize the full seriousness of the situation. While the dragon prepares to take off, Mjard and Queen Melina decide to coordinate actions with the elven soldiers for evacuation and rescue. Meanwhile, Tenkai looks at the bucket slime and realizes its water abilities might be the key to dousing the flames. And the little creature responds with a determined look ready to act. Into the very heart of the fire through the smoke steps the forest god, his massive body only emphasizing the vast scale of the disaster. Nearby, the bucket slime prepares to unleash its power. Its small form sharply contrasts with the looming monster as both face the approaching fiery invasion. In a moment, Queen Melina gathers allies and urgently calls out Tenkai and Zhe to the castle for medical aid. They agree immediately, and the only boy stays behind, vowing to protect the others and the hospital from the approaching danger while the chaos only intensifies. As they retreat, Alec continues a hopeless fight against the flames in his dragon form, his massive wings beating against the heat. Norman reports, the residents around have been successfully evacuated, but the destruction still spreads despite their best efforts. Despite his colossal power, Inferno does not give up, threatening to consume everything in its path. Alec looks down at the devastation, his golden eye reflecting the relentless spread of the flames, while Normam shouts a warning. The fire does not stop and the danger is still ahead. He stands among the cracked remnants of his own power. The human form barely restrains the draconic energy bursting from within. Alec warns his companions, Oni Boy and Normam, if he fully transforms, it will devastate the surrounding area. Yet in this state, his power is already limited. While they argue about what to do next, suddenly a chill falls on his face, a drop of water. Thanks to the intervention of bucket slime, a colossal flood descends from the sky, instantly dousing the flames. The incredible volume of rain briefly stuns Alec and the others. They watch as the raging fires are extinguished under the overwhelming elemental attack of the slime. In a moment, the chimera beast circles overhead, surveying the wet, smoking ruins. Below, Oni Boy and Norman begin searching for survivors, but the silence of the abandoned district weighs heavily. They ask why such a devastating fire broke out in a place where no one lives, and the mystery only deepens as they step through the charred remains. The anxiety that would not let go explodes distant, but even harsher thunder follows, an even fiercer detonation, and a new wave of debris bursts into the air. FIA and Zess sharply turn their keen gazes toward the sound and with growing horror realized the explosions are coming from the side of the castle itself. While a new explosion raises smoke around and whirls it in a vortex, Colonel Sun limps forward, his face a mask of frantic despair. He roars through the haze, demanding to be told who is to blame for this chaos, and insists that as an official he be treated with the respect supposedly due to his rank. The official's demands are met only with the cold, predatory glances of Zess and Fi emerging from the shadows like vengeful spirits. Zess's facial expression is pure restrained venom. His presence alone is enough to choke the words in Colonel Sin's throat as he realizes he no longer controls the situation. When the echoes of explosions in the castle reach them, Tenkai and Seiya find themselves face to face with the elven royal authority. Amid the bustle and the scent of ozone, Tenkai steps forward, closes the distance, and introduces himself to Queen Melina and Princess Junal standing on the threshold of a much greater war. The voice cuts through the tension boldly and indifferently, questioning the obvious, as if the answer is simple and clear to everyone. The bald-bearded man, Colonel Sun, freezes as a masked invader looks at him. The invader declares he has come for him and calls him a rare talent. Nearby, a young soldier gasps in shock and shouts that holding a prisoner is an unforgivable crime and demands immediate surrender. Ignoring the order, the newcomer activates the device. A blinding fire flashes and tears the ground with a loud tremor, throwing the young soldier back in shock as debris falls around. Through clouds of smoke and the chaos of the explosion, a figure in a mask and Colonel Sun flee, followed by stunned guards abandoned in the blast's aftermath. As soon as they snatched a moment of rest, the Colonel's son turns to the man in glasses and demands who he is and whom he belongs to. He calmly introduces himself, Costa Bishop, saying that using explosions instead of magic is unusual, but that's exactly how they achieve what they need. He snorts, admitting that he has long become a thorn in the church's side, and that he will hardly be surprised if they want him dead. Yet he is still wary of their sudden politeness and rescue. The man named Costa smiles subtly, is impressed that Colonel San immediately understood. They are far from just church agents. He sensed their true nature in an instant. He watches as the prisoner bursts out a crazy, wide-open laugh, his face twisted with eerie joy. Addressing the man as High Priest Colonel Sun, the benefactor notes that from now on they will work together, and this prospect seems to please the captain. Far from the dark affairs of escape, two hands work with meticulous attention, threading a needle through practical material. The calm focus of this task sharply contrasts with the chaos of previous moments, emphasizing the transition to healing. Tenkai watches the progress, giving his young apprentice a warm smile of support. Koron admits that she is finally starting to get involved in the delicate movements. Her animal ears twitch slightly as she concentrates on the medical stitches. Having finished an especially even seam, the young girl looks up and pride flashes in her eyes. Her mentor inspects the completed work, saying that at this pace she will soon be able to help with real patients in the clinic. She hesitates, feeling the weight of such responsibility. But the teacher gently pushes her modesty aside. He explains, gaining experience on real cases as soon as possible is the best way to truly master the craft and prepare for the future. His face becomes even more serious as he recalls the unpredictability of their world. He reminds her of the time with the wounded youth, Hiyu, and emphasizes, there will be moments when he inevitably cannot be there to help, so she must be ready to act on her own. His words settle heavily in her chest, and she meets his gaze. Her determination strengthens. The realization that life may one day depend solely on her hands adds a new level of tension to her training and burns away the doubts that initially stirred. Returning to the task with renewed zeal, she continues training under close supervision. The young doctor silently resolves to teach her everything he can, understanding he will always be there to support, yet the unexpected is just nearby, just beyond sight. She responds with a resolute, firm affirmation, her animal ears rising and her eyes opening wide. A new confidence is born within her. Behind her stretches a long path bathed in the dim light of lanterns, and there stands a solitary, shadowed figure motionless. From the darkness comes a voice demanding. It asks who this stranger is. Tension rises as Princess Juno steps forward. Her voice is sharp, and she orders the way to be cleared for the queen, while the mysterious man in the wide-brimmed hat remains an immovable obstacle. He is silent for a moment, his gaze hidden beneath the brim of his hat. Tenkai and Zhe watch him, growing more anxious. They feel that this meeting is unlike all the previous ones. Zhe, clutching the staff, steps toward him and asks if he is from the human world. She begs to leave their small community alone, explaining that they only need a quiet, healthy life and they have no intention of causing trouble. The stranger snorts mockingly upon hearing the mention of the human world. He says he has absolutely no idea about such a place, and maintains his cold, detached manner, which makes the whole group even more anxious. Then he reads her a lesson about the cruel chasm between ideals and reality, dismissing her hopes as complete nonsense. But she does not give up. She insists that one must always strive for their ideals, even if they seem too far from the truth. This audacity is met with eerie silence as the man stands his ground, and his presence looms as a dark omen over the lit path. He tears forward, a continuous blurred motion that catches the group by surprise. The strike sends a shockwave along the trajectory, and Zhe, gripped by horror, recoils backward as the sudden cruelty shatters the tent-like silence and the clash. He continues the merciless attack with a sharp hissing exhale. His movements are almost too fast, I cannot catch them. Beyond him, Princess Juno freezes in icy terror as a figure shortens the distance in the hood. The intent is clear and deadly. The blade whistles through the air and barely passes by the young princess as she instinctively ducks. From beneath the hood, the killer's eyes shine coldly and focus on single deadly intent, with no room for mercy. Just as his strike is about to land, a new figure appears beside her seed. Zhe's blade cuts into the assassins and sparks fly in a hail. She gasps in recognition. The savior is a dark elf. His sudden arrival twists the course of the clash. She stands firm between the princess and the attacker. A figure becomes an insurmountable barrier. The assassin growls in frustration, brushes her off like a minor obstacle, and again attempts to bypass her defense. Despite her skill, the dark elf is thrown back by the incredible fury of the fierce attack. Tenkai and Seiya can only watch frozen, unable to move, while the night echoes with the clash of steel. Blood splatters on the ground as the protector receives a blow to the shoulder and her face contorts convulsively from pain. She urgently calls Tenkai, says she is fine, and begs them to take the princess and flee while there is still time. She understands the enemy's goal is either kidnapping or murder, and Zhe hardens her resolve even more. She tells the others that she will stay behind to buy them healing seconds. Her voice is steady despite the deadly danger as she prepares to face the threat face to face. The tweezers carefully lift a small dark fragment, and a voice filled with gratitude acknowledges the instructions of the senior college student. She squints her brows intently. Sweat appears under the surgical mask as the burden of the procedure settles on her shoulders. Maintaining precision honed by practice, the young medic announces the start of the disinfection process and carefully cleans the area around the small square incision. Her thoughts race wildly. She must meet all expectations before this critical moment decides everything, and failure is no longer allowed. Next to her mentor, She prepares the next set of instruments. They work together in a synchronized rhythm to ensure the patient's safety. A steady hand, ready to insert a syringe filled with anesthetic. The needle glistens under the light as the next phase of the operation begins. She leaned over and quietly covered the master, Tenkai, informing him about the injection that is about to happen and aimed at the vulnerable area near the wound. When the needle pierces the skin, he flinches from the pain. She sharply exhales in shock, becomes alert, and immediately checks if he is all right. She listened as the patient gave a weak assurance that the injection was just a small prick. Then he thanked his assistant for the help. Despite her words, the weight of the task pressed on her, and drops of sweat appeared on her forehead as she focused every ounce of her will. Forcing herself not to hesitate, she announced the start of the extraction while her assistant held his breath tensely. Inside, she could only hope that the anesthetic agent had truly taken effect. Her gloved fingers tightly gripped the straight penile forceps. The surgical instrument was ready to perform its critical function. "I'm pulling it out," she exclaimed. Her gaze fixed firmly on the wound as she began to carefully remove the fragment while the tension in the room was breaking at the edge. With a sharp jerk, the metal fragment was torn out, and immediately a sudden, explosive fountain of blood erupted. The sudden splash of crimson stopped her, and the assistant in their tracks. For a moment both were frozen by a terrible silence, and the weight of what was happening changed in an instant. The blood continued to ooze and a wave of panic overwhelmed her. Her brain was racing, flipping through medical texts to identify the type of bleeding. She distinguished the pulsating spray of an artery from the steady, continuous seepage of veins. While her assistant feared a repeat of the same tragedies, she understood. She had to stay calm and apply pressure because any mistake now would mean death. She steals determination from herself. Sweat runs down her temple as she prepares to try again. Firmly, her hand returns to work. Her eyes narrowed in focused tension, and the assistant watches, holding his breath. While she works, the young animal girl asks the patient patiently if he feels any pain. He calmly replies that the anesthetic is doing its job. Relieved by this confirmation, the student continues the delicate procedure. Her attention does not waver for a moment, not even at the sight of the open wound. One last precise movement and she successfully extracts the foreign object, lifts it up, declaring victory. Then she carefully inspects the site and with a relieved sigh notes, "After removal, there is no noticeable bleeding." Shifting attention to the next stage, she tells her companion that now the area needs to be cleaned and asks for a second syringe. The girl quickly complies, ready to help in the critically important task preventing infection. She says that for such deep wounds, the most effective method is to rinse them with saline solution from a syringe, or even better, using a catheter to reach the deepest places. After steady pressure, she begins the rinsing and carefully washes away everything that might have remained inside. When the cleaning is complete, the excess moisture is thoroughly blotted with sterile gauze pads, so the wound remains clean and ready for the final step. Then she announces that she needs to suture the opening and orders the assistant to bring the thread with a needle and a needle holder. She warns the girl to be careful and not to touch the sharp tips of the instruments. Having received the needle holder, she thanks and asks to bring the tray with suturing materials. Armed with the necessary tools, she prepares to close the wound and complete the treatment. She reaches out to the surgical tray, and her gloves hold firmly as she selects the needle and thread needed for the delicate work ahead. Despite all the preparation, the needle holder resists slipping from her hands for a moment. Nearby, a young beast girl encourages her, urging her not to give up and to hold tight. She inhales, regains her grip, and finally secures the needle firmly in the metal jaws of the instrument. Her eyes widen with sharp concentration. Drops of sweat roll down from under the medical cap across her forehead. She carefully calculates the entry point, hovering the needle over the edge of the wound so the first stitch lies perfectly along the line with a decisive movement. The sharp tip of the needle pierces the flesh and initiates the exhausting process of closing the deep wound. She freezes in concentration, mentally rehearsing the knot steps on the instrument. Now she must apply everything she has learned, turning theory into a life-saving action. The thread loops and pulls as she performs the complex knotting technique with rhythmic precision. Nearby, a young girl watches the process in fascination with wrapped strands and wide-open eyes, witnessing the silent struggle for recovery. Each tug on the thread draws the edges of the wound closer together. The tension was held perfectly so that the skin would heal properly and come together firmly again. To complete the first set of stitches, she asks for the Cooper scissors, noting that they resemble the needle holder she just used. Her assistant responds immediately, ready to fetch the next instrument needed to finish the operation. She holds her hands firmly, whispers a quiet word of determination before stating that she will continue the suturing process with needle and thread. Nearby, a young assistant gives a brief, supportive confirmation, ready to help with whatever is needed. After that, she uses the scissors and precisely cuts the excess thread, completing another stitch in the delicate procedure while maintaining absolute focus. As they work, medical knowledge remains clear. The golden window for such wounds is usually within 6 hours, and for facial injuries can extend to 24. During this period, if there is no obvious contamination, thorough cleaning and debridement allow safe suturing of the wound without causing a surge of infectious complications, even in complex cases. She finally finishes the work. The torn wound, now drawn together by a neat row of even professional stitches, she holds again in her hands and announces, "The procedure is complete." They both freeze for a moment, the tension still hangs in the air as they look down at their work. Sweat pours down their foreheads from the incredible concentration the moment demands. The young girl leans forward, her eyes wide open, they still tremble with anxiety, and she convulsively asks her master if he is all right, if the pain has finally released him. In response to her concern, he stirs. His eyelids tremble and he gently opens his eyes, quietly thanking them and saying that they truly saved him. Hearing this, the young medic raises her gaze, her eyes open wide, and her look intertwines surprise and deep feelings. She finally exhales a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, closes her eyes, relief, and a sense of accomplishment wash over her in a wave. The nurse student is exhausted, sweat streams through her mask after the difficult procedure. She announces that the iron fragments have been successfully removed from her master's shoulder, and Tenkai and Koron in the background finally breathe out with relief. The long trouble is finally behind. The deserted landscape outside is cut by jagged ruins under a huge cloudy sky. A voice addresses the official, Costa. He asks whether his supervision was truly his own decision or part of a broader, more deliberate plan. The man in the wide-brimmed hat, Masu, meets with the official and demands to know who controls him. The official only smiles crookedly, admitting that he and the cardinal have come to an understanding. But his true master is a completely different person, one who is extremely interested in the movements of the 6 stars. The dark elf warrior, Canon, steps forward, cold and piercing gaze. She declares that she will lead the prisoners to the Lord of Demons. Masu noticeably trembles at the mention of such a title, and Colonel Sun frets, resists the dangerous turn the conversation has taken. Her eyes narrow with cold, piercing stubbornness as she cuts off any further talk. For her, there is no answer but death, and everything said before is empty words. She begins to laugh, and this laughter makes the man standing before her tremble. Seizing the moment, Masu begins weaving complex magical circles in the air. He mutters about the fire of Sapientia and the tactics of distracting the Dark Elf tribe, admitting that he now understands the full extent of the Demon Lord's involvement. A sudden burst of magic catches Canon off guard. The sorcerer releases his power, shouting that Jill and Percy must be killed, and in an instant a blinding light flashes, signaling a sharp, bloody turn in the battle. He decides there is no point in dying without reason. Gathering all the information he had, he launches a massive explosion to cover the escape, and breaking free from the spot, leaves behind a cloud of smoke and debris. He escapes through the forest, and the smoke from his distraction still hangs thick in the air. Behind him, the dark elf and her soldiers are already coming to their senses. Their silhouettes emerge through the mist, and they begin to hunt. Seeing him disappear into the trees, she eagerly points forward and orders her subordinates. Zara owes her, so she must follow her example. She keeps him in her sights and has no intention of losing sight of him. Despite the distance he has gained, the echo of the previous clash still lingers. He barely stumbles, and the debris and dust from the explosion still swirl around as he squeezes out his last strength. He glances back, teeth bared, growling mixed with rage and pain. The pursuit does not relent, and he knows mere running will not be enough to break away from the elite warriors of the Dark Elf. Grabbing his tools, he begins to weave a complex spell without stopping. Leaning on a strange segmented staff and whispering ancient words, the light rises, gathers together and crackles around him, preparing a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, a dazzling flash bursts from the thick foliage, blinding everyone nearby for a moment. One of the pursuers shouts to his leader, stunned by the unexpected surge of magical energy. She looks at the screen with fear and professional curiosity. She notices he is trying to patch his own shoulder while running, not something for an ordinary person. But she is sure his physical abilities will never match those of the Dark Elf. Taking advantage of a brief distraction, he dashes into the field of tall grass. He noticed growth of the plants is perfect for hitting Gand hopes to disappear before the pursuers close the distance. He crouched low in the thicket, breathing shallowly, while the elven pursuers surveyed the area. One of the subordinates returned to his leader, asking her about the sudden hesitation as they searched for any signs of movement. Canon was silent. Her sharp eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a realization flashed. She noticed, despite the frantic chase, the fugitive never showed the full power and true nature of the magic she knew he possessed. Feeling the air change, the fugitive rushed to intercept the position, but suddenly a sudden thunderous roar crashed overhead and didn't make it. In despair, he stared upward just as a dazzling pillar of energy fell onto the field, shattering the silence. The strike was catastrophic. A fierce eruption of dark force tore through the tall grass and sent shockwaves across the entire landscape, leaving a scorched crater where the fugitive had been hiding. After the explosion, he was thrown and dragged clung to his balance, but still fell into the trap when the elven commander and her squad tightened the ring. A cold, predatory cunning smiling, she drew her blade, declaring that the game of hide and seek was over. She dashed forward with blinding speed. The blade cut into his staff, and sparks flew in a stream along with the fragments. An incredible blow threw him back. His boots dug into the ground, carving deep furrows. Clenching his teeth, he resisted the unbearable pressure and poured all his strength into the block to the last drop. The ground beneath him cracked and rumbled from the weight of the relentless blows of the elven warrior. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead as he fiercely stared at his opponent, his muscles strained from tension. Despite the pain, he held his ground, and his eyes blazed with desperate determination to survive this attack. He cannot keep up. The dark elven warrioress unleashes a series of strikes, her blade a continuous blurred whirlwind of deadly intent. An exhausted man takes a devastating blow to the forehead and his blood sprays into the air like a red downpour. He is swallowed by a thunderous blow and a cloud of dust rises, hiding all the cruelty of this clash. In a moment he lies broken amid the plowed earth, a body battered and soaked with blood. He looks helplessly as the warrior stands over him, calmly says goodbye while her companions watch. She is still cold, raises the blade, and declares that it is finally time to put an end to his life. Ignoring the cold order, he refuses to surrender. No matter how much it hurts to the bone, thoughts rush in search of any way to survive. When the steel descends, he suddenly understands something critical and exclaims that he has finally found it. He lies broken and defeated, and the dark elves stand over the scene. Somewhere a voice breaks out, panically announcing, "Dark elves," and frantically calls for reinforcements to deal with the intruders. They are cut by the realization. The pursuers from the World Tree are pressing closer and closer. Zara turns to Cannon and asks for orders now that their location has already been compromised. They decide to retreat. Cannon notes that she has already sweated enough for today. She orders the group to leave the dying man behind while they head back home. Open the shadows in the thick foliage. A hidden observer watches them as they move away and smugly twitches the corner of her lips, whispering that everything happened exactly as she planned. She emerges from the thickets, kneels beside the unconscious man, calls him Zess, and announces that Mio has finally arrived to find him. The resonance between the magic stone and its creator is a deep connection that does not disappear even when the stone is held by others. Mio notices. For Zess, this is a lucky sign, because the ancient words of power, apple and poison, remind that their fates are tightly intertwined. She explained how she recognized the stone that was in her staff as if she felt a clear, intuitive spark by touch. It turned out that during the previous gathering they exchanged their stones. Now this decision allows them to sense each other both presence and how each is doing from a distance. Holding a playful smile, she says goodbye to him and says she will hold on to the stone a little longer. Aloud she wonders if their comic companion has already understood the truth about the situation they are in. Her eyes shine with both leprosy and tenderness at the same time. When he turns to move on, his silhouette sinks and disappears into the thick forest foliage. She remains for a moment in place. The horse stands nearby, and only it witnesses her lingering gaze while the road swallows him without a trace. Suddenly, a man in a wide-brimmed hat steps in his way, greeting him with a brazenly casual, almost mocking tone. He immediately notices the state of the traveler. His sharp gaze slides over the fresh wounds that spoil the skin. Despite the tension of the meeting, he moves to help, and all attention focuses on what is now more important than anything: healing. The horse patiently waits while the two men stand among the thickets, and the burden of their shared history hangs in the air like a stone. Her face fades, and a deep anxiety cuts through it as she looks at him unconscious. A heavy silence rolls over the clearing. She cannot understand why he does not wake up. The suffering of his last trials finally catches up with him. They are 6 stars united by a collective oath that forever forbids their circle from breaking apart. In an era when the boundary between advanced medicine and arcane knowledge has vanished, their unity is the foundation of the mission, a promise made in the shadow of the great academy. He called everyone to the high terrace where the whole group stood and looked at the city, while one of them asked why such an urgent and unexpected meeting. When the group gathered, the bishop turned his gaze to Comet. His face was stern as he prepared to address the weary traveler against the backdrop of growing tension. He suddenly felt a sharp, acute jolt inside his soul and immediately realized. Mio had just activated his magic stone, a sign that extreme need had come. Others froze in shock at this news. Their eyes widened as the consequences of such a desperate step began to become clear to everyone in the hall. The realization was grim. If the stone is really in operation, then Zes is probably in mortal danger, and all they can do is prepare for the worst. He stated that he would immediately proceed to the World Tree, saying that he had come only to report his departure. But the bishop interrupted him, urging to remain calm and wait for instructions tied to Echo. He remained steadfast until the soul stepped forward, promised to deliver the news, and offered to join the fight if the battle was truly brewing. Because of this, the bishop eventually entrusted the soul with overseeing the situation. He struck the wall with a powerless fury stone clashed against stone with echoes, reflecting his inability to simply sit and wait while the lives of his comrades hung by a thread. He steps away, his back is turned to his comrades, and from him like a rare palpable rage, waves of anger emanate. FIA watches him go, her face is anxious. She recalls how unusual this outburst was. Usually he is much more restrained, often coming to them with a hidden warmth that is completely absent now. Saul, standing nearby, can only agree. Seeing their friend in such a state is a sharp departure from his usual behavior. She recalls a conversation with Mio. He said the only time he saw such rage was during the investigation of the murder at the Baron's estate. The memory of that dark event seems to hang in the air like a heavy burden, a harsh reminder of a deeply rooted sense of justice that fuels his current outrage. 10 years before this, the seeds of this insult had already been sown in the inner courtyard of the academy. In his boyhood, he was often the target of cruel whispers. Classmates mocked his status as a bishop's ward and simply called him an extra passenger who appeared out of nowhere. While he sat in lonely silence, his peers publicly shamed his benefactor. They called the bishop greedy and hinted that his own parents were probably no less shameless. They were consumed by bitter envy. He could not understand why a commoner like him was granted such proximity to power, while they, despite their noble origin, remained on the sidelines. Verbal images quickly escalated into a fight. Suddenly a sharp, furious shove, and he fell to the ground in dust. His tormentors loomed over him, and their jeers scattered in the air as they mockingly addressed him as their dear classmates. Standing over the fallen boy, the young son of the colonel snorted disdainfully, dismissing his silence as pathetic and cowardly suffering. He ordered him to stay in place, his voice dripping with the arrogance of one who considered himself naturally superior. When the gang of offenders turned around and left, one of them muttered a curse under his breath, irritated by the scene they had caused. They patted Colonel Sun on the shoulder, demanding to move on, and left the boy alone in the dust with his boiling image. A young man, guilty at heart, approached him a few moments before apologizing for leaving him alone with the tormentors. He tried to deflect it with a joke, but the boyish anger had already flared up fiercely. He sharply retaliated with a bitter reminder of how they were both alone in this and that they had no family to protect them. He was met as soon as he moved through the quiet corridors of the academy. A voice called him, naming the familiar name Arch, and broke the silence of the luxurious passage. The young scientist lifted his gaze from the book, composed. When a classmate approached nearby to bring news, everything became clear. Eccles would not join them today. Thus, the students remained alone for some time to work independently. He joined his peers. The classroom seemed too empty to him, which immediately prompted questions about why it was left unattended. Some wondered why it remained unsupervised, and he admitted he himself had not heard a specific reason, although a calm, relaxed atmosphere still prevailed in the room. He turned his attention to his classmate and asked where the rest of their group was. The boy explained. Since it was an independent session, Mio insisted on conducting one more experiment, so the others went toward the courtyard. In the sunlit gardens, energetic Mio was already standing at the very center of a heated argument with her friends. Despite warnings about the previous fire incident, she did not stop. Her eyes gleamed with a bold intent as she prepared her staff. Suddenly a burst of uncontrolled energy erupted from her position, all flinched and froze in confusion. She screamed in surprise, insisting she had made a mistake just as the magic spiraled and slipped from her control, to the irritation of those standing nearby. A chaotic flash of light and power instantly covered curtain. The students rushed to shelter. Through the flashes of magical discharge came irritated and anxious voices demanding an explanation of what they were thinking, while the experiment spectacularly went awry. From a safe distance, he watched the disaster unfold with his partner as smoke rose from the garden. They pondered the nature of the reckless plan. It turned out to be an attempt at research aimed at enhancing the effect of magic. He left clear instructions regarding the safety of the academy students, especially concerning Mio's unstable experiments. Zes, climbing the tree branches, looks down when Comet calls him and asks what he is doing there. Zes explains. The orders from Bishop Ecclesi were unequivocal. He was to intervene and stop Mio's research if it ever became truly dangerous. While they were walking through the academy grounds, Comet admits He did not intervene earlier because he thought everything was still under control. After that, he says he has one more task and implies that he is carrying another message for the group. Then he pulls out the official sealed envelope and explains that it is technically a request from the bishop, but he perceives it more as a personal challenge. The wax seal remains intact, and within it lies the burden of hope for their mentor. She takes the letter with a serious expression and listens as Comet says the bishop entrusted her with the ability to make the right decision about its content. The understanding of the task ahead begins to settle in her as she breaks the seal. Eventually, the group reaches a luxurious multi-story mansion and is immediately met by a tall, stern man with a stone face who demanding asks what they are doing here. Before they can look around at the massive walls, it becomes clear this is not a courtesy visit, but the start of a trial prepared for them by the bishop. The church delegation arrives at grand estate at their arrival, announced with the weight of religious authority. A stern butler greets the bishop and his companions, acknowledging the long-awaited arrival of the commander of special forces and the young Akitsalites. Inside he consults with a vigilant official. Conversation shifts to the students of the one called Ecclesiastes. They express both skepticism and concern. Supposedly, these young men are only students of the theological school, yet they have already mastered the magic of advanced regeneration, which should be impossible for those outside the church's inner circle. He is silent while the young girls Faye and Mia stand nearby and wait. On their faces is a mixture of boredom and curiosity. They whisper about the amazing privilege. They are treated as equals, even though they are just students, and they are trusted to stand on the same level as the highly respected priests. The girls do not understand why they were called for such a task. As they advance through the marble, luxurious corridors, he contemplates reports from his subordinates. He was warned. A young, potentially dangerous individual is to arrive. Responsibility presses heavily and dully in the silencing this artistically decorated corridor. Behind him, young women gaze in awe at the incredible wealth of the estate, from bizarre tapestries to the vast landholdings of the master. They whisper about Baron Gherkin, a man who once held a high position in the church and then returned to secular life. It seems this transition brought him immense fortune. They continue their journey, and the conversation jumps to the grim purpose of the visit: the examination of a dead noblewoman who also left service in the church. The church adheres to a strict decree: the bodies of those who practiced healing magic must be examined. This rule was born out of fear that such powerful techniques would seep into the secular world. He confirms this doctrine and firmly declares that all healing magic must unconditionally remain under the absolute control of the church. He warns, any unauthorized practice is a grave sin, and any signs of violation must be stopped immediately and without any leniency. Finally, they reach the place, and there a noblewoman with a tousled bouffant, clearly irritated, was already waiting for them. She demanded to know how much longer they intended to keep her waiting, grumbling that the lengthy church rituals were delaying her sister's funeral and causing unnecessary suffering. She stands with a sharp, demanding posture, while the bishop presents the team he assembled to conduct the mandatory examination of her late sister. Skeptically staring, she points her finger at the young girls in the group and demands an explanation for why the children were brought to such a gloomy ceremony. The bishop immediately apologizes. Nearby Baron Gherkin, with a heavy heart, watches the exchange, his face weary from sorrow. The bishop offers condolences, but the baron only urges them to continue, relying on church-appointed experts. Then the baron leads the group to the inner chambers, explaining that his wife is still in the same room where death caught her. As they move, the air fills with tension. A merchant named Hennet loudly grumbles about the delay, desperately wanting to leave the estate and get away from the presence of the dead. But the official in glasses sternly reminds them, no one will leave until the inspection is complete. While everyone is arguing, the maid Linon steps forward and presents her version. She claims to be the one who first found the Baroness's body. She tells about the terrifying moment of discovery. As usual, she brought water into the room, but instead saw that the door was open and her mistress was lying on the floor unresponsive. Here the Baroness lies motionless, her pale face frozen in the last terrifying expression, which gives no immediate clues about her sudden disappearance. She lies motionless on the badass silent ornament of this gloomy gathering. The bishop and his young assistant approach the headboard to begin their official examination of the remains. While the investigators focus on the body, the witnesses stand in heavy silence. The baron, the countess, and the merchant each bear their own burden of grief or anxiety. Their gazes are averted from the pale figure on the sheets. Breaking the quiet, the bishop asks if the woman was tormented by any known curse or magical ailment. The baron shakes his head. According to his information, there were no signs of treachery or supernatural darkness. The tension thickens with silence as the Countess sharply reacts to the line of questions, and the merchant beside her barely restrains nervous sweating. The Baron continues to lose himself in gloomy apologies to his wife who passed away, while the bishop concludes. The absence of an obvious cause became the basis for the first report of natural death. Je leans closer, and her sharp eyes coldly scrutinize the Baroness's features. She clarifies the chronology, confirming that the death occurred the previous night, then abruptly asks if the body has been moved since then. The bishop asserts, the remains still lie exactly where they were found on the bed, and no hand has touched them. Hearing this, the young medic quietly mutters that the situation is becoming increasingly strange. This remark rolls like a wave of visible shock through the gathered nobles and servants, their faces contorted with fear mixed with confusion. The bishop demands explanations and asks directly what exactly troubles her so much about the state of the corpse. She points to the skin and explains, under normal circumstances, after death, blood settling within a few hours causes clear darkening. Yet despite how much time supposedly passed, the Baroness's face remains strangely unchanged, as if decomposition obeys no laws. Widely recognized medical knowledge indicates, after death, blood circulation stops and gravity pulls blood to the lowest parts of the body, forming distinct reddish-purple spots, lividity livor mortis. This process usually starts in less than 30 minutes and sets in within 12-24 hours, but the Baroness's skin remains eerily pale. Against the backdrop of this clinical fixation, the silence in the room is shattered by a commanding voice. It thunders through the entire estate and calls Soldier Lawrence. In the mansion, tension reaches its limit. Every guard tensely keeps themselves on alert, watching the mysterious disappearance of their deceased. He squints his eyes. A vigilant, ruthless gaze confirms, the security of the premises is absolute as reported. There is no room for error or deception in this investigation. Every detail must be checked under the watchful supervision of the church and the military. He continues the strict briefing, acknowledging the presence of witnesses and the inevitability of their involvement, ordering subordinates to return to their posts to keep the perimeter guarded while the medical examination continues. Next to her, a young medical student and her tired companion lean closer to the deceased Baroness. During the palpation of the abdomen, she notes a strange sensation. This detail immediately catches the man's eye beside her, who watches with a cynical but focused expression. She continues the examination, pressing her palms against the cold, still preserved form. It is frightening, no resistance, as if there should be no natural numbness expected, as if the very life force has vanished without the usual biological signs of death. Turning to the bishop, she points out a clear discrepancy in abdominal pressure between the left and right sides. The high-ranking healer silently observes. His face reveals nothing as he contemplates the new, troubling evidence that undermines conventional medical logic. This anomaly resembles ancient, now discredited bloodletting practices once considered a way to balance bodily humors. But as the investigation deepens, the shadow of these archaic and often dangerous methods looms over the current mystery, hinting at a cause of death far more terrifying than a simple illness. The young medical student plunges the needle into the remains, left with nothing, her eyes wide open, containing both cold concentration and horror. Her sharp movement cuts through the air, sending a wave of shock through the room, and the gathered nobility, looking in horror, exhale startled, shuddering gasps as she conducts her grim experimental procedure. Because of this perceived desecration, the Countess explodes with rage. Her voice is piercing as she declares that such an insult to her late sister cannot be tolerated. She demands an immediate report be sent to the Holy See, while the Baron remains silent. His face is a mask of grief and confusion. Having passed that outburst, she calmly states, the experiment succeeded. Her gaze fixed on the needle, which sinks into the flesh with astonishing ease. She explains, the lack of resistance means that the abdominal muscles are absent, where they should be, confirming her darkest suspicions about the true nature of the woman's condition. In response to this revelation, the bishop leans forward, furrowing his brow, and demands to clarify the connection between these physical anomalies and the phenomenon of therapeutic magical leakage. She sharply turns to the captain and begs him to petition the Holy See for the issuance of Special Permit Number 42, while the bishop doubts whether such a radical measure is truly necessary. She looks again at the pale dead flesh and realizes, this is not like a typical case of magic leakage, but the situation is much worse, far too horrifically unnatural. Finally, the weight of her conclusions settles in the room like a shroud as she voices her final verdict. With a steady gaze, she proclaims, the Baroness was subjected to neither disease nor magic. She fell victim to a cold-blooded murder. With a stunningly loud scream of murder, silence is shattered in the manor, cutting through the quiet of the afternoon day. Inside the manor, the air is thick with tension as the group gathers. The bishop calmly requests resolving several unknowns before proceeding further. Yet despite the Countess' sharp order to explain immediately, this pause clearly unsettles the merchant standing nearby. He vents impatience, insisting the examination is already complete, and asks if they are capable of resolving the matter. But the young medical student does not back down, assuring that they are more than capable. His irritation is almost palpable. Eyebrows drawn together, he glares maliciously through his glasses, clearly trying to distance himself as quickly as possible from these grim events. Turning to the sorrowful Baron, the bishop asks if his late wife ever suffered serious injuries. The Baron recalls her strict life in the church. Yes, there were bruises and scratches, but nothing serious. The Countess confirms this. Even in youth the woman managed without such pain. The medical student carefully considers this detail. She nods, absorbing what she heard, then prepares to ask the next critical question in her investigations. Then attention shifts to the woman's recent habits, whether she has been taking too many medications lately. To this, the young woman standing nearby answered awkwardly and uncertainly. She continues to give testimony, revealing a personal detail about the late Baroness. Her menstruation stopped some time ago, a fact that may have medical significance. Other words hardly help to calm the merchant. Lashes out at the medical student, demanding to know why these overly intrusive questions and how much longer the interrogation will last. The student calmly assures him that this is the last question. While the tension in the room slowly escalated, the sharp-eyed official in glasses interrupted the course of events and shouted to the bishop to pay attention to him. He produces an official document, a special permit numbered 42, and this throws both the bishop and the medical student off balance. They freeze. Bureaucracy works too quickly. After all, such a permit usually requires a lengthy review that should take much longer. The official explanation clarifies the situation. The bishop submitted a petition for permission in advance, correctly anticipating that the investigation would reach this critical stage where exactly such expertise would be needed. Observing the exchange from the side, a young girl with a horned headband suddenly realizes the strategic genius of the bishop. Her eyes widen with admiration as she praises the bishop for his incredible foresight and thoughtful plan, and for how he manages to be several steps ahead of everyone else. Truly impressive. Turning to her companion Comet, she speaks about the bishop's brilliance and emphasizes that Zess's previous assumptions about his character and abilities were completely wrong. A wave of irritation overwhelmed her. She realized that the bishop's actions were not a challenge, but excessive care that suffocated her. Through this tension, the room exploded. Lennon burst forth in truth in her own defense, in a desperate attempt to prove to the gathered nobles and officials that she was innocent. The burden of logic in this situation weighed heavily on her shoulders. If it had been her who committed the crime, it would have been quite natural for her to be the first to come across the body, but time still remained a stumbling block. She continued her defense, emphasizing, while she was in the Count's residence, others at that moment had no verifiable alibi for the death. In response to this accusation, Countess Isphronia met it with a cold gaze and asked why Lennon did not expect that she herself would become the main suspect given her closeness to the deceased. Then the Countess put forward a possible motive. She said that the Baroness was increasingly tormented by Constant, demanding requests for gifts, and they came from Lennon's own sister. This news threw Baron Jerkin off track, leaving him speechless while the Count was pressed further inquisitively. Her face expressed one thing: the connection between these family demands and the tragedy was hardly accidental. Driven to the limit by pressure, she turned her gaze to the merchant Henneth and demanded an answer whether the unresolved conflict with the Baroness was the cause of this grim conclusion. She watches as the official in thick glasses panics and defends the Countess from attacks. His face shines with sweat as he insists that there is nothing wrong with her behavior. Then she turns her gaze to the merchant, calmly analyzing his connection to the deceased and showing how he clung to the Baroness for his life, and if she stopped her frequent purchases, he would be in despair. His eyes widen with fear as the weight of her words finally sinks in and the hint of a financial motive hangs in the air, heavy and unbearable. Before the tension spills out, the bishop steps forward, stopping the accusations. He says that the current line of questioning has already been fruitful enough, and it is time for the last question. To make him decide, the girl with the horned headband takes the initiative and, leading the way, asks the hall who among those present knew how to perform healing magic before their arrival. At this question, the church soldier falls silent. Henneth, the merchant, can only stammer from confusion. He does not understand why suddenly everything has turned into such a specific and unexpected demand. With a sharp, unyielding gaze, the girl ignores his clumsy attempts and declares that the list of suspects has finally narrowed down to one person. Suddenly and dramatically, she points her finger at the widower who bitterly mourns his loss, and her voice rings with confidence as she names Baron Herkin the true killer. The Baron's eyes squint maliciously with mocking delight, and his thick mustache twitches as he prepares to speak. He lets out a contemptuous chuckle and brushes off the accusation as nothing more than wild and senseless childish fantasies. He wonders how anyone could take such a statement seriously, especially when it contradicts the supposedly established limits of healing magic. Despite the mockery, Comet shifts his gaze to the young healer and asks her to clearly explain her next step. The medical apprentice, focused and resolute in her gaze, prepares another needle indicating that she will now examine the left side of the face. The bishop and his guards recoil in horror, their voices rising in a chorus of condemnation. They shout that any further interference with the body is a forbidden desecration and demand that the captain immediately put an end to this madness regardless of the girl's age. To their outraged noise, she calmly takes out an official document and raises it high enough for everyone to see. With a piercing gaze, she silences the entire room and declares that she has special permit number 42, issued in the name of His Holiness. This rare sanction, she explains, grants the legal right to perform an autopsy, a procedure involving systematic examination of the body to determine the cause of death, which under normal circumstances is strictly prohibited. The Baron can only freeze and stare blankly. His defense is falling apart. She wastes no time and immediately presses the needle into the cold flesh of the deceased. Working, she notices, the resistance is the same as before. The needle does not penetrate the dense muscular layer beneath the skin, confirming her suspicions about the nature of the injury. The needle sinks into the body, marking the starting point, a grim but necessary investigation into the truth of how exactly the Baroness got further. She withdraws a sample. The tip of the needle comes off covered with a stain. The Baron lets out a brazen, mocking laugh and shouts that blood should appear when his stomach is pierced. Nearby, an officer in glasses watches the procedure coldly and thoughtfully. Despite the mockery, she leans even lower over the body, her movements precise and coldly calculated, until she is fully immersed in what she is doing. A sharp change in the air instantly paralyses the witnesses. The bishop, the baron, and the countess all freeze in a state of confused shock. She snaps her gaze back and sharply orders them to stop the pointless chatter, swearing that she will provide irrefutable evidence for her words, with a steady hand, she holds out the needle ready to show the anomaly she found. The bishop leans forward, frowning, and scrutinizes the small instrument held before him. He notes, although there is indeed a trace of blood on the surface, it did not collect in the needle as expected from fresh corpse, and this confirms her suspicion. Grasping this news, she raises her staff and it begins to pulse with a bright, mystical glow as she prepares to reveal the final truth. She warmly smiles at Comet, praises his determination, and gently warns, if he overexerts himself, he might get a hole in his stomach. Her tone is light, but there is genuine concern for her companion's well-being. In response to her concern, he bursts out a desperate cry through anger. His face contorts with emotion. She remains unshaken, looking straight at the grim task ahead. The contrast between his outburst and her calm focus is striking. After a moment, his face softens. A shadow of regret flickers in his eyes as he sincerely apologizes for his childish behavior. He admits that losing his temper was beneath him, especially given the seriousness of the situation. When he falls silent, she turns her face to the grim reality and reveals the terrible truth. Outwardly, everything seemed intact, but the Baroness's internal organs were shattered. This makes the Baron shudder even more. His eyes widen and horror overwhelms him with realization. She continues the clinical assessment, and her voice evenly guides her words. This was not a natural fading, a deliberate lethal puncture that caused fatal blood loss. The image of the blade entering the flesh seems to hang in the air as she speaks. When the Baroness's composure begins to crumble, she explains the anomaly, skin without blood. She says that the surface wound was magically sealed to mask the murder. The absence of any darkening meant not peace, but a calculated deception. She looks intently at the trembling man, demanding he explain himself, for he alone has the chance and means to conspire such fraud. His face glistens with sweat, and his eyes flit anxiously in search of an escape that does not exist. Her words carry a devastating weight and finally break him. He falls to the floor in despair, and the Countess exclaims in complete disbelief. Amid the chaos of the confession, the young medic calmly notes, the most likely cause of such betrayal is greed. She has exposed the truth, and the Baron is left only to comprehend the burden of his position. Yes, he was a nobleman, but a baron is the lowest rung of the aristocracy, so his place was extremely unstable. No matter how much he tried to keep up appearances, his household finances were collapsing and teetering on the brink of total ruin. Yet even in this despair, he made a choice that decided his fate. He could only listen as the official with sharp glasses interjected with brief phrases, emphasizing, the disaster had been warned about more than once. She continued pouring money into the Countess's estate and into the hands of merchants, a leak the Baron's house could no longer afford. The Countess silently observed, absorbing every detail of the fiscal betrayal that led to this tragedy. He stood silently as the weight of the past crashed into the room. Jerkin's voice trembled as he recounted his lost dreams of becoming a mage and a marriage with misfortune, and the simple hope that their children would follow the same paths. But those dreams were trampled, fortunes taken, and he became a broken man clinging to the ruins of a life that could have been. His own memories were no less bitter, surfacing like filth. He recalled the harsh words of the woman who should have loved him. She accused him of driving away guests and wished he had never been born. The young boy with fresh blood he once was sat amid the ruins of childhood, swallowing the poison of a mother who saw only a burden in him. They shared a common thread of misery, but he felt only hot, repulsive anger toward the man before him. Gritting his teeth, he tried to restrain his disgust for those mired in their own grief, and yet failing to protect what truly mattered. For him, there was nothing more repugnant than a person who cannot nurture their loved ones and allows inner rot to poison everything they say. In the eyes of the law, he was a criminal. This was thrown in his face with dry, poisonous certainty. When he was restrained, the medical student could only watch silently, struck by helpless pain. Her voice a barely audible whisper as she called his name. The burden of his past actions and the harsh sentence of the present collided, cutting him off from everyone alone with silent fury. Then the bishop stepped forward, his voice calm as he revealed the hidden truth that shattered the baron's account. He declared, Misery knew well that her husband was still tormented by unfinished remorse and wore a specialized magical stone around her neck to support his fragile strength. She was not a passive victim of fate. She secretly negotiated with the church, tirelessly seeking a way for him to stand again. This revelation struck him like a physical wound and made him realize his wife's last actions were deep love and sacrifice. He let out a comforting, horrifying scream, pure, unadulterated pain, and from his throat escaped the name of his deceased wife, for the truth about his own failures became unbearable. Her gentle face, once a source of peace, now only sharpened the blade of his reproaches. Grief and guilt drove him to the brink of madness. He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the young medical student, pressing a serrated blade to her throat. The guards recoiled in shock as he growled, ordering them to drop their weapons. His eyes burned with wild, shattered resolve. He declared, let his life in this place end, he would escape and find a twisted form of happiness elsewhere, using the frightened girl as a shield. He tightened his grip even more. Steel lay cold on her skin until she froze, her gaze fixed forward, paralyzed by fear. But just as he was about to strike, a dark, terrifying presence began to materialize behind him, a shadow born of Comet's boiling rage. The air grew heavy, carrying the scent of impending revenge. A silent promise that the Baron's desperate maneuver would soon be cut short by a swift and brutal end. He lunged forward sharply, his face twisted into a desperate, manic smile, and collided with the young man. The medical student was swept away like a wave amid the blows, eyes wide with horror as the fight intensified and the air crackled with hostile intent. The battle erupted in an avalanche of movements. Blades and magic clashed in a chaotic dance. He fought with the strength of a man who had nothing to lose, while his opponent responded with precise, disciplined strikes, and his frenzied defense began to falter. Suddenly, a blinding explosion of energy flared between them, a radiant shockwave tore through the room, and threw both fighters backward as the floor beneath them started to collapse. Through the smoke and debris, his face remained a mask of utter, desperation-driven madness. Bloodshot eyes staring defiantly at his opponents, refusing to yield even as his strength waned. They stand firm against the madness. A group of young mages prepares the next move. They stand as one formation, their faces frozen in stern determination as they channel their combined power into a single devastating spell. The discharge of magic becomes merciless, like a whirlwind of light and power bursting from the balcony, illuminating the night sky and shaking the very foundations of the manor as it consumes the last resistance. As the dust settles, she silently watches the Baron lying defeated, crushed to the floor by the colossal weight of their combined magic. His manic energy finally fades. In the secluded halls of the manor, amid silence and lavish decor, a voice breaks the quiet and entrusts a man named Lawrence with a critical task. Lawrence accepts the responsibility with a simple, devoted confirmation, and his voice echoes down the empty corridor. Sol is already ready to depart, thanking for the help that supported him through this trial. He turns to leave, his cloak barely fluttering as he heads toward the exit with his companion. As the soldiers leave, the official with sharp glasses shifts his gaze to the young medical student. He admits his growing curiosity. He inquires about the nature of the very methods they used during the investigation and what it was really all for. He continues to explain and adds, from his experience with other investigators, it has become customary to try healing magic on the deceased to verify how final death truly is. He studies her with a keen, calculating look, seeking a deeper explanation for their deviation from the norm. His gaze sharpens as he shows, Their approach was sharply different from standard procedures, and this hints that their skills have more than meets the eye. Realizing that their unique intervention ultimately solved the case, he presses her with questions. Where did these unconventional methods come from, and why do only they possess such knowledge? Unmoved by his persistent questions, she responds with a simple, mysterious smile and says she just followed her mentor's instructions. Her face is calm, revealing nothing but the truth of her training. As soon as she finishes explaining, she waves goodbye to the departing captain, then leaves the room alone, leaving the official behind. When she disappears from sight, the official reflexively releases the group, and he separately notes the mystery of the one named ISEKAI'D and his companion Comet. He thinks, despite their impressive knowledge and abilities, they are still somewhat more than children, but the circumstances have definitely become more interesting. He watches as the young mages gather together. Their terrible, urgent crisis is finally behind them. Mio vaguely adjusts her hair, and Tenkai explains that he took on a specific task himself and wants to keep the result as a memento of the day's events. FIA and Mio continue a light conversation, as if completely ignoring the weight of what they just experienced. Their moment of rest is interrupted by Zas, who approaches with a typically sour expression and demands to know why they are all loitering. He says he was sent to check on Comet and Mio because Tenkai, whom the group calls Master ISEKAI'D, used number 42, a move that clearly required supervision. Despite his prickly arrival, FIA and Mio cannot hold back and start teasing him, hinting that his irritation is just a distraction for the relief he feels seeing them safe. He sharply snaps at them, quiet, and his anger flares as he tries to maintain a detached semblance before their game. Nearby, Baron Gherkin stands alongside Countess Fronia and Leon. His voice sounds deep and sincere. He expresses his heartfelt gratitude. The Baron sincerely thanks the group for the vital help to his sister, acknowledging the weight of what they have done for his family. Zes falls silent, and his gaze drops. The reality of what happened and how it settles in him with the Baron's gratitude just dawns. The quarrels that were before quiet down, giving way to a brief, sad reflection on all that has passed. Above the grand estate hangs the word proposal in the air, like a command. Inside the mansion's walls, a new development begins to take shape. The architecture is silent and presses with its grandeur against the sky, a witness to the changing political and magical tides. Tenkai gathers the attention of the entire group, and his voice suddenly becomes seriously cautionary. He warns, this time they were simply lucky to be saved, but they can no longer rely on luck. A permanent solution for their safety is needed. For this reason, he proposes a pact. They must exchange magical stones. By keeping a portion of each other's power, they will immediately feel if someone from their group is in danger, so in battle, no one will ever truly be alone. He explains that magical stones respond to the one who crystallized them, creating a bond through which they can sense each other's condition regardless of distance. In response, the others voice their agreement. Zes offers to take command of the mission, while Saul notes, more information is always a tactical advantage. FIA and the young medical student instantly share a moment of lively, smiling support. Looking at the exhausted-looking Comet, the medical student asks for his consent. He only shrugs indifferently and admits there is no reason to refuse. When the pack quiets down, she passionately proclaims, the 6 stars are now a single entity, emphasizing that their bond cannot be broken and that none of them can be lost. Since they stick together, she looks at her companions with sincere warmth and confesses that she now sees each of them as her true family. Meanwhile, outside the luxurious estate, the air thickens with rumors. Spectators begin whispering about what recently happened. The students fiercely gossiped about how the 6 stars successfully resolved a serious incident involving the nobility, and one disgruntled young man grumbles that he could have achieved the same results if given the chance. While the young mages gain increasingly loud fame, a bishop and an official with slicked-back hair watch from afar. Their faces reveal nothing, but their presence looms over the academy's new creation. He leans forward with a calculating smile, calls Colonel Sun by name, and admits that he has valued this man highly all his life. The sudden confirmation shakes Colonel Sun's ground. He widens his eyes, gasps, and his mouth remains open as he processes the unexpected praise. Continuing his speech, he urges the man not to hesitate and to join his side, promising that he will be treated properly and given incredible power. The offer instantly changes Colonel Sun's expression. A wild, almost mad joy flares up, and his eyes sparkle with new ambitions. Barthany Academy, a fortress clinging to a rugged rocky slope, and on site they read a report about the successful acquisition from the World Tree. They bring forward a scruffy, bearded man. He is called a healing mage, the one they were looking for. His face shows signs of exhaustion and fear. He is brought to a huge throne, where a towering figure in a hood and heavy armor calls him to come closer. Beside the figure stands an official representative watching as his master repeats the promise of fair treatment, while a single sinister eye peers out from the darkness of the nearest portal. A medical student carefully presses the stethoscope to the chest of a young elf. Her face is focus-edged, listens to the steady rhythm of his heart. Nearby, Coron freezes, holding her breath, her ears twitching impatiently, waiting for the results. Relieved, she announces, "The boy's condition is stable, and there are no signs of that terrible lung disease they feared." The young elf beams with joy, and his companion holds him in strong, grateful embraces. Thanking the healer for her skill and explains that later the master will also examine him. Despite the good news, he remains heavy-hearted. The boy lowers his head in shame, tears welling in his eyes as he apologizes to the soul, regretting that it was because of him the enemies managed to escape. His words hung in the air, silence, heavy and deaf, echoed by those who stood nearby. The commander places a calming hand on the boy's shoulder and says not to dwell on the past or the colossal odds against them when they faced those explosives. He insists they will just train harder, so next time they meet the enemies, the outcome will be different. Catching these words, the young soldier raises his gaze, his eyes flash with a new determination to become stronger. She shares this determination. Her gaze hardens, and she silently vows to push herself further alongside her comrades, ready to face any trials that lie ahead. She sits quietly by the bed and does not take her eyes off the boy until his eyes twitch and open. He wakes up confused. Her face instantly shifts from deep thoughtfulness to shock, eyes wide open, silent amazement. Seeing that he moved, she immediately calls the little monkey person and impatiently shouts. Their companion has finally returned to the world of wakefulness. He suddenly sits up, confused, and asks aloud how long he has been unconscious. Nearby, the princess briefly stops preparing, and the young beast chokes with relief, tears well up in her eyes as soon as she sees that he has been saved. While he still hasn't fully recovered and gathered his thoughts, the loud friend rushed forward, pressing him against the pillows in tight, festive embraces. He smiles guiltily and tiredly, apologizing to the entire company for the terrible anxiety that was probably caused by his long sleep. While he listens, the Dragon Queen announces, "The fierce fever has kept him in isolation for quite a long time." Hearing this, the rest begin to voice their own reproaches. Each feels guilty for all the circumstances that led him to break down and fall. He shifts his gaze to the beast girl, gives her a warm, genuine smile, and thanks her for everything she did while he was unconscious. Her cheeks flush with a blush, a mixture of shame and pure joy from his kind words. Finally, he asks about the princess's condition, whether her wounded arm has been cared for. The beast girl happily confirms. The treatment was successful, and soon she promises to provide a full report on everyone's condition. She watches as the young man finally begins to understand the care he has received. Listens as the beast woman explains that the medical student continuously applied cleansing magic following his procedure. Tenkai noticeably freezes. He realizes how much incredible power Seiya invested in his recovery while he was unconscious. He lowers his gaze to his hand and marvels. No infection, no feverish rash. The realization of how much magic was spent on him washes over him like a wave. Even more bitter that she was there all the time, tirelessly casting spells to prevent the infection from spreading further, fills him with a deep, inevitable sense of death. While the student modestly accepts his thanks, the monster girl notes that someone else also kept silent watch during the dark hours, so he begins to guess where she might be. She tries to downplay her role, but Coron insists. Chloe's devotion was no less important for his survival. Through the room, the group has gathered and the Dragon King notices. They were cautious, shielding him from the harsh morning light while he was coming to. A heavy wave of relief hangs in the air, but the exhaustion of everyone standing here is visible in their tired postures. The horned woman looms over him. Her face is calm as she explains. For one of her kind, not sleeping all night is not a burden but a simple duty. She dismisses any talk of thanks, calling her act merely repayment for the kindness he once showed them. Next to her, the Dragon King confirms. The entire circle of his companions shared the long watch, and no one left him until his condition stabilized. Even those who usually keep their distance united in crisis to care for his health. Noticing his agitation, he writhes, but the Dragon King orders him to remain still and fall asleep. The vampire woman says that her people have a hidden art that can speed up his recovery. It is hard for him that this secret technique might be the key to restoring his strength faster than ordinary treatment. Noticing his agitation, he writhes, but the Dragon King orders him to remain still and fall asleep. The vampire woman says that her people have a hidden art that can speed up his recovery. Chloe suggests that this secret technique might be the key to restoring his strength faster than ordinary treatment. She stands alongside others. Her plan has already earned the approval of the Dragon King. Lindworm notes how clever the princess's idea is. Meanwhile, the young elven princess watches, curious whether others knew about this hidden talent. To demonstrate, the vampire princess hovers in the air and directs specialized magic. This ancient art was originally created for her lineage. It allows one to suck blood from prey without raising alarm, a subtle subjugation of sensations. When she reaches out her hand to the bed, a soft, rhythmic glow begins to pulse around the wounded man. His companions freeze in silence, and the ghostly light washes over him in waves. He gasps sharply, his eyes widen, and a strange sensation ripples through his body. The constant, terrifying pain that had tormented him since the start of the battle begins to dissolve in that soothing warmth. He jerks up onto his elbow with new ease, and in disbelief exclaims that the pain has completely disappeared. She explains, the magic works just like a local anesthetic, only that area goes numb without touching his overall consciousness. He is genuinely impressed by how she uses the magic inherited by her. She admits, inspiration came when she observed the medical techniques he had used before. Then she realized that the predatory arts of her people could be repurposed for healing. Nearby, a young beast girl watches him intently, her face a complex mix of relief and still unreleased anxiety. Approaching his bed, she addresses him as her lord, her voice slightly trembling. She confesses that although it was an honor to bear responsibility during his recovery, the burden and fear of losing him became almost unbearable. She raised her gaze, stubbornness appeared in her voice and posture. Her eyes glistened with tears not yet shed as she firmly said she wanted to learn and grow. She no longer wanted to be helpless and feel that overwhelming despair again. She sought the strength that comes only with true experience. Seeing her determination, he felt a surge of responsibility and officially asked for her continued support and advice in the coming days. She responded with a radiant, tearful smile and unconditionally agreed to stay close, helping him in every way she could. Their moment of connection was interrupted by others. The Dragon King-lined worm stepped aside and watched everything with a playful, all-knowing smile. Norman grumbled about the noise and noted that the teacher had finally awakened, while the rest of the group gathered around with a mixed feeling of relief and excitement. The room quickly filled with voices. New visitors had just arrived to check on how he was feeling. It was even said that Queen Melina herself was waiting her turn to see him. The atmosphere was light and bustling, a sharp contrast to the heavy tension that had held them only a few hours earlier. Amid the noise of the intensive care unit, a large forest animal curled up in a quiet sleep, its mighty body hidden in a peaceful corner. Far from the silence of the forest, on the horizon, the silhouette of a distant island held firm, a silent witness to the passage of time and unfolding events. At another timer, perhaps in deeply rooted memory, a pair of sharp, focused eyes peeked through a surgical mask, and the forehead was wet with sweat from intense concentration. With a steady hand, the surgeon laid down the scalpel after successfully removing the source of the ailment, and finishing the procedure, placed a small dark mass into a metal-weighted tray. He stood in the sterile hospital corridor. His face was calm until a worried man rushed in, begging to know how his son was after the emergency appendectomy. Panic was palpable as he asked again if the boy was already okay. Smiling softly, the surgeon informed the father that the operation had gone flawlessly, and the young boy was now resting peacefully out of danger. Filled with gratitude, the man grabbed his hand and began shaking it energetically, calling him a savior and a hero. But the doctor just smiled quietly, not that such loud praise was really warranted for a routine procedure. When the father insisted on finding a way to repay the debt, the doctor paused and finally asked if the man might be free during the upcoming weekend. He explained that he wanted to go on fieldwork and asked if the man could watch over his own son briefly in exchange, so he could travel freely. This memory of simpler times faded as he stood amid the rustling tall grass on a coastal cliff. The sea air was a sharp contrast to the sterile smell of the hospital room. Turning away from Avesta, he set off along a narrow dirt path, and his backpack stuffed with supplies pulled him down as he delved into the lush forest interior of the island. Meanwhile, years later, at a local clinic, a man named Kaguya rushed into the reception to check on his friend Kurowa, who was sitting on a bench. Kurowa only said that the doctor had just stepped away, so the waiting room remained quiet. He inquires about the health of his friend's child and rejoices upon hearing that the boy is finally resting peacefully. Both men are delighted with the doctor's talent, acknowledging that such recovery would have been impossible without him. Holding a bottle of strong alcohol he was supposed to give as a gift, the father Freeshi's face suddenly pales as he sees the clinic is empty. His companion says the doctor has already gone on another fieldwork trip, a habit that makes him disappear from the village as often as he returns to treat it. He stands before the stone sign and marks his presence as an Iseganto. He sees, the names of these talismans vary in different regions, but their purpose remains unchanged. As he looks closely, he explains, "These are essentially talismans meant to ward off misfortunes. They are placed where there are dead ends or sharp turns, precisely where, according to belief, ill-omened spirits gather, especially along roads leading to the sea." The conversation shifts to what broader protection they provide. They cover the entire island from threats coming from the skies, from the destructive force of typhoons and raging winds. He wonders if lightning is also considered among these celestial threats and concludes, in his opinion, most likely it is. Later, walking through the lush green canopy, he talks on the phone and reassures his colleague Okuzawa that the research is not a burden. Okuzawa apologized for interrupting his graduate studies but admits he has long been drawn to the folklore of Seva Island, especially stories about those who were taken like gay. Meanwhile, he continues walking along the cobblestone path. His companions advise him to visit the abandoned sanctuary if he has enough time. He politely thanks them and tells the man not to worry or think about it. The path leads toward the dense and green slope of the mountain, where the air seems to thicken with history. The voice on the other end of the wire warns, "The place has decayed so much that it can barely be called a shrine, but still promises there will be something to see." With a heavy splash, his boots sink into the mud. The wet earth gives way under the weight as he goes deeper into the thicket. He makes his way through the dense, damp thickets of the island, his boots sinking into the wet earth, as he checks his location for the second time. A voice from the canopy confirms he is on the right path but warns that the summer heat raises whole swarms of leeches and mosquitoes. His companion, Okuzawa, adjusts his glasses and continues the conversation, shifting it to local legends to avoid boredom. He brings up the topic of visits by gods. Supposedly, although Namo Age is the most famous example, the tradition of mass ritual visitors is widespread throughout the region. The scholar delves deeper into the lecture, explaining how these creatures from the pollution-covered Pantu of Okinawa to the feathered Toshiden of Kagoshima serve as spiritual guardians. He explains that they often appear in a fearsome formation to drive away evil spirits and ensure the health of the inhabitants, acting for the community almost like divine healers. Meanwhile, the traveler finally emerges from the thickets and sees, standing before a gigantic, weathered stone foundation. The immense size of the ancient masonry, half swallowed by the jungle, confirms he has reached the site of the abandoned sanctuary. He gasps for air. His eyes widen in disbelief as the full picture of the ruins unfolds before him. What he sees is far grander and more mysterious than the legends promised, leaving him momentarily breathless. Surveying the area, he weighs rational explanations and admits, strange weather disruptions occur. But such lightning strike power here is unprecedented. Though he is a skeptic of all supernatural things, the absence of similar phenomena on neighboring islands hints at something special, perhaps a darker truth hidden in local legends. Far from the humid Sewa jungles, a cold wind whistles past the spires of the majestic stone cathedral, carved with skill. In its consecrated halls, a stern voice resounds. It condemns a subordinate for being late. In a spacious sunny library, 3 high-ranking officials gathered among tall shelves filled with ancient knowledge, discussing a report so shocking it is hard to imagine, their faces showing both curiosity and anxiety as they contemplate the consequences of the news from a distant island. She stands among the giant folios of the grand library, her lavish headdress catching the dim light, while the man in glasses clarifies what kind of report has brought them together. Aloud, he wonders what could be so important as to interrupt their meeting. He leans closer, his eyes narrowing behind the lenses of his glasses as he recalls Colonel Sun's failure. Ekal's subordinate at World Tree. She confirms, the event is etched in her memory and her voice is steady despite the gravity of what is happening. Because of this failure, he assumes that maybe everything is going according to her plan, and she meets this thought with a conscious, almost playful look. She responds with a question, does he have any evidence to make such a bold claim? Answering, he shifts the conversation to 6 stars and says, they wanted to use this situation to tame the insolent Eccles, but the real problem is what will happen next. He adds that one of the 6 stars has already gone to resolve the issue with the disposal of Colonelson. When the conversation deepens, they realize the simple impossibility of a battle on the World Tree, an event that shatters their expectations. He says that the failure of the 6 stars is a terrible matter, and asks whether the Supreme One should be the one to ultimately bear responsibility. In the silent corridors of power, the sun hangs over the domes of the city's roofs, and ancient words whisper at a time when the house was not yet inhabited. Above all the political intrigues unfolding, a misty omen hangs. While somewhere else the world stands, a whole company gathers around a figure lying motionless on an elevated platform, the air thick with the clinical smell of the recovery ward or the quiet heaviness of the ritual chamber. The focus shifts to a man with long, flowing dark hair and a piercing gaze. His presence commands the hall. Some around whisper with excitement, acknowledging the return of the one called Eccles. His face reveals nothing, he stands among his followers. He stirred and sat up, rising in the dimly lit room while his companions crowded around. Zess, unable to contain his impatience, demands to hear the details of the events in the World Tree, but the man called Eccles gives only an empty, uncomprehending look. He repeats the name of the great tree again and again as if it is a foreign thing, and the words in the language seem strange. A heavy silence falls in the room, and he writhes, trying to grasp memories dissolved in the fog, so his own consciousness shakes him. Seeing genuine surprise in his eyes, Zess recoils, not believing his own. He asks what this conversation is about, but the man only shakes his head and solemnly declares. He remembers no events, the very ones they so desperately interrogate him about. Irritation boils in the mercenary. His voice rises as he accuses his leader of a cruel trick. He cannot understand how such grand events can simply vanish from someone's mind, especially when the stakes were too high for all of them. Ignoring his outburst, she leans forward. Her voice is quiet but filled with desperate hope as she asks. If he remembers that moment, he snatched her from the claws of the dark elves. It was a feat of heroism that should have been forever etched in his soul, yet his face does not change. While she waits for an answer, the weight of his lost history presses on him more and more. It is a classic case of retrograde amnesia, a condition where the brain erases memories immediately before a traumatic event. Such a protective mechanism can last months or even years, causing a person to be unable to recall key moments of their own life. Despite the confusion, he extends a hand with cold confidence, orders Zess to find peace, and assures the man his unwavering loyalty is not forgotten. The tension in the room begins to ease, giving way to a sad acceptance of their new, broken reality. He remains sitting in the silence of calm, a figure of quiet concentration amid luxurious decor. Mio offers to stay a little longer nearby, giving a tiny comfort to the teacher who lost the thread of his own history and memories of those he fought to protect. He remained the silent center of their anxiety as the group made their way through city streets. One companion voiced a lingering doubt, whether Zess had truly come to his senses, but another quickly threw out a brief reassuring confirmation, saying he was generally holding up well, looked quite okay. As the group moved, a noblewoman with an elaborate headdress pondered the political landscape. She reasoned that, if possible, it would be best to get confirmation from the UJAT tribe to solidify their position and check how loyalties in the region were shifting. Nearby, Zess and his companions stood contemplating the exhausting journey they had already overcome, speaking of UJAT with respect and fatigue, marveling that they had still managed to bring their charge so far despite the overwhelming odds, silently wondering if they could have done more. The conversation jumped to where exactly the representatives of UJAT are currently located. It was noted that Janet, a member of that tribe, is now stationed in the papal chancery, serving under the direct authority of the Pope, so reaching him has become difficult. The noblewoman remained firm. The tribes had strategic value, and she declared that she would personally manage the situation with UJAT. However, she admitted that the circumstances of Zess's illness, still unclear, remained a troubling, separate mystery requiring immediate answers. The conversation converged on the recent violence near World Tree. Dark elves were seen there. One of the warriors recalled. When they reached Mio, the attack was already in full swing. Because of this, they assumed that somewhere in the shadows there is a hidden hand that unites these seemingly disparate events and far beyond the World Tree itself. This suspicion of conspiracy only deepened as they pondered those who harbored ill will against their leader, allowed guessing whether cardinals or their accomplices stood behind the growing opposition, and whether they were trying to break the influence of the one they called Sensei. The investigation ultimately pointed to a specific group, the Kabashev gang. When their name was mentioned, it became clear how serious everything was. An old political enmity surfaced that could shake everything they had fought for. Lord Bayan watched the events with a cold, calculating gaze. He reflects on the situation and agrees with the assessment. If their enemies wanted to attack secretly, there were plenty of opportunities inside the country. He understands the need to change their perspective. Something specific happened in the World Tree at that very moment, so Zess had to strike deliberately at that moment. When the group comprehends this, the conversation is abruptly interrupted by an unexpected appearance. Somion is approaching them. His gaze sharpens, feels an instant change in the atmosphere as the interruption approaches. In the long, luxuriously decorated corridor, a solitary figure stands in their way, blocking the path with confident, brazen certainty. A man with wild, sticking-up hair and a mocking smile introduces himself. Tyron, Inquisitor. He addresses the Archbishop directly, and his voice flows with false respect as he acknowledges the high-ranking official. Behind him, the rhythmic stomping of many boots resounds loudly. In the building, Git announces the arrival of a significant force. He is not alone. A phalanx appears in hoods, in masks, led by a noble woman with dazzling white afro. But their number makes the hostile intent obvious without any doubt. With a sharp gesture, Tyron points his finger at the archbishop and loudly proclaims that he is suspected of heresy. He declares, "Right here and now the official must be taken into custody," and the company freezes in shock. The history of the church and its healing magic is long and complex, beginning in a time of great upheaval and spiritual discoveries. It all started with a man named Clemens, the first to receive a miracle from God. He gathered 10 disciples around him to lay the foundation for what would later become a global faith. This foundation was laid in an era when humanity was persecuted. And while the church tried to restore relations with other races, their efforts were quickly overshadowed by a universal curse known as calamity. After that catastrophe, the organization underwent massive expansion. It became the central power of humanity and grew into a gigantic entity at the very heart of the world. In this vast hierarchy, the weight of history is felt in every glance, as the leaders of faith stand guard over the spiritual and physical well-being of the people. The current structure of the church is a direct legacy of those 10 original disciples. The Pope at the top, and the College of Cardinals leads the faith with an iron will. They stand as the pillars of the modern church centralized power where strength flows from top to bottom, so that the miracles of the past continue to shape the world today. She sits at the top of the rigid hierarchy, one of the cardinals chosen to be the supreme advisors to the Pope. The path to such a position is long, first deacon, then priest, then bishop, and finally archbishop. In theory, this system guarantees that only people of the highest moral and ethical standards are selected to lead the faithful. But the reality of the modern church often diverges from these high ideals. In recent years, selection for such high positions has increasingly fallen under the influence of internal factions and political intrigues. The clink of gold often weighs more than spiritual merits. This centralized system of power distinguishes the church from other faiths, where there may be dozens of ranks or no clear hierarchy at all. Here, authority is absolute and concentrated in the hands of a few prominent figures. Their faces are known throughout the country, and each embodies a facet of the far-sighted influence of the entire institution. In this radiance of absolute power, Saul stands before the solemn assembly of his like-minded followers. The great hall, filled with silent witnesses, marks the path to the ceremony and shows under what vigilant supervision all high officials must act. He is the subject of the Inquisition's examination, a formal procedure where his actions and loyalty are questioned. He is interrogated, in particular, by a meticulous official with glasses and a mocking tyrant. This internal mechanism maintains the purity of the church's leadership so that no one, regardless of rank, stands above the law of fate. This strict internal control is a legacy of the church's history, which began when the disciples of Clemens took over leadership after his departure. They established the church as the sole organization capable of leading humanity into the future through the manifestation of miracles, even though deeply rooted discrimination against other races lived in the shadow of their holy work. Due to the constant threats facing their people, the need for human solidarity and cooperation became the main command of the church. They emphasized, unity is the only chance to survive in a world still recovering from the consequences of the catastrophe. Ensure this unity and punish those who dared to stray from the path laid by Clemens. The church created the Inquisition. These hooded executioners were entrusted to identify and destroy heretics so that the common will of faith would not be questioned. The official adjusted his glasses. The glare of light slid across the lenses as he thoughtfully considered the unique nature of the council. It was an organization directly subordinate to the Popia sphere, where mages usually had no place and the current circumstances forced an exception to the established order. He stood shoulder to shoulder with comrades, representing the Kavishu faction, a group whose history was rooted in the very fabric of religious strife from the time of the Crusades to the modern era. They inherited the tradition of suppressing heresy and imposing dogma, a line that for centuries saw the Inquisition rise as an instrument of political and spiritual control. They were the ruling triumvirate embodiment of the dominant anthropocentric ideology that sought to maintain order in the vast hierarchy of the church. Before the gathered masses, their power was boundless, a beacon of faith that did not waver from its position on the unity of people and the preservation of the divine mandate given to them. That's all in this video. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. While other sects like the Shalom faction preached harmony with other races, or the Swimmer faction obsessed over the minutiae of scripture and doctrinal purity, this group had a much more militant and aggressive character. Their path was defined not by peaceful coexistence or theological disputes, but by the uncompromising use of force to preserve human unity. Against the backdrop of these ideological splits, the warrior walked through the consecrated corridors, and the influence of the Kavashu faction was felt around him. Despite their colossal power, they maintained a strategic distance from the formal machinery of the Inquisition, allowing them to act with an autonomy that few others in the church could afford. A cold voice shattered the silence, a sharp warning: do not misinterpret the situation. The moment was painfully serious. With such unquestionable power, there was no room for error or false assumptions. He looked up when the woman with the exquisite headdress addressed him directly, her gaze piercing, full of expectation. She made it clear. His presence was needed for one single grand purpose. He was called not for ordinary politics, but to become a shield for the church and all humanity against the encroaching darkness. Before the gathered council, he delivered a measured response. He acknowledged her request but subtly reminded of his own limits. He agreed to support their cause if it was truly their wish, yet impatience was clearly audible in his words. After all, unlike the nearly immortal lords of the church, his time was too valuable to waste on trifles. He turns around, and his presence is cut off by a sudden, blinding flash of light at the moment he declares his intention to apologize and leave this meeting. When the light fades, the warrior priest decisively strides away, leaving behind the high-ranking officials, while the ghostly image of a horned creature lingers in the air for a long time. His resistance was visibly a noblewoman with a white, tournament-like mane screamed for him to stop, stunned that the archbishop dared to step out from under the formal interrogation. Her sharp outburst covers the cold voice of the official in Glasesh, asks if he really thinks they are playing some petty game. The official continues his lecture, reminding everyone, those who bear the sign of the 5 horns and the breath of the Creator have a sacred duty to protect peace in the world. Above them rises a gigantic armored figure reluming over the chamber like a silent judge, demanding to know why such interference is allowed. Ignoring pressure from above, the man in glasses adjusts the focus and says, the previous theses were obvious, but he has 4 specific concerns that need to be addressed. Then he names a specific name, Colonel Sun, and makes a serious assumption. The archbishop may have deliberately abandoned his own subordinates. He continues the attack, claiming that Sol abandoned his duties near the World Tree and fled like a coward. This accusation provokes a sharp response from noble women who point to the extreme risk for the inhabitants of the World Trees and to the cruelty of leaving someone behind in. Against the backdrop of these increasingly intense tensions, the bishop bows low and offers deep apologies for the instability caused to the state by the actions of his subordinates. While he maintains a pose of deep submission, the official in glasses barely restrains his triumph. A broad, predatory smile stretches across his entire face. 2 inquisitors observe the demonstration of obedience, their eyes cold and calculating as they weigh the bishop's words. Somewhere else, a group of subordinates, including an arrogant tyrant, stands ready, unaware of the political storm already brewing in the very hall. Breaking the silence, resonating with an echo, the immaculate lady with horns coldly notes that she did not know what a pitiful pupil of the bishop he was. Her sharp verdict hits like a blow to the gut. The official freezes in shock, and the bishop trembles so visibly public disgrace throws him off balance. Tension thickens in the air, and a noblewoman with an impressive white afro reacts to the unfolding conversation with a shock visible to the naked eye. Nearby, the horned woman remains calm, her face a mask of stern, quietly thoughtful consideration as she asks whether her presence is still needed despite the orders of the mysterious Kabushu faction. She is met with the steady gaze of the horned woman, one that flickers in her eyes, and a deep inner resolve as she makes it clear. Empty words will not make her stay. Beyond her, others watch silently, a heavy silence, and the weight of the moment settles on the assembly like a thick curtain. This rebuff causes the noblewoman's eyes to narrow. Her face twists with anger and accusation. She insists that even if Colonel Sun was not a direct subordinate at the end, he was undoubtedly under their command before. Therefore, responsibility for his actions must fall squarely on them. A majestic figure in a hood steps forward, intervening. His silhouette trembles with dim ethereal light, causing the entire room to fall silent and look at him. He declares an unbreakable resolve to protect the nation, yet cannot look away from the incompetence and illegality that occurred under their watch, and directly places the blame for recent defeats on their shoulders. He points to leadership failures, and the noblewoman is overcome with defensive rage as she vehemently denies it. Her features contort as she insists she has no knowledge of such things, instead hinting that the very orders they gave should be subject to scrutiny to deflect the growing pressure. She is suddenly interrupted by an official in sharp glasses. He sharply leans forward, his face a mask of righteous anger, demanding answers. He growls a second question, asking how they are connected to the massive fire that recently devastated this area, and his voice echoes in the hall like a hammer. He continues the relentless interrogation, forcing unexpected testimony from a prisoner named Bayan, who now rots in a cell. He looks half-mad with despair, as if he revealed that he was forced to set the fire by none other than the archbishop himself. This news sends a wave of shock through the entire assembly. Then he shifts his poisonous gaze to the woman with horns and accuses her and her companions of knowing about the fire that was about to happen and doing nothing to stop it. He questions the event itself, saying that the lack of real damage proves it was a premeditated, deceptive conspiracy to manipulate and escalate the situation. He twitches from shock, and his face contorts as soon as the name Lord Nazapu is spoken. The cloaked lord stands motionless, confirming that the needed person is lost. This revelation strikes right at the heart of the official's power. Because of this shift, the horned bird speaks with eerie restraint and explains. If Lord Nazapu did not oversee the southern district, including the red light area, such disorder would not be allowed to unfold under the official's watch. When the weight of her words settles, attention shifts to the cold stone floor and reality becomes clear. The place once occupied by the official is better given up, so let Lord Nazapa's legacy influence it. The official's unspeakable calm completely collapses. Sweat pours down his forehead like rain as he realizes he has been cornered. He accuses them of inciting the dragon against them and trying to turn high-ranking officials against each other to shift the blame in desperation. In response to the growing tension, a noblewoman with white afro raises a carved staff towards the horned woman. Her patience finally snaps, demands to know how much longer this interrogation will last. She continues her tirade, eyes wide open with rage, and shows that her accuser is neither an inquisitor nor even a member of the High Council. She asks on what grounds she is allowed to be so insolently despised. Unmoved by the flash, the woman with horns fixes a steady, piercing gaze on her. Her voice does not rise. Only a quiet whisper of calm as she simply asks that no one remain in the room. Seeing a dead end, the cornered lord briefly apologizes to the noblewoman. She turns on her heels and bursts out again without looking back, irritation evident in every sharp step as she leaves the chamber. She fixed her gaze on the noblewoman, her eyes burning with a calm, focused strength that balanced the sharp, scrutinizing look of her interlocutor. Noticing the tension, the man in uniform with glasses interrupted the conversation. It was precisely because of Chloe's competitive nature that she was invited to this circle. He claims her presence here is the result of Chloe's own stubbornness and the influence of those around her, while the hooded lord silently watches the quarrel. The conversation shifts to the essence of so-called holy water. The official side dismisses it, saying it's just a label for ordinary liquid. He explains, what peasants once used to treat simple wounds, the church took and reworked, repackaged under a different brand. And this truth hangs in the air while he accuses them of merely shifting the argument. He leans closer. His glass reflects the dim light as he asks whether this explanation clarifies the situation or if more details are needed to satisfy her curiosity. This revelation pushes the noblewoman with white afro into a fit of righteous indignation. She growls that this is the worst blasphemy for commoners to create something the church calls divine, a direct challenge to the gods and a betrayal of their faith. Despite her outburst, the official continues the interrogation, accusing the opponent of using Lord Bayan to secure the production of this water and, ultimately, for his own benefit, to burn the very land they stand on. She remains unmoved, coldly dismissing his elaborate theories as nothing more than curious delusions. Only she demands concrete proof. In the minds of those present, memories flare of how ordinary people worked tirelessly preparing their goods, and this sharply exposes the gulf between the official's accusations and the truth of their labor. Finally, she gazed her look unwavering, with unbreakable resistance. Her silent determination speaks louder than any verbal retort as the tension in the room reaches its peak. She meets his gaze, such tension that cannot be brushed aside. Eyes wide open and focused, and she challenges the very foundation of the entire clash. Turning her back to all the gathered officials, she states, the appearance of the entire Kabash faction only confirmed her suspicions. This was never meant to look like a genuine investigation of heresy. She falls silent, and her face hardens as she points out the absurdity of the situation. Hostage-taking and threats under the guise of religious trial are nothing but a cruel comedy. Raising her eyes to the sharp, icy blade, she sharply and bluntly asks what exactly they truly expect from her in response to their demands. This frankness provokes an outburst of mocking laughter from ISEKAI'D. He claps his hands in delight, praising her for so quickly grasping the reality of her situation. He then shifts the conversation to the last, most urgent threat, speaking about the consequences of the incident with the colonel's son and how 6 stars returned from the world tree wounded, forcing the nobility to wonder what the hell could have happened. Leaning closer, he reminds her, even if she claims to know nothing about the 6 stars, as a person she must take full responsibility for the failures of those below. High above the world, among swirling clouds and floating structures, an order sounds to move out, and this marks the start of a new, uncertain journey. A sharp metallic sound rolls like an echo along the thread in the silence of the room. She. She carefully pulls out the last stitch from the healed flesh of her hand, not trembling, holding her hand steady. She raises her gaze, her animal ears twitching, and in her eyes pride and impatient anticipation, as she announces the completion of the procedure and asks to approve her work. She watches as he bends his arm in amazement, unable to look away. The scar looks intact, and the movements have fully returned without any restrictions. They gather around the table while he again emphasizes, mastery of basic techniques, knots and stitches, is the foundation of all medical success. He watches the noblewoman as she encourages the young beastwoman to continue training alongside them. The girl receives this with passionate, devoted zeal. After that, he extends an invitation to the others, offering them all to continue learning together. And this idea was immediately met with such enthusiasm that everyone gladly agreed. He looks around the sun-filled inner courtyard and allows a quiet thought to linger. The desire to have someone nearby is strong, yet the feeling gnaws. Maybe others are simply too bogged down in their own burdens to join. He remained a silent subject of their conversation, while the Horned Princess, Chloe, showed complete indifference to the details of the recent incident. Her attention was clearly elsewhere. Opposite her, the Elven Queen listened intently, and the restrained features bore the weight of what had happened, as they weighed the consequences of the latest despair. Around the huge gathering table, the air thickened with suspicion. The assembled leaders argued about the hidden hand behind this chaos. One voice rose above the others, a sharp oath to track down and destroy whoever dared to pull the strings of this conspiracy. The others sat in tense, thoughtful silence, understanding the fragile peace was under threat. Then her thoughts turned to the young man. Now his well-being had become the most important. Her resolve only strengthened, and she declared, their path was clear. She gave a sharp order, and she directed Captain Heat to prioritize uncovering the truth, so the soldier immediately agreed to lead a special investigative team to root out the traitors. Their strategic planning was interrupted when an angry messenger burst into the chamber with a crash. His face was pale from urgency. Despite the reprimand for interrupting the high-level meeting, he gasped out, a terrible disaster has occurred. Everything is heading towards catastrophe. Immediate attention is needed, because the doors suddenly flew wide open. The cause of the alarm quickly became clear when Archbishop Eccles solemnly and majestically entered the World Tree, radiating authority. As soon as he stepped forward, the tension between the elven and human factions flared to the limit. The fate of their fragile peace hung by a thread. The Archbishop's cold gaze swept across the hall, signaling a new, dangerous phase of the conflict. In the dark, suffocating tunnels of the mine, the air was thick with dust and filled with the desperate pleas of the workers. They begged Lord Daystel to stop, insisting that the task he had undertaken was simply impossible, and that he had already exhausted himself too much. He ignored their cries, his face shining with sweat and dirt as he gripped the tool with trembling hands. A muffled curse escaped his lips. His body was pushed to the absolute limit by exhausting labor, yet his determination did not waver. When asked about his stubbornness, he cast a fierce, tired look at his comrades. He demanded to know who else would finish the work if he stopped now, and his voice echoed with the heavy sense of duty that silenced the others. The weight of his words brought tears to the eyes of his young granddaughter, Zophiarl, who looked at him with a mixture of fear and admiration. He was driven by one desperate goal: to earn enough to feed everyone, no matter what it cost his own health. Under the same despair, she later forced herself to push through the dense forest, fleeing from the raging downpour. She ran with all her might. The only thing on her mind was to find the help so desperately needed by her family. She knew, in this world, only advanced medicine could seem like magic. She finally reached a high ridge and stopped to catch her breath while surveying the horizon through the fog. Squinting through the rain, she tried to check her bearings and hoped she had not lost her way in the darkness of the storm. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw from afar the gigantic silhouette of the World Tree, a sign that she was on the right path. Tired and soaked through, she noticed nearby the entrance to a cave that promised a brief respite from the relentless rain. She hurried to the shelter, and stepping over the threshold, a short breath of relief escaped her chest. The danger from the weather had passed, but the true trial of her journey to save her grandfather was just beginning. She curled up in the darkness, unaware of the threat approaching from behind. From the shadows rose a huge serpentine neck, and nearby the piercing eyes of a winged predator cut through the light. Suddenly she was surrounded by a chorus of soul-cutting screams. The chimera beast and its reptilian companion were closing in, and in the presence of the monster, it became clear their predatory goal prevailed. Stunned, the young girl rushed into the storm. Her cries for help were lost in the wind. Her foot slipped on the slippery, rain-soaked stones, and she flew, tumbling right to the edge of the abyss. She rapidly falls down the steep, torn slope, gravity just now taking effect. The world turns into a moment of rain and stone, and her wide-open eyes reflect the bare horror of the fall. She thuds against the ground with a dreadful thump, her body shattered, blood trickling. Consciousness fades, and thoughts drift to her grandfather and those she left behind. Through a whisper escapes the last tearful apology for not being able to not let them down. The motionless body of the girl is observed from above by the beast chimera. It circles, beating its heavy wings against the unceasing downpour. Below, the girl lies in the grip of wildness. She lies motionless, and blood spreads around her head, staining the cold earth until her breathing becomes increasingly shallow. The light in her eyes fades. The weight of her path finally proves too heavy, no longer bearable. While the girl's life hangs by a thread, Faye stands far from the fury of the mountains in the silence of a majestic pavilion. She listens as the mentor orders her to investigate the mysterious zealot and monitor the state of the country, and with slight fatigue notes. He always manages to make such tasks too simple. She stands amid the rain, her gaze fixed on hooded figures watching them from afar. Her soul doubts the wisdom of the teacher who investigates alone, but she remains silent, assessing the risks of their situation right now. The thin tension was so thick that her sharp statement, "They need to find something to eat," threw them off balance. The demand of her stomach for food momentarily overshadowed the very mystery of those watching them. This brief moment of relief shatters as a shadow approaches through the rain. Saul is immediately ready to fight the monster, but she shouts for him to hold position, sensing something strange in his approach. Obeying her command, the giant chimera beast stops and reveals that it is not attacking, it is carrying a passenger. Carefully, it lowers the mangled body of Zafiro onto the ground, on the Sodner. The girl, her face a mask of blood and dirt, raises her gaze to the giant creature and barely smiles. Weakly, but with gratitude. She whispers thank you for the rescue and says she is sorry for once fearing such a gentle being. When her strength finally betrays her, she helplessly collapses forward into the embrace of the soul already waiting. Before her consciousness sinks into unconsciousness, with her last breath she gasps and exhales a desperate plea to see Normam Sama. She sees life itself leaving the child. A step forward, anger and firm determination in her gaze. She tells her soul that this cannot end here, her strength, and she will heal the broken body of the girl. Their gazes collide in a silent promise of salvation. Against the backdrop of blood and rain, a new bond appears, forged by the shared despair of that moment. She holds the wounded girl close, and in her gaze is a stern determination to find a way to help her in this land. Beside her, a man in an elegant uniform warns, the costs will be exorbitant and they cannot afford to rely on the locals. With despair in her eyes, she raises them to him and presses for an explanation. As if to say, what does he mean by doing this, and is there really no other way to save the child? Next to this, voices rise from inside the covered wagon, anxiously asking if there is really a person there, and how severe the injuries being reported are. Meanwhile, Beast Girl and her companions watch the unfolding situation with growing anxiety, their faces showing desperate pain for their friend. The ragged girl from the Beast explains. While Ailes is in the village, people are hidden in the dragon's estate. The woman with horns next to her is twisted in shock from this news. In Velikaya Inshost, a dark-haired man known as Mami-sama speaks authoritatively and insists. His safety is paramount because people will definitely attack him first. He continues the stern lecture, insisting that he cannot allow a meeting with the people, although he admits his presence would be necessary if there are sick or wounded among them. Turning back to the group, the young girl lies in a puddle of her own blood. She breathes hoarsely, her skin barely trembles as she struggles to stay conscious despite her terrible wounds. She looked at the dying girl and thoughts raced through her mind, how to urgently stop the bleeding. She felt it was beyond her strength. But as soon as she imagined calling people nearby, the fear of inevitable consequences froze her half-dead body. Noticing her hesitation, the archbishop stepped forward and remarked that people had already gathered near the castle gates. He said, if they are the ones to provide the necessary medical assistance, there might still be a chance to survive. But the bishop met all this with a stern warning. People's demands can be unpredictable and dangerous. He recalled the risks of sabotage and hostage loss, saying that if they get involved, an even greater disaster could happen. The group froze in tense silence. The burden of the decision pressed on them as they cast glances between the suffering girl and the road to the people. Apart from that place, others watched the exchange of remarks with grim face and clearly understood. Every passing second pushed the wounded girl closer to the end. Breaking the silence, the young princess spoke in a trembling but resolute voice, proving that no protocol and no pride are worth life. She begged them to set aside doubts and seek help from human mages. Barely having touched the ground, the dying girl faltered and breathed a weak protest, begging them not to involve people for her sake. She feared that this debt would bring only trouble and misfortune to her comrades. She pulled through her own pain, pointing to the impossible price that people would inevitably demand for their services. The princess could only watch silently, her heart hardened with the realization that they had nothing to pay for the salvation they so desperately needed. She cried, her face twisted in unbearable pain as blood flowed abundantly from the ruined eye. And with a voice thickened by despair, she begged to be left alone, insisting that she had relied too much on the world tree that had opened its gates for her. Watching her agony, Cornet's eyes widened sharply in shock. A hard determination began to take firm root as she looked at the dying child. Standing stunned, she froze, and a voice sharply cut through the tension, a firm reminder of the sacred duty. A doctor never turns away from a patient, under any circumstances. Despite the healer's firm reminder, Coroni clenched her head. On her face was a mask of inner struggle. She apologized for the anxiety the hesitation caused, while the wounded girl nearby continued to sob. Finally, she found her voice and, ordering the others to evacuate immediately, raised the entire team. With desperate strength, she declared that only she was capable of acting and would begin treatment immediately without any pause. Chloe and FIA stand side by side, their faces filled with a new determined zeal. Chloe declares that she will no longer run away, saying her spirit is unbroken, it remains strong and ready for the trial ahead. Her companion Coroni, eyes wide open from intense concentration, demands immediate instructions, preparing to fulfill her role in the unfolding crisis. They begin their preparations. Chloe prepares herself to perform specialized techniques, while FIA quickly gathers to prepare the necessary water for the procedure. She, the beast girl, carefully pours boiling water on the wound to clean it, and with a barely noticeable regret notes, "Saline solution would be ideal, but for now this will have to do." Their efforts are supported by FIA, who is called upon to help next, and she responds with a resolute confirmation, while the group continues urgent medical work. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, high-ranking officials, among them Sol and Queen Melina, remain on guard, searching for intruders who slipped through the defenses. The commander's Sol suddenly calculates where the girl is, and breaking down the door, bursts into the room and shouts accusations. Intrusion into the royal castle. The group from the corner, remain focused on the task despite the invasion, pleading for enough time to complete medical treatment before being taken into custody. She watched as the woman with the towering white headdress looked down and bared a contemptuous smile, as if doubting whether they were really performing treatment. Cornet did not hesitate, immediately shouted back with fierce determination that she was the one saving the patient. The queen's skepticism only grew. How could a beast girl possibly be capable of controlling cleansing magic? She stepped forward to close the distance, and FIA introduced herself as the senior and told her story, which began under Carlson's guidance. When asked about progress, she confirmed the initial stages were already completed. Having seen the prepared base, Saul decided to take on the final, most delicate steps. He dismissed the need for further permission, stating that he would do the stitching himself and stop the bleeding. With a flash of gathered energy, he wove a complex web of light over the wound. The girls froze in stunned silence as under his skill the flesh closed back together and the wound was perfectly sealed. He reminded that from the very beginning he intended to heal. Nearby, an official with glasses watched with a sour expression, clearly displeased with such an unorthodox turn of events, but he could not intervene. The tension finally eased when the young girl they had fought for so long sat down and barely smiled, weakly but sincerely. She lit up with joy, looking gratefully at her rescuers, and called them those who had returned her life. After this victory, the queen addressed the entire group, urging them to set aside disputes because they are all united in spirit, the rescuers. She took responsibility for the diplomatic consequences and assured that the issue of payment to the human kingdom would be resolved. The sun turned its back to the group. The cloak fluttered as he dealt with it. He brushed off any talk of reward, insisting it was all just a passing whim, and threw them one last, very mundane farewell. A small, slimy creature peeks out from the heavy fabric of the cloak. Its eyes wide open, it looks around with curiosity. Watching the newcomer, the small creature sees a dwarf woman with an impressive white afro emerge from the shadows. She introduces herself as Perla, the wife of Lord Daystall, and urgently requests an audience with Normama, shocking the entire gathered company. Through her desperate plea, she returns to the forge and tells the whole terrible situation. She says, Lord Daystall was struck by a debilitating plant disease, a discovery that shocks those who remember the once mighty master. She continues, describing how this ailment causes terrifying numbness in the limbs. The loss of sensation prevents even a master blacksmith from holding tools. Such a fate is truly hard for FIA to bear. For the dwarf, she says, such an ailment is more than physical weakness. It is a spiritual loss, To lose the ability to create means to lose the very essence of their existence, and then what she calls true death occurs. Her gaze becomes even more vigilant as she explains the broader consequences. Without the unique power of Dazustal, adamant production has stopped, threatening the very foundation of their society's daily existence. At this moment of total crisis, she begs for help, believing that only Norman has the power to save them. She imploringly urges the group to go to the World Tree to find a cure. Ignoring her, the former king remains unmoved, standing with his back turned and continuing his work. He brushes off her request with cold indifference, saying he is too busy and no longer considers himself a ruler, so Perla freezes in shock. He said nothing comforting, and two women had to digest his cold refusal in the heavy silence of the workshop. He watched as she turned to leave, but a familiar voice from the yard suddenly stopped her. She froze in shock when a little boy appeared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief at seeing his mother. He did not hesitate for a second. He rushed forward to throw himself into her arms while she sobbed with incredible relief. They held each other for a long time until she pulled away and asked how he ended up so far from home. He explained that he had gone after his grandfather out of loneliness, and she admitted that the years of separation had been no less difficult for her. He beamed with joy as he told the story of how a kind doctor named Tenkai saved him from a deadly disease. He recalled the pain during appendicitis and the miracle of the operation that brought him back from the brink of brain death. To him, his story immediately caught FIA's attention, and she stepped forward to reveal that the healer was her own master. She suggested that if Tenkai could perform such miracles, then perhaps he would be the key to curing the plant disease affecting Perla's husband. She watched Perla's face change, and the woman's heart pounded wildly. The possibility of medicine for her husband finally became a tangible reality. She watched as the young beastwoman's face lit up with pure, flawless joy. Cornet could not contain her excitement. She shouted that they needed to go to her master immediately. Her admiration for him was evident in every word as she beamed a wide, toothy smile. As the group crossed the ancient stone bridge, a voice called out to the doctor, asking how his recent meeting had gone. The doctor replied calmly that the talks were fruitful, and they had finally moved forward in clearing up old misunderstandings that had long poisoned their negotiations. Nearby, the Horned Princess glanced at the commander and asked for his assessment of the situation. He met her with a confident, self-satisfied smile and declared that this matter was a colossal success. She seemed momentarily confused as she realized what their great harvest meant. While others celebrated their progress, the mage remained lost in her own gloomy thoughts about their companion Zess. The full details of his trial still remained a secret, but she felt how heavy it was, how such a burden could shatter the composure of even the strongest soul. Her thoughts were interrupted by the commander, who continued his report. He explained that the local land healed very differently from the church. Everything depended on the legendary World Tree. Uttering such a powerful force made the princess visibly shudder, even as the doctor gave his full attention to the patient before him. His hands did not tremble despite the gravity of the situation. The Great Hall of the Dragon Clan is steeped in a heavy atmosphere until the conversation turns to the recent Dark Elven invasions. It is noted here that in this kingdom the boundary between advanced medicine and ancient magic has vanished without a trace, making the situation difficult to comprehend. Sitting at the long stone table, the official offers deep apologies and admits the failure of his attempts to cure the devastating disease that makes people vomit blood. The burden of this mistake hangs over all present. The Dragon King, Lined Worm, listens carefully and only then points out that people mostly do not know the truth about the true nature of the Dark Elves. She asks what exactly they hope to achieve with this conversation. She continues, acknowledging the boundless web of misunderstandings between their peoples, sincerely saying she wants cooperation, to untangle these knots step by step for a future without conflicts. Dimming the heavy political conversations, she reaches for the kettle, briefly apologizes, and starts pouring tea for the guests. With a graceful smile, she extends a cup of tea to the archbishop, trying to soften the tension of the negotiations with a moment of hospitality. But her face suddenly hardens as soon as she reveals critically important information. In their sacred order of healers, the priest was captured by the World Tree. Somewhere far from the corridors of power, a traveler stands before a modest building and wonders if this is really the famous place where the dragon rules. The companion nods. They have come to the right place. The Dragon King settles down nestled in the grain in the tavern, her eyes shining with impatience as she declares her hunger. She wastes no time, immediately orders the signature dishes of the establishment and drinks for two from the owner. Next to her, a soldier scans the room with a cautious look, frowning. He leans in and asks if she is comfortable with alcohol, and she simply nods affirmatively. Across the room, the horn shopkeeper and her companions closely examine the arrival's their silent attention, adds another layer of tension to the air. The soldier fidgets uncertainly, feeling the weight of his steps and making it clear that he is shaking. But the Dragon Queen remains completely calm. Her entire attention is fixed on the feast that is about to begin. When the food finally arrives, they are overwhelmed by a new wave of confusion. A tray with tacos is placed before them. He looks at the dish, stunned by such a choice in this cold, distant land. Despite his doubts, he reaches out and firmly grabs one of the folded tortillas. The first bite hits him unexpectedly hard. Sweat appears on his forehead as he processes the sharp, intense flavors. To escape the heat, he grabs a wooden mug and with one desperate motion drains it to the bottom. He is almost blown away by such intensity of flavor, exclaims that it is just too delicious. The lindworm watches him, shuddering from the sheer force of his reaction. Through such a bodily reaction, she is suddenly overwhelmed by a memory from her youth. A tree split by lightning during a thunderstorm when she was returning from the seminary. He continues to sweat and gasp convulsively, and the heat from the food clearly overwhelms Heimven when he praises it. She doubts whether he is exaggerating his reaction, but he stubbornly stands his ground and does not back down on quality. Kramer, a man with horns and dark glasses, silently watches them, keeping a stone expression on his face. Leindorm shifts his gaze to him and asks if this dish is a traditional part of dragon culture. He answers, explaining, although he knows most dishes from the world tree well, this particular culinary style is new to him. Meanwhile, he explains that he created this menu especially for guests from the night country, a detail that piques Lindworm's curiosity as she watches the bustling crew. He looks up as a group of young girls enter the establishment, among them Beast Girl Coronet and a young medical student, and their presence immediately changes the atmosphere in the room. The woman behind the counter, her own horns, signifying heritage, greets the newcomers when they say they have a message for Alec and ask for enough tacos for their whole group. FIA throws awkward apologies and explains that her former irritability was only a consequence of an empty stomach. She notices the look on the young medical student and asks if they can say a few words alone while Mio watches anxiously. The student, assures her that everything is fine. The conversation shifts to their shared history. They recall the hard days at the academy and how FIA was a support for her then. Sol bursts into the conversation and leans forward. He offers to use his influence if Sio wants to return to the safety and order of the church. FIA recalls disturbing rumors about dark elves and the chaos unleashed by Colonel Sun. Her face becomes increasingly stern as she shares what she knows. Despite the tempting promise of a more stable life, Ja firmly refuses, clearly stating that she wants to stay where she is and continue her current path. Accepting her decision, Sol gives assigned time to depart, and FIA pats SIA on the shoulder in support, adding that most likely they will soon return to the human world. As they prepare to move on, the whole group stands together outside, weighed down by their shared history and the uncertain future hanging in the air. She calms the young beast girl. Her physical wounds are no longer a cause for concern. A calm, confident voice sounds warm as she checks how the healing is going. Watching the girl's reaction, he gently suggests the next step, says they might be able to treat the remaining marks to make them even less noticeable than before. She lays out the plan, noting that regenerative magic has already done its work. But now hypertrophic scars are still too noticeable and can be significantly improved with specialized care. The complexity of such injuries is great. Scars and keloids form due to intricate physical processes and often leave lasting aesthetic and functional marks. But modern medical understanding offers hope for more precise improvement, not just through simple magic. Later, the conversation turns to more severe cases, the deep scars of Lord Daystall. Despite all the difficulties, the team decides to set out for the necessary expertise. The young medic and her mentor prepare for the journey ahead. Addressing the noblewoman, she also gives her the same hope, promising that as soon as the main treatments are successfully completed, they will likewise work on restoring the beauty of her skin, and this greatly surprises the woman herself. The girl beast, although grateful to her mentor for his guidance, cannot hold back and voices bitter distrust about whether such complete recovery is even possible. Her gaze prowls in search of any sign of certainty. She freezes with wide eyes and asks in a trembling voice if it is really possible to heal every mark and erase the physical traces of her past sufferings so that nothing remains. She looked, finding no way out, with anxiety in her eyes, until the young winged girl broke down and allowed herself. Convulsive sobs tore the silence and filled the clinic. Perla stood nearby, her face twisted with childlike grief. Just as Ja rushed into the room to find out what had happened, the arrival of the medical student added professional urgency to the chaotic scene. In a trembling moan, the girl managed to explain. She almost fell and someone grabbed her hand too forcefully, trying to save her. Je listened attentively, frowning as if weighing everything in her mind, then asked the girl to wait a moment while she prepared to examine the injury. Before the exam could begin, Tenkai stepped forward, a calm presence cutting through the tension, and he asked the girl if she could perform a simple gesture with bonsai. He raised his own hands high, demonstrating an example, movements measured, encouraging. This momentarily distracted her from the pain. His eyes narrowed. He was looking with cold precision at how the girl's muscles tensed and feathers twitched. Approaching, he quietly apologized for the intrusion, reaching out to the injured limb. Koron watched him from the side, arms crossed, sharp gaze clearly doubting his unorthodox approach to the situation. He carefully took hold of the wing and mentally noted, the main structure is remarkably similar to the one he had studied earlier. With a confident nod, he prepared to apply a specific technique to set the joint in place. With a sharp movement of the practitioner, he adjusted the wingan. The girl gasped from the sudden shock. The sharp pain that tormented her vanished instantly, replaced by a strange feeling of lightness. The girl's face lit up with pure joy as she realized the torment was over, and Koron froze in complete shock, watching the speed of recovery. Encouraged by success, Tenkai smiled and asked to try raising both hands once more to make sure everything was truly back in place. He silently watched with quiet satisfaction as the young girl tested her restored mobility. With a joyful cry, she threw her feathered wings upward. The pain that had gripped her moments ago had already melted into memory. Perla bent down and gently stroked her head, confirming that the trial was finally over. Even despite the success, he remained cautious. He explained that this type of joint dislocation was a common problem among the youth and instructed her to be more careful in the future. This condition, often called pulled elbow, occurs when a sudden tug on the arm causes the head of the radius to slip out of the annular ligament. It most commonly happens in children aged 2 to 6 years because their ligaments are still developing. The subluxation causes sharp pain and prevents the injured person from rotating the forearm or raising the arm. Although modern diagnostics often rely on imaging to rule out fractures, a skilled specialist can diagnose and reduce the joint through precise manual manipulations, returning the bone to the correct position within the ligament. A young girl, eyes wide open, freezes in amazed wonder and realizes she is standing before a genuine original. Below, a young man stands among the gathered nobility, his hands raised in a gesture of humble, sincere illumination before a performance that can only be called a true miracle. He gives a soft, understanding smile. His gaze shines with readiness, and the sense of purpose seems to settle in the air around them. And the noble woman with snow-white, tower-like hair suddenly bows deeply and solemnly. Her voice rings with a new respect. She sincerely apologizes for her former audacity and formally asks him for cooperation. He is momentarily confused, choking on his words, and involuntarily accepts. Far from court intrigues, a desperate cry rolls through the empty terraced landscape of stone and dust, pleading for a leader, the one who has not yet appeared. The young man, with a face cut by anxiety, reports that the teacher and his mother have already set off towards the parents' side. He begs the elder, why does he stay here when his own family is in such difficult circumstances? The old warrior, whose face is a mask of grim determination, cannot move an inch. He grunts as soon as the son is mentioned and declares, he wasted the legacy and dignity of the craftsman, so he owes nothing to that fool. The boy is pierced to tears by the cold refusal and he breaks down. His voice trembles as he shouts, his grandfather is just a stubborn, heartless fool. While the giant figure of the boss stretches into the foggy distance, the subordinates can only stand and watch with heavy hearts. Someone dares to say that the paternal bond cannot be broken so easily, but the elder only barks the command to return to work, leaving the emotional crack open. He checks everything twice, makes sure nothing is left behind before setting off on the road. Looking at the modified chariot, the obsidian dragon explains the new arrangement. He says he ordered the master to redesign the carriage so that both he and Forced God could pull it, because for this journey they all wouldn't fit on their backs. The boy listens attentively, even praising the old man's incredible skill as well as. While the squad gathers near the transport, the elven princess arrives, politely apologizing for the delay. Her appearance is immediately noticed by those who are already about to depart. They stand ready for the mission ahead. Two women prepare. One tightly grips her staff, her face is focused and determined. Suddenly, a wave of shock covers them. Their eyes widen in disbelief as they see something completely unexpected. The dragon shudders and lets out a frightened cry, demanding to know why humans have been brought to this place. The sudden intrusion clearly enrages this huge creature. Excited by the situation, the woman with the staff begins to protest, but her companion quickly interrupts, urging her to remain calm. She explains, there is an official appeal from Archbishop Eccles himself regarding this. Continuing the explanation, She reminds her friend of her duty as a direct subordinate of the 6 stars. She emphasizes that her powers must be used for the sake of the world tree and to mend the cracks in trust between it and the human kingdom. She explains that circumstances have changed, and this confuses the obsidian dragon. He can only respond with a confused hoarse grumble to her sharp change in tone. Continuing the explanation, she clarifies. The church seeks coexistence, not confrontation. To prove their intent, she has been assigned to work alongside them to offer her specialized magics of purification and revival as a gesture of goodwill. The dragon remains extremely distrustful of such a sudden, peaceful proposal, but the young man nearby takes the moment to confirm her name, so she asks him in response. The young man steps forward with a firm expression and officially names himself ISEKAI'D. Nearby, on a slimy protrusion, sits a small representative who politely greets, indicating readiness to cooperate though tension still lingers. Having confirmed her identity, he directly addresses the woman and asks if she agrees to accompany their group on a journey to the Dwarf Kingdom, which is soon. The offer momentarily throws her off balance. Her eyes widen from the unexpected invitation. Before she can respond, the huge dragon interrupts the conversation. His voice is muffled by hesitation. He admits that recent events haunt him and he fears his presence may bring even more trouble and danger to those nearby. Hearing his friend's doubt, the young man makes a sincere plea. He convinces that the woman's skills will be decisive for their mission. He speaks of the dwarves and the need to help those in distress, and admits his greatest fear is only one regret for not having done everything in his power to help. This sincere display of determination finally breaks through the dragon's defense, and he lets out a weary sigh, grumbling that such self-sacrifice for his companion is just too much in his style. He agrees with the plan but strictly orders the young man to stay close, right by his side, for protection. In response, he grateful smile and a sincere thank you. When their alliance finally begins to strengthen, the woman contemplates the 6 stars and asks where the other archbishop has gone. She realizes that from her original company, only she remains. The others have probably already set off on the way back. She points to the horizon and says that their goal is already just ahead. She listens as the young man asks which of the figures is supposedly the archbishop, then points to the one with noticeable horns like. Approaching the transport, the young elven boy notices a familiar face and calls out to his grandfather in surprise. The old gnome, Norman, fusses over the inspection of the vehicle, muttering about its sturdiness and worrying that the sails are still the same ones he used when it was just an ordinary cart. He is picked up by Tenkai. He also agrees. Any breakdown on the road will be a disaster, so they focus and proceed to a serious analysis of the task ahead. The children's eyes flash with hope when they ask if the old man will join the expedition, but he immediately grumbles that he is going only as a mechanic. He grumbles in response, but soon determination spreads throughout the group as they exchange final words of thanks and readiness. Suddenly, a huge winged creature soars into the sky, dragging a carriage behind it, while Tenkai announces their official departure to the kingdom of the dwarves. He and his companions soar into the sky. The mighty wings of the forest god flap the air as they leave behind the huge stone gates. The ascent is swift. The replaced crew instantly breaks free from the safe stronghold of the elves. Rising higher, the true scale of the forest unfolds below. Towering above all is a colossal world tree reaching to the heavens. Its vast crown spreads beneath the bright open sky like a sea of green. Turning back to the ground, the masked lord and the horned princess walk side by side, their conversation weighed down by recent losses. He shares his still lingering unease over Zess's decision to stay behind, while she remains confident, saying that the FIA will handle the situation without him on its own. She knows if she leaves FIA behind on this land, it will inevitably bring petty rumors and judgment from the court, even despite possible social consequences. Her face remains unyielding. She holds on to the necessity of the path they have chosen. Continuing the step, the Lord vows to shield their group from the metaphorical sparks of conflict that will inevitably fall upon them, promising to take on any troubles that flare up and guaranteeing that the FIA's position will remain steadfast even without its presence. High above the clouds, the forest god continues a steady flight, and the changed carriage behind stretches after him like a small fragile grain carried by a great predator. The wind whistles, rushing past the wooden frame as they cut through the air at incredible speeds. Inside the cabin, there is a quiet tension. A diverse company settles in before the long journey. Inside, it is unexpectedly spacious. The companions can rest and discuss plans while the world flickers outside the windows. He stubbornly looks ahead and a new goal appears in his gaze. His eyes reflect the boundless horizon ahead, and his small, transparent companion remains steadfastly by his side. The burden of the mission is clearly felt, yet his determination has never been stronger. He and the rest of the travelers remain in the cabin, while the carriage rushes through the clouds firmly held by the massive, spotted appendages of their monster carrier. After the quiet realization that the journey has truly begun, the group is overcome by a sense of transition. The familiar landscape below finally dissolves into the distance. In the cabin, she settles into her seat and looks intently, a faint, confident smile on her lips. Quietly it sounds. FIA announces that it intends to closely monitor every development with keen interest, hinting that its role in this journey is not just observation but a deeper, perhaps more personal objectivity and simple, sincere company. Snow falls on the ground in a thick white curtain. Somewhere a shout addresses Zoe Farrell, asking if the work is going well despite the extremely heavy snowfall that has struck them. In the warm hall, he stands before his leader to report, saying that by concentrating forces on waterways and mountain paths, they are keeping the situation under control. He remains unshaken while the leader acknowledges his efforts. With one simple commando, continue this vital work, the responsibility heavily rests on his shoulders. Nearby, a group of workers huddled over their bowls, and their conversations were thick with anxiety. They cursed their fate, lamenting that the relentless snow and their current duties prevented them from gathering the manna they so desperately needed for the upcoming holiday. As soon as he begins to leave, one of the men shouts after him and demands to know why he is not too concerned about their situation. He stops, standing with his back to them, and calmly replies, "Their actions are already determined and there is no doubt about it." Alone with his own thoughts, he looks down at his hand. Dark, torn lines crawl across the skin. He remembers an old wisdom, only rest helps with this. But he knows must bet everything, choose another path. Outside, Normum stepped into the treacherous mountain pass, and anxiety froze on his face. He wonders how much longer the snow will fall and if there is any other way to prepare for the trials ahead. In the tight hideout, she watches as a young boy carefully slides the window shut, closing it against the icy windstorm. He says the sun is setting, and Chloe must be protected from the cold, so she, leaning closer to the light, whispers a quiet thank you. She listens attentively while the question sounds. Wide eyes reflect the full weight of the destination, Noxmise. Next to her, a horned woman confirms her knowledge of the place with a solemn nod. Her face is impassive, yet it carries the weight of history. The winged youth speaks of a time when they sought refuge from the light, and expresses deep eternal gratitude to the land given to them after the great catastrophe debt they vow to honor through the future spiritual festival. He is overwhelmed by the weight of these terms, frowns, and looks for an explanation of what this disaster is and why the festival, which seems so crucial to their goal. Above the frozen landscape high above, a giant creature cuts through the swirling snowstorm. Its rider announces the swift arrival to the settlement. Panic sweeps through the village, and the shadow of a dragon-like creature looms over everything. Cries of alarm echo faintly against the backdrop of a winter storm. They stand to the death, a line of worn-out warriors firmly holding shields and spears, ready to defend their home from the threat they believe descends from the heavens above. When the beast lands, a commanding voice sounded. It orders the men to stop and understand that hostility is no longer needed. When a giant creature lands heavily, a girl sitting on its back shouts towards the village, announcing her return. She calls Lady Pearl and others to clear the way, prophesying the arrival of help she brought from outside. Hearing her cry, the village elder and his companions freeze in shock, their eyes wide open as soon as they see the arrivals. Words of support hang in the icy air, a promise they have long stopped believing in. He freezes in place, his breath breaks as he looks at the group, his gaze mixed with disbelief and a tiny spark of buried hope. The defender with gray stubble is frozen in a mask of stunned silence, trying to comprehend that rescue is even possible. In a moment, the girl brings forward the sad man, introduces him as Tenkai-sensei, and asks the old man to meet the guest. The old man's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when he realizes before him is a person of a kind he clearly did not expect to see here. He suddenly turns his back on them. In a cold voice, he orders them to leave immediately. This sharp refusal shocks both the girl and the guest. The old man's petrified posture carries the weight of deep offense. Seeing the tension, the noble woman Pearless steps forward to explain everything. She thanks the girl for her efforts but justifies the leader's harshness. She says they have already been burned by people from the kingdom. People who came earlier and were worthless only made things worse. In response to this story of defeats, the woman with the decorative staff steps forward and insists. She wants to see the patient herself. The leader remains unconvinced. His gaze hardens as he wonders if these are just the same people from church circles who failed them before. He lets out a bitter growl, telling about a man who abandoned his duties and left them to rot while he followed his own path. At the end, a challenge and a firm oath. They will never again rely on such a person. His pride is cold and stubborn like the snow falling around. He did not move from his place, and his face turned sour while this noisy newcomer zealously threw greetings. The village giant, the same one, began mocking his stubborn stance, and his granddaughter watched the whole scene with wide, anxious eyes. The Basque man unfolded his trade business, but he was reprimanded for lack of hospitality. They said his rudeness to those who came as healers was uncalled for. He fired back with a roar, ordered the intruder to stay away and not meddle in matters that do not concern him. Their gazes locked in silence, a fierce challenge without words, and neither was going to back down while the snow fell around. When the dispute escalated, Dazastal contemptuously offered his help with the hard work, saying he could manage with one hand. This only increased his irritability, and he sharply cut off, saying he was fully capable of handling his business, even though children nearby were bustling and whispering. A real fight was about to start. Suddenly the tension broke with physical cruelty. Two giants grappled in a chaotic snow whirl with a roar and force. They grappled and roared, their faces twisted from effort, but the initial hostility seemed to turn into a rough contest of strength. Despite the brutality of the clash, in every blow they exchanged, a shared history was felt. Eventually, the struggle subsided. Both men were breathing heavily and covered in frost, as they finally turned their gaze back to the group. In the twilight of settling dust, the gaze of the young granddaughter fell upon a woman with horns. She stood with the strangers, her eyes widened in shock. She stammered out a respectful greeting, realizing that the legendary Princess Chloe stood right before them. She stands quietly while Norman contemplates the history of this land. His voice grows heavier, a new restrained humility appearing in it. He admits, when his people first sought this territory, they caused much harm, but the current cave has become a vital refuge for them. It shelters them from the cruel curse of the sun. He continues his stern speech and explains, the upcoming Spirit Festival is more than just a celebration. It is a sacred promise forged between Chloe's father and King Ligon. He swears in honor of his entire nation that they will fulfill this ancient gratitude and ensure the festival is held with the respect it deserves. After these official announcements, a masked figure offers words of thanks, while simultaneously expressing concern for the princess's health, urging her to prioritize her well-being. Norman bows deeply. His former aggression completely vanishes, giving way to a profound duty and sincere respect for his royal guest. Inside the sturdy stone walls of the village's main hall, garlands of fireworks crackle rhythmically near the hearth. The warmth in the room contrasts sharply with the piercing winds outside as the group begins to settle in. They gather around a large table to discuss the strange ailments afflicting the villagers and to find a medical explanation for the exhausting fatigue spreading. One of the companions notes a peculiar symptom. The hands feel constant numbness without any noticeable swelling or inflammation that could explain it. She rests her chin on her hand, narrows her eyes, and delves into deep analytical thought, reviewing the evidence. When asked for her professional opinion, she suggests that the cause of the problem may lie in a fundamental incompatibility of this ailment with the standard remedies they have already tried. Developing her theory, she explains, some curses have a special magical affinity that renders traditional healing spells completely powerless. It is an insidious evil force like a disease that remains somewhere in the body, slowly draining a person's life force from within, but does not manifest as fever or visible wound. They pause and weigh the complexity of the situation, acknowledging, the harsh methods of the church often do not suit such subtle magical interventions. Even if current cases are mild, the uncertainty of how to act against this invisible foe places a heavy burden on the entire group. She explains, despite the limits this church has, its mentor may know how to heal the ailment. Tenkai listens attentively, and his eyes widen as he contemplates the idea of healing that comes not from within the established religious order. Following her example, the young man returns to Dazastal and asks him to cooperate for the test. He shows a specific hand gesture, ordering the big man to repeat it exactly the same. Dazastal, although distrustful and confused by this request, thinks he must reveal this new trial. He looks. He watches closely as the burly man follows the order, clenching his hands together as instructed. The young man orders him to hold the pose a little longer and moves on to a more direct, physical examination of how the curse affects the peasant's motor functions. Dazastal screams in agony from pain as a sharp pain pierces his arm, and Fia and the other dwarves raise the alarm. He is interrupted by Tenkai, who steps forward and calmly asks permission to examine the hand to confirm the suspicion. The young man carefully takes the large, calloused hand from work into his palms and notices that the muscles have not atrophied despite obvious suffering. Deliver a sharp slap to the inner side of the wrist, performing a quick diagnostic test. The blow makes the gnome's eyes pop out of their sockets and a sharp electric pain rolls across his land. Then Tinkai questions him whether the numbness is concentrated between the thumb and the middle of the ring finger. He watches as the doctor returns to the group and explains. The basic structure of their bodies seems amazingly similar in all races. He looks directly at the man who is suffering and announces his final diagnosis: carpal tunnel syndrome. He introduces the term carpal tunnel syndrome, a name unfamiliar to the ear and too clinical for the gathered ones. Princess Juno and others exchange confused glances. They cannot grasp what these strange words mean as they try to reconcile the new information with their understanding of the world. That is, he gives a detailed explanation of the structure of the wrist, how the median nerve passes through a narrow canal in the wrist. When this passage is compressed due to inflammation or repeated strain, this causes the numbness and loss of strength that already torment the patient. He explains, this condition often occurs in those whose lives depend on the constant, monotonous use of their own hands. It is not a curse or some mysterious affliction, but purely a physical consequence of their work, and this awareness is only just beginning to reach young viewers. Realizing this, Dazzy Styles' face hardens, the weight of what happened slowly sinks in. For a dwarf whose very essence and survival depend on skill and hard physical labor, such a diagnosis is a devastating blow to his way of life. When the conversation turns to possible remedies, he admits, sometimes risk can quell the inflammation, but for severe cases this is usually not enough. Dazastal growls in agreement and adds that they have already tried to let go of the hand idol, but the symptoms remain despite their best efforts. With an unwavering gaze, he proposes a more definitive solution: surgery. Even if magical treatment did not reach the source of the compression, precise physical intervention can work where other methods have failed, giving a spark of hope where there was none. The word surgery hangs in the air and the veteran dwarf freezes in pure shock. The very idea of deliberately cutting open a healthy-looking limb where it has never been done is perceived as something radical and terribly frightening. He quickly calms them down and draws a parallel with the procedure he had already performed on the abdomen of a young boy, carefully relieving pressure from the pinched nerve, and explaining that the natural function of the hand can now be restored so the patient will be able to return to his work. He is suddenly thrown into the air. Dazed grabs him by the collar. The gnome's face twisted with rage when the thought of cutting his own son was thrown at him. The crowd around, including Princess Juno and Charon, freezes in horror, hearing the sudden explosive aggression against the doctor and fearing the legendary temper of the gnome. Releasing his grip, the stocky gnome looks down at his own trembling hand. His skepticism presses on his chest, and despair from his condition tears outward. Before the situation can escalate even further, the horned merchant steps forward to cover the young doctor, and Heyo bursts out shouting, urgently calling his father, begging him to stop and look at the evidence before him. With a sharp movement, the boy pulls off the tunic, revealing a smooth, cleanly scarred surgical line on his torso. Dazastal's gaze suddenly widens in pure shock and his breath catches as he realizes the cutting has already happened. A young man with a radiant, confident smile explains that the healer took the illness from inside him and begs his father to accept the same salvation. He insists that the pain is gone and that the operation was the only thing that really worked. Nearby, any normal person from them whoever it was in formal clothes with glasses watch the revelation in stunned silence. Their preconceived notions about medicine shattered from the boy's testimony. Against the backdrop of emotional frenzy, the healer throws Chloe a brief, meaningful glance, their silent kinship, strengthened by this moment of justification. Looking at his own indifferent, tired hands, the gnome finally begins to understand. The blade, which he previously feared as a tool of harm, may turn out to be the only instrument capable of returning to him strength and a way to survive. Meeting the gnome's gaze without hesitation, the young man confirms that he is ready to perform the procedure. In his eyes firm dedication to the oath and care for the patient's health. He stands before the group, the burden of the decision hangs in the air and presses down. The conversation breaks down into the risks of the procedure. Some still hesitate, maybe rest would be enough. But there is one agreement: skilled hands are the key to their shared future, and the blade is the only way forward to restore what was lost. Hearing this, the master craftsman laughs out loud, his eyes barely squinting. They already hold new determination. He reproaches them for hesitation and declares, a ray of hope has appeared, so never fear again, the decision is already near. Then the master extends his hand and firmly grasps the doctor's palm, a gesture of deep respect and solemn greeting. He addresses him, Amami-sensei. Before the hard work of the operation begins, he promises a grand banquet feast in honor of this agreement. As the tension subsides, a nearby girl looks at the exchange with wide-open, curious eyes. The doctor quietly thanks her, asks her to relax while preparations for the upcoming procedure continue in the background. With loud, sincere laughter, the master says goodbye and leaves. His presence still holds a feeling of firm hope in the room for a moment. He bids them a temporary farewell, leaving behind a trace of confidence as he prepares for the trial ahead. In the ensuing silence, the girl creature speaks with relief. The master has finally agreed to trust the stranger. The doctor nods in response, and his gaze lingers on the path ahead. Responsibility once again falls on his shoulders. Outside, amid falling snow, the old master Normam, with a steel-weathered gaze, looks into the horizon. Whispering, barely moving his lips, he utters someone's name. His thoughts are far, far from the warmth of the forge and recent negotiations. He towers against the backdrop of winter cold, a legendary figure who survived the great catastrophe that once devastated the kingdom. Although he acknowledges the master's lineage and the rich mana flowing in his blood, he knows true talent and the burden of leadership are forged in a colder fire than mere heredity. He watched as a bearded man shouted in despair, insisting that he had no one else to rely on. He questioned the power of male obsession, dismissing the upcoming spirit festival as nothing more than a simple celebration. The man's gaze sharpened as I realized words alone would not be enough to convey everything inside me. Because of this resignation, he declared that the traditions of the Night Country cannot be so easily discarded, begging for understanding and respect for their history. He warned, to forget ancient agreements and disdain the gods of their ancestors would be an indelible stain on their heritage, pleading with the veteran to reconsider his position once more. When the tension between them reached its limit, a familiar voice thundered forward, sharply interrupting the heavy atmosphere as the young surgeon approached to check on them. In response, the bearded man quickly hid his tension, assuring the newcomer that their conversation had just ended. Then the group gathered together, and the surgeon explained why specific instruments were needed for the procedure. This made the veteran wonder whether the equipment he and the young dragon had already managed to make would be too small for what lay ahead. He explained, yes, he could manage, but the complexity of the upcoming treatment required specialized equipment beyond his usual competencies. This operation was not his main specialty. A heavy burden settled on Normanov's soul. The old dwarf stubbornly refuses to back down, reminding Dazastel the upcoming operation is needed for his own son. He admits he owes the doctor a debt far greater than any tradition and will not let ancient customs stand in the way of life. A sharp flash of determination, and Master Smith announces he will forge everything necessary for the procedure. He orders Dazastel to help and sets aside their previous quarrel in favor of action. Even his young granddaughter silently watches as her grandfather's stubbornness turns into a fierce singular goal to help the man who saved their family. Somewhere in the silence, the young elven princess with a somber face contemplates the full weight of the situation. She speaks of the horror of the operation, where the palm of her dominant hand will have to be cut, a prospect that paralyses most with fear. Her words are about the king of the dwarves being ready to take this risk, which speaks to his incredible resilience and trust in the healer. Nearby, the beast girl is silent, her gaze distant, as if pondering the uncertainty of the path ahead. Everyone feels the weight of the upcoming procedure. It hangs in the air and lays a burden on all gathered in the village, waiting for the next move. She is accompanied by a noble merchant, who shares a heavy insight about their shared history. Their ailments were never just a personal burden, they were symptoms of a deeper illness affecting the entire nation. The conversation turns to the terrible price of loyalty and the physical toll of the choices they now have to make to preserve the future. Slightly smiling kindly and gazing intently, the woman with the exquisite headdress reflects on the colossal burden resting on the shoulders of the young doctor. She admires the strength needed to carry the hopes and lives of many different peoples and wonders how much one person can truly endure. Back at Forge, the firelight catches the deep wrinkles on Norman's face as he prepares for the task. On him is a mask of stern determination, the weight of his decision etched into every crease on his brow as he prepares to challenge tradition for his own. He sits alone in the silence of his workshop tools. His craft surround him on all sides like silent witnesses. This silence presses. Within it are fears he does not speak, and a firm promise of a father ready to risk everything for the future of his son and the survival of his people. Fat Blacksmith and his companion prepare for the precision trick. Norman roars an approving command, urging Dazastal to start the delicate work. The blacksmith lowers the hammer with a thunderous blow, and a shower of sparks flies across the workshop. Tenkai and the others silently freeze in awe as the raw blank under the skilled hands of the craftsman takes on a new, clearly defined shape. The elder lifts the finished product, a pair of finely crafted surgical forceps. Normam is clearly stunned. He watches how Tenkai managed to describe such an exquisite instrument down to the details so they could forge it flawlessly. Next to FIA playfully teases the young doctor, her tongue slips out in a mischievous gesture. She asks why he has such strange instruments, pronouncing a name that catches him off guard and leaves him speechless for a moment while others watch. Her face suddenly lights up with intense curiosity. She leans closer. Her gaze clings to him. She is captivated by the very idea of his operation, and she insists on being nearby to see the procedure with her own eyes. At her demand, he gives a soft, uncertain confirmation. His eyes widen as the realization of that scrutinizing gaze about to fall on him dawns. The weight of the situation increasingly muffles the light teasing. Nearby, someone asks if their clothing is suitable for the cold while they stand in front of a snow-dusted building. He answers briefly and confidently, confirming yes, it is indeed freezing in the air. As soon as they enter, Norman approaches him and asks if he slept well despite the recent tremors. He admits he didn't feel them at all. Then Norman explains that earthquakes have become alarmingly frequent, a sign he hopes today's work will not bring trouble. This appearance immediately captures the attention of Khlo and Corinthi join him, peering into the depth of these repeated tremors. The group freezes in tense silence. The burden of the unstable ground beneath them suddenly becomes much more palpable. She squints and suddenly, a cold realization tightens her chest as a version she had previously dismissed comes to mind. A single breath of doubt escapes her lips as she gazes into the distance. Turning to the group, she tells an ancient legend about the Festival of Spirits, admitting that she long considered this story no more than a myth. Her face is stern as she explains the spiritual meaning of anxiety in the mountains. The legend warns, if the ritual is not performed in the very heart of Nox, the mountain will unleash its fury in a volcanic eruption, coloring the sky with what the ancients called the blood of a god. He listens as the weight of the situation descends on the room and understands. The very existence of the town depends on the resilience of the people. Despite the looming threat, Norman remains steadfast. He states that he cannot allow people to fall into panic. He believes that as soon as he recovers, he will be able to save the situation. His determination brings tears to the eyes of those watching. They are moved by his sense of duty. While the patient calms himself and prepares, he is about to start the operation next to allies in the dim light of the workshop. The air is thick with anticipation as the instruments are laid out, and the first step toward Norman's recovery is taken, perhaps even towards saving the entire city. He begins with preparing surgical instruments and announces, the first step is to precisely determine the place for the incision. His eyes sharply widen with concentration as he leans closer and quietly apologizes in case the sensation proves ticklish for his patient. In response, Norman remains extremely composed, giving his full approval to the procedure. Let it go however it may, no matter how long it takes. With a steady hand, the young surgeon begins tracing the rough skin of the palm, and the pen rhythmically scratches the surface, producing obedient sounds. The focus narrows even more. The gaze clings tightly to anatomical landmarks as he mentally calculates the intersection of Kaplan's cardinal line and the ulnar border of the middle finger. This meticulous drawing continues. He traces a complex network on the palm, carefully navigating through the hidden trajectories of the median nerve and palmar branches so that the blade passes safely. When he finishes the markings, FIA looks at the tool in his hand with interest, doubting whether it is really an oil pencil pen. She looks with barely noticeable distrust, noticing the strange effectiveness of the instrument that allows him to so clearly outline the skin without the need for a traditional inkwell. She carefully watches as Tenkai explains the mechanics of the surgical marker and notes how the ink is stored inside the instrument itself. He says that if there were such specialized equipment for operations it would be ideal, but this modern pen serves as an impressive substitute. Then he turns to her, apologizes for interrupting her work earlier, and offers to help with post-operative care. He is confident. This is the perfect moment to teach the whole group these advanced medical techniques. Switching to the next step, he introduces the S-March bandage and explains that it is critically important to stop excessive blood loss. FIA, visibly stunned, asks if such a thing is even possible, while he orders the patient to raise their arm. As he begins wrapping the limb with practiced skill, Norman adjusts his posture so the procedure goes smoothly. He thanks for the cooperation and prepares to tightly secure the bandage. Then he calls Princess Juno and asks her to firmly tighten and tie the upper arm with a cord. She responds immediately, ready to play her role in this delicate operation. Achieving hemostasis is a meticulous process. Blood is diverted from the limb to create a clean, bloodless field for the operation. It works, but he still keeps in mind the risks possible nerve damage or circulation problems if the pressure is maintained too long. The usually low patient breaks free from Norman as soon as the pressure starts to rise, and the young surgeon immediately apologizes. He offers to give a sedative if the discomfort becomes unbearable, and the rough patient insists that he can endure the sensation for now. Finally, he sternly reminds everyone to maintain a sterile environment. He delegates the rest of the tasks. asks Juno to continue assisting, and Corona to focus on further disinfecting the area. He orders the team to thoroughly treat Normam's hand with disinfectant so that the sterile field extends all the way to the bandage. FIA complies. He notes, such a large area requires special caution. Approaching the patient, she quietly apologizes and before applying the antiseptic with cold, begins the procedure. When the liquid envelops his skin, the sensation becomes foreign and burning, a sharp contrast to the dull pain of his injury. As soon as the area is prepared, Coronet skillfully spreads sterile napkins. He inspects the placement and, satisfied that the environment is finally ready for the first incision, freezes in place. Switching to the next phase, he explains to the horned merchant that they will abandon the traditional magical sedation. Instead, he wants to apply a local approach to reduce systemic load and asks for her unique help. The concept of pain control is a specialized discipline focused on reducing suffering through targeted intervention. He believes that techniques like nerve blocks using components of the world tree may prove more effective than complete loss of consciousness. He emphasizes that there are many ways to ease the patient's suffering and hopes to coordinate these efforts with her expertise. She accepts the challenge with a knowing smile, promising, "The magic of her tribe will ensure the patient feels nothing, not even the first barely noticeable prick of the anesthetic needle." She watches as the patient, Dazastal, describes a strange numbness spreading through his hand. Tenkei focused and Masketes preparing to administer additional local anesthesia. When the needle pierces the skin, Tenkei carefully outlines the incision line with shallow injections. Dazastal watches the process intently and motionlessly. His trust is completely in the hands of the young surgeon. He continues the process, explaining why a nerve block at a 45-degree angle near the palmaris longus tendon is necessary. The precision of each movement is crucial to ensure the entire area is completely anesthetized. Looking into the condition of his patient, Tenkei asks if he is holding on. Dazastal is surprised. There is no pain. They say how strange it feels, as if he is being pricked again and no discomfort at all. With a nod of confident consent, the patient presses the doctor, let him begin, entrusting his life and means of subsistence to Tenkai's care. Tenkei accepts the responsibility quietly and resolutely, confirming it without unnecessary words. Focusing on the task ahead, the surgeon announces the official start of the carpal tunnel release procedure. His eyes, visible above the mask, blaze with sharp concentration. The air in the room thickens as soon as the first incision is made. Dazastal's face is covered in sweat. His jaw tense endures the psychological burden of the operation, even if there is no physical pain. Position outside the immediate surgical field. A young girl looks with wide-open, tearful eyes, and on her face is the imprint of anxiety for her loved ones. Behind her, a horned shopkeeper and the rest of the men stand in tense silence. All their hopes rest on the success of this unprecedented medical feat. She hurriedly makes her way through the thick snow, her small feet crunching on the frozen ground, and she calls out to her grandfather. Having caught up with him, she implores him to return. She says that her father's operation has already begun and asks why he will not stay nearby. He stops. His gaze is steady and firm. He explains that his work on making surgical instruments is already finished. He reasons, if his presence were truly needed, the doctor would have long since sent a message demanding he stop. But instead of going to bed, he insists there is another task of equal importance that requires his immediate attention. She remains bewildered, eyes wide open, not understanding where such sudden determination came from. He reaches out with a steady hand and asks the assistant for a round-bladed scalpel. Coronet responds instantly, placing the instrument in his palm as the procedure at the edge of risk begins. His eyes, visible above the surgical mask, are narrowed in intense concentration. He mentally maps anatomical landmarks and focuses on the intersection of the cardinal line of Kaplan and the middle finger crease to ensure flawless precision. With surgical accuracy, he begins the incision, carefully avoiding flexion contractures formed after the injury and making sure not to cross the distal palmar crease or cause additional damage. Nearby, Dazastal and Chloe freeze, swallowing their anxiety. Their faces shine with sweat. The tension in the room presses on every breath. The weight of the moment settles heavily on them as they watch the meticulous work. The young assistant is surprised that there is almost no bleeding, although the wound is deep. She understands. The thin, vibrating string applied earlier works as a perfect tourniquet, keeping the surgical field clean and controlled. Entering his patient's side, Tenkei asks Dazastal if the pain is bearable. The giant only grunts yes and urges him to continue without delay. Tenkei orders Gauzy to keep everything dry. Seeing the progress, he prepares for the next delicate step. He says to the room that the subcutaneous tissue needs to be dissected a bit further to reach hidden injuries and begin restoration. The instrument moves with agonizing slowness, carefully separating layers of flesh. Each movement is a calculated, quiet battle with the unchanging trauma that has tormented the patient for so long. He steadies his breathing. His eyes narrow from intense focus as he prepares for the next delicate step of the procedure. Turning to his young assistant, he ordered Koroni to use the double-hook retractor he had specially made for this, asking her to spread the incision to the left and right, just as she had done before. She nodded resolutely, ready to play her part in the operation. When she pulls the flesh back, the internal structures of the hand are exposed and he watches without looking away, with unbreakable concentration. A drop of sweat appears on his forehead from pure tension. She asks if the voltage is sufficient and he confirms perfect. He asks her to stay steady while he calls Chloe to prepare for her turn to help. He explains that he intends to reduce the surgical wound by avoiding further incisions. Instead, he uses flat hooks to widen the opening. He gently asks Chiron to shift positions slightly so that everything aligns properly under the new angle of the retractors. When the retractors were repositioned, the opening widened, revealing more of the complex tissue beneath the surface of the palm. He notices Chloe's strength tensing and calms her down, says everything is fine and asks her not to loosen her grip even despite difficulties. Meanwhile, their patient below continues to sleep deeply under sedation, unaware of the precision unfolding above him. Then he announces his next move, and carefully presses the scalpel into the layer of fat to deepen the path to the damaged nerves. He continues the delicate work absolute concentration as he carefully spreads the tissue. Nearby, Chol tightly closes his eyes and puts all his focus into keeping the retractor still. Makes a precise, shallow incision. Tells Corona to reposition her double hook-shaped retractor, pulling Palmer's aponeurosis to both sides to clear the way. She instantly responds to the order. Her movements merge with his as he finds the vertical fibers of the aponeurosis hidden deep in the subcutaneous fat. Suddenly, he lets out a sharp, hoarse exclamation of surprise. His hand freezes, as it just beneath the surface encounters something unexpected. Hearing his hesitation, Chloe asks what happened, and he apologizes for the moment he missed. He says he expected to find a layer of fat between the polymer aponeurosis and transverse carpal ligament thing that often occurs in human anatomy and wonders if this structural deviation is a unique feature of the dwarf race. FIA is silent on the side. Her gaze is fixed on the surgeon as he readjusts his approach. She trembles inside, struck by the sheer audacity of attempting a forbidden procedure here, yet she admires the team's calm composure. However, she considers suggesting closing the wound with her own regenerative magic to ease the tension, but restrains herself, sees their unbreakable resolve. Zez stood still with a piercing, unblinking gaze, while Coronet's eyes widened in a mixture of admiration and anxiety due to the complexity of the operation. He briefly thanks his assistants for their resilience, and his voice does not tremble under pressure. At the end, with a determined look, he declares that he will continue, his eyes burning with a single goal: to complete the operation. He announces his intention to continue and says that he will now make an incision through the fat layer. His eyes are wide open in complete concentration as he prepares for this delicate maneuver. As soon as he makes the incision, he notices the target, the transverse carpal ligament, also known as the flexor retinaculum, which runs horizontally across the surgical field. The surgeon seeks confirmation, asks if this structure serves as a cover for the carpal tunnel. Nearby, his assistant confirms with a steady nod, acknowledging the critically important landmark. He examines the surrounding anatomy and notes how the wrist tunnel is bounded on 3 sides by bone, and the last roof is formed by the flexor retinaculum. This complex arrangement of wrist bones forms a rigid base of the hand, a structural necessity that leaves almost no room for error or swelling. In this narrow passage, the median nerve and various tendons are pressed very tightly, demonstrating the delicate balance of internal anatomy. Realizing the consequences, the assistant explains, the syndrome arises precisely because of this structure that compresses the nerve. He agrees and adds that by removing the pressure, they will be able to restore function and alleviate the patient's suffering. But he still notices a potential problem. The superficial palmar arche network of blood vessels lies directly in front of the ligament, so he must act even more precisely to avoid causing bleeding. He warned his assistant, Juno, that damage to blood vessels would cause heavy bleeding and obscure their view of the surgical field. He demanded that she move with utmost caution and requested the newly made instrument elevatorto continue the delicate procedure. Holding a specialized instrument, the surgeon explains, its purpose is to precisely insert between the median nerve and the flexor retinaculum. He breaks down the danger point by point. A single slip of the scalpel and the nerve can be severed, resulting in lifelong paralysis or severe disability. To avoid this, he plans to advance the instrument directly under the retinaculum, creating a physical barrier so the blade never touches the nerve directly. Suddenly, the room is pierced by a wild tremor. Surgical instruments clatter, and the lights sway, barely holding on. Clenching from pain, the patient grimaces and mumbles that these tremors have been happening more and more often, although they usually pass quickly. Feeling instability, the doctor orders a short pause to wait until the vibrations subside. When the shaking weakens, he prepares to return to work with. Without warning, a second, much more powerful shockwave bursts into the building. The medical team is nearly knocked off their feet. The entire room jerks wildly and tilts from the giant jolt. The operation descends into complete chaos, and the healers are forced to grab onto everything to avoid losing the patient. He looks up in horror as the ceiling tears away, but the expected crushing blow does not occur. Instead, a small slippery creature bursts into bright light. Its form expands to support the falling boards and stones. He stands amid the screeching support beams, checks on others, and his voice is muffled by the surgical mask as he thanks the slime for its heroic efforts. The voices of his comrades drift through the thick dust. They are alive, but trapped in such darkness that they can barely see their own hands. After the shaking, the specialized surgical instrument slipped from his hand and now lies forgotten on the dust-covered floor, a silent testament to the disrupted procedure. The medical assistants are gripped by fear. The structure around them creaks and groans under the wild pressure. They scream in panic, warning that the ceiling is about to collapse, and the crack of splitting wood echoes dully in the cramped, dusty space. They are caught up by Tenkai calling to check on the others. His voice is muffled by the surgical mask. FIA, frightened, responds with a scream. Everyone managed to escape from the initial cave and even offers to shift into her dragon form to scatter the debris and clear a path. He ignores the offer, fully focused on the delicate matter, a steady hand. He grips the surgical instrument while the scoop-shaped slippery creature sits on his head, watching the procedure with wide, silent eyes. While the operation continues, others watch with fear and admiration. FIA and Juno apologize for the obstruction, but Tenkai remains steadfast. They are currently in the middle of a life-saving operation, so they will step aside only when the threat becomes unconditional. Suddenly, a bright flash wave of energy bursts forward, cutting through the dense darkness of the ruined chamber. It was FIA who took action, raising her exquisite staff high to direct the power. From the crystal tip burst a pillar of pure white light, casting shadows and revealing the vast scale of destruction surrounding their makeshift operating theater. She gazes intently into the light sharply, with cold concentration. She knows there will be no hope for success if they are left to work in complete darkness, and her magic provides the necessary clarity for what lies ahead. Her effort is immediately noticed by Tenkai. He quickly raises his gaze, their eyes meet, and a silent nod of thanks. He asks if this level of light is enough. After a decisive breath, Tenkai is ready to resume the operation. He and the others remain locked inside the fragile, snow-covered structure, until another jolt shakes the foundation and a cry of alarm bursts outside. Due to a sudden jerk, the critical surgical liftle slips from his hands and falls to the floor with a dull thud, while his comrades freeze with eyes wide open in shock. He explains the seriousness of the situation and says that this instrument is vital to protect the median nerve during the incision. Without it, the risk of irreversible paralysis for the patient becomes too high. In response, she urgently asks what they can even do. No, after all, the instrument that fell is no longer sterile, and with each passing second the situation becomes increasingly hopeless. Having heard their concern, the patient, Dazastel, lifts his gazetired, but Unbroken tells the doctor that he has already come to terms with the risks and is ready for any outcome. The doctor hesitated, which was more dangerous, another tremor, or the damage that prolonged pressure was already causing to the man's hand. With a grim determination, he declares that he will perform the operation without an elevator, relying on his own precision to pass through the delicate tissue. Meanwhile, she tightly grips her staff, keeping her eyes fixed on what lies ahead, preparing to provide the unwavering support needed for this desperate risk. She strains against the weight of the collapsing ceiling, and her magic flares as she urges others to stay focused. Below her, the medical team fights in the dust and falling stones, working to exhaustion. Her energy crackles from her fingertips, weaving a shimmering barrier that barely holds back massive wooden beams and jagged rocks. Breaking under tension, she barely manages to whisper an apology for the brief loss of concentration. Her eyes do not leave the unstable ceiling for a moment. The young medical student freezes in awe. He understands the enormous responsibility he bears. The mage simultaneously pushes aside debris and suppresses the tremors threatening the fragile operation. Despite exhaustion, the sorceress remains in resistance. She vows not to let their efforts fail. A quiet understanding passes between them as the mage reaffirms her resolve. She asks the team to trust her, for she holds the world steady just a little longer. When the tremors finally subside, the chief surgeon's gaze sharpens, and he declares that the operation will resume immediately. Nearby, a bearded worker watches the scene heavily and silently, while the assistant confirms the order sharply, disciplined, and without unnecessary words. The surgeon's hand holds the blade confidently as he positions the scalpel. Anatomical risks flicker in his mind. The median nerve lies too close beneath the tissue, so he must apply the reverse blade technique to protect the patient. He acts with utmost caution. Metal retractors pull back the skin, exposing the delicate structures beneath. The scalpel moves with surgical precision, tracing the pre-marked lines on the patient's wrist. This is. The surgeon maintains focus, understanding that although traditional methods often rely on larger incisions, the modern approach requires a much smaller, controlled entry. He takes a steady breath and his eyes sharpen above the mask. Nearby stands Princess Juno, preparing to assist. Her silent presence becomes a support under high pressure. Next to her, a young medical student notices heavy drops of sweat rolling down FIA's face and offers to wipe them off. FIA holds the batons tightly, clenching her hands. Channel's stabilization magicand insists that everything is fine, though the physical cost of the spell is clearly visible in her strained expression. Feeling the increasing pressure, he turns directly to the mage, sincerely apologizes for the procedure taking so long, and asks her to endure the tension just a little longer. She responds with a defiant, exhausted smile, assuring him she will manage. And beneath it, the work does not stop for a moment. The blade moves slowly and methodically through the fabric. The tension in the room is palpable as Princess Juno and the student watch every move with their eyes wide with anxiety. FIA's breathing grows heavier, and the patient is drenched in sweat, his body reacting to the invasive but necessary trauma of surgery. With one final steady movement, he announces that the flexorid inoculum incision is complete. The internal anatomy is now fully exposed, a sign that he has passed the first major obstacle. Following the opening, the medical student asks for confirmation. Her voice is very quiet when she recognizes the pale structure lying just beneath the surface. He confirms her observation. They have reached the median nerve, most critical and vulnerable point of the entire operation. He announces that the operation has been successfully completed and explains. Only the incision remains to be closed with a horizontal mattress suture. Hearing this, Dazidstal freezes and looks up, his eyes wide as if he cannot believe the trial is already over. He struggles to comprehend how he was simply cut open and immediately brought to the end, while the medical assistants around him are reasonably tired but smiling triumphantly. And Princess Juno watches silently, calmly, authoritatively, and purposefully. The massive man admits, the reality of what is happening has not yet fully settled. Above him, Faye remains unbreakable. His face is a mask of concentration, despite how the magical stabilization has clearly scraped all strength from it. Feeling that the patient's anxiety has not yet subsided, the surgeon behind the mask gives a reassuring smile and says that everything is fine, and that he finally needs to allow himself to rest. When the final phase begins, the patient's gaze remains fixed on the ceiling. Sweat pours down the forehead like rain, and the command to close the wound echoes throughout the room. She continues to pour out all the remaining strength into the spell, her face shining with sweat as she maintains the delicate balance needed for the final sutures. Behind the improvised operating theater, the workshop stands in dead silence and detached from everything, buried under a thick canvas of flawless white snow. Meanwhile, a crowd has gathered in the cold, faces filled with anxiety and hope as they await news about the fate of their leader. He froze in horror as the explosion willed and sudden pierced the building, and debris scattered in all directions. The power of the shockwave was incredible, and he could only scream in shock. The castle itself seemed to collapse under the pressure of the sudden release of energy. He was not alone in his horror. While the young princess beside him screamed for others, her face twisted with fear for their safety. Nearby stood a man on the brink of death, holding himself steady. His voice thundered as he called his comrades. Recovery seemed instantaneous and miraculous despite the severity of his previous wounds. With a confident smile, he stepped out of the light of his own recovery and declared, the wait was finally over. Standing before the stunned crowd, he radiated strength and vitality, a living proof that the desperate operation had brought him back from the edge of the abyss. The quiet morning air hung over the quirky multi-level tower. Stone walls and conical roof stood like silent witnesses to the events inside. From within, someone softly, thoughtfully made a sound. The moment shattered the silence. Inside, the burly leader Dazastal leaned over to check the group. His voice trembled with concern as he asked if everyone was okay after the ordeal. The young man Tinkai quickly reassured him, assuring that thanks to their efforts no one was seriously hurt, and no repairs were needed. He watched as another man approached. His face twisted with disbelief as he pointed to Dazustel's hand and shouted that the success of such a delicate procedure was nothing short of a miracle. The question of whether the transplant had truly taken sounded desperate and tore from within. Standing next to the young elven princess and a little girl, the young man spoke, again his voice steady, as he reported that it was the mysterious Amami-sensei who helped him feel better. He looked amazingly composed despite the storm having just subsided. After that, he turned to the bearded giant and gave a grateful smile, sincerely thanking him for the protection. Yet a shadow of medical concern still passed over his face as he warned. They needed to be vigilant for any signs of postoperative complications or lingering aching pain. The tension finally broke and instead, the loud, crazy laughter of the giant roared. He held his bandaged hand high in a gesture of triumph. Around him, others joined the celebration, their faces shining with relief and shared joy at having survived. This contagious joy spread through the room, a montage of smiling faces and loud pats on the back marking the end of their momentary danger. The young man's smile shone especially brightly, as if it held deep satisfaction with the outcome. Meanwhile, in the quiet shadows nearby, a refined woman with curved horns looked at the huge winged creature lying in a deep, peaceful sleep. She spoke gently, acknowledging the need to return the others to the surface while not disturbing the resting animal. A medical student and the Gorn princess stand side by side outside, and the weight of the recently experienced events is clearly visible on their faces. She looks exhausted. A sheen of sweat appears on her forehead as she recalls and contemplates those they had to meet. She is tormented by the thought, could the one named 6 stars actually be a benevolent person? In the distance, on a tiered hill, stands a stone monument, a quiet reminder that the divine instrument has yet to be struck. The whole group has gathered near Bathy are discussing the next step. They say there are only 6 days left until the Spirit Festival and are worried about the princess. Turning back to the young man, the medical student asks if it would be wise to use regeneration magic to heal the injuries of their comrade FIA. He pauses and uncertainty darkens his face as he admits he still lacks mastery in such complex magic. He fears that if he forcibly initiates the recovery, the severed tendons will heal incorrectly. Because of this risk, he suggests they move on without relying on magical healing for now. The experienced warrior listens silently, his gaze hardening as he absorbs the full weight of the choice before them. He sinks heavily to the ground, and the burden of recent events is read on his tired features. But a happy cry cuts through the air and Haiku rushes to him, calling Dad, with relief that mirrors his fatigue. The young elf begins to tell about his journey with such excitement that it takes one's breath away, explaining, the operation went perfectly. He reveals that at Nox Mine he uncovered the secrets of mana mining from the one called Amami-Samon. This news instantly plunges the surrounding adults into stunned silence. To confirm his words, he shows a glowing swarm of mana crystals there, ghostly gleam illuminating the faces of the entire gathered group. Such an incredible amount of small treasures is enough for Daystel and Normum to exhale in amazement and freeze. They can hardly believe that all this was brought back by the adepts. He looks at the crystals, then again at his son. The bearded leader is silent for a moment, his eyes wide open, filled with both pride and uncontrollable distrust. Haiku also continues to look down at him, the young face glows with joy from having joined their cause. Breaking the emotional silence, the old one-eyed man speaks sharply and without delay, reminding that there is no more time for empty revelry. He says he saw preparations for a large furnace in the castle workshop, so a much larger plan is already underway. Nearby, others discuss the precarious state of the area. The castle will collapse at any moment if one more tremor rumbles. They suggest that the presence of adamant disrupts the natural flow of mana, so the creation of divine instruments is a matter of absolute necessity. Again turning his gaze to the man he once served, the elder commands him to remove the burden of the past and take up his mantle duty to lead for the kingdom's sake. He insists that divine instruments must be forged immediately. The leader finally straightens up and gives orders to his people to prepare for the work ahead. In the silence of the workshop, tools lie ready, a silent proof of work about to begin. A voice echoes in the room. Ahead are days full of tireless efforts, for they rush to catch up with the inevitable catastrophe. Kowalski Forge roars as the blacksmiths begin their desperate work. Daystel, with a face frozen in grim determination, sharply and rhythmically pumps the bellows, while Norman helps stir the molten essence in the crucible. Nearby, Haiku watches this tense display of skilled air thickens with heat and smells of burning mana. With a sharp, final movement, he plunges the tongs into the glowing red-hot liquid, pulling out a mass of raw, pulsating energy. The material explodes with a fierce flash wave of light and heat, resisting the transition from liquid to solid as it is drawn from the furnace. This flying core crackles and sparks abundantly. A little sun is held captive between the metal jaws of pliers. This is the raw basis of creation, unstable and dangerous, yet extremely necessary for what needs to be done. Then he plunges into the glowing mass of fully prepared water bath. The reaction is instant and wildly fierce. Steam hisses and rises in a thick cloud, water boils over, and sudden cooling tames the wild energy raging in the metal. When the steam dissipates, the cooled ingot remains on the surface still emitting a faint inner light. Norman warns him, do not let impurities settle. But the younger Smith sharply retorts, asserts his authority as king, and insists he knows exactly how to handle the forge. He places the hardened mass on the heavy anvil and the first strike tears the air with the force of thunder. A blinding shockwave of pure mana spreads outward in circles. The strike is so furious, it seems as if the very foundations of the workshop are shaking. The rhythmic clinking of hammers begins in earnest. Each strike is precisely aimed to tame the stubborn material. Sparks fly like fading stars from every collision. The metal starts to yield to the relentless pressure of the master blacksmiths. They work in flawless, silent harmony. Hammers fly and fall in a synchronous dance of creation. Dazastel and Norman pour all their strength into each strike, while nearby Faye watches, a tear glistening in her smile. Her heart overflows with hope as she witnesses the birth of instruments that might yet save their world. He lets out a triumphant roar, his face sweaty, but in his eyes the light of pure joy, reflected in the delighted exclamations of his mentor and the young woman beside him. Their shared joyful ceremony echoes over the endless sky of Cloud Street, announcing the end of exhausting labor. On the workbench lies the fruit of their exhausting labor. A heavy, intricate chest, bound with thick ropes, holds the newly crafted divine instrument. Seeing the finished work, the entire workshop bursts into a ringing chorus of joyful shouts. The blacksmith's face shines with relief and pride, as, when the initial excitement fades, the team gathers around the table to review what has been done. With relief, they acknowledge, they fulfilled the promise to the Night Realm much faster than expected. And finally, the weight of the deadline lifts from their shoulders. When he returned to the visitors who had supported them through all trials, the master blacksmith spoke sincere words of thanks to the teacher and his companions. He expressed his deep gratitude for their presence, and they accepted the praise with modest smiles and a sense of shared victory. In the still unsettled crowd, the senior blacksmith looks at his apprentice with a gaze full of deep, unspoken recognition. Moving forward, the two men clasp hands in a powerful embrace. The younger swears to repay his debt for the guidance he received, and the elder only smiles and reminds him, between father and son, such debts do not exist. He was still in the workshop when a messenger burst through the door with a crash and shouted to the king, demanding immediate news. Gasping for breath, he reported, the guests arrived much earlier than expected and shattered the court's silence with their appearance. After this report, 3 carriages or 8 coaches stop amid the falling snow on the outskirts of the city. A solemn announcement resounds: the delegation from the Night Country has finally reached its destination. After their arrival, the archbishop does not falter, composed, calm. His face reveals nothing as he stands beside the young companion. He notes that the time is perfect and gives the order, immediately begin the festival of the divine spirit. But FIA finds messenger pigeons sitting in stone arches. Found them. She murmurs quietly, not taking her eyes off the bird couriers. She quickly ties a small scroll to one of the birds and releases it into the sky. It takes off, carrying her urgent report beyond the horizon. High above the stone balcony, 2 figures stand against the fierce windstorm. One of them shudders, grumbling about the sudden, piercing cold in the air. Soon Saul approaches the bishop. He reports that a messenger bird is flying from FIA just arriving. Queen Melina watches silently, her facial expression remaining unreadable as the news lands on the table. Meanwhile, Princess Juno stands amid the blizzard, her gaze far away. In these difficult times, the boundary between advanced medicine and arcane is increasingly blurred. In the village below, the atmosphere is heavy, knees to the ground. The local mana was severely disrupted, so migration had to begin earlier than anyone could expect. Daestel and his weary companions bow before their lord, King Lugin. He speaks of the tragic state of their country, and the weight of their shared suffering grows heavier in his voice. They suddenly come upon a giant figure cloaked in a hood, the Master. When they demand explanations about their alliance, the mysterious lord speaks only of the city's fate and the upcoming festival, his presence casting a long shadow over the snowy ground. He stands as if grown from the shadow while the group approaches. His presence presses the hall into silence. A woman with adorned horns steps forward. Her voice trembles with reverence as she addresses him as father and proclaims her arrival. She watches as during the reunion another suddenly appears, a young woman shouting about her sister. The horned woman visibly shudders. her eyes wide with shock as she asks how Chloe could have found her in such a remote place. Outside, beyond the chamber, the village continues to slowly change. The skeletal frame of a large building rises against the gray sky, and birds circle above the construction site. He shifts his gaze back to the travelers, acknowledging Daza Stahl's report with a low, thoughtful hum. Even though the medical crisis is behind them, he still harbors doubts, checking if they are truly ready to leave the shelter of shadows. Then he leans very close to Tenkai, the mask pressed tightly against the young man's face. His tone is direct, almost like a challenge. He asks if this is really the sensei he has heard rumors about and says he has questions that only such a person can answer. As the tension inside grows, a lonely carriage makes its way through the empty, snowy plains. Its path is marked by deep ruts in the frozen ground. Tenkai is silent, and his thoughts flee to the ancient legends of his people and the vampire dream that has driven them for generations. He recalls those different paths. Some chased the night, others sought the antidote in the depths of the earth. He listens attentively as the master voices their shared aspiration, a desire forged by centuries of wandering in the shadows. The goal is simple and at the same time profound: to finally break free from the burning curse of the sun, which dictated every step they took. He asks the young man a direct question, his voice heavy, as if the future of his people rests on it. He asks if it is really possible to trust the one who offered what looks like a solution but remains a mystery. Tenkai, confused, can only stare silently in response, while the weight of the situation slowly sinks into awareness. His eyes widen sharply, a quiet realization comes instantly. The palpable pressure of the master's gaze and the weight of the vampire's enormous hope bear down on him. Seeing the tension, Chloe quickly steps between them, protecting the teacher, and calls to her father that such interrogations are disrespectful. Her sister stands nearby, equally troubled by the sharp questioning of their guests. Nearby, Daze still adds his own grim look and reminds them, someone is still in pain. He admits he is a realist and that false hope can kill just as much as any poison, then insists on a clear answer. The master does not move from his place, his sharp gaze fixed only on the young man, and he waits for an answer that could change everything for his lineage. Sweat runs down him under the watchful, merciless gaze. He offers humble apologies in a trembling voice and admits he is doing everything he can but has no right to promise guaranteed healing. He says that despite all his efforts, the way forward still remains uncertain. After his confession, a heavy silence follows, broken only by the soft flicker near the lantern. And finally, the master speaks again, acknowledging the sincerity of the answer and thanking him for the truth, however difficult it may be. Looking away, he quietly calls his daughter. His face is unreadable as he prepares for the next step in this delicate arrangement. He has just handed over the decree and Chloe opens her eyes in shock. She demands an explanation for why she has to return to Night Country so suddenly, and her voice trembles from the impact of the order. Unlike her sister's torment, the younger girl shines with genuine joy. She exclaims how wonderful it is that her sister will finally come home, fangs visible in a wide, happy smile. She faces his unwavering determination as he explains that this is the only logical consequence. As a father, he cannot stand aside while his child remains in the human world, especially under the care of those he considers unreliable. His heavy statement plunges Tenkai and Loya into a gloomy silence. They exchange a brief, painful glance. The burden of inevitable separation hangs between them. They are interrupted by Fia. She leans over and makes a remark about Tenkai's habit of taking on the most thankless roles. He just looks quietly and resignedly, accepting his fate without protest, while Mio watches with concern. She follows behind while the others move on, and eventually reaches the dark passage with an archstone carved into the wild slope of the hill. The dark passage leads to Daystall. He states that they have reached the entrance to the Nox tunnels. He carefully warns everyone to watch their step as they prepare to descend underground. Tenkai led him one by one into the darkness. Tenkai adjusted his scarf. The expression was focused, and the rest gathered courage before the journey forward into unknown depths. She watches in horror as huge boulders completely block the way forward. They have collapsed into the tunnel and sealed the road shut. Satellites join him. They will guess that the earthquake caused the collapse. Then, ordering others to step back, he himself prepares to clear the way. He releases a wave of power. The air trembles from the fierce energy as it strikes the barrier and sends vibrations through the stone. The strike is destructive. Massive rocks crumble to dust and instantly clear the tunnel. When the dust settles, the conversation turns to the essence of the technique. It is called the magic of vibrations, the specialty of those from the Night Edge. She asks if the princess can perform such a trick herself, and the royal woman modestly replies that her skills are by no means comparable to the level of the master, her father. After that, she is suddenly struck by an idea. and Aloud wonders if the same vibrational magic can be applied inside to explore the human body. After that, she is suddenly struck by an idea, and Aloud wonders if the same vibrational magic can be applied inside to explore the human body. She stands next to Tenkai and Sister Chloe while they discuss the next steps. Tenkai suggests clearing the path immediately. Sister Chloe supports the plan, and they immediately note that in these high quarters, transforming into a dragon is not practical at all. After the decision, the hard work begins. Dazastal and his fellow workers lift huge boulders onto their shoulders, muscles tense under the weight of the tunnel collapse. They are not alone in this labor, the rest of the group joins them. Even those unaccustomed to such exhaustion, like FIA and others, pull everything they can to speed up the reopening of the passage. While the physical work continues, another approach is prepared. Hands stretch forward, directing energy, and it manifests as shimmering, concentric rings of resonance. This burst of power precisely hits the last obstacle. The stones crumble into dust and small fragments to the joy of the young mage. This burst of power precisely hits the last obstacle. The stones crumble into dust and small fragments to the joy of the young mage. Although the path is almost clear, the scars of the cave remain. The tunnel is sufficiently cleared to pass, but the air seems to grow heavier from the echo of magical exhaustion. He turns to the foreman and apologizes for the delay their efforts caused. Dazastal waved off the concern, but the young man's face remains gloomy. He feels the mana around them becoming increasingly restless, a harbinger of the phenomenon called God's Sigh. Above the cave, a harsh tremor suddenly explodes and it is torn apart by a crackling, tearing down an avalanche of dust and stones from above that crashes onto the group. Tenkai and his companions fall to the side, trying to stay on their feet amid the deafening roar of the earth rolling and shifting. They react instantly to everything with immediate anxiety, holding their breath, freezing in silent tension as they look through the settling haze. The vast scale of destruction momentarily throws them off track. Their eyes widen as they take in the altered landscape. The group gathers at the edge of a new, torn Fishereth tunnel. Floor has been ripped open. Saul notes that divine wrath seems to have helped, and Dazastal points out, the giant boulders that previously blocked their path have fallen into the abyss, finally leaving the road ahead clear. She sharply turns to the others, and anxiety sounds in her voice as she asks if everyone is okay. Tenkai and the rest of the tired travelers hastily assure they broke free from the rubble and escaped without serious injuries. She did not hesitate or rushed forward into the darkness of the purified passage with a resolute cry. She reaches her father and sister, proclaiming her intention to be the first to reach the refuge of the divine kingdom. She rushes forward and suddenly, from the far end of the tunnel, he is flooded with scorching heavenly light. The soul shudders from the glare. He covers his eyes and shouts a desperate warning, for the light of the sun itself seems to have broken through into the underground depths. She breaks sharply, her heart wildly pounding against her ribs as she and Mio bathe in the terribly beautiful glow. The pressure of energy flowing from this light is felt in the body, nails them to the spot. Her breath catches in her throat, and her face becomes a mask of crystal-clear shock. She looks straight into the very heart of the dazzling snow-white void. She understands. The world they knew has already been irrevocably changed. She was the center of a wild storm, and the men desperately called her name with cries. Their faces were twisted with the fear of losing her. Crumpled and tear-stained, she can only apologize through sobs. Her hands cover her face, frozen in sorrow, while Tenkai and the others rush to her. Suddenly her breath faltered, a strange sensation surged like a wave. Her eyes widened sharply in shock as she began to realize the expected end had not come. She watched as he beamed with a relieved smile, explaining that the lack of an immediate reaction was a good sign, although they would still need more time to be sure of the result. She could only look at him. Tears of a different kind welled up in her eyes, as the impossible reality of her survival began to settle in her heart. With a sharp, smooth movement, she bowed deeply. Her long hair swept the ground as she spoke, sincere and profound thanks to the man who risked everything for her. Beside her, the man who had long suffered silently in agony finally broke down. Tears streamed down his face, and he quietly whispered words of gratitude and apology for his lack of faith. He listened as Tenkai met his gaze with a quiet, tired smile, as if urging him not to get stuck in the past, and at the same time reminded them both the healing had only just begun. He moves with purpose alongside his comrades. The urgency is obvious. The fair-haired man calls them forward without hesitation. Hold on to them, and the rest of the company, including the horned woman, the young beast girl, and the burly warrior, make their way through the dark passage with stubborn focus. The path ahead stretches far underground, a long tunnel reinforced with timber, lit by lanterns flickering in the flame, their shadows stretching across the roughly hewn stone. Suddenly, a delicate creature with shimmering, Butterfly-like wings takes off and flies straight into his path. Its appearance completely throws him off balance. The tiny being darts forward with a series of sharp, chaotic movements, and disappearing into the darkness of the cave, leaves behind barely visible trails of light. He freezes in amazement, but the horned woman calmly explains. These are fairies, spirits drawn to places where the mana flow is especially dense. He suddenly realizes he had encountered such a creature a very long time ago. Further along, experienced warriors discuss the structural integrity of the tunnels. Despite a recent collapse, they were already very close to the sacred borders of the divine realm. Emerging from the narrow passage, they come upon the huge torii gates, a silent sentinel sign at the entrance to an ancient sanctuary nestled against the rocky side of the mountain. Stone stairs rise evenly to the heart of the sacred place, and a solitary lantern casts a soft, guiding glow on the rocky path. Reaching the summit, the group stands before Hydro Shrine, its name clearly carved on a wooden plaque. Tenkai freezes, staring at the structure. His eyes widen as a wave of recognition and disbelief washes over him. He barely finds his voice, stammering in shock upon seeing a traditional shrine in this land. Seeing his state, the light-haired companion asks what confused him so much and wonders if such structures appear daily in his homeland. He barely finds his voice, stammering in shock upon seeing a traditional shrine in this land. Seeing his state, the light-haired companion asks what confused him so much and wonders if such structures appear daily in his homeland. He is still trembling after the discovery. The young man asks if he can later be allowed to examine the building more closely. The bearded leader agrees but warns, ancient, probably fragile, while Alex insists to move carefully. Shifting his gaze to the rest of the party, the leader ordered everyone to line up in a straight row and prepare. Explaining that he has a private conversation he wants to discuss with Chloe. Nearby, the light-haired man smiles at the girl and encouragingly asks if she remembers the sacred prayer he taught her. The girl lifts her gaze, determination burning in her eyes, and confidently confirms she is ready for what lies ahead. Under the sacred arched passage torii gate, an announcement echoes. The Divine Spirit Festival is about to begin, and from this moment their ritual duties start. The crowd gathers in solemn prayer, palms pressed together, for at the festival's start they will beg for grace from the divine forces. Others join them in silent watch, faces full of hope and reverence, beneath the fluttering wings of spirit moths dancing in the air. High above the gathering, ritual leaders take their places on the raised platform of the sanctuary, looking out over the sea of faithful followers as the ceremony reaches its peak. With steady breath, the master grips the ceremonial hammer. It begins to hum, flashing with otherworldly golden light as it absorbs energy from the surrounding space. When he lifts the heavy instrument, the young traveler freezes in awe, feeling a sudden, overwhelming surge of mana that permeates the very air around them, much stronger than he had anticipated. The clattering hammer lands with thunderous force, striking the ancient seal and unleashing a wild, trembling roar. A furious vibration rises on the spot, catching the spectators off guard, while the ground groans beneath their feet. In the chaos, where the earth quakes violently, the young princess screams in fear, her voice almost drowned out by the wild power bursting from the very heart of the sanctuary. Suddenly, a dazzling flash erupts at the point of impact, engulfing the sanctuary and the crowd in a sea of pure white light. As the blinding light begins to recede, the harsh shaking that gripped the temple finally subsides, and Tenkai, shielding his eyes from the dim glow, looks around in complete confusion. While he tries to regain his composure, his gaze falls on a man standing calmly amid the bizarre mixture of ritual remnants, watching as the flow of mana starts to spread across the landscape like a gentle breeze. He surveys the stone basin where the turbulent waters and raw energy slowly calm. The ceremonial instruments, having fulfilled their purpose, have sealed the massive storm. From the edge of the pool, Dazastel steps forward, stands before the gathered crowd, and, overpowering everything with a thunderous voice, proclaims that the divine consolation is complete and the spiritual chaos has been corrected. His announcement is concluded by the final, brilliant flash on the distant horizon, the official mark of the Divine Spirit Festival, as peace returns to the land.